The elder bike who absorbs celestial beings, the fourth tier, transformed Kurd King, the life-consuming Shalu, and the universe-devouring Superboo. Alongside the unscathed Suin Wukong, the one-armed Wufan who battles in a future world, various childhood regrets unfold new tales in this realm. Chapter 1. The Beginning of Dreams, Traversing the World of Dragon Ball. The world-shattering palm of all nations. Multiple afterimages fist. Lin felt a haze clouding his mind, faintly hearing a cacophony of sound around him. The roars of monsters, the furious cries of heroes, and the mournful wails of countless souls. Where is this? He opened his eyes, shook his dazed head, and surveyed his surroundings. The unfamiliar environment jolted him awake. Dilapidated houses, fire-scorched roads, and countless desperate refugees. Have I traversed? Lin distinctly recalled hiding under his covers the previous night, secretly watching the antics of number 18. He had become drowsy while watching and fell asleep. How could he awaken to find the entire world transformed? Could it be that the rewards had increased, leading to hallucinations? He pinched his thigh hard. A sharp pain coursed through him. Hiss, this isn't a dream. I've truly crossed over? Lin stood up from the ground, dusting himself off, and began to scan the vicinity. Where have I ended up? Why is everyone fleeing like refugees? In the distance, a grotesquely green-skinned figure caught Lin's eye. Its skin resembled decaying moss, rough and repulsive. Its mouth gaped wide, revealing sharp, knife-like fangs, with vile mucus oozing from the corners, akin to the sap of rotting plants. Upon seeing this creature, Lin couldn't help but curse in terror. What the hell, a flying green-skinned frog? Gazing at the monster, which spread its wings and drooled, larger than 3 of them combined, Lin's legs turned to jelly. He groped for a nearby stick, preparing to launch a desperate attack. Just then, a towering figure stepped in front of him. Lin's gaze was immediately drawn to this giant. Be careful, the burly man exclaimed as he delivered a punch. His fist, as solid as a hardened boulder, whistled through the air and sent the green-skinned monster flying. The creature tumbled through the air, landing clumsily on the ground. Lin stood dumbfounded, momentarily awed by the giant's strength. His imposing physique, muscular and brimming with power, resembled a living, breathing sculpture. His skin glimmered like healthy bronze in the sunlight, every muscle clearly defined as if chiseled. But what struck Lin most were the pair of horns atop his head. They were thick and sturdy, curving upwards like natural weapons, with intricate patterns reminiscent of ancient mystical symbols. And Niumalong, gazing at this familiar silhouette, Lin muttered in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. Kid, hurry and escape. Wu Qian will hold him off. At Lin's words, he looked towards Niumalong, who pointed out a distant figure, an immensely muscular man wearing sunglasses, with a billowing white beard, and most notably, a reflective bald head. Lin gaped in astonishment as he saw the elderly man channeling lightning, turning several monsters into charred remains mid-air. The god of martial arts, Wu Tian. So, I have traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. Could it be due to watching number 18's antics before sleeping? Niumalong, hearing Lin, turned in surprise and asked, Kid, do you know Wu Tian? How could Lin not know this lecherous old man, who even Beerus referred to as Wu Tian? What time is it now, and who are these strange beings? Where is Suin Wukong? Suin Wukong? Which Suin Wukong? You must mean my senior brother Wu Fan. He is now enjoying retirement at Baozi Mountain. Niumalong, noticing Lin's unusual demeanor, assumed he was acquainted with Wu Fan and patiently explained. These monsters are remnants of the demon clan from 300 years ago. 3 centuries ago, Wu Qian and Wu Taidiu sealed away Baik Da Malwang, and the remnants of the demon clan scattered like dust. However, they have continued to lurk in the shadows, causing havoc. According to Wu Qian, this should be the last batch of demon remnants. Hearing Niumalong's words, Lin grasped the current narrative context. The minions of the Elder Bike were birthed from eggs he spat out, grotesque in form, so unrecognizable that even their mothers would fail to identify them. After 300 years, Baik Da Malwang had aged significantly, and as demonic creatures were nearing the end of their lifespans, their combat prowess long diminished. This was precisely why Niumalong could easily overpower these small Kalami. If Wu Dao Dahui had killed Klin's Bell so effortlessly, Niumalong would surely not have been a match. Demon remnants vanished from this world alongside the Demon King who sank into the sea with you. In the distance, the Kuei Xianren proclaimed with authority, clasping his hands, causing several demons amidst the lightning to turn to ash. After executing this, he turned to Niumalong, noticing that his second disciple was deeply engrossed in conversation with a young man. Does this kid possess something unique? Kuei Xianren cleared his throat and shouted towards the sky. "Come forth, Phoenix of Immortality." Shortly after, a fierce wind blew. A colossal crimson bird, its feathers vibrant and seemingly engulfed in flames, soared towards Koei Shinran. He leaped into the air, landing upon the back of the phoenix, and then flew towards Lin Yi. Observing his teacher deal with the demon remnants, Nioma Wang rushed to his side and quietly whispered something to Koei Shinran, who nodded in acknowledgement. Koei Shinran, having heard, jumped off the phoenix and approached Lin Yi. "Kid, do you know Sun Wufan?" Lin Yi, contemplating the figure before him, known as the god of martial arts, replied, "I not only know Sun Wufan, but I also know you, master." Koei Shinran stared at Lin Yi in astonishment. "You know me?" "Indeed. I was born in a mystical village where a great shaman could foresee the future. He foresaw a calamity that would annihilate the world within 20 years. The turtle hermit clearly doubted Lin Yi's ramblings. Yet upon observing his earnest demeanor, he couldn't help but inquire curiously, "What is this cataclysm of annihilation?" "The dragon descends. The demon king is reborn," Lin Yi declared with utmost gravity. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. The demon king can never be reborn. I personally," before the turtle hermit could finish his thought, Lin Yi interjected, "Indeed, you personally submerged him beneath the sea, but the prophecy foretells that someone will inadvertently retrieve him, breaking the seal and restoring his youth." The turtle hermit was profoundly shaken by Lin Yi's words. Apart from himself, no one knew of the incident involving Bick the Demon King being submerged. Clearly, Lin Yi was not merely spouting nonsense. The world is vast and filled with the extraordinary. His sister, the fortune-telling old woman, could predict the future to some extent, and the powerful sorcerer from Lin Yi's village could foresee the Demon King's arrival. He had no doubts. "What else do you know?" Seeing that he had gained the other's trust, Lin Yi seized the moment. "I know how to save the world, but you must agree to my 2 requests. First, take me as your disciple and impart your martial arts without reservation. Second, I need a drink from the Fountain of Youth." What Lin Yi yearned for most was to return to his hometown, to the familiar dormitory, and see his 3 foster sons once more. In the Dragon Ball world, there exists the concept of parallel worlds and dimensional barriers. Previously, Bu had shattered a dimensional barrier within the hyperbolic time chamber. Now that he possessed some strength, he had the opportunity to break through to his own world. This first required becoming a disciple of the Turtle Hermit, who was quite adept at foundational training. The Turtle School's methods had profoundly influenced son Wukong throughout his life. The second matter was the Fountain of Youth. As an ordinary person, Lin Yi had no idea when he would reach that level of cultivation. The Dragon Balls needed a dragon radar, but currently Bulma had not yet been born. What he needed most at this moment was the Fountain of Youth to ensure his eternal youth. The Turtle Hermit was once again astonished to hear that Lin Yi even knew about the Fountain of Youth. Only the fortune-telling old woman, the Crane Hermit, and the Turtle Hermit himself had ever partaken of it. How did Lin Yi know of such matters? "I can agree to the first condition, but as for the Fountain of Youth, I cannot assist." The Turtle Hermit shook his head. Lin Yi had long anticipated that the other would not agree so easily and promptly revealed his trump card. "My neighbor, Old Wang, has a daughter who always forgets to close the door when bathing," regarding Old Wang's residence. "Enough. Tomorrow, I will take you to find the Fountain of Youth. As for saving the world, that task is yours," the Turtle Hermit said to Lin Yi with a serious expression, "and I shall take care of Old Wang." Chapter 2. Entering the Demon Realm, System Activation. After a night of rest, Lin Yi set forth with Wu Tian towards the Fountain of Immortality. The Bull Demon King had been dismissed back to the castle. Perched atop the Phoenix of Immortality, Lin Yi gazed down upon the earth, his heart brimming with ambition. To stand atop the pinnacle, surveying the myriad mountains below. "Master Wu Tian, why do you not endeavor to learn the art of flight?" The turtle sage sighed. "For many years, I have been in search of the remnants of the demon race, and my body has surpassed the prime of cultivation. Furthermore, with my phoenix, there is no need for me to acquire the art of flight. Ultimately, the future belongs to the youth. Even if I were to learn the art of flight, I may not stand a chance against the great Demon King." Lin Yi looked at the old turtle, a thought crossing his mind. "Do not belittle yourself, dear elder. Not to mention your pirated version of the ultimate skill. Even the aging turtle and the super blue have exchanged blows quite evenly. However, the Dragon Ball belongs to a distant universe. The turtle from the GT timeline and the Great Special timeline is rather unremarkable, uncertain of how this universe will ultimately evolve. Master, having consumed the Fountain of Immortality, why do you still age? I drank from the fountain in my twilight years. Had you consumed it now, you would retain your youth eternally." Wu Tian, as he spoke, gazed into the distance. "We have arrived." In the distance stood a colossal palace, bustling with countless attendants. At the entrance, an elderly woman sat upon a pillar, watching the phoenix in the sky. The divination granny? Lin Yi pondered it, perplexed as to why the turtle sage had brought him here. Could it be that the fountain of immortality resides within the divination granny's palace? The turtle sage cast a glance at Lin Yi, surprised that he even knew of the divination granny. Let's proceed. He grasped Lin Yi's shoulder and leaped from the phoenix. The divination granny, upon seeing the turtle sage before her, expressed her displeasure. Had there not been urgent matters, would you have come to visit your sister? What you say? I was just preparing to see you soon, replied the turtle sage, producing a capsule from his robe. This is a gift for you. The divination granny accepted the capsule, her demeanor softening. I mentioned over the phone. This situation is more dire than ever. Nodding in acknowledgement, the divination granny glanced at Lin Yi. Seeking the fountain of immortality in the demon realm carries dangers that rival facing the great demon king. Lin Yi was taken aback by her words. The fountain of immortality is in the demon realm? The demon realm? What manner place is that? It is a desolate wasteland, devoid of life. The demon Lord Dabura can petrify the Kaioshin with but a spit of saliva. With his current combat power at merely 5, would he not be delivering himself to experience points? Even the outskirts of the demon realm, the Azura realm, were beyond his reach. The Azura King, capable of withstanding little Goku's Turtle School Kamehameha, possessed strength at least on par with the present Turtle Sage. Observing the change in Lin Yi's expression, the Turtle Hermit spoke. I mentioned to you yesterday that the Fountain of Youth is not as simple as you imagine. Even with my guidance, the odds of survival are merely 1 in 10. Fortunately, the Fountain of Youth lies at the very periphery of the demon realm, adjacent to the underworld. If we can swiftly traverse the outer demon realm and reach the fountain, we shall be safe. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, resolutely nodded. If he could not even attain the Fountain of Youth, how would he confront the super divine water and Frisia thereafter? The fortune-telling old woman floated ahead and addressed the two. Follow me. The trio advanced deeper into the mountains. This journey lasted 2 days. Under the blazing sun, Lin Yi, breathless and fatigued, clutched a bottle of spring water he had collected along the way, continuously pouring it into his mouth. Master Wutian, when we arrive? The turtle hermit glanced back at the panting Lin Yi. Is this all you can manage? The training of the turtle school is far more arduous. Hearing this, Lin Yi gritted his teeth, wiped the sweat from his brow, and pressed onward. His physical constitution was far too weak. He needed to solidify his foundation to keep pace with the times. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to return to his homeland, but he could very well end up as cannon fodder for the Red Ribbon Army. He had always believed that the physical capabilities of Earthlings were inferior to those of other planets. Without the efforts of Goku's generation, the Saiyans had combat powers merely in the tens of thousands. Meanwhile, Krillin on Namek had already surpassed the strength of an average Saiyan. On the evening of the 3rd day, the trio arrived at the innermost depths of the mountains, where 5 peaks loomed ahead, resembling the sinister fingers of a demon. 5 Finger Mountain, we have finally arrived. From here on, stay close to me and do not stray. The fortune-telling old woman instructed Lin Yi before drifting into the depths of the mist. Lin Yi followed closely behind, gradually finding that aside from the fog and a blanket of white, nothing else was visible. The fortune-telling old woman can traverse the realms of yin and yang. This is a passage where they converge. We shall reach the outer demon realm at the intersection of several dimensions. Lin Yi, do not lag behind. Regardless of what you see or hear, do not pay attention. If you lose yourself here, you will be eternally trapped within this fog. Lin Yi nodded at the turtle hermit's words, swallowing nervously. As they delved deeper, the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly frigid, and Lin Yi felt whispers brushing against his ears. Were these the souls lost on the path of yin and yang? From his previous readings of the original work, the spirits appeared as fluffy white clouds, resembling cotton candy, and were rather endearing. However, experiencing them up close now sent shivers down his spine. At last, after enduring several hours, the fog began to dissipate, revealing a blood-red moon hanging high in the sky. Is this the demon realm? To be precise, this was merely the outer demon realm of Earth, the Azura realm. The true demon realm, where Dabura resided, must exist on a higher plane. According to Lin Yi's understanding, Dabura, the king of the demon realm, is merely the strongest being within a certain plane, and there surely exist even more formidable entities beyond him in the demon world. At the very least, the likes of Moro belong to the category of ancient demonic creatures. Caution is advised. Do not disturb the beings of the demon realm. We shall navigate through the periphery, and at the entrance to the underworld, we will find the Fountain of Youth. Before the fortune-telling elder could finish her words, a creature with sharp fangs emitted a piercing shriek from a distance. This is troublesome. What is happening? When we last visited the outskirts, there were no such monsters. The turtle hermit furrowed his brow and spoke gravely. A multitude of demon realm beings began to converge upon their location, and the turtle hermit realized that they could no longer afford to wait. Multiple shadow fist, he declared, shedding his outer garment. His previously frail frame suddenly inflated, transforming him into a muscular powerhouse. The sheer force of his punches created gusts that nearly toppled Lin Yi. Is this truly a combat power exceeding 100? Lin Yi gazed in astonishment at the turtle hermit, who now resembled a humanoid beast, dispatching foes with single blows. During the Raditz saga, the turtle hermit's battle power was 139, merely his standard fighting capacity. If he were to unleash his muscular form, it would undoubtedly exceed 180. While Lin Yi admired the old turtle, lost in his thoughts, a grotesquely ugly demon creature stealthily approached from behind. Be careful, the fortune-telling elder warned, observing the ongoing battle from a distance. However, her warning came too late. As Lin Yi turned, he was met with a massive claw reaching for him. In an instant, he was sent flying like an arrow released from a bow. Coughing and gasping, Lin Yi found himself sprawled in a pool of blood, his bones feeling as though they had shattered, blood streaming onto the ground. Is this the tragic fate of an ordinary person in the Dragon Ball universe, where even a mere small Kurami can overpower him? Bloodied and battered, Lin Yi looked at the grinning, corpulent beast drawing near and managed a bitter smile. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. System activation complete. Host successfully bound. The host may currently fuse with one type of gene. Please provide a gene to complete the fusion. Chapter 3. Dimensional Chaos. The Time Patrolman's son, Goku, appears. A system? Lin Yi's heart soared with hope. Fate had not abandoned him. Fuse. I want to merge with the Saiyan gene or that of Majin Buu. If all else fails, I settle for the genes of the Grand Priest or the Omni King. Host does not currently meet the conditions. Scanning host reveals Earthling genes. Present environment only permits fusion with low-level demon genes. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a wave of despair wash over him. Must I really pluck a hair to fuse with Saiyan genes? Yet the immediate crisis left no room for contemplation. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely thought, fuse with demon genes. Ding! Low-tier demon gene fusion successful. Host genetic capabilities enhanced, acquiring ability, combat power 5. An increase of 5? Are you jesting? The formidable combat prowess of others often reaches billions, while the enhancement of merely 5 seems trivial. Before Lin Yi could voice his thoughts, he felt his wounds completely healed, and his muscles surged with an overwhelming strength. With a roar, an unsightly creature swung its fist toward Lin Yi, only to be met by a single hand that halted its advance. Is that all? Lin Yi sidestepped and delivered a kick that sent the monster flying. Such power! Previously, Lin Yi had undergone training, his combat strength slightly exceeding the feeble 5 that Raditz had mentioned, approximately its 6. With the additional 5, he now reached 11. Little Goku, upon his initial appearance, possessed a combat strength of 10, which granted him immunity to bullets. Thus, Lin Yi now surpassed Goku by a slight margin. Observing the chaos around him, Lin Yi dashed towards Master Roshi, engaging in battle with the creature. Master Roshi, taken aback by Lin Yi's sudden display of might, regarded him with newfound respect. This young man is indeed extraordinary. With just a bit more training, he could potentially save the world. Master Roshi's afterimage technique made him appear as if there were dozens of him, continually sending monsters flying. However, the number of creatures from the demon realm increased, along with their strength. Do not linger. You must flee. Master Roshi urged them, retracting his afterimage technique as his aura surged once more. Lin Yi understood his intent and felt a rush of excitement. Is he about to unleash that technique? He nodded toward Master Roshi and sprinted towards the Fountain of Youth alongside the fortune-telling old woman. Now Lin Yi, running at full speed, surpassed even a small car, swiftly leaving the creatures behind. As he ran, he glanced back at Master Roshi, who wore a grave expression, his body emanating steam. A fierce wind whipped around him. Rustling his beard, he clasped his palms together at his waist, seemingly channeling all his energy toward his hands. Turtle Kamehameha! A colossal wave of energy erupted from Master Roshi's palms, akin to a laser, leveling everything in its path. The multitude of monsters before him evaporated, reduced to ashes beneath the immense force of the blast. This was Lin Yi's first encounter with the Kamehameha, and it was the most authentic, grand version, filling him with exhilaration. Incredible, truly incredible. No wonder he is considered the strongest man on earth. Let us go. After unleashing the Kamehameha, Master Roshi swiftly joined Lin Yi, lifting him as they raced toward the entrance to the underworld. The ancient turtle, with a combat strength exceeding 100, moved at a speed beyond Lin Yi's comprehension, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In no time, they reached a rocky area, and the blood-red moon in the sky had vanished. We've arrived. Master Roshi halted, wiping the sweat from his brow, and pointed toward a spring exuding a mystical aura. Is this the Fountain of Youth? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi stepped forward and began to drink voraciously. Just a single sip would suffice. Excessive consumption offered no additional benefits. The fortune teller, observing Lin Yi's fervor, could not help but interject with a warning. Furthermore, the effects of the fountain were only valid while one remained in its vicinity. Any amount taken away would lose its potency. The turtle sage gazed at the fountain with a sigh, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia. The fortune teller sighed as well. It has been over 200 years. Fong Fong has long since been reincarnated. Upon finishing the elixir, Lin Yi pondered this name, feeling an unfamiliarity. Fong Fong? Why does it sound so strange? After some contemplation, he recalled that this was the name of a girl encountered by Wukong during his training in the celestial realm, when he traveled back in time and stumbled upon the young turtle sage. At that time, he had been caught peeking at a girl bathing, leading to a confrontation with the crane sage, both vying for the affections of this girl named Fong Fong. Could there be more to this story? Lin Yi's imagination conjured a narrative where the young turtle sage and crane sage vied for Fong Fong's love. Following the events involving the demon king Piccolo, the crane sage lost faith in justice and departed from the martial arts school, likely leaving Fong Fong to ultimately be with the turtle sage. In his later years, the turtle sage sought the Fountain of Youth to prolong Fong Fong's life, but alas, its effects faded beyond the realm of the underworld, resulting in a lifelong regret for him. How intriguing that the old turtle had such a past. Lin Yi mused, and the turtle sage, noticing Lin Yi's murmuring, approached him and said, "Once you are finished, we should return. Just follow the fortune teller. There is no need to traverse the chaotic demon realm again." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. With the Fountain of Youth, he need not fear aging before he had truly matured. Just as he prepared to follow the fortune teller away, an unsettling surge of energy enveloped him. Such a powerful aura, steeped in malevolence. The turtle sage, sensing the threat, quickly assumed a defensive stance, shielding Lin Yi and the fortune teller behind him. Oh, there are others here, with strength akin to mere ants. How did they arrive? An alien, enveloped in metallic armor, descended from the sky. Though it did not consciously release its aura, the oppressive energy left Lin Yi gasping for breath. Gula? The ice demon. How could it make an appearance so soon? Lin Yi stared in shock at the metallic Gula before him, the monarch of the Ice Clan and Frisia's brother. At this juncture, Frisia had yet to make his debut. How could this creature be here? Although the original narrative claimed this being possessed of battle power in the billions, Lin Yi found that hard to believe. The power scaling had imploded severely with the onset of the Universe Saga. However, it was still a formidable opponent, boasting at least several hundred million in battle power. Unless the turtle sage from a bygone era intervened, they would be facing certain doom. The world was in turmoil. The turtle sage's muscles swelled as he prepared to strike against Gula, only to be abruptly hurled away by a formidable force. Simultaneously, the nearby fortune teller was also swept off her feet by the residual energy. Lin Yi, witnessing the unconscious forms of the two, was engulfed in a sense of profound panic. This was far beyond his capabilities. System, merge, fuse with the genes of the Frozen Clan. Currently, the host can only merge with one gene. Please enhance your strength. Damn it, why didn't you mention such a crucial matter sooner? This invaluable opportunity has been squandered on a low-tier demon. It's over, I'm doomed. I wonder if I'll be revived with the Dragon Balls later. Just as despair overwhelmed Lin Yi, the air trembled slightly, and the fabric of space distorted continuously. Then, a figure he recognized all too well materialized in the sky. Goku. At that moment, Goku appeared as an adult, donned in a crimson robe, wielding a golden staff, and adorned with a ring symbolizing divinity, gazing sternly at Gula. Annihilate. Goku uttered simply, and Gula, rendered motionless as if confronted by an overwhelming terror, froze midair before dissipating like scattered sand. With ease, Goku, cloaked in red, dispatched Gula and then turned to reveal a familiar, sunny smile to Lin Yi. This timeline must be significantly different from my universe. How do you know me? Chapter 4. A future belonging to oneself. The training of the turtle school. Lin Yi regurgitated the grandiose tales of the village's great shaman. Goku, with his inherently innocent nature, believed him without suspicion and replied, "Recently, extraordinary events have transpired across all timelines. I wonder what the future holds for your universe." What events? Chaos has erupted in the demon realm across various timelines, with powers recklessly disrupting the fabric of time and space, allowing certain individuals to traverse to other universes. This Gula is a fugitive from timeline 23778, having escaped through the demon realm to arrive here. Lin Yi gazed at Goku, perplexed, and inquired, "And you?" "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Goku, a time patrolman from timeline 23779. I later joined the Time Nest and serve under the Kai of Time, specifically tasked with temporal oversight." Although he concealed his smile, he added, "The turmoil in the demon realm may persist for an indeterminate duration, and as the patrols are understaffed, the future of your universe rests in your hands. Fate brought us together. Please send my regards to the future, little Goku." With that, Goku vanished into the air, leaving Lin Yi in a whirlwind of confusion. A dimensional war? Does this mean that while battling the old Piccolo, I might encounter future adversaries traversing from other timelines? He envisioned himself with a battle power of over 200, facing a Super Majin Buu who had consumed Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and other formidable warriors. Was that not akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a great tree? The Fountain of Youth would hardly suffice. He would need an immortal form akin to Zamasu to ensure his safety. Faced with the impending chaos of the future, Lin Yi felt an unsettling turmoil within. At that moment, the turtle sage awoke from his stupor. Upon observing that Lin Yi was the sole presence, he inquired with astonishment, "Lin Yi, what was that creature just now?" Naturally, Lin Yi refrained from discussing the matter of the dimensional universe, replying instead, "That was a cosmic fugitive, apprehended moments ago by the Cosmic Patrol." "A cosmic fugitive? We must leave at once. Earth is our safest refuge." The old turtle hastily roused the fortune-telling matriarch, initiating their return to Earth. Before departing, Lin Yi discreetly pocketed the combat power detector left behind by Gula. The journey back was considerably safer, as Lin Yi's combat prowess no longer feared the vengeful spirits of the Yin-Yang path, and soon they returned to the realm of the living. "Well then, farewell, young man. The future rests upon your shoulders," the fortune-telling matriarch said earnestly to Lin Yi before vanishing into the horizon atop her crystal orb. Lin Yi gazed at her in disbelief, realizing the old trickster had cleverly evaded the tumult of Earth, retreating to the afterlife whenever trouble arose. Nevertheless, he recognized the importance of maintaining a good rapport with her, as he might need her assistance in locating the King of Worlds in the future. "Lin Yi, you used to be out of breath after just a few steps. How is it that your combat power has surged so dramatically now?" After the crisis subsided, the turtle sage expressed his bewilderment. Lin Yi presented the familiar Saiyan explanation. "My physique is unique. Each time I teeter on the brink of death, I unleash tremendous energy." "Such a miraculous constitution?" The turtle sage was incredulous. "If only you could procure some Senza beans from Karen Tower. Wouldn't you be able to easily overpower the Demon King Piccolo in a mere day?" Lin Yi seemed to anticipate the turtle sage's thoughts, clarifying, "Master Wu Tian, this ability merely unlocks the potential within me. For instance, this near-death experience allowed for an increase in combat power, but to achieve further enhancement, one must engage in relentless training. It's not as simple as exploiting a glitch. If it were, the Saiyans would have long since risen from servitude and sung their praises, even working for real estate tycoons for generations." The turtle sage nodded, acknowledging that this aligned with his expectations. Only through diligent training can one truly walk the path of a martial artist. "This time, we shall not have the phoenix carry us back. We will run. From this moment on, we shall embrace the training of the turtle school." With that, the turtle sage led Lin Yi as they began to traverse the arduous mountain paths. Lin Yi understood the foundational training of the turtle school's teachings was crucial for their future, and without hesitation, he followed the turtle sage in his training. A day later, not far from the turtle sage's abode, he sat atop a colossal sea turtle, perusing a magazine Lin Yi had recommended, his face alight with joy. "Lin Yi, your discernment is truly commendable. I believe I have chosen the right disciple." At that moment, Lin Yi donned the red training garb of the turtle school, carrying a massive turtle shell, gasping for breath as he walked, let alone ran. "Master Wu Tian, Do you not engage in cultivation? He now hopes that old turtle will strive diligently, providing him with at least a support in the future. Wu Tian covered his face with a magazine and inhaled deeply. Rest assured, I am indeed cultivating. With that, he turned to Lin Yi. I am invincible beneath the Demon King, but above the Demon King, it is a one-for-one exchange. Lin Yi, struggling to adapt to the increasingly heavy turtle shell, silently pondered, invincible? Did you not just get thoroughly beaten by Gula yesterday? How quickly one forgets. Nevertheless, he understood what old turtle meant by the exchange. The defiant divine skill, the demon sealing wave. He harbored no doubts about a martial artist's resolve. He admired the scene where old turtle sacrificed himself to seal the Demon King Piccolo. The subsequent days of training were tedious and monotonous. Lin Yi relentlessly bore the weight of the turtle shell, running various errands, delivering milk, and assisting villagers with their chores. Everything that little Wukong had experienced, Lin Yi relived in full. If it weren't for the continuous enhancement of his strength, Lin Yi might have suspected that the old lecher was merely using him as a laborer to earn money for his adult books. Indeed, even after merging with low-tier magical creatures, was my talent still this inadequate? Lin Yi trained diligently, yet felt his progress was slower than that of Klin. In 4 years, he had only advanced as quickly as Klin had in 2. Once he had learned enough, it would be time to scale Karen Tower and procure some magical beans. As he contemplated, he concentrated all his energy into the air. Universal Sokvave. Instantly, a surge of electricity crackled in the sky, producing a piercing sound. The hours of training often seemed tedious, and in the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed since Lin Yi's arrival in this world. In the Dragon Ball timeline, 740 years had gone by, and it had been 3 years since little Wukong descended upon Earth, marking Lin Yi's graduation day. In a deserted area on the back mountain, Master Roshi stood facing Lin Yi. 8 years have passed. The foundational training of the Turtle School is complete. The path ahead relies solely on you. Now, remove your turtle shell. Lin Yi complied, shedding the heavy shell, and instantly felt as light as a cotton candy. He gently leaped, and with a bayou, he sprang into the air like a spring. Is this the fruit of my training? Upon landing, with a mere thought, multiple images of Lin Yi appeared. Multiplicity after image fist. Apart from the demon sealing wave, Master Roshi had imparted nearly all his techniques. Lin Yi felt it was time to depart. With 12 years remaining until the prophecy, he declared, Master, I shall venture forth in search of a higher martial path. Wu Tian nodded. Although Lin Yi had grown remarkably strong, he was still far from matching the Demon King Piccolo, and he had imparted all he could teach. Engage in activity, study diligently, enjoy your pursuits, savor your meals, and rest well. The Turtle School will always be with you. Lin Yi bowed to Master Roshi and turned to leave. Another reason for his departure was the recent system notification. The host has met the requirements and can merge the second gene locus. After 8 years of cultivation, having officially graduated, little Wukong was now 3 years old, and the system was activating the second gene locus. Was this not a clear invitation to integrate the Saiyan enhancement? Chapter 5, Journey to Karen Tower, the Assassin Tao Bai Bai. If I were to merge the second gene, would I also be able to transform like a Saiyan? What would I become? A pink hue? Lin Yi sat astride a jet motorcycle, lost in thought as he sped towards Karen Tower. Over the span of 8 years, the only discipline he had neglected was the art of flight. The training under Turtle Sage was exceedingly rigorous, and the old turtle showed little interest in sky techniques, which meant Lin Yi still had to drive when going out. If this continues, I should acquire a nimbus cloud as a temporary solution. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden gust of wind swept by, followed by a shadow soaring swiftly overhead. He looked up, murmuring, what was that? Did I just glimpse a flying tree? As the shadow receded into the distance, Lin Yi recalled who it was. Wasn't that Tao Bai Bai? The previous strongest contender among the Z fighters, able to ascend to the heavens with merely a footstep? This character was truly remarkable, defying even Newton's laws, capable of launching a pillar into the vastness of space. A simple bath could boil an egg, and in some respects, his prestige surpassed that of the second-generation powerhouse, Vegeta. Not to mention, he possessed a skill that instilled fear in all females, the ability to lethally lick with his tongue. General Blue, endowed with superpowers, met his demise from a fatal lick to the temple, succumbing to an ecstatic end. What was this fellow up to? At this moment, Lin Yi's strength was likely on par with Tao Bai Bai's, so he felt no trepidation and soared towards the direction of the pillar. Before long, Lin Yi arrived at a small town. While it did not compare to the bustling West City, the array of high-tech shops lining the streets dazzled him. The technology of the Dragon Ball world was truly astonishing. He stowed his flying motorcycle in a capsule and began walking, searching for traces of Tao Bai Bai. After a few minutes, a young girl, about 7 or 8 years old, came into view. Her thick blue hair was neatly styled into 2 adorable pigtails, resembling 2 blue ribbons dancing atop her head. Delicate features formed a charming face, with large eyes sparkling a bright blue, filled with curiosity and confusion. Her little nose was slightly upturned, and her mouth was shaped gently. However, at this moment, her expression was one of distress. Such a familiar sensation. As Lin gazed at the lovely girl, a sense of warmth enveloped him, as if they had met long ago. He approached her, bent down, and softly inquired, "Hello, little sister, what troubles you?" The girl, looking quite forlorn, replied, "I had a quarrel with my sister and ran away from home. I will never return. That means sister. What is your sister's name?" Lin gently stroked the little girl's hair and inquired kindly, "Tai Si, a science fiction writer. Although my sister says she wishes to become an adventurer in the future." Lin thought to himself, how young is your sister to be a writer? However, he could not quite recall who Tai Si was. "What about you?" The girl replied, "My name is Bulma." After saying this, she looked intently at Lin, seemingly apprehensive about being mocked for her name. "Bulma, Bulma," Lin repeated, his eyes growing brighter as he scooped the little girl into his arms, laughing joyfully. "Your name is Bulma. Ha ha ha." Bulma, the birthplace of dreams, Bowsy Mountain. The debuting Bulma was 16 years old, while little Goku was around 11 or 12. Though due to his ignorance of numbers, he believed himself to be 14. Presently, little Goku was merely 3 years old, making Bulma approximately 7 or 8, perfectly matching the age of the girl before him. Lin finally recalled who Tai Si was, Bulma's sister, who ventured through the cosmos alongside the galactic patrolman, Jocko. "Big brother, do you know me?" little Bulma asked. To avoid being mistaken for a creepy uncle, Lin shyly set Bulma down and replied, "I know the future you." Little Bulma looked bewildered. So Lin continued, "At such a young age, learning to run away from home. What would you do if you encounter a villain? You are the daughter of a wealthy family. If criminals discovered this, they might kidnap you for ransom. I am not afraid. I shall become a great adventurer in the future." Lin smiled as he affectionately ruffled little Bulma's hair. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. A figure was kicked and landed near Lin. "You foolish creature, daring to resist what I, Tao Bai Bai, desire." A stern-faced man with a ponytail approached Lin, mocking the man on the ground. "This orb is our store's prized possession. You dare take it without offering a penny? Is that not robbery? Money? If the employer demands 3 million for this orb, you sell it to me for 4 million. Do you think I, Tao Bai Bai, am a fool?" With that, Tao Bai Bai swiftly moved in front of the man, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The kick was intercepted by another man, who countered and sent Tao Bai Bai staggering back over 3 meters. "Who are you? Do you wish to die?" Tao Bai Bai glared at Lin, who had unexpectedly intervened, hands behind his back, frowning. Lin helped the man on the ground to his feet, his gaze flickering with intrigue at the orb in the man's arms. Dragon Ball? He never anticipated encountering the legendary Dragon Ball so soon. "I will buy this orb. You seek death." Tao Bai Bai's expression darkened with fury, only to break into a cold smirk. "For someone of your caliber, I need not even lift a finger." He confidently extended his tongue, declaring, "With just my tongue, I can kill you." Listening to the explosive lines akin to those in the original work, Lin felt a surge of sensation prickling his scalp. "For heaven's sake, just make your move already," he pleaded. "If you stick out your tongue, I might just be utterly disgusted." Enraged by his words, Tao Bai Bai lunged forward, instantaneously appearing beside Lin, delivering a kick that stirred a tempest in the air. Phantom Fist. In an instant, Lin vanished from his original position, and a figure materialized behind Tao Bai Bai. Turtle Fist. Bang! Tao Bai Bai, caught off guard, felt a dark imprint form beneath his eyes. "Ha, panda eyes. Big brother, you look so dashing." Bulma, observing the beleaguered Tao Bai Bai, burst into laughter. Seeing this, Tao Bai Bai's fury escalated as he pointed a finger accusingly at the guffawing Bulma. Dong Wave. World-defying palm. Before he could unleash the Dong Wave, a jolt of electricity coursed through him, rendering him suspended in midair, racked with pain. Damn it. It's that old lecher's technique. Struggling in the air, Tao Bai Bai turned his head to see Lin, palms outstretched, channeling energy towards him. However, Lin Yi's fighting prowess was hardly superior to Tao Bai Bai's, and with his innate resistance to supernatural abilities, he soon freed himself from the bindings. This is infuriating. Half kneeling on the ground, Tao Bai Bai panted heavily, casting a venomous glare at Lin Yi. Disciple of the old lecher, take this. As Lin Yi prepared to counter the advancing Tao Bai Bai, he witnessed the latter pivot and kick a nearby pillar. The pillar soared into the sky like a rocket. With a leap, Tao Bai Bai ascended atop the pillar, striking a charismatic pose against the wind. Kid, I shall spare you this time. Our next encounter will herald your demise. His voice dwindled as he vanished into the horizon. Truly, the original king of pressure. How extraordinarily graceful. Lin Yi couldn't help but express his admiration. Big brother, you're so handsome. Bulma, her eyes sparkling with admiration, rushed to Lin Yi's side. At that moment, the store owner limped over to Lin Yi and inquired, "Did you really say you bought it?" Lin Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. For 100,000, where would he procure such an amount? Yet, he was determined to acquire the Dragon Ball. "I bought it for Big Brother," Bulma interjected, producing a capsule and handing it to the store owner. Upon seeing it, the store owner beamed with delight, happily presenting the Dragon Ball to Lin Yi. Gazing at the Dragon Ball in his hand, Lin Yi looked over at the carefree Bulma. Indeed, she was a little heiress. Chapter 6. Farewell to Bulma. The mysterious demon clan emerges. In the restaurant, Bulma devoured fried chicken legs with gusto, some ketchup staining her face. Lin Yi, sitting opposite her, offered her a napkin to wipe the mess. He then took out the Dragon Ball and toyed with it for a while. At this moment, the Dragon Balls had been strung together by Lin Yi, with the central orb gleaming brilliantly, radiating an impressive luminosity. "This is for you," Lin Yi said as he adorned the neck of the young Bulma with a Dragon Ball necklace. "Brother Lin, isn't this what you wanted? Why give it to me?" Bulma inquired, her voice tinged with confusion. Lin Yi gently replied, "You purchased this with your own money, after all, and at present. You are in greater need of it than I am." Bulma cradled the Dragon Ball in her hands, examining it closely. "What is the purpose of this orb?" "It is known as the Dragon Ball. There's 7 of them in this world. Once someone collects all 7 and recites the incantation, 'Come forth, Shinran, and grant my wish,' they can summon the dragon. The dragon can fulfill any wish," he continued. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Bulma's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Lin Yi added, "If you can invent a device that automatically seeks out the Dragon Balls, you could become a remarkable adventurer." Bulma nodded eagerly. "I promise to create it. I want to become a great adventurer, collect all 7 Dragon Balls, and summon Shinran. What is your wish?" Lin Yi asked. Bulma wiped the tomato sauce from her mouth and declared, "I want to find a Prince Charming just like Brother Lin, strong, handsome, and devoted to protecting and guarding me for life." Lin Yi, sipping his cola, suddenly coughed, caught off guard. He had known that Bulma's wish for the Dragon Balls was to find a Prince Charming, but he had assumed it would be Yamcha, not himself. His intention in gifting Bulma the Dragon Ball was to encourage her to swiftly create the Dragon Radar, thereby embarking on a journey to seek the 7 Dragon Balls. Could it be that the Dragon Ball in Bulma's home is the one I gifted her? Lin Yi pondered, then turned to Bulma with a serious expression. "In your future, you will encounter your ideal Prince Charming, someone who is strong, handsome, proud, and self-assured, yet possesses a profound sense of responsibility. He will protect you and your family, proving to be a worthy husband, a great father, and a true man." A look of longing crossed Bulma's face. Will he be as powerful as Brother Lin? Lin Yi felt a wave of unease, realizing that while Bulma had grown into a beautiful young woman, she was still quite young, making him feel somewhat like an inappropriate figure. After their meal, Lin Yi led Bulma out of the town and dialed her father's number to arrange for her pickup. "Remember to live well and refrain from wandering off," he advised. Bulma responded with a hint of indignation. "But how can I become a great adventurer without taking risks?" Lin Yi ruffled her hair affectionately. "Focus on your studies and invent the Dragon Radar. Only then will your adventures hold meaning. Wait until you turn 16. Once you are an adult, you can embark on your journey." Bulma nodded in agreement. "Brother Lin, I promise that I will wait until I turn 16 before I go on any adventures." Lin Yi felt a sense of satisfaction and spent a little more time with Bulma before bidding her farewell when representatives from the Capsule Corporation arrived. 3 days later, he quickly traversed the surroundings, arriving near Karen Tower at last. "The ultra-divine water. I have finally arrived," he proclaimed. "In the world of Dragon Ball, there are numerous means to unleash one's potential, whether through the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls or the wisdom of the old Kai, or even the Grand Elder of Namek. Various avenues exist for potential enhancement. However, at this stage, the ultra-divine water presents itself as the most expedient method for Lin Yi to augment his combat strength. Before partaking in the water, he resolved to carry an ample supply of senzu beans. He vividly recalled the image of Goku almost succumbing to the poison of the ultra-divine water. During the Android saga, Goku's demise due to heart disease had led him to two primary conjectures. Acknowledging that an ordinary person can fortify their body to evade maladies and extend their lifespan, it was inconceivable for a formidable warrior like Goku to fall prey to illness. The virus that afflicted him must have taken hold due to his extreme vulnerability. The original narrative suggests two plausible causes. The first is the ultra-divine water. As Master Karen had warned, while it can unleash great power, it is also laced with significant toxicity, nearly sending Goku to meet his ancestors. The second is the overexertion from the Kaioken technique. In battles against Vegeta and Frieza, Goku had pushed himself beyond his limits, placing immense strain on his body and heart. His plan was to consume several Senzu beans before drinking the ultra-divine water. As Lin ventured into the primordial forest, he recalled that, according to the original story, it was inhabited by numerous primitive tribes, some of whom were valiant warriors. Among them, Upa's father, a friend of Goku, possessed formidable strength, capable of withstanding bullets with his bare flesh. Surely, there existed even more powerful beings within the tribe. Suddenly, upon entering the forest, Lin was startled by a blood-curdling scream, followed by a tremor that felt akin to an explosion. Shockwaves? He hastily sprinted toward the source, only to be met with a harrowing sight. Countless members of the primitive tribes lay lifeless in pools of blood, while surrounding structures had been ravaged by energy blasts. Lin rushed to a villager who still clung to a flicker of life, lifting him gently. As he channeled his energy to sustain the man's vitality, he inquired, "What transpired here? What have you faced?" The villager coughed up blood, his voice weak as he replied, "The orbs they took, the starry orbs." "Who are they?" Lin Yipide said. "They claim to be from the demon clan." The villager stammered, but before he could continue, his life force was extinguished. With a heavy sigh, Lin unleashed a series of energy blasts, creating deep craters to serve as graves for the innocent souls. The demon clan? How could this be? He pondered, sitting at the edge of the village, filled with a profound sense of confusion. This was utterly incongruous with the original tale. The sudden turn of events instilled a profound sense of crisis within him. The Dragon Ball world is fraught with peril, and a single misstep could lead to irrevocable doom. The demon clan, could they have accessed the Fountain of Youth and breached the gates of the demon realm? It seems unlikely, for Master Roshi and the others had ventured there previously, and the demons were unaware of the Dragon Balls. Why would they seek trouble in this insignificant corner of Earth? Could it be that King Piccolo has awakened prematurely? That too appears improbable, as Piccolo's seal would only be broken when Goku turned 15 and participated in the second martial arts tournament. Yet, all of this is merely Lin Yi's conjecture. The timelines of Dragon Ball are exceedingly convoluted. Even the slightest alteration can give rise to an entirely different future. Just considering the movies, countless parallel universes have emerged. The most plausible culprit is none other than the second Carrick, who failed in his bid for divinity against the gods. At this moment, the only entity that could potentially emerge on Earth is Carrick II, since his father's defeat in the struggle for godhood 300 years ago. He has been relentlessly seeking the secret to immortality. However, the extent of Carrick II's power remains ambiguous. As an officially created character, he lacks a reference point. But one thing is certain, he is not someone to be trifled with at present. Carrick II first appeared when Goku and Piccolo joined forces to seal him away, possessing a power level of around 400. In his second appearance, he had attained immortality, and at this point, a returning Piccolo from Namek could rival Frieza's second transformation. Frieza's first form boasts a power level of 530,000, with the second transformation reaching at least 120,000. Under the enhancements of the Demon Star, Carrick II's power level surged from 400 to an alarming parity with Piccolo's 120,000. It truly defies belief. Regardless of whether it is 400 or 120,000, encountering either at this stage would spell instant annihilation for me. Chapter 7. Training at Korin Tower. Searching for the ultra-divine water. The unexpected narrative twist caught Lin entirely off guard. He had assumed there were still 12 years before the emergence of the ultimate antagonist, King Piccolo, which would afford him ample time to develop his strength. Yet, the intrusion of the demon clan left him feeling uneasy, as if sitting on needles, pricked by thorns, and with a lump in his throat. He must swiftly elevate his power level to 500. Carrick II's initial appearance occurred prior to Raditz, with a power level barely exceeding that of Piccolo and Goku, roughly 400, as long as he is not under the amplification of the Demon Star. Achieving a power level of 500 would allow Lin to contend with him. Having practiced the manipulation of ki with Master Roshi for 8 years, Lin Yi is confident that at the same power level, he could suppress 50% of the fighters in the Dragon Ball universe. This is the allure of a martial artist. He retrieved a power level detector, a device previously utilized in the demon realm when Gula exploded. Over the years, Lin Yi has mastered its use and temporarily disabled its communication functions. Aiming the detector at himself, he flipped the switch, watching as the readings fluctuated before finally settling at 100. Is this my normal state? At present, his control over Ki is still inferior to that of Goku, who trains beyond the realm. Lin Yi once again erupted with fervor as the combat power detector fluctuated, ultimately stabilizing at 130. He felt a sense of satisfaction with this value. For an Earthling, even with the integration of low-tier demon genes, the increase was nearly negligible. Achieving a power level of 130 in just 8 years was no small feat during the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Even the young Goku had only reached 130. Old Turtle had secretly observed his combat power at 139, and in his max muscular form, it was likely around 200. Lin Yi speculated that the elder Piccolo might possess a power of 220, while his younger self could reach 260. If he were to attain a level of 500 in the next 12 years, neither King Garlic II nor the elder Piccolo would stand a chance against him. With determination, he set off to meet the cat. After dealing with the innocent villagers, he arrived at the base of Kurd Tower, gazing up at the towering structure that seemed to pierce the heavens, filled with awe. "Oh, what a magnificent tower," he mused. After reciting a short verse, Lin Yi began his arduous ascent of Kurd Tower. Lacking the technique of flight, his climb was quite challenging. As he ascended, the oxygen levels diminished and the temperature plummeted. At times, fierce winds and torrential rains battered him, and he risked being struck by lightning. Finally, after 3 days of relentless effort, Lin Yi reached the summit. Damn it! Why did it take me and Goku 3 arduous days to climb, while King Por managed it in just 3 hours? He grumbled, crossing over the railing. Before him stood a white cat, leaning on a cane and squinting at him. "Young warrior, you have endured the trials of Kurd Tower. Do you seek the power of the ultra-divine water?" "Ultra-divine water? Isn't that just a myth? What I require is the ultra-god water," Lin Yi replied with utmost seriousness. "Ultra-god water? Who are you, and how do you know of it?" the cat inquired. "My master is the martial heaven," Lin Yi stated. After a moment of contemplation, Kurd recalled, "Ah, you must be the disciple of that young man from 300 years ago, who climbed this tower to battle the demon race. He took 3 years to pass my trial and obtain the ultra-divine water. I never expected that 3 centuries later, his successor would ascend this tower." Lin Yi was not surprised that Old Turtle had taken 3 years to pass the examination. Indeed, Martial Heaven was an exceptional martial artist, albeit with modest innate talent, significantly lagging behind Crane Hermit in his youth. "Though I am uncertain how you came to know this. You too must undergo a trial to obtain the Ultra God Water." With that, he jingled a bell in his hand. "The trial is to grasp the bell I hold." Lin Yi nodded and replied, "That is acceptable. But before we proceed, could you grant me a senzu bean? I am famished after several days of climbing." "Young man, you seem to possess remarkable capabilities," the cat sage observed, narrowing his eyes as he opened a large jar filled to the brim with senzu beans. "One is sufficient to sustain you for 3 days." Lin Yi paid little mind to the consequences, swiftly grabbing a handful and stuffing it into his pockets. After all, he intended to reside here for an extended period. It was prudent to stock up. "Sage, I suggest you expand your cultivation of the spirit beans. You are quite bold, aren't you? At the very least, you ought to exchange some dried fish first," the cat sage replied, not overly restraining Lin Yi's actions. After all, he was the first in 3 centuries to ascend the Tower of Karen. The cat sage scoffed at the notion of expanding cultivation. He had stored countless jars over the centuries, a seemingly inexhaustible supply. What the cat sage did not know was that after a certain plump individual named Akairobe took residence at the tower, the spirit beans would be consumed as snacks, leading to a significant shortage during the Z period. Once he had feasted on the spirit beans, Lin Yi regained his strength and lunged for the cat sage's bell. The cat sage swiftly dodged and taunted. "Excessive movements waste precious energy, meow." Thus, Lin Yi spent an entire year attempting to grasp the bell at the Tower of Karen. A year later, he clutched the bell, leaning against the railing, while the cat sage across from him contentedly groomed his paws. "Quite impressive. You achieved this in merely a third of the time it took your teacher." Lin Yi felt his talent was lacking, only marginally surpassing that of the Old Turtle. Little Wukong had managed it in 3 days, while he had taken a full year. However, his combat prowess had reached 150, rivaling that of Sun Wukong. Throughout the year, his combat power increased by 20, but his control over his body had improved significantly, allowing him to defeat Tao Bai within 10 moves. You have endured the trial and may return now. The super divine water is poison. It will instantly kill anyone lacking a pure heart, meow. Lin Yi dismissed this warning, believing that such toxicity posed no threat to him. If necessary, he could simply ask the dragon to purge any toxins from his body later. Most importantly, he questioned his lack of purity. Seemingly aware of Lin Yi's defiance, the cat sage raised his staff and shouted to the sky, "Nimbus cloud." A massive cotton candy-like cloud floated down gracefully. Those who have passed the trial are granted a Nimbus cloud. Your teacher had once received one as well. Whether one possesses a pure heart will be revealed upon attempting to ride the Nimbus. If one cannot, the super divine water will claim your life. Without hesitation, Lin Yi leaped onto the cloud. Who in the Dragon Ball world can match my purity? I am a descendant of the Virgin Mary. The moment he landed, he felt an overwhelming softness, followed by the rush of wind. Turning his head, he noticed he was plummeting, while the Nimbus had already passed through. What is happening? How could I be deemed impure? Even when watching films, I maintain a critical perspective. The heavens bear witness. Lin Yi roared at the Nimbus, gripping the Tower of Karen tightly and swiftly climbing upwards. A few minutes later, as he climbed to the pinnacle of the tower once more, Master Cat squinted at him, acknowledging his prowess as the disciple of Master Roshi. Master Cat, I implore you to grant me the super divine water. Regarding the toxins, once I vanquish the dragon, I shall be free. The crux of the matter, which you must have also perceived, is that formidable demons have emerged beneath the Kurd Tower. The earth requires my strength, and it equally necessitates the power of the super divine water. Upon hearing this, Master Kurd fell silent for a moment before turning toward the vessel. I understand, young one. Your bravery is commendable, he remarked with a feline tone. Chapter 8. The Efficacy of the Super Divine Water. Journey to Steamed Bun Mountain. At the summit of Kurd Tower, Master Cat gazed gravely at the young man who was rolling about beneath the vessel. Young man, you must endure. To prevent Lin Yi's power from going awry, Master Cat deliberately opened the dimensional space within the vessel, allowing Lin Yi to consume the super divine water. As time ticked by, Lin Yi felt each minute stretch longer than the previous month. He was uncertain how long it had been, but he nearly succumbed to the excruciating pain, which gradually faded. Have I finally endured? Lin Yi activated his combat device, and it indicated that 6 hours had elapsed. He consumed a magical bean, and the pain throughout his body began to dissipate as a continuous surge of power flowed within him. Regrettably, lacking Saiyan genes meant that the near-death experience he had just faced would have multiplied his combat strength manifold. Exiting the dimensional realm, Lin Yi returned to Kurd Tower, suddenly sensing an immensely powerful presence. Frowning, he gazed into the distance. I sense an extraordinarily potent and malevolent energy. Master Kurd squinted and purred. Indeed, you have transformed. This power feels even mightier than that of the dreaded King Piccolo from over 300 years ago. Lin Yi produced his combat power detector and, before Master Kurd's eyes, began to unleash his energy. A wave of energy radiated from Lin Yi's body, causing Master Cat's whiskers to flutter and the surrounding clouds to tremble under its influence. The combat power detector in Lin Yi's hand fluctuated incessantly, emitting a series of beeps. 150, 160, 170, 180, 270, 280, 290, 300, 310. Ultimately, the combat value stabilized at 317. Lin Yi halted his energy release, gazing in astonishment at the reading. Little Goku's combat power reached merely 260 after consuming the super divine water. I have surpassed the Saiyans. To his surprise, through sheer determination, he had transcended the limitations of his genes. Truly, I am remarkable. Old Piccolo is now no match for me. Prior to Radit's arrival, I should have been considered the strongest on Earth. However, recalling the demons that had intruded upon the storyline, Lin Yi's earlier confidence swiftly diminished. I must elevate my power to 500 for true assurance. He turned to the cat sage and said, Karen, I shall forego the Nimbus. It bears imperfections that fail to resonate with my purity. May I exchange it for another reward? The cat sage licked a paw and mewed. You have already hoarded a multitude of divine beings. What more do you seek? I wish to meet the celestial deity, Lin Yi replied earnestly. In these times, the only place on earth that could enhance his combat prowess was the divine temple. He had yet to master the art of flight and could hardly seek out the aged crane sage. Wukong had learned the art of flight at the divine temple, and thus he too could acquire the most authentic form of this technique. Access to the celestial realm necessitated the Rui Jingu Bang, which had been taken by his master 3 centuries ago, rendering his journey to that place impossible. It suddenly dawned on Lin that he had forgotten about Baozi Mountain. With the gene slot unlocked by the system, it was time to obtain Saiyan genes from Sun Wukong. Lin retrieved a bag, and before the cat sage, filled it with a few more divine beings before departing from Karen Tower. Consider this my exchange for the Nimbus. With that, Lin vanished from the cat sage's sight. With a combat power exceeding 300, his speed was now comparable to that of small aircraft. He produced a device, pinpointing the direction of Baozi Mountain, and then sprinted at full speed, leaving a trail of smoke in his wake. As night descended, the moonlight bathed Baozi Mountain, creating a serene and mystical tableau. The trees on the mountainside rustled gently in the breeze, while the starry sky twinkled with countless stars, resembling diamonds scattered across the deep blue expanse. The peak of Baozi Mountain seemed to touch the heavens, shrouded in a veil of enigmatic mist that rendered it even more elusive and mysterious. In the distance, a bright moon hung high in the sky, reflecting in a tranquil lake, its surface shimmering like countless jewels. The stillness of the night was punctuated only by the distant croaking of frogs and the whisper of the wind, fostering an atmosphere of profound tranquility and grandeur. At the foot of the mountain, Lin sipped from a spring and caught several fish in the river, grilling them on the shore. This truly is the place where dreams begin. Gazing at the moon above, Lin felt an indescribable sensation. The lake before him was the very site from Dragon Ball's first episode, where young Goku fished with his tail. The fish roasting over his fire mirrored the very ones from that scene. After savoring several bites of the salted fish, he found it to be exquisitely delicious, far surpassing the blandness of the divine beings. Lying on the ground, he marveled at the myriad stars and the round moon overhead. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent over 9 years in the Dragon Ball realm. 8 years of training under the Turtle Sage and a year of cultivation at Karen Tower had gradually woven him into the fabric of this world. Although he cherished this realm, he still yearned to return home, pondering when he might shatter the dimensional barriers and traverse freely across all parallel worlds. The world of Dragon Ball is rife with parallel universes, and even if one were to obtain the time ring from the Kais, locating one's homeland is not guaranteed. Nevertheless, this journey has been fulfilling, allowing me to satiate the longings of my childhood. I encountered the true martial artist, Master Roshi, and also met the legendary and unparalleled warrior, Tawa, even having the privilege to embrace Bulma. As Lin murmured to himself, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him, and just as he was on the verge of slumber, he heard a series of shouts, "Goku! Goku!" In the distance, an elderly gentleman clad in a long coat, adorned with a hat and sporting a gray beard, was running while calling out. Lin was instantly jolted awake and sat up. Gohan. This old man emanated a gentle aura and was a significant influence on Goku. Though regrettably, his combat prowess did not exceed 100, ultimately falling victim to Goku's rampage in his great ape form. It is also possible that Gohan, unwilling to harm Goku, met his end beneath his feet. The exact circumstances remain a mystery to Lin Yi. He quickly approached Gohan and inquired, "Senior brother." Gohan nearly fainted from the weight of those words. "Young man, who are you?" Lin promptly produced a capsule containing the martial arts uniform of the Turtle School. You are a new disciple of Master Roshi?" Lin nodded, though he found the term senior brother rather overwhelming and amended his address, Grandpa Gohan. "I became a disciple of the Turtle School 9 years ago." Gohan nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "How is Master Roshi?" "He is quite well, still exercising every morning with the lovely ladies." Lin replied with a chuckle. "Haha, the master remains unchanged. But since he has consumed the elixir of immortality and is the mightiest man in this world, he is undoubtedly safe." Lin mused internally about the slow pace of updates over 3 centuries. By the time the Piccolo saga commenced, updates would occur every few months, and soon, Old Turtle would find himself relegated from the top tier. "What brings you out so late?" Gohan immediately explained with concern. "4 years ago, I adopted a grandson named Goku. He has always been obedient." "Always obedient? Wasn't it after he hit his head that he became compliant?" Lin remained silent, choosing instead to listen to Gohan's explanation. "I don't know why he has returned tonight. I fear he might encounter some misfortune." In the early days of the Dragon Ball world, various monstrous beings roamed, including the likes of the Tiger King, Wolf King, Dog-Headed Citizens, and the Cat King, especially in the vicinity of Mount Pozu, where numerous mountain spirits and wild creatures dwelled. Little Goku, only 4 years old, likely possessed a combat power of merely 6 or 7 points. Chapter 9. The first encounter with young Goku. The fusion of Saiyan genes completed. Lin, Yi, and Gohan searched for half an hour amidst the slopes of Mount Paozu until they finally discovered the slumbering figure of Goku. At just 4 years old, Goku wore a blissful expression, nestled atop an exceptionally large bird egg, with bubbles of snot escaping from his nose. The little one has always held a fondness for small creatures. He must have sensed that the bird's egg was close to hatching, which is likely why he waited there and inadvertently dozed off. Listening to Sun Wukong's gentle explanation, Lin Yi couldn't help but internally scoff. A love for small animals. Perhaps he prefers them cooked. It seemed that the commotion around stirred Sun Wukong from his slumber. "Grandpa!" Sun Wukong exclaimed as he leapt on his son Wufan's back. "Hello, Sun Wukong." Lin Yi approached the young one, extending his hand to clasp the tiny, soft palm. Who could have imagined that decades later, this hand, with a simple wave, could send tremors across an entire planet? "Who are you?" "I am Lin Yi, a student of the same master as your grandfather." The little Wukong's small head was filled with bewilderment. "All right, it's time to head home, little one. You cannot hatch an egg. Come back tomorrow, and it will break open on its own." With that, Sun Wufan hoisted Sun Wukong onto his back and began to walk toward their home. Lin Yi followed closely behind, gently stroking the little one's tail and surreptitiously plucking a hair from it. System, integrate Saiyan genes. Ding. Integration in progress. Integration successful. Ability acquired. Cells nearing death generate immense energy. Lin Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. After 9 arduous years, he had finally emerged from the shadows. With his innate talent and perseverance, he had swiftly ascended to Super Saiyan Green in merely 3 years. However, this gene integration did not replace his bloodline, meaning he remained fundamentally human. He wondered if he could transform like a Super Saiyan, especially since he did not possess a tail. At that moment, he was uncertain whether such a transformation was possible. After all, the combat power increase during a Super Saiyan transformation was irresistibly alluring, escalating by a staggering 50 times. Meanwhile, the drowsy young Wukong gazed at the sky and remarked, "Grandpa, the moon is so big." Indeed, the moon symbolizes longing. No matter where you are, as long as the moon shines, it signifies that Grandpa is with you. It's so round. Sun Wukong's voice gradually became less coherent as Lin Yi continued to stroke his tail, noticing the little one's gaze become vacant and his body tremble slightly. What is happening? Is he losing strength from the tail touches? Lin Yi pondered, inadvertently glancing at the full moon, his pupils dilating in realization. A full moon. How could I have forgotten this? Quickly, put Wukong down. Sun Wufan, puzzled, complied and released Wukong. Moments after being set down, Wukong's body began to swell dramatically. His eyes turned wild and fierce, pupils dilating to a deep hue. His teeth became sharp as blades, radiating a dangerous gleam. His nails transformed into razor-sharp claws, each capable of shredding steel. As the transformation progressed, Wukong's physique rapidly expanded, nearly overwhelming the mountaintop with his colossal form. In his great ape state, Sun Wukong lost all reason, driven solely by primal instinct. He let out a long howl, his voice resonating through the heavens. A mere wave of his hand could shatter a mountain, and each step he took was accompanied by tremors akin to an earthquake. What on earth is happening? Lin Yi gazed at the gargantuan gorilla before him, whose mouth was continuously emitting waves of power, escaping the reconnaissance device. 70. Indeed, it possessed the formidable tenfold Kaioken. Lin Yi explained to Sun Gohan. "Do you see the tail of Sun Wukong? Little Wukong is not from Earth." Upon hearing this, Sun Gohan recalled, "When I encountered him in my childhood, there seemed to be a spherical machine nearby. That was a spacecraft. Little Wukong is an alien, and on a full moon night, he transforms into a gorilla. To prevent his transformation, we must remove his tail." Lin Yi had always harbored regrets over Sun Gohan's demise and wished to avert such tragedies from recurring. With that, he leaped into the air, his body erupting with energy. Sun Gohan watched in awe as Lin Yi's energy intensified, feeling an overwhelming shock within. This incredible aura, how could it be? It surpassed Master Wu Tian entirely. He had initially believed his junior brother to be merely exceptionally gifted and had considered returning to take over his teacher's role. Little did he know that the other's combat prowess had reached such terrifying heights. Lin Yi jumped beside Sun Wukong and delivered a powerful kick. With a combat power exceeding 300, the colossal gorilla could not withstand the force and collapsed to the ground. Lin Yi concentrated his energy into one hand, forming a blade-like shape, and struck at Sun Wukong's tail. A deafening roar escaped Sun Wukong as he experienced immense pain. his body shrinking like a deflated balloon until he ultimately reverted to his original form. Losing the tail won't be a problem, will it? Son Gohan asked anxiously. Lin Yi reassured him he'll adapt in a few days. By the way, do you have the Rui Bang? Son Gohan nodded. Lin Yi continued, I need the Rui Bang to go to the heavenly realm. It was the first time Son Gohan had heard of the heavenly realm. Lin Yi elaborated on the formidable Demon King and the recently emerged demon race. By the time he finished explaining, they had reached the summit of Baozi Mountain, where Son Gohan's modest wooden cabin stood. After resting for a night, Lin Yi took the Rui Bang and returned to Karin Tower. Having merged with Saiyan genes, Lin Yi felt a profound change within himself. He seemed to possess boundless strength, with endurance and stamina significantly enhanced. Most importantly, there was a shift in his mindset. Previously, he had merely aimed to survive in the Dragon Ball world, but now he felt his body brimming with excitement, yearning for power and eager to engage in battle. Truly, a warrior's spirit. Lin Yi tempered his exhilaration and planted the Rui Bang into the pinnacle of Karin Tower. The cat sage watched as Lin Yi ascended alongside the elongating Rui Bang, meowing softly. As Lin Yi soared higher into the sky with the Rui Bang, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. This is a place where even airplanes cannot reach, detached from technology, governed instead by invisible rules. It is a celestial realm accessible only through a magical staff. However, due to the overwhelming energy of the inhabitants, this celestial realm has devolved into a gathering place for card games. With Lin Yi's current combat prowess, the trials before reaching the temple felt trivial, and in mere moments, he ascended to the pinnacle. Upon reaching the temple's summit, he encountered a strikingly dark-skinned figure, adorned with a white turban. His eyes were as lifeless as those of a dead fish, and his mouth bore a sausage-like grin. At that moment, he was feeding birds, but upon noticing Lin Yi, he turned around. Greetings, Earthling. Chapter 10. An intriguing plot. Is it Chark or Bick? The steadfast Bobobo, the ever-changing deity. Lin Yi scrutinized this enigmatic divine attendant. Many speculated that Bobobo was the previous high priest. Upon reading such conjecture for the first time, Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel at the audacity of such tales. The Bobobo before him appeared to be merely a deity of terrestrial caliber. Hello, Mr. Bobobo. Bobobo was taken aback. You know my name? Lin Yi Similet. And at that moment, a figure gradually emerged from behind the temple. The deity, the celestial being, bore a much kinder visage than the old Bick, radiating with divine luminosity. He gazed at Lin Yi, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Since I assumed the role of the deity, you are the first mortal from the lower realm to grace this temple. I sense your power. It is truly remarkable. Bobobo interjected, Deity, I perceive his strength has surpassed that of the great Demon King Bick from 3 centuries ago. The deity approached Lin Yi earnestly. The lower realm is on the brink of a terrifying calamity, and only you possess the means to save Earth. Lin Yi immediately recalled the demon race. Are you referring to the second Carrick? The deity shook his head. Not the second Carrick, but the great Demon King Bick. Lin Yi was taken aback. Isn't the great Demon King Bick sealed beneath the sea? Could it be that my presence has hastened the unfolding of events? However, the old Bick's combat power was merely 220, and even in his youth, it only reached 260, far surpassed by Lin Yi. The deity, observing Lin Yi's confidence, sighed. Indeed, the great Demon King Bick has been sealed beneath the sea, but this version of him is entirely different from the one I know. I sense his power, profoundly malevolent and extraordinarily potent. Lin Yi, now thoroughly perplexed, pondered the existence of 2 great demon kings. Could it be that 3 centuries ago, the old Bick laid an egg that has now matured? Such a scenario seemed absurd. If the great Demon King Bick had indeed laid an egg 3 centuries ago, it should belong to a combat-oriented Namekian, incapable of laying eggs, raising the question of how there could be other demon races. As the situation grew increasingly perplexing, Lin Yi felt as though he had ensnared himself within a cognitive trap. The deity turned towards the edge of the temple and beckoned, Follow me. Lin Yi trailed behind the divine figure until they reached the temple's periphery. Suddenly, countless clouds parted to reveal a flying vessel soaring through the air. The deity addressed Lin Yi. From this temple, one can observe the entirety of the lower realm. What you see now is the formidable King Piccolo. Atop the immense flying craft sat a grand throne, occupied by a Namekian who bore a striking resemblance to the deity, though this Namekian was in his prime, with a colossal character for demon emblazoned upon his chest. Could this truly be the egg that was regurgitated? In the original story, King Piccolo only expelled his second incarnation. Piccolo Jr., shortly before his demise, which contained all his magical essence, enabling rapid growth. However, the current king, Piccolo, remained sealed beneath the sea, implying that this creature could not possibly inherit all of Piccolo's powers, logically not exceeding a battle power of 180. Lin Yi, pondering this, retrieved his combat power detector and aimed it at the lower realm's second incarnation. The reading flashed, 5000. Lin Yi gazed in astonishment at the figure displayed on the device, his mind swirling with disbelief. How could this be possible? Even a fully realized King Piccolo, newly reborn, would only reach a battle power of 401 upon maturity. How could it be 5000? This was far beyond Raditz 300, and the narrative had become utterly disarrayed. At that moment, he spotted several familiar figures. The mixed rice trio? The deity spoke again, based on my observations over the past few days. This unexpectedly manifested Piccolo may be in search of the Dragon Balls. Lin Yi recalled the village that had been obliterated, targeted by the Demon Clan due to the Dragon Balls. Now, the quest for the Dragon Balls was exceedingly arduous, and this Piccolo had seemingly turned his attention to these three individuals, well, perhaps two humans and a dog. Indeed, the appearance of the mixed rice trio resembled that of the Demon Clan, with Ashu resembling a canine, while only Xiao Wu appeared truly human. They were likely tasked with creating a dragon radar. It was uncertain what wish he intended to make with the Dragon Balls, but Lin Yi knew he must surpass this King Piccolo before the trio could fabricate the radar. Upon hearing the deity's counsel, Lin Yi fell into deep contemplation. 8,000? Had it been earlier, he might have lacked the confidence. However, now infused with Saiyan genes, the exhilaration of confronting a powerful adversary surged within him, causing his muscles to tremble with anticipation. He felt entirely assured. Rest easy, deity. The dragon radar is not so easily constructed. It may take several years. During this time, I will undoubtedly surpass him. The deity observed Lin Yi, who was exuding a potent aura, and shook his head. Even under the guidance of Master Karen, your control over your energy is still lacking significantly. Henceforth, Bobo will instruct you on how to master your aura. Master Rashi had taught him martial techniques, while Master Cat had taught him to eliminate superfluous movements. Now, Bobo intends to teach him the art of breath control. All of this seems to be steering towards the ultimate state of freedom. Sun Wukong's several mentors are exceptionally skilled, and it is likely due to his early foundations that he can grasp the essence of the ultimate freedom technique. The celestial beings conveyed a few words to Bobo before returning to the divine temple. Lin Yi gazed at Bobo, who hovered in the air, poised to strike, and spoke before anything else, "Please teach me the art of aerial movement." "Oh, it appears you cannot fly yet," Bobo remarked as he hovered before Lin Yi. "Control your breath and concentrate it beneath your feet." Naturally, Lin Yi had no difficulty mastering his breath. He applied the principles of the Turtle School's technique to focus his energy at his feet. In an instant, a colossal shock wave gathered beneath him, propelling him into the air like a rocket. Bobo shielded his eyes and shook his head. As Lin Yi descended, he dusted himself off, admitting, "My power has been increasing too rapidly lately. I haven't had the chance to acclimate." "You must first proficiently harness your own strength," Bobo advised, plucking a hair from Lin Yi's head before making his way towards the temple. After a brief moment, a figure identical to Lin Yi emerged, following Bobo. "Defeat it, and you shall naturally learn the art of aerial movement." No sooner had he spoken than the doppelganger, with lifeless eyes, lunged at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was already aware of Bobo's abilities. Little Wukong had undergone similar trials in the temple, engaging in combat with a clone. Moreover, the dragon model had been crafted by Bobo, adding an air of mystery to his identity. The combat effectiveness of creating clones must have a limit. Otherwise, Bobo kun effortlessly conjure a destroy. Lin Yi believed this limit to be around 1,000, though this was merely his conjecture. Bang! With equal power, Lin Yi was instantly knocked back by the doppelganger. "Your mastery of strength is far too lacking," Bobo remarked from the sidelines. Lin Yi had thought that after training with Master Karen, he had completely mastered his abilities. He never expected to be bested so easily. Once more, unyielding, Lin Yi charged forward again, believing that after such extensive training with the old turtle, he should be able to defeat even a mere clone. Chapter 11. As tranquil as the sky, as swift as lightning. 2 years later, in the temple's skies, two identical figures danced in an intricate ballet, leaving trails of afterimages in their wake. Lin Yi deftly employed the aerial art, soaring through the heavens at a speed that nearly approached the threshold of sonic boom. Suddenly, he halted at the edge of the temple. Observing this, the clone immediately launched a kick. Whoosh! The smiling figure of Lin E gradually faded from view. After a mid punch, Lin E reappeared behind the clone, his hands poised to unleash a shockwave. Turtle School, energy wave. Boom! A tremendous roar resounded, and the clone was struck head-on, falling to the ground blackened, as if charred. Lin E exhaled a sigh of relief as he descended from the air. At that moment, Bobo stepped forward, expressing satisfaction. Your combat skills and control over energy have far surpassed the clones I created. He continued, next, we shall proceed to the second aspect of your daily training, agility. Upon finishing his words, the skies above the temple became shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Lin Yi's daily training was divided into 3 phases. The first phase involved sparring with the clone, while the second phase, which was currently underway, involved enduring lightning strikes. As bolts of lightning descended, Lin Yi moved with such swiftness that he appeared as mere afterimages, evading the strikes time and again. This was the culmination of 2 years of relentless training. In the beginning, Lin Yi had been struck by lightning almost daily. 2 hours later, the dark clouds dispersed, and Lin Yi landed on the ground, unscathed. You have achieved a speed surpassing that of lightning, Mr. Bobo remarked as he approached, holding a measuring device that displayed a value of 2,500. Over the course of 2 years, through Bobo's training and the merging of Saiyan genes, Lin Yi had elevated his power from 317 to an impressive 2,500. With absolute control over his strength, he felt confident in facing 10 opponents from Frisia's army, each possessing the same level of power. This was the fruit of his labor. In battle, one cannot solely rely on combat power. Under equal conditions, Goku's might could easily subdue Gohan. The Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Jiren were evenly matched in terms of energy, with the distinction lying in their control over that energy. The final training segment was enveloped in a tranquility akin to the heavens. Lin Yi adjusted his breathing, allowing his energy to stabilize. The atmosphere was so still that a pin could have dropped without a sound. Bobo's combat device continuously registered lower values: 2,500, 2,400, 2,300, 1,300, 1,200, 700, 300. Ultimately, the readings settled at 230. Lin Yi opened his eyes, having attained complete mastery over his energy. The value of 230 represented his most balanced state, optimizing the retention of energy within, preventing any leakage. Naturally, should he wish to exert control, he could suppress his energy to 0, rendering him undetectable by any device from Frisia's army. On the subject of energy manipulation, the Z fighters of Earth served as the progenitors, while warriors from the cosmos overly relied on machinery. Vegeta's greatest lesson during his time on Earth was the mastery of energy control. Observing the serene Lin Yi, Bobo spoke. You have achieved a speed akin to lightning and a tranquility reminiscent of the sky. For Lin Yi, who had integrated Saiyan genes, attaining such tranquility was even more challenging than enhancing combat power, as the inherent restlessness of his warrior lineage made tranquility elusive. Thanks to Bobo, you transported me back 300 years in time, allowing me to meet Master Wu Tai Do. The most extraordinary aspect of the temple is the time clock, which enabled Lin Yi, much like the young Monkey King, to journey into the past and receive 3 months of instruction from Master Wu Tai Do. This experience has elevated his understanding of Qi to a level comparable to that of the martial arts masters, Master Rashi and Master Crane. Mr. Lin Yi, the time clock merely reveals the shadows of the past. You have not genuinely traversed time. Time travel is a grave transgression, and what you experience within the time clock is but an illusion intended solely to empower you to learn the control of Qi from Wu Tian-Do. Lin Yi was well aware that time travel is strictly forbidden. The temple, being a subordinate unit of the divine realm, would never flout the law. He had once attempted to assist Wu Tai-Do in battling Piccolo Daimao, and with his current strength, he could have nearly obliterated him in an instant. However, upon returning from the time clock's influence, he discovered that nothing had truly changed. All that he had done existed solely within the confines of his mind. With today's training concluded, tomorrow he would, as you suggested, be sent to the Science planet. It seemed that the divine being had uncovered something, prompting him to enter the temple. Upon hearing Bobo's words, Lin Yi proceeded directly to the temple. Upon entering, he found the deity wearing a grave expression. Had the fusion trio completed the Dragon Ball radar? The fully functional Dragon Ball radar had yet to be produced, but they had managed to create a prototype. Piccolo appeared to be unable to contain his impatience. The deity approached a large vat filled with water and tapped its surface with his wooden staff. Instantly, the water shimmered, only to settle back into tranquility moments later. The visage of Piccolo, brimming with arrogance, emerged on the water's surface, with the fusion trio standing beneath him. Before them stood an enormous instrument, displaying a map. Unlike the exquisite Dragon Ball radar crafted by Bulma, this one was nearly the size of a room. At that moment, a circle appeared on the map, and the fusion trio was engaged in explaining something to Piccolo regarding it. The deity elaborated. The Dragon Ball radar is not yet complete, but it possesses basic functionality. They have set it to track based on the location of the very first Dragon Ball. It can now locate a Dragon Ball within a radius of 10 kilometers. Lin-Yi gazed at the circle, realizing that it represented a 10-kilometer range. Compared to the later radar, which could pinpoint locations within mere meters, this was indeed quite rudimentary. However, considering that it was still 7 years until the Dragon Ball saga began, the creation of such a radar was commendable. Piccolo, unable to restrain himself any longer, began utilizing this incomplete Dragon Ball radar to search for the Dragon Balls. Once he arrived at the designated location, he would unleash a relentless barrage in a 10-mile radius, scouring both sky and sea in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Now he has gathered 3 Dragon Balls, a cost that has resulted in countless Earthlings perishing beneath their shockwaves. Upon hearing this, Lin-Yi's expression began to grow solemn. Should Piccolo succeed in collecting the Dragon Balls and wish for immortality, his chances of victory would be utterly diminished. However, the divine power of the Earth-S dragon is limited. Thus, the so-called immortality is not without constraints, and it is still possible to be vanquished once a certain level of strength is attained. True immortality requires the Super Dragon Balls, crafted by the Dragon God Shalma. Lin-Yi, based on my conjecture, has a little over a year before Piccolo completes the collection of the Dragon Balls. To this, Lin-Yi responded directly. Compress the training time. Utilize the time bell to transport me to the Saiyan planet immediately. Chapter 12. The Time Bell, Battling the Ancient Saiyans. Lin-Yi donned the specially crafted martial arts attire provided by the deity, feeling as though he had encased himself in leaden weights. The time bell can only simulate the mental realm, not facilitate true time travel. Thus, to mimic the tenfold gravity of the Saiyan planet, he specifically wore a training suit designed for such conditions. At that moment, the training suit Lin-Yi wore was not the same as the one Goku had donned. He had requested the deity to simulate tenfold gravity, resulting in a bespoke suit. Even with a battle power reaching 2,500, the immense gravity remained quite taxing. Unaccustomed to such overwhelming weight, Lin-Yi initially struggled to adapt. However, having integrated Saiyan genes, this gravity effectively awakened his combat instincts. "Mr. Bobo, I am prepared," Lin-Yi declared, standing in a room enveloped by the rhythmic ticking of clocks, creating an illusion of being ensnared within a labyrinth of time. The walls were adorned with an array of clocks, each possessing unique appearances and characteristics, forming a gallery of time. The clocks varied greatly. Some were ancient pendulum clocks, supported by dark wooden frames intricately etched with exquisite patterns and curves. Others resembled spaceships or alien creatures, seemingly originating from different realms of time and space. The intermingling ticks generated a marvelous harmony, as if time itself had been crystallized within this chamber. Bobo approached the largest clock face, stating, "It begins." As he began to manipulate the clock's hands, Lin-Yi felt the surrounding space shift incessantly. The heavens and earth world, and the fabric of reality before him began to warp, as if his body were being drawn by an immense force. Bobo's figure gradually faded, resembling a wisp of smoke dissipating into the ether. Ultimately, Lin-Yi's feet touched solid ground, and he found himself amidst a desolate ruin. The vast expanse of wreckage stretched to the horizon, its edges seemingly vanishing into the distant skyline. Towering remnants of buildings loomed around him, their shattered walls and collapsed roofs scattered like colossal stones across the earth. A heavy silence pervaded the ruined environment, pierced only by the faint whisper of the wind and the occasional echo from afar. The ground, buried and eroded by the relentless decay of time, glimmered with a pallid dust. The light from the sky filtered through the dense clouds, casting indistinct shadows upon the ruins. Is this indeed the planet of the Saiyans? It is truly a harsh place. Lin-Yi stood amidst the debris, feeling the echoes of history and the passage of time. He moved his body slightly, striving to acclimate to the surrounding gravity. At that moment, an eerie laughter echoed from afar. He beheld a Saiyan clad in animal hide, a tail wrapped around his waist, emerging step by step from the remnants of the wreckage. Unexpectedly, there were others from different planets. Just in time, a few more slaves were needed to sell, and he could serve as a filler. Before Lin-Yi could utter a word, the adversary surged forward, launching himself at him. Truly a barbaric race. The surrounding space trembled as countless electric currents manifested in the air, weaving a vast net that surged towards the Saiyan. 10,000 nations, shocking palm. A mere trifling skill. The Saiyan tore through the electric web with both hands, instantly appearing behind Lin Yi, striking towards his waist. Observing this, Lin Yi formed a blade of energy with one hand and swiftly aimed at the opponent's arm. With a sharp sound, the Scion's arm was inflicted with a grievous wound, while Lin Yi's waist was pierced by a powerful arm. How could this be? Lin Yi had assumed the opponent would evade the attack. To his astonishment, the Scion disregarded his onslaught and engaged in a direct confrontation. Indeed, they were a warlike people, ferocious. Lin Yi's vision darkened as the environment around him shifted. When the pain in his body gradually subsided, he could vaguely discern the scene before him. It was still the same room, and he stood in the same posture, though his training attire felt slightly lighter than before. The clock ticked rhythmically, and Bobo's figure gradually came into focus. 3 minutes, quite impressive. Lin Yi felt a heaviness in his heart upon hearing Bobo's words. Had he only lasted 3 minutes? The Scions, seasoned in combat, possessed extensive battle experience and had grown up under the tenfold gravity of planet Vegeta, adapting to the pressure far more rapidly than he could. Although Mr. Lin Yi had achieved a high level in movement techniques, martial arts maneuvers, and the utilization of energy, he lacked practical combat experience. He acknowledged that even the 2 years spent battling against his clones had merely served to hone his fighting skills. The Scion's reckless combat style, inflicting 1,000 wounds on the enemy while sustaining 800 on himself, had caught him completely off guard. Bobo, what was the combat power of that Scion just now? Similar to what you saw with King Piccolo, 5,000. Next, I will select different Scions for you to battle, allowing you to adapt to various combat styles and cultivate genuine practical experience. All will possess a combat power of 5,000. Lin Yi wholeheartedly agreed with Bobo's training methodology and retrieved a sense of being from his pocket, consuming it. Though he had not sustained any injuries moments ago, the exhaustion of his mental fortitude had nearly rendered him completely spent. A Scion with a combat power of 5,000 could be considered of moderate strength. In contrast, Vegeta, with over 20,000 in battle power, stood as one of the elite geniuses among Scions. His father, King Vegeta, and Bazak both possessed battle powers exceeding 10,000. After consuming a sense of being, Lin Yi felt his strength rejuvenate. Indeed, it merely restored his power without significantly augmenting his combat capability. Over the past 2 years, he had attempted to exploit the Scion death bug to enhance his strength, yet the results were meager. He had only narrowly escaped death once, struck by his own clone, and was rescued by Popo, resulting in a dramatic increase in his power from 800 to 1,400. According to Lin Yi's understanding, this passive enhancement had 2 limitations. First, teetering on the brink of death was exceedingly difficult to control. Inducing the passive effect on oneself was a challenge. Too light yielded no effect, while too severe resulted in outright demise. Just as Vegeta struggled to activate his passive abilities alone, he had to rely on Krillin's intervention on Namek. Second, the passive effect could not be consistently invoked. It must be complemented by rigorous training. The immense energy generated by the Scion passive was dormant within one's cells, waiting to be unleashed through prior exertions. For instance, when Goku trained in the gravity chamber, he achieved a passive power of 90,000, but the latent energy had always been within him, only surfacing when he was nearly defeated by Jinyu. Upon recovery, his power surged from 90,000 to a staggering 3 million in his base form, ready to confront Frieza in his 3rd transformation. However, should Goku attempt to activate this passive again, the effects might not be as pronounced unless he faced Frieza again, pushing his body to grow rapidly under extreme pressure. Mr. Popo, let us continue. 2 years later, with 5 years remaining until the beginning of Dragon Ball, Lin Yi found himself in a room of time, confronting 10 Scions with a combat power of 5,000. In a flash, he appeared behind several of them. Multiplication, after-image fist, Kamehameha, boom! The 10 Scions vanished into thin air. Lin Yi exhaled deeply, his body gradually dissipating, ultimately returning to the confines of the room of time. Indeed, the Scion genes were remarkable. Within 2 years, his battle power had reached 8,000. When Son Goku returned from the King Kai, his baseline combat power was also 8,000. Now, Lin Yi was confident in his ability to swiftly defeat the likes of the 5,000 power King Piccolo. Should he utilize the Kaioken, his power could surpass 20,000. However, the strain on the body was considerable. Like Goku, He had ingested the toxic super divine water, and overexerting himself with the Kaioken could lead to a heart condition. There was no need to learn the Kaioken, especially since he could not even ride the flying Nimbus, and he doubted he could harness the spirit bomb either. There would be no necessity to return to King Kai's planet. The spirit bomb could only be wielded by those with pure hearts, and theoretically, he should be capable of using it. Regrettably, his traversal into this Dragon Ball world came with a quirk that obscured his purity. Mr. Popo is not here. He surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of Mr. Popo in the room. He rose and approached the clock, casually adjusting its hands. Could this device reveal the past? Chapter 13. The mysterious ancient deity, bridging time and space. Each previous encounter with the Saiyans had relied on Bobo's manipulation of this very mechanism. He observed Mr. Bobo for 2 years and came to understand it. As he incessantly turned the hands, time flowed backward. Might it illuminate the cause of the Saiyans' annihilation? According to the original narrative, it was Frieza who brought about their demise. Yet, responsibility cannot solely rest upon Frieza's shoulders. The god of destruction had explicitly stated that he had commanded Frieza to obliterate the Saiyan planet. Frieza was merely a tool in this grand scheme. The primary blame lay with King Vegeta, who failed to offer the finest pillow to the god of destruction, keeping it for himself. If in this world, planet Vegeta had not been destroyed by Frieza, would it imply that this realm is devoid of a god of destruction? In the Dragon Ball Super universe, such deities exist, yet in the GT world, they are absent. Indeed, certain lesser realms lack formidable divine beings. He sought to reverse engineer the situation, pondering whether a god of destruction truly existed in this world. As the hands of the clock fluctuated, time continued to recede until it ultimately reached the eve of the Saiyan planet's annihilation. Indeed, my hypothesis was correct. He gazed ahead with excitement. Above a colossal planet, the deity of the Saiyan world donned a cloak and gazed heavenward in prayer. The Saiyan race was inherently malevolent. They fought and destroyed without restraint. They were a people born for battle, having arrived on our planet and driven away the indigenous inhabitants, wreaking havoc on the ecosystem. They were sinners, demons, an immense evil that ought not to exist in this universe. Listening to the deity's incessant prayers, He understood the purpose behind them. Planet Vegeta was not the Saiyans' original home. Their mother planet had been ravaged beyond recovery and had perished, leading the entirety of the Saiyan race to migrate to this new world. Yet, their brutality persisted. The natives were nearly exterminated during their transformation into giant apes at full moon, an atrocity so grave that even the deity of this planet could not bear witness. As anticipated, the deity summoned countless colossal meteors, hurling them toward the Saiyan planet. In the face of cosmic calamity, the Saiyan world was obliterated. Vegeta and Goku emerged as the last remnants of their race. Did the deity indeed summon meteors? This aligned with what King Kai had initially stated. It was not Frieza who brought about the destruction, leading to an inference that there was an 80% probability that this timeline lacked a god of destruction. If such a deity existed, surely they would have intervened before the deity summoned the meteors, and Frieza would have annihilated the planet beforehand. This revelation brought solace. The capricious nature of the time-traveling Beerus posed a grave risk, and an inadvertent misstep could lead to wholesale devastation alongside the entire planet. This world resembles a universe akin to that of GT, which elucidates why the time patrolman's son, Wukong, ventured into this cosmos without attracting anyone's notice. He continued to adjust the time dial, swiftly arriving at the moment he typically engaged in his training. It was also the period when the Saiyan planet was most populous. What might lie ahead as he pressed forward? Undeterred, he persisted in turning the dial, hastening the momentum of his temporal fluctuations, pushing time ever further into the past. A century, 3 centuries, 5 centuries. 100,000 years, 500,000 years. 1,000,000 years, 10 million years. 10 million years ago marked the era of the birth of the Moro. The origin of the creature, Majin Buu, remains shrouded in mystery. Known only to be from the primordial age, Bibidi merely unsealed the demon rather than creating it. Yet, the sorcerer Bibidi, in his arrogance, boasted of having birthed the demon. Why couldn't he halt this relentless journey? He was drenched in cold sweat as he found himself unable to control the hands of the timepiece. It spun relentlessly on its own. How far back had he regressed? After an indeterminate span, the hands finally ceased their movement, and he surveyed the surrounding cosmos, feeling utterly alienated. At that moment, an aura that sent shivers down his spine manifested. Turning his gaze, he beheld a figure clad in battle attire, soaring through the void of space. a species capable of surviving in the universe? It appeared as though the figures before him were oblivious to Lin Yi's presence, passing straight through him. His form felt almost translucent, ripples emanating from his being. This was merely a projection within the fabric of time and space, not a genuine return to the past. Perhaps the power of the timepiece was limited. In this distant primordial past, Lin Yi had lost both his corporeal form and the ability to engage in combat. Suddenly, a familiar aura enveloped him, and Lin Yi gasped. Was this the essence of a Saiyan? How could such an ancient epic still resonate with Saiyan energy? Following this trail, he traversed to a vast expanse of the cosmos. In this void, a woman of breathtaking beauty materialized, her skin as pure as jade, seemingly sculpted by moonlight itself, emanating a divine presence that made the surrounding space tremble. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, billowing gracefully in the breeze, akin to delicate silver silk. Each strand shimmered faintly, like stars adorning her crown. Her eyes, cold and profound as ice, concealed boundless wisdom and power, glinting with a mysterious light that sent chills down the spine, as if capable of piercing through all veils of reality. Her visage transcended the limits of human comprehension, appearing as a trace left by deities upon the earth. This was indeed the essence of a Saiyan, vast and majestic, akin to that of a divine being. Lin Yi embodies the Saiyan genes of Sun Wukong, but beyond that, he possesses an even more advanced genetic lineage, that of the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly. As he senses the presence of the female Saiyan before him, it becomes evident that she does not belong to either of the previous categories. Her aura is more primal and powerful, compelling Lin Yi to instinctively revere her. Moreover, there exists an essence of divinity within her presence. Lin Yi had previously encountered the aura of a deity on Earth, albeit faintly. Yet the lofty, cosmic force that symbolizes order and rules was undeniably palpable. The female Saiyan before him emanated a profound divine energy, leading Lin Yi to believe that even a god of destruction or an angel would pale in comparison. In the midst of his astonishment, the enchanting woman opened her eyes and directed her gaze toward Lin Yi's position. Across countless epochs, someone dares to spy on me from the future? Fascinating. What transpires in your time? As she spoke, she instantaneously appeared beside Lin, mere centimeters separating them. In this void, I sense a gaze from the future. You stand here, do you not? With her words, Lin Yi felt his entire body quivering in trepidation. It was inconceivable. The clock of time merely simulated images, akin to watching a 3D movie, the visuals merely manifesting in his mind. How could she possibly perceive him? Lin Yi's heart screamed in disbelief, akin to watching a television drama at home when suddenly a character addresses you directly, claiming to see you. The horror was palpable. So feeble, such a delicate presence. How do you dare to intrude upon me? She stated, extending a finger toward Lin Yi. Terrified, he felt as if his very soul had fled, and he exerted all his strength to escape this void. Just as he unleashed his full power, the woman displayed a flicker of astonishment, exclaiming softly, a Saiyan-S essence. Though it is but a whisper, she smiled. Intriguing, little one, await me in the future. With that, she gestured in the void, and Lin Yi sensed a unique force traverse countless dimensions, landing upon his left shoulder. With a soft thud, this sound seemed to herald the commencement of an unraveling. The environment around Lin Yi began to collapse instantaneously, as if the entirety of reality had transformed into a vast pane of glass, shattering into innumerable shards. In that moment of disintegration, time blurred and space warped. Scenes flashed before his eyes at dizzying speed. He felt as though he were adrift in a vortex of time and space, his body uncontrollably drifting between different realities. Ultimately, as the chaos and confusion began to subside, Lin Yi found himself back in his original room. This chamber remained encircled by a myriad of clocks, yet at that moment, they seemed to have ceased their ticking, time appearing to have crystallized. Before him stood the great clock of time, its hands poised for adjustment, while Bobo, armed with a tool, gazed at him with concern. The world clock had malfunctioned, and, as I attempted repairs, I discovered you manipulating the hands. Are you all right? Chapter 14. The Resolution of Master Roshi and the Incomplete Magic Sealing Wave. Lin Yi gasped for breath. The brief moments had drenched him in sweat. Mr. Bobo, I believe I glimpsed an ancient deity, and I sensed the essence of a Saiyan within her. It seems she noticed my presence. Impossible, Bobo retorted. The clock of time merely gathers information and projects it to you. Clearly skeptical, Bobo added, this device is not as powerful as you imagine. Think of this room as a large projection. Lin Yi nodded, acknowledging the possibility that the earlier chaos had been a mere equipment malfunction. He touched his shoulder, a wave of heat coursing through him. How can this be? After 2 years of battling Saiyans, even in death, he had emerged unscathed upon awakening, suffering only from mental exhaustion. All of this was merely an illusion within his mind. Removing his shirt, Lin Yi revealed a peculiar pattern on his shoulder, as if branded upon him. This is truly real. He could scarcely fathom the existence that could traverse countless light years and epochs, leaving such a mark upon him. While Lin Yi remained in awe of the might of the nameless deity, another earthly divine being rushed in, flustered. Lin Yi, King Piccolo is on the verge of collecting the last Dragon Ball. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi urged, quickly, relieve me of my burdens. The deity extended a finger towards Lin Yi, and a unique energy enveloped him, removing the weighted clothing. The powers of planet Namek, akin to magic, now unencumbered. Lin Yi soared towards the lower realms without a second thought. Through his mastery of ki, he could locate King Piccolo's position even without a combat power detector. Within Master Roshi's abode, he and fortune teller Baba sat solemnly at a table, the gravity of the situation evident on their faces. Before them floated Baba's crystal ball, revealing the image of King Piccolo, who had nearly gathered the final Dragon Ball. Master Roshi nodded thoughtfully. So, it is true that gathering all 7 Dragon Balls can summon Shenron to grant any wish? Indeed, Baba responded earnestly. This ancient legend is known to very few in the world today. I must hurry to thwart King Piccolo. If he realizes his wish, this world will plunge into eternal darkness. Wuqian, you will perish. The turtle sage, rare in donning his martial arts attire, adjusted the corners of his robe. Master Tedu once proclaimed that if one yearns for peace, one must be prepared for battle. Come fort, wirewin tartor. In the distance, a small turtle spun through the air like a fan, buoyed by powerful gusts of wind. The turtle sage leapt onto the back of the whirlwind turtle, saying, Sister, please take good care of old sea turtle and the immortal bird. If the opportunity arises, assist me in laying them to rest beside Fong Fong. With that, he guided the whirlwind turtle and vanished into the horizon. Take care, Master Wuqian. An elderly sea turtle beside him waved its front claws towards the disappearing figure of the turtle sage, tears trickling down its eyes. In a distant corner of Earth, a colossal spaceship hovered atop a mountain peak. A robotic creature resembling a crab extended a claw, delving deeper into the mountains. Moments later, a tremor shook the ground, prompting the robot to retract its arms swiftly, revealing a Dragon Ball clutched in its metallic grasp. Lord Piccolo, I have found the last Dragon Ball. The cover of the robot's front opened, and a man with a dog-like head leaped out. At that moment, on the spaceship's deck, a demon lord, strikingly similar to a celestial being, stood there like a deity of darkness. Excellent. Now I shall possess the gift of eternal life. With a mere gesture, the Dragon Ball floated into the air, drawn towards the demon lord by an unseen force. Pila, approaching the dog-headed Ashu, inquired, Where has the demon lord concealed the Dragon Ball? The radar indicates it is nearby, yet we cannot locate it. Lower your voice. The demon lord is surely wary of us, fearful that we might abscond with the Dragon Ball, Ashu replied. Had I known about the miraculous Dragon Balls earlier, King Pila would have long since conquered the world. Pila continued his incessant chatter beside Ashu when suddenly a laser beam struck nearby, startling him nearly into the air. Lord Piccolo, with one hand clenched in the air and the other pointing menacingly at Pila, declared, I was intending to eliminate you, but to celebrate my imminent immortality. I shall spare your lives. From now on, you shall assist me in developing my spaceship. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Pila managed a forced smile. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. Piccolo, with a sinister grin, ascended into the sky, soaring towards a distant clearing. Here shall suffice, he proclaimed. Just as he finished, a fierce wind swept through. The demon lord looked up to see a turtle spinning like a helicopter rotor, atop which sat an elderly man with a grizzled beard, racing towards them. How intriguing! The Dark Lord extended his tongue, which seemed capable of limitless elongation, to lick the Dragon Ball perched at his fingertips, drawing it back into his mouth and swallowing it whole. Master Roshi soared above the Dark Lord and leaped down. It truly is you, King Piccolo. The Dark Lord gazed at Master Roshi and chuckled. Old man, I remember you. It seems you have grown considerably stronger. Master Roshi furrowed his brow. Ever since encountering Lin Yi, he had become aware of the impending crisis and had begun to train. After 3 centuries of neglect, it took a considerable amount of time for his rusted body to regain its former strength. For centuries, He had been preoccupied with searching for the demon clan, leaving his cultivation aspirations unattended. 300 years ago, my appearance was entirely different. How could he recognize me? Pondering this, Master Roshi assumed an offensive stance. Though I am unaware of why you have arrived 8 years ahead of the prophecy, I shall not allow you to endanger the world. With that, he retrieved a seemingly ordinary capsule from his robe, infused with an air of mystery. Without hesitation, he hurled it forth. With a resounding crash, a blinding flash of light erupted, and a clay pot materialized on the ground. To his astonishment, this pot was unlike any ordinary vessel. Its surface radiated mysterious runes and peculiar patterns, seemingly containing immense power. Just as Master Roshi prepared himself to channel his energy, a shock wave suddenly exploded, creating a deep crater beside him. Debris scattered, dust filled the air, and a deafening roar reverberated across the battlefield. You think to use the Demon Seal Wave? Do you take this Dark Lord for a fool? The mocking voice of the Dark Lord echoed, dripping with derision and menace. Master Roshi's countenance turned ashen. He had not anticipated King Piccolo's vigilance. This time he had opted for a clay pot instead of an electric cooker, yet he was still detected. How did you know this was the Demon Seal Wave? Chapter 15. In a critical moment, Lin Fan makes his entrance. Despairing, are we? Afraid? King Piccolo revealed a cruel smile. I relish the taste of despair upon faces. Once I obtain immortality, I shall plunge the entire universe into this abyss of fear. With that, he pointed a finger towards Master Roshi, and a slender beam of light shot forth. Upon witnessing this, Master Roshi swiftly leaped aside, a black hole materializing in his wake, emitting tendrils of green smoke. Oh, this old man is considerably stronger than the one who sealed me away years ago, Piccolo remarked with a playful smirk. Master Roshi's expression grew grave. Having witnessed King Piccolo's strength through the crystal ball, he realized it far surpassed his previous impressions. To conquer the world so easily, you must first step over my old bones. Suddenly, Master Roshi shed his robe, revealing his white undershirt. The muscles of his entire body began to swell rapidly, as if inflated, with muscle groups prominently bulging beneath the skin, their contours distinctly visible. The once slender physique swiftly transformed, emanating a palpable sense of strength. The muscle lines on his arms quivered slightly, showcasing their tautness. Master Roshi's pectorals, abdominals, and arms surged with an overwhelming force, seemingly brimming with boundless power. The muscles of his back were well-defined, poised to unleash tremendous strength at any moment. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lin E hurried along, holding a detector whose readings fluctuated incessantly. Beside the formidable King Piccolo, an astonishing battle power was registered at an incredible 1,300. Who could possibly possess such strength? He struggled to comprehend who on earth could attain such terrifying battle prowess. Although in the realm of time and space, Krillin, 10, and Master Roshi had surpassed even the Super Saiyan levels, the true extent of Chao Shan's power remained unknown. Logically, King Piccolo should still be the pinnacle of strength on Earth. What was happening? Why had everything deviated from the original storyline? While Lin E regarded the 1,300 battle power with a degree of disdain, it nevertheless instilled a profound sense of crisis within him. The greatest advantage he possessed in this world was not the system. In the Dragon Ball universe, the power of the Dragon Balls was the ultimate cheat. The fusion of genes through the system, whether from the Super Dragon Balls or the enigmatic technologies of the Dragon Ball world, could accomplish extraordinary feats. His most significant advantage lay in his familiarity with the plot trajectory, which allowed him to navigate risks prudently. Yet, the sudden intrusion of the Demon King's offspring and this mysterious figure with a battle power of 1,300 left him utterly bewildered. This energy felt eerily familiar. Who could it be? Lin E quickened his pace, leaving a torn path across the clouds above. That old fellow. I truly underestimated you. The Demon King smirked disdainfully, suddenly unleashing laser beams from his eyes towards Master Roshi. Drawing upon years of combat experience, almost instinctively, Master Roshi evaded the incoming beams, propelling himself forward to stand beside King Piccolo. He extended his leg, delivering a kick aimed at the Demon King's waist. Boom! King Piccolo remained utterly unmoved, effortlessly blocking Master Roshi's foot with one hand. You have the technique, but you're still lacking in power, he remarked. With that, he opened his mouth, unleashing a colossal wave of energy imbued with destructive force towards Master Roshi. Boom! Master Roshi was sent flying, eventually stabilizing himself amidst a shower of debris. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Super Kamehameha, he shouted, channeling all his strength into his hands. A tremendous force began to coalesce into a small sphere of light, which rapidly expanded. Go! Like a nuclear explosion, a massive mushroom cloud erupted from King Piccolo, causing the entire mountain to tremble. After unleashing the Kamehameha, Master Roshi felt nearly depleted of energy, yet he resolutely fought to remain standing. He witnessed the terrifying might of the Dark Overlord, realizing that even if he unleashed the full force of his Kamehameha, he would be unable to vanquish him. Master Roshi once again retrieved a capsule from his pocket, placing it upon the ground, and a magic jar materialized before him. Had the Demon Seal wave been successful in its initial attempt, he might have survived with his remaining strength, but now, the chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Nevertheless, despite his grim thoughts, Master Roshi exhibited no hesitation. For over 3 centuries, since witnessing his mentor, Master Potato, perish before his eyes, he had prepared himself for this moment. I do not know what manner of monster you are, but this ends now. Demon Salvave. A colossal sphere of dark energy erupted from Master Roshi's hands, colliding with the smoke generated by the Kamehameha, warping the entire space around them. The distortion resembled twisted dough, and a monster was stretched and contorted in the air before being sealed within a magic jar. Did it succeed? Master Roshi murmured, his body swaying as he summoned his final reserves of strength to retrieve a talisman and seal the jar's opening. Just as he was on the brink of collapse, a voice emerged from the smoke. To my astonishment, you possess such abilities. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of a frog shielding me, I might have indeed met my demise. Infuriating. Having failed to seal the Demon King Piccolo, Master Roshi lay on the ground, not yet succumbing to exhaustion. He helplessly watched as the tyrant advanced toward him step by step. Why are you lying there? A beam of light shot from Piccolo's fingertip, piercing through Master Roshi's shoulder blade. A scream of agony echoed as Master Roshi lay bleeding on the ground. What a delightful sound. Now, where shall we go next? Another beam of light struck the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, and Master Roshi's form vanished from sight. Who is it? The expression on Piccolo's face shifted as he turned to see Lin Yi in the distance, carefully cradling Master Roshi and gently placing him on ground. Teacher, it truly is you. Lin Yi had sensed that immense aura was strikingly familiar, but he hadn't anticipated it belonged to Master Roshi. Lin Yi, flee quickly. He is not the Piccolo of before. His power is vastly superior. Go train, and do not seek vengeance for the next decade. Master Roshi coughed up blood, but at that moment, he cared little for his own fate. He was determined to preserve Lin Yi, the last flickering flame of hope for Earth. Master Potato, quickly consume the senza bean. I will handle the rest. Lin Yi placed the senza bean in Master Roshi's mouth and laid him flat on the ground before turning to face the Demon King Piccolo. The Piccolo before him was even more malevolent than he had imagined, exuding an aura of savage ferocity. You little brat. Piccolo's sentence was cut short as Lin Yi's figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, a figure appeared before Piccolo, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Demon King flying. How could this be possible? As Piccolo soared through the air, his mind was filled with disbelief. How could such strength exist on Earth? Boom! Before he could finish his thoughts, a shockwave surged towards him with explosive force. Chapter 16. The terror not belonging to this time and space, the Dragon Clan Namekian. A thunderous explosion echoed from afar as Master Roshi stared in astonishment at the formidable Lin Yi. He never imagined that the boy he once knew had grown to such a formidable extent. In the midst of battle, Lin Yi stood confidently, while the sight of the explosion left Piccolo enveloped in smoke. Lin Yi did not grant Piccolo a moment to retaliate. He closed the distance and unleashed a barrage of iron fists. With a battle power of 8,000 against 5,000, and Lin Yi's combat experience honed to perfection in the temple, Piccolo had no means to defend himself against the relentless onslaught. Who are you? Piccolo inquired, wiping the purple blood from his wounds, his expression grave as he regarded Lin Yi. I am the one who will end your life. Though Lin Yi had merged with Scion cells, he was acutely aware that the boss entities were merely the result of the Scion's lineage. He offered no further explanation, instead firing a wave of energy towards Piccolo. Thud! A deep, resounding explosion ensued, leaving one of Piccolo's arms charred and hanging limply. This is where it ends. Demon King 2. What remains to be seen is whether you have inherited the life chain of the old Piccolo. It is crucial to remember that Piccolo and the Guardian are one. Should Piccolo perish, the Guardian would also fall, and the Dragon Balls would merely become ordinary stones. In the original narrative, the old Piccolo, just before his demise, expelled the flute demon child, thereby bequeathing his full power and the life bond with the Guardian to the reborn Piccolo. Demon King too? Isn't he the Demon King Piccolo? Master Roshi, having consumed the sins of being, regained his strength. I inquired of the Guardian in the temple. The Demon King Piccolo remains sealed beneath the dark depths. This must be the egg he expelled 3 centuries ago, Lin elucidated to Master Roshi. No wonder his power surpasses that of the former Demon King Piccolo by such a margin, Master Roshi remarked. Did he inherit not only the strength, but also the memories of the Demon King Piccolo? I find it curious that he recognizes me and is aware of the Demon Seal Wave. Given his knowledge of the Demon Seal Wave, the opponent would undoubtedly be cautious, demonstrating one of the technique's inherent flaws. Its efficacy only manifests during the initial encounter. Lin Yi, taken aback by Master Roshi's words, exclaimed that cannot be. The inheritance from Piccolo should only encompass power. He gazed at the Demon King Piccolo, whose arm hung limply. Could it be that he is not merely Demon King too, but the true Demon King Piccolo? Impossible. The Guardian had clearly stated that Piccolo was still sealed beneath the ocean. Lin Yi increasingly found the world to be shrouded in mystery. Initially, he believed the formidable presence to be that of King Piccolo. Later, he speculated that the demon race was led by Charlotte II. After a painstaking confirmation that it was indeed the second generation of demons, he was taken aback as this notion was once again overturned. At that moment, King Piccolo trembled, tearing off his sagging arm, and then let out a thunderous roar. With a sudden burst, a brand new arm sprouted forth. How infuriating it was that this realm harbored such immense power, despite being at this particular juncture in time. As King Piccolo spoke, his entire being quivered. In that case, allow me to showcase my true strength. With that declaration, his energy escalated dramatically, emanating an overwhelming aura. This force swirled around him like a tempest, incessantly spiraling. As time progressed, King Piccolo's physique began to transform. His muscles swelled and rapidly expanded, causing his garments to stretch tightly against his form. His skin shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as if enveloped by a mysterious energy. The intensity of his aura grew increasingly potent, exerting pressure on all that surrounded him, while the air crackled with electricity and sparks. Lin Yi observed the escalating energy of King Piccolo, preparing to step forward, but the sheer might of the aura pushed him back. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000. The numbers on the battle power detector surged beyond Lin Yi's own. Impossible, this cannot be. Lin Yi had never anticipated that King Piccolo's strength far exceeded 5,000. Had he, like Lin Yi, mastered the control of Ki, concealing his power all along? In mere moments, the battle power detector finally stabilized at 25,000. At that juncture, King Piccolo bore no injuries, radiating an aura that instilled dread. 20,000, surpassing even Vegeta's power upon his arrival on Earth. Who on earth are you? King Piccolo unleashed all his might, disregarding Lin Yi entirely. Who am I? I am the King Piccolo who brings despair to the world. However, I am not the King Piccolo of your realm. In my universe, your existence is non-existent, and that old man is not nearly so formidable. You are the King Piccolo from another dimension of the demon realm. At that moment, Lin Yi grasped the crux of the matter. Previously, at the boundary between the underworld and the demon realm, he had encountered the time patrolman Sun Wukong, who had mentioned an unknown upheaval within the demon realm, suggesting the possibility of other dimensional universes crossing over. Moreover, the Azura realm, a subsidiary of the demon realm, had a passageway to Earth. In the anime, young Wukong inadvertently rescued a princess and drew a nameless sword, which subsequently sealed the connection between the Azura realm and Earth. King Piccolo, at this moment, was a formidable being from another dimension who had traversed to Earth through the yet unsealed passage. You possess considerable knowledge. In my dimension, the Dragon Balls no longer exist, and I have been troubled by how to attain immortality, only to unexpectedly arrive in this place. At this moment, Piccolo was not in a hurry to deal with Lin Yi, but instead watched them with a playful curiosity. Are you the old Piccolo, or the second generation of the Demon King? The second generation? What is that? I am the great Demon King Piccolo, the sovereign of the demon race that instilled fear in the hearts of Earthlings. Piccolo's aura surged to its zenith. Once, I was nearly vanquished by a fellow named Sun Wukong, but at a critical juncture, I revealed my connection to the celestial being, indicating that if I perished, so too would he. Consequently, Sun Wukong refrained from killing me, allowing me to escape at that pivotal moment. Little did I anticipate that 9 years later, 2 Saiyans would arrive on Earth, their power utterly terrifying. The celestial being sought me out, revealing that a year prior, Sun Wukong's brother had come to Earth in search of him. But Sun Wukong chose to sacrifice himself to protect Earth, resulting in both of their demises. The two Saiyans, companions of Sun Wukong's brother, had come to Earth in search of the Dragon Balls, and at that moment, Earth was devoid of its guardian, Sun Wukong. To thwart these two malevolent Saiyans, the celestial being resolved to bestow his life upon me, granting me strength while abandoning all his memories and character traits. As Piccolo recounted this, a sense of pride filled him. The complete me, formidable to the point of instilling dread, effortlessly vanquished those two Saiyans. However, due to the vow imposed upon me before my fusion with the celestial being to protect Earth, I was unable to wreak havoc in the original universe. Strangely enough, after merging with the celestial being, the Dragon Balls also vanished. For 3 years, I scoured the Earth in vain, ultimately stumbling into the demon realm and traversing through its portal into this universe. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi regarded the complete form of the Demon King Piccolo with trepidation. It was no wonder that the Grand Elder had remarked that if Piccolo had not split, he would not have been slain by Vegeta during the invasion. As one of the few dragon beings from Namek, he indeed possessed formidable assets. Compared to the second generation of the Demon King, the old Piccolo still belonged to the dragon lineage, though his combat power did not rival that of the second generation. He retained his magical abilities and the capacity to create Dragon Balls. Unfortunately, this wicked Demon King Piccolo was oblivious to the memories of the celestial being, of which he was entirely unaware. The Dragon Balls were crafted by the celestial being. Having absorbed him, it is natural that they would vanish, Lin Yi remarked to Piccolo. Piccolo, taken aback, gazed at Lin Yi. I see, thank you for your insight. To express my gratitude for your response. A tremendous wave of light surged towards Lin Yi. I shall grant you a swift demise. Chapter 17. The Efficacy of Hypnosis. The Inner Demons of the Demon King Piccolo. With a battle power of 25,000 against 8,000, the disparity could not be bridged merely by combat experience. Unless Lin Yi could comprehend the state of effortless mastery at that moment. Pain. Piccolo's fist struck Lin Yi's abdomen before he even discerned when the attack had occurred, delivering a crushing blow. The intense agony forced Lin Yi to stagger backward, and Piccolo seized the opportunity to strike once more. Lin Yi was akin to a sandbag flung through the air, propelled upward by the force of the blows. Youngster, weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago? Exclaimed Bick, his laughter booming as he exuded an aura of overwhelming power, swiftly ascending into the sky. His speed surpassed that of Lin Yi, who had just been sent flying, as he deftly maneuvered behind Lin Yi and delivered a powerful headbutt. Lin Yi felt a tremendous force strike his head, causing his entire body to feel as if it were disassembling. Subsequently, he plummeted at an even greater velocity, crashing into the ground and creating a sizable crater. Magic Flash. Bick, the great Demon King, unleashed his Prince technique, releasing a multitude of shockwaves from his hands. Countless energy orbs rained down from the sky, all aimed at Lin Yi. Fortunately, after years of battling against his doppelgangers, Lin Yi's resilience had reached a significant level. The crater filled with swirling dust, expanding in size as Bick continued to employ his Prince technique from above. Meanwhile, Master Roshi anxiously observed from a distance, preparing himself for a desperate gamble when suddenly, the earth beneath him began to rise. Emerging from the ground, Lin Yi's head broke through the surface. Master Wutian, we must flee, he exclaimed, having just endured the most severe injuries since his arrival in this realm. His small pouch of senza beans had been obliterated by the earlier onslaught of Bick's technique. Is there no hope left? Master Wutian helped Lin Yi to his feet, noting the multitude of injuries adorning his body. Even 100 of me would stand no chance. The disparity in strength is insurmountable. I miscalculated, never anticipating an adversary like Bick from a different timeline. I suppressed my aura to 0 so Bick wouldn't detect me. But within 2 minutes, he will certainly notice. There are still 2 opportunities remaining. If only I had senza beans, with my unique constitution, perhaps a miracle could occur. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi recalled Lin Yi's earlier mention of his extraordinary physique that could generate immense energy when on the brink of death. There is one more chance. Transport me to the sacred temple. There exists a room of spirit and time within. A day inside equates to a year outside. If I could spend just 1 hour in there, it could be equivalent to half a month outside. And I might devise a solution. As Lin Yi finished speaking, he coughed up blood. Witnessing Lin Yi's dire state, Master Roshi resolutely declared, I will hold off the great demon king Bick for 2 hours. I shall buy you that time. Lin Yi immediately protested. No, master, you will be killed. Do you think I've spent all these years merely watching beautiful women perform aerobics? Master Rashi replied earnestly. I have upgraded my techniques. You can trust me to handle this. I hope that in 2 hours, you will bring hope back to Earth. Seeing Bick still engaged in his prince technique, Lin Yi contemplated the existence of the Dragon Balls, ultimately making a firm decision. Master, please be careful. After saying this, he prepared to use the flying technique. But as he exerted a fragment of his strength, he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain that felt as though his body were being torn apart. Lin Yi collapsed to the ground, groaning, I can no longer summon any strength. Master Rashi gazed anxiously at Lin Yi, pondering a solution, when suddenly, a voice resonated within their minds. Lin Yi swiftly ascended onto Bobo's magic carpet. It was the voice of a celestial being. Filled with joy, Lin Yi turned to see a flying carpet manifest before him. This was Bobo's magic carpet, capable of soaring through the skies with remarkable speed, reminiscent of a nimbus cloud. Master Rashi assisted Lin Yi onto the flying carpet and solemnly declared, the fate of Earth is entrusted to you. With that, the carpet surged into the air. Meanwhile, Piccolo cackled maniacally as he unleashed devastation upon the ground. Suddenly, he spotted the distant magic carpet, and a beam of light hurtled toward it. Little mouse, so you were there, he sneered. As the beam approached the carpet, a Kamehameha wave deflected it aside. Although the disparity in combat prowess was immense, Master Rashi, while unable to fully counter Piccolo's assault, could still redirect its trajectory. Old man, do you seek an early demise? Piccolo turned his attention to Master Rashi, unperturbed by Lin Yi's escape. To him, Earth was merely his backyard, and any attempt at fleeing was merely a futile struggle within his domain, a game of cat and mouse. Piccolo, your arrogance will be your undoing. You shall never conquer the world, Master Rashi retorted, extending his hands forward, channeling a force that transcended mere ki. Oh, the old fool has quite a few tricks up his sleeve, Piccolo mused, intrigued by Master Rashi's defiance, though he possessed a power several times greater than his opponent's. What could he possibly employ? Perhaps the evil containment wave? As this thought crossed his mind, Piccolo sensed a shift in his surroundings. Master Rashi's figure began to blur. High-level hypnosis, mirage reading. Master Rashi unleashed his ultimate technique. In the original tale, he had used hypnosis to make the werewolf believe that Krillin's head was the moon. He had also employed telepathy to glimpse into Nam's memories, witnessing the water scarcity of his homeland, and even communicated with deities through mental resonance. Having engaged in verbal sparring with Crane Hermit during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Over the years, he had refined these techniques, developing a more potent form of hypnosis. However, this hypnosis, much like the evil containment wave, could only catch an opponent off guard. Once they became aware, it would lose its efficacy. At that moment, Piccolo was unprepared, focused solely on countering the evil containment wave, unaware that he had fallen into a hypnotic trap. Who are you? Piccolo questioned as Master Rashi's figure continued to fade, ultimately transforming into that of Master Mateto. Piccolo, you shall no longer commit evil, declared Master Mateto, extending his hand, for which a rice cooker materialized. What was originally a scene of unparalleled hilarity took a sudden turn, causing King Piccolo's expression to shift dramatically as he staggered backward. The electric cooker, a device that had sealed him for over 3 centuries, instilled within him a profound terror, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Soon, a tempest of magical energy swirled towards him like a tornado. This is impossible. I, King Piccolo, am invincible. I am the complete demon king, having devoured even the gods. You cannot defeat me. In a frenzy, Piccolo unleashed his energy, directing all his might towards the electric cooker and Master Rashi. As he gazed upon the hill, reduced to ruins, he panted heavily. Old man, you will never see me again. Just then, a voice filled with the utmost dread pierced through the air, awakening the weakness he had suppressed deep within. He turned to see another version of himself, equally youthful, equally powerful, and imperiously superior. The cold indifference in those eyes haunted him for centuries, reminiscent of the one who had discarded him as if he were mere refuse. That silence felt as if he were being regarded as an insignificant insect, a discarded plaything beneath a flawless exterior. This other self was the sole divine being in existence. Piccolo, you should not exist in this world. The voice emanated from this alternate self, echoing with divine authority, rendering him immobilized as if enshrined in ice. Chapter 18. Racing Against Time, Training in the Room of Spirit and Time. You cannot kill me. Should you do so, your own demise would follow. Piccolo bellowed furiously at the divine figure before him, who merely regarded him with indifference, akin to watching the multitude of mortals scurry below. While the elderly deity radiated divinity and kindness, his younger self embodied coldness, resolve, and disdain for the masses. He had descended from the cosmos to Earth, only to lose his memories, feeling no sense of belonging from the outset. Later, upon perceiving the malevolence within the young deity, he had rejected the request to become the next god. The youthful deity's ability to expel his own dark doppelganger for the sake of the divine position marked him as a formidable figure. However, as time passed, observing the mortal realm from his celestial temple, he gradually developed a sense of belonging to Earth, ultimately transforming into the benevolent elder god he became centuries later. You created me, yet seek to seal me. You bestowed upon me life, only to cast me aside like refuse. You ascend to godhood alone. By what right? Piccolo's anguished roar seemed an attempt to rend apart the man who filled him with fear. You are cold and unfeeling. You scorn the multitude, look down upon the world, and consider yourself a deity, branding me the greatest evil of the mortal realm. Yet, is not this evil a reflection of your own essence? I conquer the world. I instill fear in all beings. My purpose is to demonstrate that I am not the discarded refuse you perceive me to be. I am who I am, the formidable King Piccolo, the one who makes the world tremble. My lifelong aspiration is not to conquer the world, but to consume you, to trample you beneath my feet. I wish to make you aware that I am the true deity, not a mere shadow of yours. The creature, Piccolo, has descended into madness, his form enlarging as he strides towards the celestial being. Yet, the divine figure gradually dissipates, vanishing from sight. Just as Piccolo believes his adversary has disappeared, a much larger specter emerges behind him, bearing an equally indifferent gaze and a haughty demeanor, quietly observing him. Piccolo, you are inherently my shadow, an escape from which you will never achieve. As Piccolo succumbs to this illusion, in the distance, the trio of Pilaf watches this bizarre scene, whispering among themselves. What is happening? How has the great demon king Piccolo fallen asleep mid-battle? That old man is equally perplexing. With Piccolo asleep, why does he not flee, maintaining that stance? Xiao Wu, activate the aircraft. Let us seize this opportunity to infiltrate the Demon King Piccolo's chamber and steal the Dragon Balls. Aren't the Dragon Balls on Piccolo? That cannot be, for he should only possess the one he just acquired, after observing him for days. I found he carries no other Dragon Balls. The Pilaf trio, whispering conspiratorially, stealthily approaches the aircraft. Meanwhile, the Demon King Piccolo, in a bid to conserve his strength, has refrained from producing any additional eggs after the initial one he expelled to seek the Dragon Balls, resulting in the absence of any demons aboard the aircraft. Upon the magic carpet, Lin Yi gazes helplessly at the sky, his body soaring through the air, side by side with the clouds. He never anticipated that the first boss he would face upon entering the Dragon Ball realm would be so formidable. Indeed, the complete lineage of the dragon is truly extraordinary, and Vegeta's demise was not in vain. Lin Yi has also discerned another flaw of the Senzu beans, their remarkably low defense, akin to that of ordinary beings. This renders them susceptible to destruction during combat. He resolves not to emulate Sun Wukong, who carelessly stows them in a bag at his waist. This is a prime example of what not to do, storing them in a universal capsule, while still unable to withstand tremendous shockwaves, is nonetheless preferable to a mere bag. He wonders if Bulma could develop a variant of the universal capsule with a hard exterior, as resilient as Trunk Sword, so that the Senzu beans would not suffer damage in battle. Lost in thought, he arrives at the temple. Upon seeing the battered Lin Yi, Bobo hurriedly lifts him from the magic carpet and hands him a bag of Senzu beans. First, take me into the hyperbolic time chamber, and then place the bag of Senzu beans in my embrace. Lin Yi aims to maximize the potential of his Saiyan genes within the chamber, where spirit and body reach their zenith. He plans to consume the Senzu beans to extract every ounce of latent power from his physique. Currently, his combat prowess stands at a mere 8,000, while the Demon King Piccolo, having absorbed the celestial being, has surpassed 20,000. As the most gifted being of Namek, he must ultimately achieve overwhelming superiority as a Super Namekian. Mr. Lin Yi, you must exercise caution. Mr. Bobo ushered Lin Yi into the time chamber, sealing the door behind them. Inside the chamber lay a desolate expanse, where gravity was tenfold that of Earth, enveloped in an endless white void. Those who lingered within faced dual torment, both physical and mental. Even the little monkey king could not endure more than 3 months in such a place. Yet, the progress made here far surpassed that of a mere gravity training room, although the gravity was merely 10 times greater. Vegeta's year of training within this chamber surpassed the strength he garnered from 3 years in a 100-fold gravity chamber by immeasurable margins. This space was truly terrifying. I could feel my very cells accelerating, as if being pounded by an invisible force. Lenny lay on the ground, coughing lightly. After years of conditioning in a gravity suit, the 10-fold gravity posed little challenge to him. As he sensed the ebbing of his physical capabilities, he contemplated the origins of the time chamber. This was undoubtedly not a realm conjured by the deities of Earth. It belonged to a higher dimensional space, transcending the confines of time itself. The gods of Earth must have fortuitously stumbled upon its entrance, constructing the door upon their temple. Ling Yi pondered earnestly, realizing that this door was indeed crafted by celestial beings. In essence, the gods merely modified the entrance they had discovered. Moreover, such entrances were not singular. Later on, Frisia encountered another and, after a decade of training, achieved a state of unparalleled power, obliterating both ultra instinct and self-actualization. Regrettably, the ensuing narrative remains unknown, though it bears little consequence. The universe in which he resided was not one of transcendent time and space. Lin Yi resolved to explore other dimensions once he ascended to the realm of the divine. Suddenly, he felt a darkness enveloping him, his soul on the verge of detachment. Fearing he might push himself too far and inadvertently pass away, he swiftly bit down on the sins of being resting against his molars and swallowed it. Instantly, a tremendous force surged within him. Every cell in his body seemed to moan, as if boundless energy was being unleashed. How exhilarating! As Lin Yi's injuries began to mend, an immense vitality surged through him, filling his being with the potent energy derived from dancing on the precipice of death. A strange warmth emanated from his shoulder, augmenting the purity of his energy. What is this? The mark of that divine being? Lin Yi glanced at his shoulder, recognizing that the warmth was a gift left by the mysterious deity. In a brief moment, Lin Yi felt as though he had been reborn. He sprang to his feet in a fluid motion. Clenching his fists, he realized he possessed an unprecedented power, a terrifying strength enveloping him. I am formidable beyond measure. I feel as though a single punch could fell a god. Chapter 19. A terrifying elevation. Battle power at 180,000. Lin Yi sensed the relentless surge of battle power within him and attempted to thrust a fist forward. In an instant, an invisible shockwave erupted, parting the white mist of the time chamber, creating a gap that stretched hundreds of meters. The growth of power is rapid. However, adaptation and familiarity with this newfound strength are essential. Much like the realms explored in cultivation novels, where the elevation of one's status through elixirs lacks stability and necessitates consolidation, Lin Yi, despite not consuming medicinal pills to enhance his realm, must still acclimate to this power to unleash its full potential. A month later, 2 hours had passed in the outside world. At this moment, the formidable King Piccolo's eyes burned with crimson fury, emanating an aura of boundless malice. Opposite him, Master Rashi struggled to maintain his stance, his hands raised in exhaustion. Fatigue etched across his visage. Lin Yi, hope rests upon your shoulders. I have done all I can, Master Rashi uttered before his vision darkened, collapsing to the ground. At the instant Master Rashi fell, King Piccolo's eyes snapped open, and an overwhelming force radiated from him. I want you all to perish. King Piccolo's form expanded, towering like a titan, rendering the aircraft below him akin to mere toys. Poir and his companions hastily descended from their aircraft in 3 robots. Damn it. After searching for 2 hours and turning the plane upside down, we still haven't found a trace of the Dragon Balls. The king is losing his mind, Poir exclaimed. Upon hearing Poir's words, he glanced up to witness the colossal King Piccolo wreaking havoc on the surrounding peaks. Suddenly, upon spotting the trio of robots, King Piccolo's malevolence intensified. As he turned, a tempestuous gust erupted. My king, spare me, Asu began, but before he could finish, their robot was flung away, crashing against a distant hill, shattered into pieces. King Piccolo, we still need to assist you in optimizing the Dragon Radar, Poir pleaded, hoping to save his own life. But King Piccolo paid no heed to his words, delivering a swift blow. A resounding thud echoed through the air as Poir cautiously opened his eyes. I'm not dead, he murmured, feeling his diminutive form, then looked ahead to see King Piccolo's hand poised midair. What is this fellow's issue? Has he been intimidated by the might of King Puar? King Puar, it seems there is someone beneath his palm, Puar's companion remarked. Upon closer inspection, Puar indeed saw a figure beneath King Piccolo's hand, bracing against it with one hand. Isn't this the person who was just knocked around by King Piccolo? How has he suddenly become so formidable? He had suddenly appeared beneath King Piccolo's hand, effortlessly blocking his assault. With a battle power nearing 30,000, the transformation had indeed amplified his strength, though his speed appeared somewhat lacking. In an instant, He vanished from his position, reappearing beside Piccolo's head, delivering a powerful kick. Bic's face contorted instantly, a dent forming as his massive body was propelled away from the ground, soaring into the distance. How could this be possible? How could such a young individual possess such formidable strength? King Pilaf, we must flee, whether it is the Demon King Bic or this young man who prevails. We stand to gain nothing. He disregarded the distant trio of Karami, focusing instead on the fallen Bic. Without training, merely absorbing the power of the gods allowed him to surpass Vegeta. Bic is undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies on Namek. If given a few years of training, he might even evolve into a Super Namekian, capable of surpassing Frieza. One wonders, if Bic were to reach the status of a Super Namekian and assimilate all his kin, what level of power would he attain? The time-space yellow Bic has already reached a level comparable to Super Saiyan Blue, and that is merely the result of his individual training. The entire universe could witness the emergence of two super warriors formed from the fusion of all Namekians. Their strength would be unparalleled. Should yellow Bic merge with all Namekians, his potential could reach a terrifying magnitude. Could he possibly revert to the ancestral dragon god, Salama? In the distance, the Demon King Bic struggled to rise from the ground, dispelling his giant form. Lin Yi's kick had jolted him out of the fury induced by the illusion of Master Roshi, making him realize that growing in size was counterproductive against Lin Yi. How could he have grown so powerful in just a few hours? Faced with an absolute disparity in strength, the Demon King Bic felt a creeping dread. Are you afraid? Lin Yi erupted suddenly, his energy surging exponentially, soon surpassing multiple times his original strength. The battle power detector's readings escalated continuously, starting from 8,000 and soaring to 180,000. 18,000 against 20,000, the advantage lies with me. Lin Yi's sheer presence suffocated the Demon King Bic. Perhaps the previous training had been excessively rigorous, or perhaps it was due to the mysterious mark of the divine. This surge in battle power was rather astonishing. Lin Yi himself had not anticipated such a significant enhancement upon exiting the hyperbolic time chamber. This level of power had completely eclipsed Jinyu, allowing him to apply for the position of Frieza's second-in-command. However, compared to the main cast, this progress still felt rather sluggish. Goku effortlessly raised his battle power from 8,000 to 90,000, doubling his Kaioken to 180,000, effortlessly overpowering Jinyu. Later, a single passive surge shot him to 3 million, with a 20-fold Kaioken reaching 60 million, enabling him to confront the fourth form of Frieza. The most terrifying aspect was the Super Saiyan's 50-fold amplification, catapulting his power to 150 million, dominating the cosmic tyrant. In just a few months, he escalated from thousands to 150 million. He would likely never reach such heights in his lifetime, although his current gains appeared rapid. Once the main characters entered the fray, the collapse of battle power would be as effortless as drinking water. He must swiftly elevate himself to a cosmic-level strength. He murmured to himself, suddenly appearing behind Piccolo, seizing his arm and twisting it with great force. A series of bone-chilling sounds echoed, and Piccolo collapsed to the ground, emitting a pitiful wail. Where have the Dragon Balls been hidden? Let me think. They must be in your stomach, right? Aware of the old Piccolo's penchant for storing the Dragon Balls within himself, he knew precisely where to find them. He delivered a swift kick to Piccolo's back, causing him to curl up and retch violently. 7 Dragon Balls were expelled in total. Have you come from the Demon Realm? The Azura Realm? The Demon King Piccolo pleaded. Do not kill me. I once protected the Earth. If you let me return to my own time, I will surely safeguard it again. Without me, the Earth will face calamity. Without you, there is still the main cast. They can utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek. He thought, showing no mercy to this Piccolo, who had devoured the god. Unlike the second generation of demons, he was the pure embodiment of evil, incapable of harboring even a trace of kindness. He kicked again, aiming directly for Piccolo's head, rendering him unconscious. Just as He was poised to deliver a fatal blow, a voice echoed in his mind, the voice of the god. Bring him to the temple. Heeding the divine command, Lin Yi hoisted the Demon King Piccolo and soared towards the temple, placing a senza bean into Master Roshi's mouth before departing. Master, when you awaken, all will have ended. Chapter 20. The battle concludes, cleaning up the aftermath. Lin Yi swiftly transported the barely breathing Demon King Piccolo to the temple. Upon seeing a younger version of himself, the goddess expression became complex. I never imagined that in another world, we would ultimately merge, and that Piccolo would embody our singular persona. Observing the dark thought he had once cast off, now reclaimed as a complete self, the god was left with an indescribable feeling. Ligne internale du Sigit. Recalling that according to the original plot during the Android saga, he would still end up as a mere tool, absorbed by the reborn Piccolo. Had he not separated himself, his battle prowess would have far exceeded Piccolo's. Yet for the sake of the god's position, he relinquished it all. The god, upon finishing his thoughts, produced a cup of water, which he waved his hand over, transforming it into shimmering stars that fused with Piccolo's corporeal form. I have cleansed his consciousness with holy water. Now, I shall seal him within the temple, for there may come a time when his power is needed. With that, Piccolo vanished from Lin Yi's grasp. Sealed within the temple, Lin Yi marveled at this enigmatic power. In the realm of Dragon Balls, there existed myriad forces. While the main cast pursued ultimate combat strength, other forms of power remained profoundly mysterious. The frequent emergence of supernatural abilities, from General Blue's basic binding technique to the Ginyu Force's time stop, left one in awe. The Namekians possessed the remarkable abilities to create Dragon Balls, restore strength, heal wounds, and unlock latent potential. Their magic is equally formidable. Babidi effortlessly controlled a being of power comparable to that of the formidable Cell, while Moro was on par with the perfect, all-powerful entity. Finally, there exists another manifestation of power that the protagonists aspire to attain, the divine energy. Whether it be the power of the Destroyer, the might of the angels, or the erasure of rules by the Omni King, all represent a level of power that transcends the ordinary. It remains unclear whether the divine energy utilized by the deities is derived from the Namekians' innate abilities or from divine power itself. Ligne, uncertain about whether the capabilities of the Namekians are classified as supernatural or magical, boldly inquired, Heavenly God, may I learn the method of creating Dragon Balls? The Heavenly God looked at Lin Yi with surprise, evidently taken aback by his audacity. He shook his head and replied, The creation of Dragon Balls seems etched within my soul. I conjure them instinctively. How could I teach you something I myself do not comprehend? Etched in his soul? What connection do the Namekians have with the Dragon God? Salam. As Lin Yi pondered this, the sky suddenly darkened. What on earth is that old six plotting against me? Observing the pitch-black heavens, Lin Yi immediately recognized the unfolding event. The dragon was being summoned. In the vicinity of the Demon King Piccolo, the Pilaf gang gazed in excitement at the dragon materializing in the sky. It turned out that the claims of the Demon King Piccolo were indeed true. Collecting 7 Dragon Balls and reciting the incantation could summon the dragon to fulfill one's wishes. King Pilaf, ever visionary, had chosen to bide his time rather than heed Xiao Wu's suggestion to flee, secretly summoning the dragon after the human had departed. Beside him, the bruised Ashu flattered Pilaf, proclaiming, Once I harness the power of the dragon to conquer the world, the human shall merely be my subordinate. What have I to fear? With that, he turned to the dragon, his face alight with fervor. O dragon, grant my wish. My desire is to conquer. The trio felt a surge of electricity coursing through them, leaving them utterly incapacitated. Shortly thereafter, they were cast aside, unconscious. Master Roshi, having consumed a senza bean, was fully revived. He regarded the defeated trio with grave concern, realizing that even a mere fried rice vendor could become so ambitious in the face of irresistible temptation. Are the Dragon Balls a blessing or a curse for Earth? Speak forth your wishes, commanded the majestic dragon, bowing its head towards Master Roshi. After a brief moment of contemplation, Master Roshi raised his hands and addressed the dragon. I wish for the restoration of all humans and cities lost to the Demon King Piccolo. That is a simple request. The dragon's eyes glowed red, and an invisible force of rule permeated the entirety of the earth. In a moment of profound transformation, countless souls, previously vanquished by the malevolent King Piccolo, were resurrected. Some emerged from their graves, while others surfaced from the depths of the water. The cities ravaged by King Piccolo seemed to be enchanted, restoring themselves to their former glory. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. As the dragon spoke these words, its form gradually dissipated, transforming into a radiant light that split into 7 beams, soaring across the globe. At the instant the Dragon Balls took flight once more, Master Roshi leapt into the air, swiftly grasping 2 stone Dragon Balls that had long since been petrified. The power contained within these Dragon Balls was formidable. Should they fall into the hands of wicked individuals, untold disasters would ensue. I shall safeguard these 2, the 3-star and 4-star balls. To gather the Dragon Balls, one must earn my approval, for only those with pure hearts shall be permitted to possess them. Master Roshi contemplated the 2 stones in his hands when suddenly a colossal energy surged toward him from the horizon. In mere moments, it arrived at his side. "Master, is this the dragon you summoned?" Upon seeing Lin Yi, Master Roshi felt a wave of relief. The prophecy of the great sage had indeed come to fruition, as Lin Yi had saved the world. He recounted the events that had transpired, to which Lin Yi responded, "Master, if a voluptuous woman in black stockings were to approach you for the Dragon Balls, would you be able to resist?" Master Roshi's face flushed with embarrassment. His disciple showed him no mercy with such remarks. "I believe a woman who can wear black stockings is surely not a villain," Lin Yi retorted, a wry smile on his face. Master Roshi, realizing the inappropriateness of his previous statement, produced one of the stones. "I will keep the 3-star ball close. This 4-star ball, however, you shall deliver to my eldest disciple, Gohan. His integrity ensures that this Dragon Ball will not fall into the hands of wrongdoers." "Very well, I was just about to return the golden staff to Gohan, so I shall conveniently take this 4-star ball with me." Lin Yi accepted the 4-star ball, tucking it away, unaware that he was delivering a relic of Gohan's origins. "Also, please take this banana fan to him. With King Piccolo vanquished, even if the sealed King Piccolo were to escape once more, I would be capable of handling him. These treasures are of no use to me now." In his youth, Master Roshi had been preoccupied with hunting the remnants of the demon race, neglecting his own training, which resulted in his combat prowess stagnating at just over 100. To compensate for his lack of strength, he sought various treasures from Earth: the flying nimbus, the golden staff, the phoenix, the banana fan, and the whirlwind turtle, among others. However, Master Roshi's current strength no longer required such artifacts. The aged Piccolo, having not regained his youth, possessed merely 200 in combat power, which Master Roshi could easily overpower with a single hand. Lin Yi took the banana fan, preparing to deliver it alongside the items to son Wukong. Given that he had removed Wukong's tail himself, son Gohan was unlikely to be crushed by his own grandson any longer. However, to prevent any significant deviations from the storyline, Lin Yi addressed Master Roshi. "Master, the prophecy of the great shaman indicates that the crisis does not solely stem from Demon King Piccolo. There are even more formidable adversaries that lie ahead." Roshi, visibly perturbed, inquired, "Is there truly such a terrifying foe in the future?" Lin Yi nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, and various parallel timelines from theatrical productions, GT, and the Super Universe. These alternate realities could manifest in our timeline through the demon realm, and it would be exceedingly difficult for me to cultivate the strength necessary to confront such dreadful entities. The primary plotline should remain focused on the protagonists, and once their narrative commences, he could seize the opportunity to enhance his own combat prowess. He believed that within a few decades, he could breach the dimensional barrier and return to his own world. "Master, first, you must take on disciples to propagate the Turtle School. It is arduous to safeguard this world relying solely on one's strength. The future demands more guardians." Master Roshi nodded in agreement. Lin Yi continued, "Moreover, I will incessantly strive to improve myself. In due time, I shall journey through the universe to hone my skills and seek solutions to the impending crises." With the main plot about to unfold, Earth offered little aid to Lin Yi. His next objective was to venture into the cosmos to bolster his combat abilities in preparation for the looming threats. With a fighting power of 180,000, he felt sufficiently equipped to establish himself in the universe. Crucially, upon emerging from the room of spirit and time, the system had unlocked new enhancements. Host upgrade completed. New genetic slot unlocked. Lin Yi was determined not to utilize the new genetic slot on Earth. His foremost desire was to fuse with Frieza's ice-based genetics. The regenerative capabilities of Piccolo seemed woefully inadequate compared to those of Cell and Majin Buu. Thus, he resolved to seek Dragon Balls on Namek to wish for immortality. The reason for avoiding the Earth Dragon Balls was their diminished power. A wish for immortality would yield results hardly superior to Piccolo's. Conversely, the Dragon Balls on Namek possessed significantly greater power, allowing for the revival of only one individual at a time, but excelling in other aspects. Most notably, They also came with an additional bonus. After bidding farewell to Master Roshi, Lin Yi flew towards the Baozi Mountain. He entrusted the banana fan, Rui Bang, and 4-star ball to son Gohan, relaying Master Roshi's counsel before hastily departing from Baozi Mountain. With his memory and formidable flying abilities, Lin Yi swiftly arrived at the entrance to the demon realm on Earth. Was this truly the demon realm that little Wukong had inadvertently stumbled into? Lin Yi surveyed the chaotic atmosphere surrounding him, his brow furrowing in discontent. The creatures here were feeble, none surpassing the 100 mark. Yet the aura emanating from them was deeply unsettling. Before departing from Earth, he must seal this entrance. Otherwise, should enemies from another dimension reappear, he would be unable to exert control. Once this portal is closed, any interdimensional beings that materialize in other corners of the universe would be beyond his concern. The cosmos is vast, and Earth will remain secure. Lin Yi unleashed his formidable aura, causing nearly all denizens of the demon realm to shy away. Swiftly arriving before a colossal sword, the Sword of Azura, its might remained a mystery, yet its resilience was undeniable. Wedged firmly within the gateway between the alternate realm and Earth, effectively propping the demonic portal ajar. In the original animated narrative, the young son Wukong drew forth the Sword of Azura, sealing the gateway and conclusively shutting off the passage between the demon realm and Earth. Approaching the Sword of Azura, Lin Yi effortlessly withdrew it. As the sword was extracted, the demonic portal began to close slowly, eventually sealing completely. In that final fleeting moment, a shadow slipped through the crevice. Keek. After centuries, I have finally escaped. Science, I shall seek my vengeance upon you. Prepare to embrace despair. An exceedingly grotesque demon creature lay on the ground, erupting into maniacal laughter. Its emaciated form appeared as though every ounce of vitality had been drained. Mid-laughter, the creature caught sight of Lin Yi in the distance and licked its purple lips, exclaiming, "To think that upon my escape, a sumptuous feast awaits me." With that, it darted towards Lin Yi, but before it could muster any force, it felt an overwhelming power surge from Lin Yi's core. In an instant, it was propelled backward like a cannonball. Coughing violently, the demon staggered to its feet, blood oozing from its mouth, its expression twisted with fear as it beheld Lin Yi. How had this man struck? It had not even perceived the movement. The terror of such power left it astounded. How could one possess such formidable strength? The creature sensed that even if it regained its full might, it would still pale in comparison to the man before it. Lin Yi regarded the hideous demon, wielding the Sword of Azura, and with a casual flick, severed one of its arms. What a razor-sharp blade! He marveled, realizing that should he channel his energy into it, its sharpness could be further enhanced. Now, tell me, what manner of being are you? Lin Yi inwitted, eager to discern whether the creature was a denizen of the demon realm or a being from another dimension. The demon, quaking with trepidation, recoiled slightly and replied cautiously, "I am not of the demon realm. I was merely sealed away for centuries. Recently, the seal weakened and my strength has been utterly depleted over this long duration. I expended my last vestige of power to escape. I never anticipated that upon my escape from the demon realm, I would encounter you, my lord. I beg for your mercy. I did not intend to offend you." As Lin Yi listened to the creature's explanations, he found himself utterly incredulous. "Are you aware of the science?" "No, I know nothing of these scions, my lord." Before the demon could finish speaking, it suffered the loss of yet another arm. "Just a moment ago, you clearly stated your intent to seek vengeance upon the scions. Did you believe I was deaf to your words?" The demon, now devoid of 2 arms, writhed in agony upon the ground, leaving a pool of purple blood staining the earth. It cast a venomous glare at Lin Yi, as if it understood that its fate was sealed, and its remaining life force grew increasingly volatile. "I shall remember you. Once I obliterate the Scion planet, you'll be next. I will not show you mercy. I will ensure that your suffering surpasses all bounds." With that proclamation, it began to swell, its form twisting grotesquely. A resounding explosion followed, and Lin Yi braced himself, channeling all of his energy to withstand the blast. It self-destructed. Lin Yi gazed at the remnants scattered across the ground, astonished by the creature's resilience. It certainly did not behave like a typical antagonist. No, this creature must not have intended for a mutual demise. Contemplating this, Lin Yi concentrated, sensing the faintest trace of energy amidst the debris. Had this been a band of savages from the cosmos, they would have been easily deceived by its ruse. A faint smile graced Lin Yi's lips as he unleashed a shockwave. Just as the shockwave was about to obliterate the remnants, An exceedingly diminutive figure soared from the destruction, ascending toward the skies. Attempting to flee, Lin Yi pursued without hesitation, but the creature unexpectedly conjured numerous doppelgangers, each possessing the same energy signature but veering off in different directions into the heavens. Futile. Lin Yi chose one path and swiftly caught up, obliterating that unidentified entity before darting toward another direction. Minutes passed, and he ascended into the atmosphere, the last one, and it had even escaped Earth's grasp. Lin Yi pressed on, the altitude rising and the air growing increasingly thin, the temperature plummeting. Ultimately, he found himself nearly unable to persevere, halting as the faint energy signature receded into the distance, almost vanishing entirely. Even with a combat power of 180,000, survival in the cosmos proved challenging. He needed to hasten the fusion of the Frozen Clan's genes or wish upon the dragon. Lin Yi was astounded that the creature could survive in the vastness of space. During the time he dealt with the other doppelgangers, it had managed to flee Earth and venture into the cosmic expanse. What could it be? It felt eerily familiar. Did such an entity exist among the formidable foes in the original narrative? Chapter 22. The blanket has taken flight. The unknown is always the most terrifying. Lin Yi sensed that this presence would emerge as a formidable surprise in the future. He had been careless, inadvertently leaving himself a ticking time bomb. Were the beings from the demon realm or creatures from an alternate dimension? Did the denizens of the demon realm even have knowledge of the Scions? It is noteworthy that the Scion's peak combat power barely reaches tens of thousands, and many of Frisia's subordinates held a disdainful view of these wild monkeys. Thus, it stands to reason that they should remain oblivious. Lin Yi gazed into the vast expanse of space, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Fortunately, he ultimately channeled his energy into that peculiar creature, a testament to his earlier training in the temple. As long as he remained within a certain range in the future, he would be able to perceive this energy and locate the creature. With the continuous enhancement of his abilities, the range of his perception would expand, and upon reaching a considerable level of power, he would be able to sense the precise location of the monster, even if it appeared beyond several star systems. It seemed that the cosmic journey was about to commence. After concluding matters concerning the demon realm, Lin Yi returned to the temple, where he found the celestial deity awaiting him. Celestial deity, was my request successful? Yes, I sought the favor of Lord Yama, and since you saved Earth, this request has been granted. Moreover, your inquiry to the King of Worlds is not unreasonable. Lord Yama mentioned that if you wish to train with the King of Worlds, you must traverse Snake Way. There are no shortcuts available. Lin Yi was not considering a visit to the King of Worlds. He merely desired to obtain a few coordinates within the universe. Are you ready? The King of Worlds will be contacting you shortly. Lin Yi acknowledged with a nod, and a voice soon resonated within his mind. Ah, what is this? A spider weaving a web, weaving a web, weaving a web, King of Worlds. Ding, ding, ding. Indeed, I am the King of Worlds. The celestial deity beside him also heard the same peculiar words, feeling utterly bewildered by the absurdity of it all. Far away on the small King of Worlds planet at the end of Snake Way, the King of Worlds was standing with two antennas, simultaneously connecting the celestial deity and Lin Yi, while poking at the spider that was busy spinning its web. Realizing that his opening line elicited no reaction, the King of Worlds' voice echoed back to Earth. Celestial deity of Earth, it appears you lack a sense of humor. Perhaps it's time to retire after this term concludes. The celestial deity, now utterly perplexed, thought, who am I? What has transpired? Weaving webs? The King of Worlds? Ha ha ha. This is hilarious, absolutely marvelous. Lin Yi clutched his stomach, doubled over with laughter in the temple, his feet stomping in delight. This is simply extraordinary. I haven't heard such a hilarious joke in years. It has truly cracked me up. Initially, the King of Worlds was pleased to hear Lin Yi's laughter, but as it continued, he became momentarily stunned. Crack you up? Is that even possible? The King of Worlds pondered the absurdity, and before long, he could no longer contain his laughter, erupting into uncontrollable mirth. Cracked up, ha ha, marvelous, truly marvelous. He laughed heartily for several minutes before retrieving a handkerchief to wipe away the tears of joy streaming from his eyes. Ah, young man, you possess a remarkable talent for humor, far surpassing that of this elderly gentleman beside you. You ought to assume the mantle of the next celestial deity, remarked the King of the Worlds. However, Lin Yi had no desire to take on such a role, for he pondered the futility of being a god in a universe where a mere wave of Frisia's hand could bring about annihilation. Lord King, we can discuss matters of divinity later. I have several inquiries to make, he asserted. What questions do you have? The king inquired. Your previous jest allows for only one question. Should you wish to ask more? You must first amuse me once again, the king replied. Let me forewarn you. My sense of humor is exceedingly refined, so avoid any shoddy jokes, Lin Yi retorted. Without allowing the king to finish, Lin Yi bellowed. Nasal mucus. The secret of nasal mucus lies within your nostrils. Before the king could respond, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. The secret of nasal mucus resides within my nostrils? Initially bewildered, the king soon found amusement in the absurdity of it all, ultimately covering his mouth as laughter erupted from him. The secret of nasal mucus is indeed within my nostrils. How amusing. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi pressed on a blanket. A blanket rests upon your back. A blanket upon the back. The king erupted in laughter. Ma Baogua, protect the nation on horseback. Wang Zhangwo, seize the nation. Shi Jinxiang, consume. Shi Jinxiang. Jie Chou, be Jie Chou. The king collapsed to the ground, laughter rendering him unable to stand. With great effort, he managed to utter enough. Continue, and this call shall be severed. After more than 10 minutes, the king finally regained his composure, still bent over with laughter. You are Lin Yi, correct? You possess a remarkable gift. I have imprinted a mark within your heart. Henceforth, whenever you think of a new joke, simply meditate upon my name, and you shall be able to reach me. Of course, my jurisdiction only extends to the northern galaxy. Beyond that, I am powerless. Now, then, feel free to ask your questions. Disregarding the peculiar gaze of the celestial being beside him, Lin Yi inquired, I wish to know the locations of Namek, Yardrad, and Frisia's planet. Frisia? You are aware of Frisia? The king's demeanor shifted, seriousness replacing jest as he pondered the implications of a mortal asking about the universe's tyrant. Lord King, I merely wish to avoid encountering Frisia's forces. Thus I seek to navigate around them to prevent unnecessary trouble. The king, not pressing further, promptly transmitted the cosmic coordinates of the 3 planets. Farewell, my friend. Until we meet again. After concluding the long-distance communication, Lin Yi sensed an inexplicable connection, as if a new form of intuition had been bestowed upon him. With a mere thought, he could reach out to the king. The powers of a deity were indeed marvelous. Although his combat prowess was not formidable, the strange mechanisms at play felt akin to rules of existence. With a sigh of contemplation, Lin Yi turned to the celestial being, inquiring about his origins. After revealing all he knew, the deity gazed thoughtfully towards a distant point on Earth. Originally, I was not of this Earth. My true home lies on Namek. It is no wonder that my appearance diverges so greatly from that of humans. Recently, while perusing short videos, I encountered one that elucidated a childhood mystery, the true meaning behind the joke uttered by Sun Wukong upon reaching the King of Worlds, which I had failed to comprehend in my youth. Upon viewing the original Japanese version, I discovered that it was a particularly cold pun. At the outset, the King of Worlds introduces himself with the phrase, Ich, King of Worlds. In Japanese, Ich and King of Worlds share a phonetic resemblance. Subsequently, Sun Wukong's joke about a quilt flying away also hinges on a pun, as quilt and a flyaway are homophones in Japanese, by repeating 2 similar terms. A comical image of a quilt soaring through the air is vividly painted. This pun even ascended to the ranks of Japan's top 10 cold jokes. Some manga adaptations translated it as the quilt is on my back, which somewhat restores the essence of the pun. Another netizen mentioned a version they encountered. Contemporary scholars are all nearsighted, which can be considered a more sophisticated translation. Following this, there are references to a dopey cat that has fallen asleep and a pencil that has become blunt, both of which are also puns. The juxtaposition of nearly identical words, representing disparate meanings, elicits a peculiar sense of absurdity that is irresistibly amusing. In closing, I borrow a highly regarded comment. I never anticipated that at the age of 40, I would finally discover the answer to the question I pondered at 14. Chapter 23. The final preparations, bidding farewell to the novice village. Following the guidance of the celestial deity, Lin Yi arrived at the landing site of the spaceship that had brought him to Earth. With his formidable combat power of 180,000, he effortlessly lifted the enormous spacecraft and soared towards West City. West City, a bustling metropolis, is also the abode of Bulma. The world's largest enterprise, the Capsule Corporation, is situated in this very city. Lin Yi easily located Bulma's residence, placing the celestial spaceship at the entrance before knocking on the door. The surveillance camera at the entrance scanned Lin Yi for a few seconds, after which the door swung open. Why is this security system granting me entry on my first visit? Lin Yi pondered, when a mature woman with fair skin a voluptuous figure, and a striking golden curly hairstyle approached, holding a cup of coffee. Wow, what a handsome young man. That robust physique and muscular strength. I've seen you in videos. You must be Lin E, the one who saved Bulma. Thank you for your assistance. Are you here to go on a date with me today? As Lin E absorbed this unexpected declaration, he recognized, without needing to see her face, that this alluring woman was Bulma's mother. This open-minded character from Dragon Ball, upon encountering Goku, Vegeta, or even the future Trunks, has always entertained thoughts of dating them. It seems Bulma's carefree demeanor upon her introduction is closely tied to her mother's influence. However, due to Lin Yi's intervention, Bulma's character should be considerably improved now. At the very least, she ought to be less vulnerable to unwelcome advances than in the original narrative. I wonder if I might someday ride the flying Nimbus as well. Greetings, I have come to visit Bulma and, in passing, request Dr. Brief to assist me in constructing a spacecraft. The goddess vessel has long fallen into disrepair. While it can be restored, the issues are considerable, and Lin E is reluctant to board it. This dilapidated old craft can remain for Gohan, Bulma, and Krillin to journey to Namek. What he desires is a brand new spaceship, meticulously crafted by Dr. Brief, significantly enhanced in performance and speed, fully equipped with all necessary living amenities. Most importantly, it must include a gravity chamber, a wondrous tool for Goku's passive training, and later a vital apparatus for Vegeta's training. Upon hearing Lin Yi's request, Bulma's mother approached, linking her arm with his, her soft form brushing against him gently. Of course, I will contact my husband shortly. He will surely be willing to assist you, dear Lin Yi. Now, allow me to take you to meet Bulma. Bulma's mother guided Lin Yi through the house for several minutes until they reached Bulma's bedroom, knocking on the door. Bulma, your friend has come to see you, she announced, affectionately patting Lin Yi before turning to find Dr. Brief. Lin Yi peered into the bedroom, which was adorned in soft pink, exuding a youthful essence. 11-year-old Bulma had blossomed into a vibrant young lady, her delicate features reminiscent of a porcelain doll. At that moment, she was clutching a palm-sized Dragon Ball radar in one hand and a screwdriver in the other. Upon seeing Lin Yi enter, she immediately set her tools aside. "Big brother Lin Yi, you're here," she exclaimed, bounding towards him, her radar display in hand. "I am on the verge of successfully inventing the Dragon Ball radar. It can now vaguely locate the Dragon Balls." Lin Yi, concerned, inquired, "The Dragon Balls I previously entrusted to you, have they caused you any trouble?" He recalled his earlier oversight regarding the presence of King Piccolo, having given Bulma the Dragon Balls for her radar research, almost leading to calamity. Sorry. I accidentally misplaced one. I had placed it in an external warehouse, guarded by a top-tier robot. However, one day, a creature resembling a large lizard easily dispatched those robots and stole the 7 Dragon Balls. Fortunately, the radar is nearly complete. I can simply optimize its precision moving forward. And the lost Dragon Ball is of little consequence. I will retrieve it one by one. Yet, recently, the radar seems to have malfunctioned, completely losing signal. Hearing that Bulma's home had not sustained any damage, merely losing a few robots, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, affectionately ruffling her hair. The 7 Dragon Balls were recently used, so they will remain stone for the next year. Once they regain their power in a year, your radar will be able to locate them again. Lin Yi continued to discuss various matters concerning the Dragon Balls with Bulma when Dr. Brief entered the room. Lin Yi rose to his feet and recounted in detail his request for assistance in modifying the spaceship. Having previously saved Bulma, Dr. Brief readily acquiesced to his plea. The divine spaceship was exceedingly intricate, and repairs could be completed in a relatively short time. However, to fully replicate a more powerful vessel equipped with a gravity training chamber, a minimum of 3 months would be required. Lin Yi had no qualms regarding this time frame, as it afforded him the opportunity to attend to affairs on Earth. By the time of his return, he would have mastered instant transmission. Thus, even if the Dragon Ball saga commenced and his combat prowess lagged behind the main forces, he would be shielded from peril. Should difficulties arise, he could simply teleport to King Kai's realm for refuge. During Dr. Brief's construction of the spaceship, Lin Yi requested Bulma to modify his power level detector into a wristwatch. Furthermore, she revamped the communication features, establishing a direct line to Master Roshi instead of maintaining contact with Frieza's army. Consequently, even on the fringes of the cosmos, he could reach Master Roshi through this watch. This was also the reason why Vegeta, in the distant corners of the universe, received timely notifications following Raditz' demise. Bulma enhanced the power level detection to 1 billion, thereby preventing the frequent explosions encountered in the original narrative. The wristwatch was upgraded with advanced materials, rendering it resilient against shockwaves. Lin subsequently placed several universal capsules within another capsule, securing it beneath the wristwatch. This transformed the watch into an artifact reminiscent of a spatial ring from a fantastical realm, containing his Azura sword, Senza beans, and other essentials. As Bulma completed these modifications, the 3 months swiftly elapsed, and Dr. Brief's spaceship near completion. During this time, a minor incident occurred. While testing the watch's communication functions with Master Roshi, he was informed of a pressing matter. Gohan had ultimately departed from Bun's Mountain. Recently, a catastrophic fire had engulfed the castle of the Ox King, trapping him within its confines. The inhabitants of the castle sought Master Roshi's island in search of the magical fan, hoping to harness its power to extinguish the flames. Master Roshi informed them that the fan was in Gohan's possession, prompting them to fly towards Bun's Mountain. Upon learning of his disciples' peril, Gohan resolutely took the fan and left Bun's Mountain to extinguish the fire at the Ox King's castle. Unfortunately, even with the fan, the blaze proved insurmountable. In his quest for answers, Gohan consulted ancient texts and identified the source of the inferno, the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Old Lord. The Supreme Old Lord promised to assist Gohan in utilizing the fan to contain the flames and restore the furnace, but with one condition. Sun Wufan can never leave Five Finger Mountain, destined to serve as the fire attendant for the Grand Supreme Old Lord. For the sake of his second disciple, he consented to this request, leaving behind the Rui Bang and the 4-star ball, while taking the banana fan to remain at Wuxing Mountain. Unexpectedly, even after severing Sun Wukong's tail, the story unfolded in accordance with the original narrative, progressing gradually. Chapter 24. The journey through the cosmos begins, an extraordinary adventure beyond imagination. 3 months swiftly passed. On this day, with the sun shining brightly and the weather delightful, Lin boarded the spacecraft equipped with a watch and a universal capsule. The spacecraft was completed, possessing nearly all the functionalities of the vessel he had brought. I even added some additional features, though regrettably, a quality sound system was yet to be installed. Listening to Dr. Brief's words, Lin promptly declined the suggestion to spend another 3 months fine-tuning the sound system. Please extend my regards to Bulma's mother. We shall meet again. On this occasion, Lin departed without calling upon the Heavenly God or Master Roshi, merely informing Dr. Brief before boarding the spacecraft. The hatch of the ship gradually closed, sealing completely. Soon after, the bottom of the spacecraft began to emit jets, and after a slight tremor, it ascended into the sky. Lin stood in the cockpit, switching to transparent mode, watching as the Earth beneath him diminished in size. He never imagined he would one day leave Earth through such a traversal. Although his combat power had reached 180,000, Lin's experience was still that of a humble office worker from Earth, having never even boarded an airplane. Now, witnessing the Earth shrink below him, he felt a profound sense of awe that lingered. He pondered when he might integrate the genes of the Frost Demon, allowing him the freedom to soar through the cosmos. Lin's destination was planet Adra, and he was in no rush, setting the flight mode to standard, estimating a travel time of 6 months. Initially, when Vegeta and Nappa arrived on Earth, it took them a full year. This spacecraft was significantly faster than theirs. He decided to test the gravity chamber. Approaching the center, Lin pressed a green button, adjusting the setting to 10G, and was suddenly enveloped by a force of gravity. He distinctly felt the weight pressing down on him, far heavier than his previous weighted training. While earlier he had merely added weight to his body, altering the gravitational environment increased the pressure on his blood and internal organs tenfold. Experiencing this pressure for the first time was quite uncomfortable, unrelated to combat prowess. It was akin to how Scions from Vegeta's planet, with battle powers of merely hundreds, adapted to 10 times the gravity. While those with tens of thousands of battle power found it challenging to adjust initially, their movements significantly affected. Sun Wukong, with a battle power of 90,000, adapted to 100 times the gravity, whereas young Trunks, even in his normal state, exceeded 3 million, under 100 times the gravity for the first time. He too found himself unable to move effectively. In the subsequent saga featuring Majin Buu, the combat power had long surpassed the 100 million mark. The reason why one of Abiti's minions took pride in the tenfold gravity was evident. Lin had, after all, honed his physique to a considerable extent. Unlike Goku on King Kai's planet, he adapted to the gravity with relative ease, requiring only a few hours to be able to run and train normally. The first task in his training was to acclimatize to the tenfold gravity, seamlessly integrating his cultivation into his daily life. Vegeta trained under 100-fold gravity for several hours before switching off the gravity device to rest. In contrast, Goku employed a different method, akin to the Taoist approach, merging his Super Saiyan form into his everyday existence. Although this did not enhance his combat power or muscle strength, his overall prowess significantly increased, epitomizing the full power of a Super Saiyan. At this juncture, Lin emulated this approach, initially subjecting himself to full power under 10-fold gravity, incorporating it into his daily routine. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin found himself reclining on a hammock, indulging in grapes, while a colossal screen before him displayed a selection of animated series prepared on Earth. To his left, a semi-transparent hemisphere of the spaceship allowed him to gaze upon the cosmic scenery unfolding outside. The beauty of the universe was truly mesmerizing, mysterious, and enchanting. At that moment, radiant beams of light reminiscent of a galaxy stretched out before him, forming a luminous path. As he savored the fruits and admired the breathtaking vista, Lin had fully adapted to the 10-fold gravity. Were it not for the readings on the display indicating the gravity, he would scarcely perceive any distinction from Earth. He pondered whether the bridge where the cowherd and the weaver girl meet resembled this stunning galaxy. Just as Lin marveled at the wonders and beauty of the cosmos, 2 small spacecraft flashed past his window. What was that? Aliens? Before he could fully comprehend, the ship jolted violently. It was over. Someone was attacking his vessel. Lacking the skills for survival in space, Lin gripped the main control system in fear and selected the nearest planet for landing. Amidst the turbulence, he descended onto a nearby world, with the pursuing spacecraft closely trailing behind. Upon landing on the planet, Lin checked his watch. Combat power at its peak, 20,000? The foremost figure of Frisia's army, Dodoria, boasted a combat power of 22,000, while the newly arrived Vegeta had a power level of 18,000, easily overpowering him. This stark contrast of 4,000 in combat power felt like an insurmountable chasm, and now, encountering a spacecraft with a combat power of 20,000 was alarming. Could he have just stumbled upon members of Frisia's army? Lin opened the hatch, and the opposing figures descended from their spacecraft. Your spaceship has been requisitioned by the illustrious Prince Daisen. You may choose to join Prince Daisen's forces. At the forefront stood an extraterrestrial being with a crimson head. Upon observing that Lin possessed merely 5,000 combat power on the battle assessment device, dismissed it entirely. With a formidable combat power of 20,000, Dom could effortlessly annihilate such a weakling. Nonetheless, 5,000 combat power was still considered considerable among the cosmos, and Dom sought to recruit Lin. Prince Aizen? Who are you? He scoffed. A mere provincial. Prince Aizen is the sovereign of the entire universe. The nearby planets belong to him. Should you choose to join his army and assist in conquering other worlds, the rewards you would reap are beyond your imagination. A one-eyed figure, boasting a combat power of 10,000, addressed Lin, who began to ponder. Aside from Frisia, who was this Aizen? It seemed the cosmic real estate industry was indeed a lucrative venture, with various powerful figures vying for a share. Wasn't Frisia the emperor of the universe? Lin replied to Dom. Isn't Frisia the ruler? Dom's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of apprehension. Are you affiliated with Frisia's army? Lin casually fabricated a response, intending to extract more information from them. The original narrative offered scant details regarding the cosmic arc, primarily focusing on planet Namek, leaving the power dynamics, whether Frisia's army reigned supreme or otherwise, unelaborated. Frisia's army? Joining that faction would only make you cannon fodder. During King Cold's reign, conditions were tolerable, but now, under Frisia's rule, expansion is rampant. You wouldn't last 6 months on the front lines. Join our Aizen Corps, where you won't need to plunder powerful planets like Frisia's army. Your combat power is perfectly suitable, and you may even obtain treasures bestowed by Prince Aizen that enhance your strength. With a stroke of luck, your combat power could rise to match mine. Chapter 25. The Aizen Corps and the Spirit Tree. Items that can enhance combat power? Lin's interest was piqued. What he most lacked was a means to augment his strength. Previously, he had made significant strides by partially merging with Saiyan genes, and after experiencing death-defying situations on several occasions, his power surged rapidly. However, under the 10-fold gravity of the past half-month, although his control over his strength had reached an exceptional level, his actual power increase had slowed, as if he had hit a plateau. It was not surprising. Had planet Vegeta not been destroyed, Lin would currently be at the apex of Saiyan strength. Just as Lin was preparing to capture these individuals for intense interrogation, several flying vehicles approached from a distance. A dozen figures descended, brandishing laser weapons, and aimed them at Lin Yi and his companions. Who are you? Are you alien invaders? Raise your hands. One member of the Eisenkorps sneered. These provincial natives dare to threaten us with such primitive weaponry. As he finished speaking, as if endowed with telekinetic powers, the laser weapons of the group were drawn into the air, their barrels now pointing at the dozen indigenous inhabitants of the planets. With a snap of his fingers, the controller of the laser weapons set several lasers ablaze, directing them towards the gathered crowd. After a billow of smoke, the figures began to clarify, revealing Lin Yi standing at the forefront. Are you permitted to take lives before me? He questioned, his tone laced with authority. The members of the Xian Legion, witnessing Lin Yi's formidable presence, realized that the prospect of him joining their ranks was utterly implausible, prompting them to strike immediately. However, just as they raised their hands, Lin Yi vanished in an instant, only to reappear moments later, leaving several of them sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs in agony, with some rendered unconscious from his blows. Thank you. Lin Yi turned to see a being who bore a striking resemblance to the Earthlings, albeit with a different skin tone. Among those he had just rescued, one extraterrestrial girl, resembling a taller version of a being named Bados, expressed her gratitude. This girl towered over Lin Yi, her long legs exceptionally alluring, and her form notably more exaggerated than that of Earth women. It was but a trivial effort. Are you natives of this planet? Lin Yi inweeded. Indeed, I am Dilly. Our planet has always been a haven of peace, seldom interacting with others, living carefree lives. However, that tranquility was shattered not long ago. A few months back, the Xian Legion appeared, demanding we vacate our land within a month, threatening indiscriminate slaughter thereafter. In response, we formed a guard to resist their invasion, only to discover today how vast the chasm of disparity truly is. Lin Yi swiftly seized Dong, the most formidable warrior among them, delivering another punch to his arm. Tell me everything you know. Who is Island Xian, and what enhances combat power? Dumb, drenched in cold sweat from the blow, cursed the inventor of the combat power detector in his mind. Is this really 5,000? It must be at least 50,000. Prince Island Xian is the embodiment of divinity, the sole emperor of the universe. You dare to kill me? Dom stammered, but before he could finish, a sphere of light materialized before him. Lin Yi conjured an energy wave, directing it towards Dom's face. You have 3 seconds to speak, or I shall consult another. First, declare who shall live. The others, hearing Lin Yi's ultimatum, clamored to respond. I will speak, I will. Dom, witnessing his subordinate's eagerness, bellowed, silence. His roar instilled a palpable fear, and the voices diminished. I am the leader. It is my place to speak, he insisted. Lin Yi had initially perceived Dom as a valiant figure willing to sacrifice for the greater good, only to find his resolve wavering. Island Xian was a formidable force that had emerged in recent years, in a region previously under the dominion of the Kurdish monarch. Subsequently, Daoxin made a sudden appearance, establishing the Daoxin Legion, which swiftly repelled the Kurdish forces and seized control of the nearby star domains. The Kurdish king, having transferred military authority to the new Emperor Frisia, lost interest in overseeing the remote star regions, allowing Daoxin to continuously expand his influence. Lin Yi inquired, has Frisia not sought to reclaim this star domain after losing it? The response was negative. This star domain was characterized by a rather mediocre environment, and Frisia likely found it unworthy of his attention, preferring to focus his efforts on more lucrative planets. Indeed, the real estate mogul prioritized his energy elsewhere, valuing profitable ventures over this less desirable region. Yet, once he found the opportunity, he would undoubtedly return to confront Daoxin, not due to the domain's worth, but rather because Daoxin had dared to undermine the dignity of Frisia, the cosmic emperor. What might Daoxin's capabilities be? It remained uncertain, though reports suggested he was exceedingly powerful. Daoxin himself claimed to hail from the divine realm, positioning himself as a being akin to a deity, while Frisia was deemed a mere upstart, lacking the legitimacy of true divinity. Furthermore, it was rumored that Daoxin's strength had been on the rise over the past few years, leading the members of our legion to believe that his prowess was on par with Frisia's, if not greater. Otherwise, he would not act with such impunity. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi contemplated the items mentioned that purportedly enhanced combat capabilities. Could it be that Daoxin's continual rise in strength was attributed to such artifacts? What is this treasure that Daoxin possesses to augment your power? He asked. The individual replied, I am not among the higher echelons of the Legion and lack access to such secrets. but I have heard it is a type of fruit from a tree. Daoxin seeks planets to cultivate this tree. The spirit tree. Lin Yi finally grasped what was being referred to. Was it not the very spirit tree of Dales? This revelation tied everything together. Legends spoke of the spirit tree as the fruit of deities planted in the divine realm, possessing unfathomable energy, yet difficult to sustain in the mortal world. Even upon locating a suitable planet for its cultivation, the cost would be exorbitant, draining the entire planet's energy and ultimately rendering it a desolate wasteland. Firstly, it was evident that Daoxin was no god. Neither king of the realm nor any other deities had ever spoken of him. He must have been someone of a different status within the divine realm. It appeared he had stolen the spirit tree, secretly departed from the divine realm, and was cultivating it to enhance his strength. Furthermore, the planets suitable for the spirit tree's growth were not necessarily the high-value, habitable ones coveted by Frisia. This created a unique opportunity for Daoxin to target the neglected star domains, overlooked by Frisia, in search of planets conducive to the spirit tree's cultivation. This also suggested that Daoxin was not a match for Frisia. Otherwise, he would not resort to targeting these underappreciated, low-value planets, clearly wary of the real estate magnate's power. Lin Yi quickly pieced together the implications of this situation, recognizing that the spirit tree's fruit was a coveted prize. It was indeed a remarkable asset. Dales had only a combat power of 30,000, yet after consuming the fruit, it soared to 300,000 or 400,000. However, that particular enhancement appeared to be an extraordinary circumstance. Dales had consumed a multitude of spirit tree fruits, forcefully elevating himself from a lower-tier warrior to a staggering battle power of 30,000. Subsequently, Earth indeed witnessed a remarkable surge, reaching upwards of 300,000 to 400,000. This likely signifies the detonation of previously concealed potential. Yet, for mere mortals, the limit is capped at several 100,000. If Daoxin truly hails from the divine realm, his maximum capacity might surpass 1 billion. Given some time, should Daoxin continue to consume fervently, he may indeed eclipse Frisia. Chapter 26. The Legendary Super Saiyan. Lin Yi was contemplating the matter of the spirit tree fruits, thus paying little heed to Dom and his entourage. He had initially intended to release these individuals. Incurring the wrath of the Exian Legion was undoubtedly unwise. Daoxin's audacity to confront Frisia clearly surpassed the capabilities of someone with merely 18,000 battle power. Observing that Lin Yi's focus was elsewhere, Dom stealthily shifted his position, inching to the side before swiftly seizing a boy of approximately 10 years. Gripping him by the throat. "Don't move. Let me go, or I shall take this child's life." Dom was under no illusion that merely presenting this widely known information would secure his release. The ordinary people Lin Yi had just rescued were evidently his moral compass. By taking a hostage, Dom was convinced that Lin Yi would acquiesce to his demands. Lin Yi regarded Dom, perplexed by this sudden turn of events. "Did I not declare your freedom?" he questioned. "What is the purpose of this unnecessary act?" Dom, with a confident smirk, retorted, "Do you truly believe I would trust you? Release us, and once we reach safety, I shall indeed let the boy go." The young boy wriggled in desperation. "Let me go. Let me go." He struck Dom's arm and contorted his body, even attempting to bite down on Dom's flesh. "Little brat, are you seeking death?" Dom slapped the boy across the face and then scrutinized him closely. "Ah, it's you, surviving after the annihilation of your last planet. The rest of your companions likely perished, now serving as nourishment for the spirit tree. You've clung to life. Why do you return to this planet to court demise? You cannot possibly be seeking vengeance against me." The boy, stung by the slap, exhibited mounting fury, his struggles intensifying. Lin Yi, observing the boy's familiar visage, felt a sense of recognition. This is... In that moment, the boy unleashed a primal scream, his aura erupting exponentially. "I will have your blood." A white energy radiated outward as the boy's muscles swelled, and his hair began to lift in defiance. "Good heavens, Broly. My word. Lin Yi éclamet, uterle astondit." At present, Broly is still under 10 years old, devoid of any collar, and remarkably slender, with short hair that renders Lin Yi unable to recognize him. However, as the boy's muscles begin to swell, Lin Yi instantly realizes the identity of this individual. Is this not the legendary Super Saiyan? Was this not the child born with a battle power of 10,000? Dom stares, dumbfounded, as Broly transforms from a frail boy into a muscular figure, completely taken aback. What are you?" At this moment, Broly's transformation is merely an initial stage of muscle expansion, and he has yet to lose all reason. With furious eyes, he glares at Dom and forcefully pries apart Dom's arms. "You shall perish." Broly growls through clenched teeth, tearing Dom's arms apart with a brutal motion. "Ah, you bastard." Dom collapses to the ground, his severed arms discarded beside him, blood gushing from the wounds. The expressions of the others turn pale with fear. A battle power of 20,000 in such a destitute star domain is considered formidable, yet here they witness it being torn apart like an infant. One individual, attempting to flee, barely takes a step before Broly appears before him with unimaginable speed. Although Broly wears a cruel smile, he grips the man's head in one hand, and, with a brutal force, blood erupts forth. Red and white liquid swirl through the air as this individual, possessing a mere several thousand battle power, has his head exploded. A demon, a demon. The remaining few scatter in terror, yet Broly merely releases a key blast, which instantly multiplies into several, each darting in different directions. Explosion resund. And the once proud team of the Xian regiment, save for Dom, is reduced to cosmic dust. Broly then hovers before Dom, placing a foot upon his legs, eliciting a sickening crack of bones. "Ah, monster! You monster!" Dom's anguished cries echo as Broly remains unfazed, his cruel smile returning as he applies more pressure. Lin Yi gazes in astonishment at Broly, who at this moment is not yet in the legendary Super Saiyan form, merely exhibiting a preliminary state of muscle expansion. The battle power displayed on the watch reads 200,000. Damn it, this little child surpasses me by 20,000. Lin Yi, who has toiled tirelessly, employing various training techniques, finds himself outmatched by a mere child. However, it is important to note that Broly was born with a battle power of 10,000 and possesses the ability to grow stronger without training. At this stage, a battle power in the millions would not be surprising. If he were to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, this child, still under 10, could likely subdue Frieza with ease. What on earth is this child? Lin Yi inquires of the tall and graceful Dilly beside him. Unbeknownst to them, the individual had recently arrived on our planet, his father revealing that they had joined our guard due to their homeland being obliterated by the Sin army. At that moment, Dilly and her companions gazed at Broly with expressions of sheer terror. He had once been a shy, introverted gentleman, yet he had suddenly transformed into a figure of unbridled savagery. Bros, amidst Lin Yi and his companions' discourse, had already reduced Dom to a grotesque form, ultimately vanquished by a mere energy blast dissipating into the air. As Broly turned his gaze towards Lin Yi and the others, the rationality in his expression began to fade, replaced by an increasingly ferocious demeanor. This is dire. It appears he is on the verge of losing his sanity. Lin Yi, meeting Broly's gaze, felt a shiver run down his spine. Fortunately, while Broly's combat prowess was formidable, his mastery of power and fighting techniques remained woefully unrefined. Observing the recent skirmish, it was evident that Broly fought like a child, wielding tremendous strength without finesse. "You all should flee," Lin Yi urged Dilly and her companions, and in the next instant, he darted swiftly behind Broly, executing a side kick that sent Broly crashing to the ground. "Such power is truly wasted on you," Lin Yi remarked with envy. Yet his assault was merciless as he relentlessly struck towards Broly's abdomen. One must conclude this swiftly. The adversary is the fabled Super Saiyan, a force beyond verbal estimation. Should he transform further, with golden hair, my demise would be imminent. Should his hair turn green, I would be erased from existence. "Ah!" Broly emitted a piercing roar, his aura surging violently as his muscles expanded once more. The ground beneath him cracked, unable to withstand such overwhelming force. "Cease your cries and rest for a while," Lin Yi declared, unleashing an enhanced version of the universal thunderclap. Countless sparks, akin to lightning, erupted in his hand before crashing down upon Broly's head. Overwhelmed by a torrent of electrical energy before he could harness his might, Broly lost consciousness. Chapter 27. The Shift in Narrative. Culprit Gula. Observing the now frail boy that was Broly, Lin Yi hoisted him effortlessly, feeling the presence of Dilly and her companions as he swiftly ascended into the sky. Within minutes, he caught up with the fleeing group, who appeared quite disheveled and startled at the sudden appearance of Lin Yi. "You subdued the rampaging Broly?" Dilly exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Just moments ago, the formidable Broly had been a sight to behold, effortlessly besting the once arrogant Sin army, reducing them to mere chicks under his might. Yet now, Broly lay unconscious in the grasp of this man. "My name is Lin. You may call me Lin. Could you guide me to Broly's father?" Dilly and her companions nodded, leading Lin Yi towards the city. The archetypal hero rescuing the damsel in distress, a tale that resonates throughout the cosmos. After the recent incident, D. Lee's demeanor towards Lin E was evidently much warmer than before. Our planet primarily focuses on technological advancement, resulting in its inhabitants possessing relatively low combat abilities. Furthermore, we have cherished peace for generations, leading to minimal research into advanced weaponry for combat. Most of our studies are dedicated to enhancing the quality of life through various high-tech products. Had we devoted ourselves to the development of combat weaponry, the Xian Legion would not have fared well in our hands. Dealey exuded confidence in her planet's technology, boasting continuously along the way. Observing the technological level before him, Lin E noted that it indeed surpassed that of Earth by a considerable margin. It is said that this planet has been advancing technologically for tens of thousands of years, and even primitive beings have reached the forefront of technology. Soon, Dealey brought Lin E to the outskirts of a modest house in the city. This was Broly's residence. After speaking, she fixed her gaze on Lin E, remaining motionless. Lin E felt uneasy under her scrutiny. Although she conformed to earthly standards of beauty and possessed an incredibly alluring figure, she was undeniably not from Earth. Embarrassed by her resemblance to a distant relative of Bardock, Lin E awkwardly suggested, "Perhaps you should return for now. I can treat you to dinner another time." "Sure," Dealey replied enthusiastically, producing a sticker-like object from her pocket and affixing it to Lin Yi's arm. "This is our communication device. You can use it with your thoughts. My contact information is on it, so feel free to reach out." With a cheerful farewell, Dealey bounced away. Was this truly their first encounter? Could it be that Earthlings coincidentally aligned with the aesthetic preferences of this planet's inhabitants? Throughout the journey, Lin E felt that Dealey's enthusiasm was rather excessive, indicating that earthly appearances might indeed resonate with the universal standards of beauty. Being exceptionally handsome was quite the burden. As Lin E examined the sticker in his hand, a thought triggered a visual interface in his mind. It was indeed a cutting-edge technological marvel. The interface included not only contacts but also maps, shopping options, and various modules, resembling the ultimate evolution of earthly smartphones. However, Lin E found little utility in it, as he would only use it to contact Dealey. Closing the interface, he approached the house. Hearing the commotion outside, Broly's father, Paragus, opened the door and was greeted by the sight of Lin E approaching with the unconscious Broly in his arms. Lin Yi's mind had already pieced together much about Paragus's identity. The Broly from an alternate timeline was presumably still exiled on planet Vampa, possessing a terrifying power that allowed him to absorb his opponent's techniques during battle. In contrast, the current Broly appeared to be the original version, slightly weaker than his alternate counterpart. However, the oppressive aura he emanated was unparalleled. Had the original Broly continued to grow, his strength might not have been inferior to that of the alternate Broly. The transcendent Broly resembles an apex, evolving from the strength of a Super Saiyan to rivaling the power of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta in a mere few hours. However, his subsequent power ceiling will likely ascend in tandem with the main characters, avoiding any excessive exaggeration. In contrast, the original Broly requires no such arduous training. As time progresses, his combat prowess escalates infinitely. Furthermore, his power is intricately tied to his emotions. As his feelings fluctuate, so too does his strength, which initially overwhelms a Super Saiyan and eventually surpasses the formidable Lightning Cell. In the chaotic, multidimensional battle, the Broly who has been encased in ice for countless years matches the prowess of Super Saiyan 3 Vegeto, if he remains frozen for several millennia more. Surpassing the transcendent Broly will likely become a mere matter of time. Lin E believes that the only contender capable of rivaling the original Broly is Gohan. Both of these individuals do not require training. They adapt to evolving versions purely through their emotions. Gohan, regardless of whether he trains, attains his forms, be it Super Saiyan 2, Mystic Gohan, or Beast Gohan, through sheer consciousness flow rather than training. "Hello, are you Broly's father?" Paragus nodded in acknowledgement, inquiring, "Who are you?" "I am Lin, newly arrived on this planet, and I have just prevented Broly from going berserk." Lin E felt a tinge of sympathy for Paragus. Neither version of Broly had a favorable fate. The original was slain by his own son, while the transcendent version was sacrificed by King Frieza. However, the transcendent Broly still harbors some affection for his father, whereas the original Broly likely feels only boundless hatred. "Broly, are you alright?" Observing Broly collapsed on the ground, Paragus rushed over with genuine concern and affection in his eyes, which puzzled Lin E. Is this Paragus in this timeline any different? There are too many parallel timelines for Lin E to definitively characterize Paragus. However, it is evident that he holds an immense concern for Broly. Speak. For planet Vegeta is no more. I might be of assistance. Surprised that the other party knew of his connection to the Saiyans, Paragus gazed at Lin E in astonishment. Then sighed. The fact that Lin E could subdue the rampaging Broly suggested that his combat power could easily overwhelm Paragus with a mere finger. We were once two Saiyans from planet Vegeta. The Saiyans, a warrior race, are classified at birth as either elite warriors or lower-class warriors. This classification was decreed by King Vegeta. From birth, one's status is determined, and even if one's power later surpasses that of the elite, they will forever bear the label of lower-class warrior. Recognizing this as a kingly method of control, designating one's bloodline and confidants as elite warriors while relegating others to lower-class status to fortify his dominion. The strategies of emperors are eternally relevant. This also explains why Bardock, with a power level exceeding 10,000, remains classified as a lower-class warrior. Subsequently, our child Broly was born, possessing a combat power exceeding 10,000 right from the moment of his birth. Lin E interjected, "So, King Vegeta, fearing for his dominion, exiled you?" "Not at all," replied Paragus. "King Vegeta regarded us as the hope of our race and devoted himself to nurturing Broly. However, it appears that someone leaked information. For Broly's existence came to the attention of Frieza's brother, Cooler. Whether out of fear that Broly might threaten their reign or concerned that a formidable warrior would arise from Frieza's ranks, he dispatched assassins to hunt me and Broly. We barely escaped, wandering the cosmos in search of refuge. Later, I learned that planet Vegeta, with its warlike nature, had angered the gods and was obliterated by a meteor shower. I suspect Cooler may have played a role in instigating this disaster. Fearing Frieza's wrath and unable to act directly, he may have enlisted divine forces to annihilate the Saiyans, dreading the emergence of another like Broly." Chapter 28. Farewell, Broly. Destination: Southern Galaxy. What has become of Broly? This is the legendary Super Saiyan, yet he appears as frail as a wisp. Upon hearing Lin Yi's confusion, Paragus elucidated. Although Broly's combat power is formidable, his self-control is severely lacking. During our flight, his power gradually increased day by day, and within a few years, the young Broly managed to eliminate all those who pursued us. Nonetheless, his overwhelming strength, coupled with his volatile emotions, often rendered me powerless to restrain him. On one occasion, while on a distant planet, Broly lost control and nearly destroyed the entire world. It was only through a father's gentle love that I was able to awaken him. I recognized that Broly's abilities were a double-edged sword, capable of unleashing catastrophic havoc. Thus, I sought a serum to suppress Broly's power. This serum required monthly injections to keep his strength in check. Consequently, Broly's body suffered greatly, becoming alarmingly frail, and his combat power diminished to a level comparable to that of an ordinary child. However, the benefits were immense. Broly enjoyed a semblance of a normal childhood, and his emotions gradually stabilized. He even made many friends on the previous planet. Yet, all of this changed abruptly with the arrival of the Sin Corps. The members of this brigade came to our home for several years, declaring that the planet was suitable for some deranged purpose and demanding the evacuation of its inhabitants within days. Subsequently, those who failed to leave were slaughtered overnight, and Broly's friends perished in that calamity. It appears that Broly is experiencing his first rage in years. Perhaps the loss of his friends has profoundly affected him, rendering the serum ineffective. Upon hearing Paragus' account, Lin E grasped the overall situation. No wonder Broly's combat power was merely 200,000, and he appeared so frail that even his devoted comic fans failed to recognize him. It turns out he has suffered greatly from the effects of the serum. However, it seems that the situation can no longer be contained. Broly's power will continue to escalate. There exists a possibility that Broly may succumb to the torment of the serum and meet his demise. Regardless of the outcome, the serum is no longer suitable for Broly. After sharing his conjecture with Paragus, Paragus concurred with Lin Yi's assessment. "Leave it to me. I possess a more fitting solution for Broly." Lin Yi activated his communicator to reach out to Dilly, arranging a meeting under the pretext of shopping. The following day, Lin Yi reappeared at Paragus' residence. "What is this?" Paragus inquired, gazing at a golden collar that resembled a flawless ornament, adorned with a gemstone at its center. "This is a high-tech product from Planet Alex. Do not underestimate it. If this planet were to manufacture weapons en masse, even the Gula Legion would think twice before approaching." After a day of research, Lin Yi was equally impressed by the technological advancements of this planet, which were indeed dazzling. Such technological progress When reaching a certain threshold, rivals magic, superhuman abilities, and combat prowess. If Planet Alex were to develop androids akin to those of Dr. Gero, they would likely have already created an android surpassing Android 18. Once this collar is placed on Broly, if he ever loses control again, you can use this remote to manage him. Lin Yi extended a remote control, which Paragus accepted and subsequently fastened the collar around Broly's neck. At that moment, Broly, though not as innocent and benevolent as he once was, exhibited a demeanor far removed from his former age. He stood quietly, allowing Paragus to secure the collar, then turned to Lin Yi and uttered, "Thank you. In the ensuing 2 months, you will shadow me to become acquainted with energy manipulation. I shall impart all my knowledge to you, which will greatly aid you in mastering your emotions." Lin Yi believed that if Broly were to adeptly control his energy, although he might not be able to restrain his transformations, he should be capable of managing his emotions during partial displays of his great ape strength and mimicry. With further training, there existed a possibility that he could retain a semblance of rationality during transformations. The expectations were modest, as long as he could remember his father and avoid causing him harm. Throughout the subsequent 2 months, Paragus ceased the use of the serum, and Broly, having avenged his grievances, no longer fell into uncontrolled rages. Even without transforming into other forms, Broly's baseline combat power was rapidly ascending. It seemed he had endured far too much torment and suppression. In just 2 months, his base combat power had reached 200,000. Should he transform, it could potentially exceed 10 million. It was indeed enviable. Lin Yi observed Broly before him. Though he appeared frail, he had achieved a physique characteristic of a healthy child, rather than an emaciated one. Once transformed, the exaggerated muscles and overwhelming presence would compel anyone to retreat. In hindsight, he regretted not hastily merging with Goku's genes. Although Lin Yi's second gene has fused with the Saiyan gene, the genes of the transcendent Saiyan and the ordinary Saiyan are nearly distinct from one another. However, when Lin Yi inquired with the system about how the third gene fusion with the transcendent would fare, the response left him disheartened. Even if he were to integrate the transcendent gene, he would still be unable to attain the formidable augmentation exhibited by Broly, and there was the potential for conflict with the second gene. Nevertheless, Lin Yi did not dwell excessively on this. The Saiyan genes of little Goku, along with the subsequent transformations into Super Saiyan Red, Blue, and White, would not be inferior to the transcendent. He then escorted Broly to Paragus's humble abode. "Paragus, you must take Broly and leave. It is likely that I will confront the Sin Legion soon, and since Broly has yet to master his emotions, I fear that any conflict could result in devastation greater than that wrought by the Sin Legion." Upon hearing Lin Yi's candid words, Broly lowered his head in disappointment. Over the past 2 months, he had regarded Lin Yi as his mentor. "The spacecraft has been prepared for you. Before Broly learns to harness this power, it would be prudent to retreat to an uninhabited star system." In truth, this vessel was intended for Paragus, as he had discovered that Broly possessed an additional ability beyond that of the temporal warriors, namely, the capacity for survival in the cosmos. Unlike the transcendent beings who could not endure in space, Broly could thrive within it, deploying his protective shield, his vitality remarkably robust. "Goodbye, Lin." Broly bid farewell to Lin Yi with a tinge of reluctance. At that moment, his physique began to develop muscle, and his hair gradually lengthened. Adorned with a golden collar around his neck, he bore a striking resemblance to the Broly that Lin Yi had known. "We shall meet again in the future." Lin Yi waved his hand in farewell as Broly and Paragus boarded the spacecraft, departing from the Alex star. Unbeknownst to them, not far from their departure, within a colossal cosmic base, several extraterrestrials observed the screen displaying Broly's immense power level. After years of absence, Broly had re-emerged, alerting King Cooler. Chapter 29. The Arrival of Frisia. Lin Yi remained oblivious to the matters concerning Cooler's Legion and Broly, as he was preoccupied with contemplating the Spirit Tree's fruit. Despite Island's power being inferior to Frisia's, it was certainly formidable enough to pose a threat to him. However, these cosmic warriors relied too heavily on their power detection devices, entirely ignorant of how to control their energy. If Lin Yi could suppress his energy to zero and blend into the enemy's stronghold, he still stood a chance at acquiring the Spirit Tree fruit, and perhaps even the seeds. During this time, Lin Yi had managed to uncover the location of Island's base. 3 days after sending off Broly, he piloted the spacecraft towards a nearby planet. Landing on a planet that was closest to Island's territory, Lin Yi pondered the implications of such a large vessel descending. Was it not a blatant indication to the enemy that he was there to deliver himself, as a sacrifice? With a deep breath, Lin Yi murmured to himself, "Ah, traversing the vast expanse of the universe for the first time. Let there be no unforeseen mishaps." A protective shield materialized around him, a technique he had diligently mastered during his time training under Broly. This shield was essential for survival in the cosmic void, much like Broly relied on it to exist within the universe. The fundamental difference lay between them and Frisia's race, which thrived naturally in this celestial realm. If one were to liken the universe to an underwater world, Frisia's kind would be akin to fish, inherently capable of thriving in the depths. In contrast, Lin Yi and Broly merely employed a temporary protective spell, enabling them to survive briefly in the vastness of space. It was absurd that the Z fighters, including the likes of Goku, who had achieved such formidable power, had not learned this crucial technique. Lin Yi perceived a glaring weakness among the Earth warriors: their inability to survive in the cosmos without devising a strategy. Even if they did not wish to learn the protective shield, they could simply seek the Dragon's wish to remedy this deficiency. This oversight had dire consequences in the Buu saga, where the immensely powerful Gohan did nothing and was ultimately defeated by Kid Buu, leading to Earth's demise. It was not just Kid Buu. Even Frisia or Cell could obliterate a planet with a mere disagreement, and even the Z fighters, with their Super Saiyan transformations, would find themselves at a disadvantage. The only warrior likely capable of withstanding such threats was the formidable Vegito, who had previously utilized the protective shield within Buu's body, exhibiting strength surpassing that of Broly's shield. As Lin Yi expanded his shield and glided towards the planet Ison, he endeavored to minimize his energy signature. His previous practice with Broly had only involved brief sojourns in space, and he was uncertain if he would falter while crossing between two planets. However, after mere minutes, Lin Yi felt no discomfort, and the energy expenditure of the shield was remarkably low. Indeed, even without Frisia's genetic advantage, he would not succumb to demise should his spacecraft be compromised. Soon enough, Lin Yi descended upon the planet Ison, seeking out the strongest energy signature present. The power emanating from it was formidable, accompanied by an inexplicable, mystical aura. Could it be the essence of divinity? The fruit of the Tree of Might was indeed a divine creation, meant for the gods, so it was not surprising that Ison exuded such celestial energy. Glancing at his watch, he noted a staggering battle power reading of 30 million. This was comparable to Goku's tenfold Kaioken on Namek, sufficient to annihilate Frisia's base form of 550,000. Lin Yi felt the inadequacy of his own battle power, which stood at a mere 180,000. Exercising caution, he carefully controlled his energy as he approached the palace of Ison, employing the afterimage technique to slip past the guards before they could react. It was rumored that Frisia himself was leading an expedition to confront Lord Ison. As a deity, Lord Ison was not to be defeated, and preparations for an ambush against Frisia were already underway. However, the treatment within Frisia's army is quite commendable. Were it not for Lord Dyson's possession of the spirit tree fruit, which enhances combat prowess, I might have considered switching allegiances to Frisia's ranks. Caution must prevail. Discussions of job changes are best left outside work hours, lest we attract unwanted attention. Recently, I have also received an offer from the Gula Legion, which promises significantly better compensation, leaving me in a dilemma. Alas, Lord Dyson is prone to grandiose promises, boasting of the spirit tree fruit that purportedly doubles our combat strength in 3 years. Yet all these years have yielded naught but empty pledges. Lin Yi, concealed within the beams of the hall, controlled his breath, carefully gathering intelligence from below. His interest piqued upon overhearing the conversation between two guards. Lord Dyson is absent. It seems Frisia has taken the opportunity to strike. Lin Yi harbored doubts that they would take the spirit tree fruits with them, based on the intelligence gathered en route. The fruits cultivated on other planets were strictly monitored and promptly sent to Lord Dyson upon maturation. With the palace's remaining top combatants, numbering merely 80,000, it appeared that the more formidable fighters had been dispatched by Lord Dyson to confront Frisia. Glancing at the readings on his device, Lin Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Over the years, Lord Dyson must have nurtured a cadre of subordinates with combat prowess in the hundreds of thousands using the spirit tree fruits, leaving Lin Yi initially troubled about how to navigate this situation. In light of the circumstances, he unabashedly began to scour the palace. Encountering a few minor minions, he merely gestured, causing them to collapse unconscious. Several hours later, Lin Yi found himself in a lavish chamber, opening a chest crafted from pure gold. Within, he discovered it brimming with spirit tree fruits. The pure energy radiating from them was intoxicating. Inhaling their essence, he felt his pores unfurling. This must be an advanced version of the senzu beans. The energy of the spirit tree is indeed exponentially more potent than that of the senzu beans. He picked up one of the fruits and took a bite. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the planet, Lord Daisan awaited Frisia's arrival with a cadre of subordinates in a mountainous region. Each of them was equipped with a combat power detector akin to the one Raditz had upon arriving on Earth. At that moment, Lord Daisan's device displayed rummaging through the palace. The onlookers were left speechless. "Your Highness, where did this reckless individual come from? Should I go back and capture him?" One subordinate inquired. "What an uncouth bumpkin, brazenly entering the castle as soon as we depart. Does he not realize the area is rife with cameras? He must be a country bumpkin." Lord Daisan raised his hand to quell the discussion. "Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. This individual possesses the ability to manipulate combat power. His true strength is likely not reflected in the readings. We must focus on confronting Frisia. This bumpkin poses no significant threat." No sooner had he spoken than a meteor streaked across the sky, heralding the arrival of a colossal spacecraft descending upon the planet. They have arrived. Proceed as per the plan. Chapter 30. The Escaping Island of Sin, Gene Unlocking and Mimetic Super Saiyan. He remained oblivious to the events transpiring in the realm of Sin, having forgotten that the palace was laden with surveillance cameras. At this moment, he believed he had suppressed his aura to the lowest possible extent, executing his actions with utmost stealth. After consuming a fruit from the spirit tree, a warm sensation coursed through his entire being, accompanied by a wave of exceptionally pure energy radiating forth. The sheer delight was overwhelming. It felt as though he were enveloped in a cocoon of energy. Although the energy was modest in volume, its potency far surpassed that of his physical form, incessantly remodeling his muscles. This sensation was akin to what one would achieve after years of rigorous training, yet he attained it in mere moments. Could also detoxify? Previously, he had consumed the super divine water, which had left toxins festering within him. This was one of the reasons he hesitated to practice the King of Worlds Fist. He had initially intended to travel to Namek, utilizing one of Purunga's wishes to eliminate the hidden threats within his body. To his astonishment, the spirit tree fruit had purified him directly. His combat power now registered at an astounding 200,000. He stared in disbelief at the figures displayed on his watch, finding it utterly preposterous. Darius had consumed substances for many years, only to reach 30,000, and the demands of the plot had ultimately elevated him to slightly over 300,000. This was Darius's limit. Any further consumption would likely yield only marginal increases in power. Yet here he was, having consumed merely one fruit, achieving the remarkable figure of 200,000, a surge of 20,000 in combat strength. Truly, it was the food of the divine. He felt as though the very level of his being had ascended. He proceeded to devour the remaining fruits, indulging in more than a dozen, leaving only 5 spirit tree fruits in his capsule. It was not that he could not consume more, but rather that the increment in combat power derived from each subsequent fruit diminished significantly. Much like the near-death bug of the Science, it seemed there was a cap on this method of enhancement. It was clear that relying solely on this phenomenon for upgrades was implausible. One must endure rigorous training before the spirit tree fruits could regain their efficacy. After a period of training, he contemplated delivering a punch to himself, consuming a senzu bean to refresh his energy, and then partaking in another spirit tree fruit, repeating the process. Would this not enable him to overpower even the Grand Priest? As he stowed away the capsule, he indulged in such fantasies. At that moment, the screen displayed a combat power of 400,000. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching before hastily exiting the palace. After several hours of searching, he found no seeds of the spirit tree. They had likely all been taken by Sin. Upon leaving the castle, he directed himself towards his spacecraft, simultaneously activating the system, narrowing his eyes in surprise. This could also be upgraded. Dark Race Gene, Combat Power 50, Demon Realm Environment 50, Scion Gene, Scion Near-Death Bug, Mimetic Super Saiyan, Great Ape Power, Combat Power 10x. As the third gene had yet to integrate, its status remained uncertain. However, the 2 genes that had previously fused unexpectedly evolved under the stimulation of the spirit tree's fruit. Could it be that the level of life has undergone a transformation? He attempted to unleash his energy, and suddenly, his combat power skyrocketed to an astonishing 400,000, causing the very planet to tremble. For a million. As controlled his aura, he glanced at his watch, noting that his power had reached an incredible 4 million. The Super Saiyan form and the Kaioken technique cannot be used in conjunction, as the overwhelming power is beyond what the body can endure. This is also the reason why the Kaioken faded into obscurity after the emergence of the Super Saiyan. It remains uncertain whether the pseudo-Super Saiyan form can synergize with the demon genes. Lin Yi once again harnessed the power of the demon race, and his aura surged once more, sending waves of energy radiating outward. 6 million. Lin Yi reveled in this extraordinary strength. It was overwhelmingly powerful, undeniably formidable. Indeed, relying solely on a lifetime of training, I would likely not achieve 6 million before the arrival of Majin Buu. The gains from cosmic adventures are truly monumental. Just as Lin Yi was still acclimating to the leap from 180,000 to 6 million, a projectile-like sphere of light detonated beside him. Oha, ho ho ho. Mr. Ashin is fleeing this way. Does he have allies here? A combat power of 6 million is indeed no trivial matter, far surpassing that of Captain Jinyu. Listening to the sinister laughter, Lin Yi turned to its source, where a familiar figure emerged. In the distance, a diminutive, all-white figure with one hand covering its mouth emitted a devilish chuckle, appearing remarkably courteous. The most polite villain from Dragon Ball, Frieza, made his entrance. Ahem, 6 million? How could you possibly possess such strength? Even if you consumed my spirit tree's fruit, it wouldn't elevate you to such heights. From the smoke of the mountain where the sphere had struck, Ashin, battered and bruised, emerged. Simultaneously, a figure resembling Frieza's transformation, King Cold, slowly approached from afar. Ashin, you are indeed a formidable figure. Had I not accompanied Frieza on this occasion, he might have met his demise here. Lin Yi observed the three formidable beings in the distance, trembling with trepidation. The joy from his recent surge from 180,000 to 6 million instantly dissipated. 30 million for Ashin, 120 million for Frieza, and 120 million for King Cold. A combat power of 30 million is indeed terrifying, capable of concealing its aura to evade detection, nearly leading to my downfall at the hands of Frieza, attempting to ambush me as my spaceship had just landed, seeking to eliminate me before I could transform. Had it not been for my father accompanying me, your scheme might have indeed succeeded. Frieza regarded Ashin, his voice devoid of discernible emotion. Lin Yi, hearing Frieza's words, recognized the depths of his insight. Ashin is undoubtedly a talent. With Frieza's base power at 530,000 and Ashin's 30 million, it is indeed plausible for him to achieve a swift kill. In a parallel universe, there existed a Saiyan named Lin Chun, whose battle power was initially 100,000. Through the transformation into a great ape, he ascended to a staggering 1 million in battle power, and in a moment of opportunity, he swiftly defeated Frieza before the latter could transform. Although the plans of the villain Iasin had crumbled and he found himself at a dead end, he remained unfazed. Frieza, this time I have faltered, but do not revel in your triumph. When I enhance my strength once more, I shall return. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Lin Yi, lamenting, the fruit of the spirit tree, which was meant to aid my ascension, has been squandered by you, a mere mortal, such a waste. With that, a beam of deathly energy erupted from Iasin's hand, hurtling toward Lin Yi with alarming speed. Lin Yi, aware that he was not invincible, recognized that a direct hit would spell his demise. He let out a fierce shout, summoning his full strength for the first time, combining the might of a Super Saiyan's great ape form with the essence of the demon realm, manifesting a colossal energy shield around him. The beam of death struck the shield, creating ripples as it diminished in power. However, Lin Yi sensed that the energy shield had consumed a significant portion of his own energy with that single blow. He could not withstand another assault. Frieza, seize this rebel at once, Iasin commanded, producing the remaining spirit tree fruits and presenting them to Frieza. Your Majesty, these are the source of this rebel-esque strength. I had intended to join your ranks, and these serve as my token of allegiance. Chapter 31. I, Lin Yi, aspire to join Frieza's legion. Oh, you wish to join my army? King Cold turned his gaze towards Lin Yi, intrigued. Lin Yi nodded resolutely. Having drifted through life, I lament not having encountered a worthy lord. If you do not cast me aside, I am willing to join Frieza's legion. As he bowed, his thoughts turned to the notion of treachery against his adoptive father. Iasin scoffed derisively from the side. Today he joins your army to save his life. Tomorrow he may join mine for the sake of the spirit tree fruits. There is no fundamental difference between our factions. For now, your strength merely outweighs mine. Frieza was about to retort, but Lin Yi interjected, Nonsense. Your Iasin army is infamous for its atrocities. How dare you compare it to Frieza's legion? Your forces invade other planets to cultivate the spirit tree, turning vibrant worlds into lifeless husks. This destruction of nature and violation of cosmic order is an affront that all should condemn. Iasin, incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Lin E, ignorant mortal. You. Lin E cut him off, continuing, while Frisia's army has established the largest real estate agency in the universe, rationally utilizing resources and ensuring equitable distribution. Such noble endeavors are beyond your capacity for comparison. His fervor grew as he confronted Iasin. Imagine if you were born on a desolate planet, deprived of sustenance and air, living each day like a descent into hell. However, you strive diligently each day to strengthen yourself. Do such individuals not deserve a better life? If you were a scientist born on a remote planet, persevering in your technological research despite scarcity and limited resources, ultimately venturing into the cosmos, do you not merit a more splendid existence? Meanwhile, those devoid of knowledge and born with minimal potential, who fail to cultivate their abilities yet benefit from fortunate circumstances on affluent planets, enjoy unparalleled resources. Is this just? It is not fair. Birth does not define everything, and the effort one exerts in life is of paramount importance. The equitable distribution of resources is essential to dismantling monopolies, allowing diligent individuals across the universe to relish a better life. King Frisia, as cosmic empire, strives toward this very goal, instilling fear in those who have always lived in comfort while providing opportunities for those from desolate worlds to rise. Your worth is not determined by your origins, but by your relentless efforts. If you possess strength, you can reclaim your planet. If your planet unites, you can purchase back your former home with wealth. Aisen's body trembled. He had not anticipated the opponent's ability to distort the truth so effectively, disparaging his own legion while elevating Frisia's forces. You speak nonsense. Is Frisia's army not motivated by profit? Profit? Absurd. Do you comprehend the annual military expenditure of Frisia? Do you realize the immense resources required to sustain such a vast army? Do you understand the costs of waging war on a planet? Do you believe the amount spent to acquire a planet suffices for financing an interstellar war? Ridiculous. King Frisia does not seek to forfeit profits, but rather aims to create a balanced environment where individuals can achieve a better life through their efforts. This is fairness. It is unequivocally fair. King Cooled and Frisia gazed at Lin E in astonishment, never having contemplated that their legions might possess such a mission. Military expenses? What military expenses? Our funds are seized. King Cooled, still in shock, approached Lin E, placing a hand on his shoulder earnestly. Please, I implore you to join my team. Lin E turned and inquired, have you heard my story? No, but your recent impassioned speech was brimming with narrative. From this day forth, I, Lin E, shall join Frisia's army, he declared solemnly, for in a few years, you two old geezers will be dismantled by Trunks. At that time, I shall be the leader of the Legion. Mr. Lin E, welcome to Frisia's army. But before we proceed, let us first deal with Prince Aisin. Frisia remarked, ever elegant and courteous, even towards his arch-nemesis, Aisin. Aisin chuckled. Do you truly believe you can kill me? He rose to his feet, brushed off the dust from his attire, and adjusted his appearance. When we meet again, I shall be the new emperor of the universe. Take heed, he declared, before vanishing before the crowd. Was that Jebbet's teleportation? Lin E exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the spot where Aoshin had just stood. He had begun to formulate a hypothesis regarding Aoshin's identity. This individual was certainly not a deity, yet possessing the spirit tree suggested he was akin to Jebbet, a servant of the gods. However, it was evident that he had not reached Jebbet's level, as his combat power, having consumed so many spirit tree fruits, was only 30 million, likely on par with a cosmic sanitation worker. Aoshin's teleportation abilities were presumably inferior to Jebbet's, limited to the nearby star regions. Perhaps a result of half-hearted imitation. After Aoshin's instantaneous disappearance, Lin E distinctly sensed his energy manifesting on a nearby planet, indicating that he had employed multiple instances of teleportation to depart. Frisia and King Cold gazed incredulously at the spot where Aoshin had vanished, astonished to discover that he possessed such a skill. No wonder he remained unfazed upon witnessing his subordinates being swiftly dispatched. Is this the spirit tree fruit that enhances combat prowess? Frisia mused, pulling out the fruit Lin E had just given him. I have been preparing to train, aiming to adapt to a full 100% of my strength. After Aoshin's surprise attack, Frisia felt that his form at 530,000 was perilously vulnerable. One misstep could result in a fatal ambush. He must acclimate to the full power of his third transformation. Aoshin had escaped. and it was time to capture a few high-ranking individuals to extract information regarding the whereabouts of the spirit tree seeds. He surely had not brought all of them along. "Weren't you saying that the spirit tree seeds harm nature?" King Cold interjected, still enmeshed in his earlier rhetoric, lamenting how his legion had only just ascended to the moral high ground and could not afford to descend once more. "My lord King Cold, you must understand that the universe requires balance. With creation comes destruction. Destruction is the duty of the destroyer. In this particular time and space of our universe, there exists no destroyer. Hence Frisia's legion must assume that role to maintain cosmic equilibrium for those planets unsuitable for habitation, yet not yet transformed into cosmic dust. We shall harness the power of the spirit tree to ensure their annihilation, thus restoring balance to the universe." King Cold grasped Lin E's shoulder firmly. "From this day forth, you shall be the destroyer of my legion, entrusted with the task of cultivating the spirit trees." Chapter 32. The Heart of Rebellion in Jinyu. Having gained the trust of the two formidable leaders, Lin E donned the battle attire of Frisia's legion, reminiscent of the outfit he wore when he first arrived on Earth with Vegeta, and soared towards the palace from which he had just come. With Aoshin gone, and no other warriors within the legion boasting combat power exceeding 1 million, Lin E casually apprehended a few high-ranking officials and, employing persuasion, gleaned the locations of several spirit tree fruit seeds. He then set off aboard a spacecraft. 2 days later, on a nearly desolate planet, Lin E found himself in a laboratory. "Who is the scoundrel that continuously thwarts my efforts and absconds with these seeds of the spirit tree?" The members of the Island Exine Legion nearby trembled with fear, acutely aware that their defeat rendered them vulnerable to incineration at the slightest displeasure of their adversary. "Are the fruits of the spirit tree all here?" Lin E inquired, glancing at the 2 spirit tree fruits before him, his frustration evident. "Sir, once the spirit tree fruits mature, they are promptly harvested and prepared for delivery to His Highness, the Island Exine. We are not permitted to store them here. Indeed, these 2 are the most recent harvests, yet to be dispatched." The thief of the spirit tree seeds managed only to steal the seeds. Not a single fruit was obtained. With seeds in his possession, was he truly lacking for these few fruits? Disheartened, Lin E stored the spirit tree fruits in a capsule. Over the past 2 days, he had gathered more than 20 seeds. This was the final planet, and despite his hurried journey, he had arrived too late, ultimately obtaining not a single seed. How could he justify this to Frisia and Cooler? At the very least, they should have left him one. As Lin E wallowed in his frustration, a figure resembling a lizard-headed individual approached. "Sir, we have footage capturing the thief of the seeds. It appears to be a cosmic being who joined the Island Exine Legion some time ago." Without hesitation, Lin E followed the lizard-like creature into a room filled with advanced technological instruments, highlighted by a large screen displaying footage of a teenager pilfering the spirit tree seeds and fleeing in a spaceship. "Is that Dales?" Observing the scion, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, Lin E cursed Bazak 1,000 times in his mind. This wretched fellow must be an illegitimate child from some unknown origin, a brute with no manners, engaging in such underhanded theft of spirit tree seeds. Dales, with lesser potential than Sun Wukong, would possess only 30,000 battle power upon arriving on Earth. It was indeed a travesty for him to have stolen the spirit tree seeds. However, knowing it was Dales, Lin E felt a sense of calm. He could simply await the unfolding of events on Earth. With the spirit tree fruits in hand, Lin E returned to the headquarters of the Frisia Legion. At that moment, apart from the Ice Demon, his strength was arguably the most formidable within the Legion. Clad in his battle attire, he strode confidently through the vast expanse of a colossal spaceship. Suddenly, he encountered 2 familiar figures approaching. Upon seeing Lin E, they respectfully greeted him. Was that not his aunt and Red Bull? As he watched the 2 figures recede into the distance, he recalled the 2 formidable warriors from the revived F. Red Bull had engaged in an intense exchange with Piccolo, nearly at Super Saiyan 2 level, while his aunt had effortlessly subdued Yajirobe. He pondered what their current strengths might be, especially regarding this Red Bull. The narrative does not unveil his origins. It remains uncertain whether he conceals his true strength or, akin to his aunt, has been summoned to serve as a sparring partner, thus achieving an extraordinary level of prowess. Caution is prudent. Huh? Is this indeed Mr. Lin E, as spoken of by Lord Frisia? It is said that Lord Frisia intends to establish a special operations team exclusively for you. Suddenly, a figure adorned with 2 horns materializes before Lin E, followed closely by a formidable giant sporting a pineapple-shaped head, accompanied by a duo of vibrant red hair and blue skin. culminating in the presence of a diminutive individual with 4 eyes. Captain Jinyu, to my great honor, Mr. Lin Yi recognizes me, Jinyu remarked as he approached Lin Yi, extending his hand for a handshake. Lin Yi, however, refrained from reciprocating the gesture. Though this old schemer appeared courteous like Frisia, his underhandedness was notorious. One misstep could result in an unwanted body swap, and Jinyu would undoubtedly covet the recently acquired physique of the mimicry Super Saiyan. The renown of Jinyu Force is resounding. Lin Yi responded with an unhurried demeanor. Jinyu's outstretched hand lingered in the air, unacknowledged for an extended moment, his expression darkening. He withdrew his hand, concealing his inner displeasure, and declared, "Lord Frisia summons you." Lin Yi walked past him, heading toward Frisia's chamber. Observing Lin Yi's gradually fading silhouette, Jinyu's countenance darkened. His fists clenched with a creaking sound. "Captain, why is it that after years of arduous effort, we have only attained our current status, while this newcomer receives such favor from Lord Frisia?" "Indeed, Captain, previously, Lord Cooler sought to enlist us, yet we remained steadfast in our loyalty. What have we gained in return?" Lord Frisia's demeanor towards us grows increasingly indifferent. "Quite right. We even choreographed a week-long dance to celebrate Lord Frisia's record sales of over 3,000 orders, yet he watched with a furrowed brow." The other members of Jinyu Force chimed in, and Captain Jinyu, furrowing his brow, growled softly, "Enough. Do you dare discuss Lord Frisia? Do you wish to court disaster?" As Frisia's most ardent supporter, Captain Jinyu's loyalty ranked among the highest in the entire Legion. However, Lin Yi's sudden elevation, particularly for the formation of Special Operations Team, left Jinyu feeling resentful. "Come, there's a race that has invested considerable resources in procuring suitable planets for their habitation. Join me in negotiations. This client is exceedingly discerning." With that, the 5 members of Jinyu Force proceeded toward the exit. Lin Yi arrived at Frisia's chamber, where Frisia maintained his third form, seated in his infant chair, seemingly affected by the psychological impact of the previous ambush by Dodoria. "Lord Frisia, I present to you the fruit of the spirit tree, said to be the food of the divine. Consuming it should enable you to fully adapt to your final form, negating the need to maintain your first form." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he presented 80% of the spirit tree fruits that had been collected. "Regarding the whereabouts of the spirit tree seeds, I have already gained some insights. In the future, I shall remain vigilant on a certain planet, waiting for opportunities." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Frisia turned his head, his tail gently swaying in the air, regarding Lin Yi with a benevolent gaze. "Mr. Lin Yi, I hold your strength in high esteem, and your definition of our Legion is remarkably accurate. My father, King Cold, has already printed your previous remarks, and he is preparing to deliver speeches across the galaxy soon." King Cold had long since entrusted military authority to Gula and Frisia, and he himself had entered a state of semi-retirement. "Moreover, Mr. Lin Yi, I am preparing to form a special operations team for you, with benefits surpassing those of the Jinyu Force. What do you think?" Chapter 33. 2-Star Dragon Balls and Frisia's Ambitions. The proposal to establish a special operations team left Lin Yi in disbelief. No wonder Jinyu had previously harbored such hostility towards him, as he had perceived Lin Yi as a rival for his position. "Indeed, I have issued a notice. Anyone with special abilities throughout the universe may join our Frisia Force." Previously, the Jinyu Force was renowned as the fastest and strongest warriors in the cosmos, boasting members with extraordinary abilities such as time stasis and body exchange. I eagerly anticipate the successful formation of this new special operations team. However, it must remain confidential, known only to a select few responsible for recruitment. Aside from the Jinyu Force, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. Although he had already attained a battle power of 400,000, standing out in the current narrative, he understood that power exceeding 100 million would render even the strongest as mere cannon fodder. With the births of Goten and Trunks, Super Saiyans would become commonplace. Thus, this period is indeed the optimal time for accumulating strength, and leveraging Frisia's influence to do so is undoubtedly the best option. In due time, whether the Special Operations Team would heed his commands or Frisia's would ultimately depend on whose might prevailed. Lin Yi promptly agreed and then inquired, "Lord Frisia, may I ask if there is a specific mission behind the clandestine formation of this Special Operations Team?" "Oh ho ho, Mr. Lin Yi, you are indeed astute," came Frisia's trademark. Infectious laughter as he leaped from his infant carriage, gazing out into the cosmos, at the vast expanse of the galaxy. "This universe is immensely vast and wondrous. Although I proclaim myself the Emperor of the universe, the territory I occupy likely accounts for scarcely a billionth of it. Deep within the cosmos lie countless incredible powers: time stasis, body exchange, creation from nothing. The possibilities are endless. Listening to Frisia's words, Lin marveled at the universe's wonders, realizing that even the mightiest could be countered by bizarre abilities. After his moment of reflection, Frisia continued, "Recently, there have been rumors of a miraculous artifact in a distant part of the universe. By collecting just 2 of these, one can fulfill any wish." Regrettably, the legend has long since faded into history, and despite dispatching numerous individuals, I have yet to uncover any clues pertaining to it. Your elite task force is now entrusted with the mission of locating this extraordinary place, devoid of any time constraints. Upon hearing Frisia's words, Lin Yi's mind immediately conjured the thought of the Dragon Balls. Has the narrative of the 7 Dragon Balls advanced? Could it be that we are already delving into the saga of Planet Namek at such an early stage? Yet, as this notion crossed his mind, he quickly realized the discrepancy. The legend Frisia spoke of involved 2 orbs, not 7. The 2-star Dragon Ball? A sudden epiphany struck Lin, recalling the 2-star dragon from the Granola arc, which could be summoned by collecting merely 2 spheres. Namekians exist not only on Earth and Namek, but also throughout the scattered cosmos. The Grand Elder of Planet Cyril is indeed a Namekian, having created the 2-star dragon of his own. This meant there was no need to scour the entire universe, as the orbs were merely scattered across Planet Cyril, and only 2 were required. Most crucially, unlike the Dragon Balls on Earth, there were no cooldowns. They could be summoned at will. However, this dragon does have its restrictions. All wishes must be exchanged for something else. Granola sacrificed his entire lifespan to attain the title of the strongest under the divine. It remains uncertain whether Planet Cyril lies within the Northern Galaxy. If not, one would have to seek out Zuno. Lin decided to keep the matter of the Dragon Balls clandestine for the moment and cautiously inquired, "Lord Frisia, as the supreme being of the universe, what wish do you seek to fulfill?" "Oh. Frisia chuckled. "Mr. Lin, I am indifferent to being the strongest in the universe. I have never trained since birth, nor has my father. Only my brother, Cooler, has been continuously honing his skills, beyond the strength of being the universe's mightiest. My true desire is merely to grow 5 centimeters taller." As he spoke, Frisia extended a hand, gesturing with earnestness, 5 centimeters. If only I could gain that height. Lin, he felt a jolt of disbelief. Was he exhausting himself in search of the 2-star Dragon Ball solely for the sake of a few extra centimeters? Had he known, he could have easily ordered height-increasing shoes online, which would provide an 8-centimeter boost. "Lord, why just 5 centimeters? Lin, he asked in confusion, considering that even with an increase of 5 centimeters, Frisia would still resemble a yodeler. "Oh. Mr. Lin, you are quite mistaken," Frisia replied, holding up one hand to indicate the 5-centimeter measure. "If I were to grow too much at once, it would raise too many suspicions. How could I, the great Emperor Frisia of the universe, allow anyone to discover that I achieved my height through such means?" He then smiled at Lin. "The effect I desire is to grow just 5 centimeters at a time, allowing me to appear to still be in my growth phase." "Oh. In truth, according to the lore of the Frost Demons, I am indeed still in my growth phase, and by human standards, I remain in my adolescence." Lin finally understood why Frisia insisted on keeping the formation of the Special Forces team a secret. It was to conceal his stature from others. He vowed not to disappoint, and the name of the new Special Forces team would be Shadows, thus dubbed the Shadow Special Forces, operating solely under my command, with even my father unaware of your existence. Frisia, the Emperor, the first member of the Shadow Special Forces, expressed his desire to include good from the Ginyu Force. That diminutive one who can momentarily halt time? What utility does someone with a mere combat power of 10,000 hold for you? Frisia was not particularly impressed with Good's fighting capabilities. Although he could briefly stop time, Good's power was insufficient to breach even the defenses of a stationary Ginyu. Logically, Good should not have been eligible to join the Ginyu Force, but an exception had been granted by Captain Ginyu himself. "My lord, this individual will prove invaluable in the future. His time skip ability lasts only a fraction of a second and is already formidable. Good's capabilities far exceed that. As for the issue of combat power, there is no need for concern. After all, we have the androids. Android 17, a mere earthling, has undergone modifications to surpass Super Saiyan levels and possesses limitless energy. Once Good is transformed into an android, combined with infinite energy, he will undoubtedly eclipse Hit. Very well. Mr. Lin, You may depart at once. I shall speak with Captain Jinyu on your behalf, and I hope to hear good news from you in the near future." With Frisia's sinister, mocking laughter echoing in his ears, Lin Yi exited and boarded his spaceship. Although locating Planet 2 was challenging, acquiring the Dragon Balls from Earth and Namek would be relatively simple. There was no rush to inform Frisia. The primary objective remained to enhance his combat prowess. A standard combat power of 3 million was required to unlock the Super Saiyan transformation 50 times, and he hoped to achieve this before the events on Namek commenced. Chapter 34, 12 Years, Maximum Combat Power 30 million. Deep in the cosmos, within a spaceship, the central screen displayed a gravity level of 50 G. Lin Yi reclined leisurely in a bathtub, sipping red wine while watching a video featuring Master Roshi. To Lin Yi, the 50-fold gravity felt as effortless as drinking water, having seamlessly integrated it into his daily life. Lin Yi, I can hardly believe you have been away from Earth for 12 years without a single return. Master, I had indeed planned to return to Earth recently. The years of training have been arduous, and I could use some relaxation. You should come back soon. Goku's child is already 4 years old. You haven't seen him, have you? The little one is quite adorable. I wonder how your senior brother is faring with the Grand Supreme Elder. We have lost contact. Master Roshi, perhaps due to his advancing age, rambled on endlessly, with each video call stretching over half an hour. After 40 minutes, Lin Yi ended the call and stood up, stretching leisurely. 12 years have passed, and the narrative of Dragon Ball has now reached the Saiyan Saga, where combat power begins to increase exponentially. I ponder whether I can establish my footing in this tumultuous era. Over the years, Master Roshi's combat prowess has surpassed 10,000. Lin Yi has urged the Turtle Hermit to retire and dedicate himself entirely to teaching his disciples. Thus, the storyline aligns closely with Lin Yi's understanding. The Demon King Piccolo has been unleashed, the second generation of evil has emerged, and Piccolo Jr. was ultimately defeated by Son Goku. The only distinction lies in the fact that, due to Lin Yi's influence, Bulma did not engage in a romantic relationship with Yamcha, and even managed to ride on the flying Nimbus. However, this may be either a source of regret or an inescapable fate. In the end, Son Goku married Chi-Chi, while his bond with Bulma failed to flourish. Over these years, the whereabouts of launch remain a mystery. Lin Yi activated the spaceship without deploying the protective shield, traversing the cosmos. With a mere flick of his wrist, a colossal shockwave surged towards a nearby minor planet. Moments later, a brilliant explosion illuminated the vastness of space. At that moment, the combat power detector indicated 1 million. Achieving a combat power of 1 million after 12 years of training is indeed remarkable. Son Goku, after 12 years of cultivation, had only garnered a few hundred in combat power. Moreover, throughout these years, the actual time dedicated to training has been scant, primarily focused on learning to harness ki. Lin Yi did not engage in deliberate workouts. His sole practice involved acclimating to the gravity chamber, integrating training seamlessly into his daily life. This embodies the essence of the Turtle School's training philosophy. Most of these years were spent on Yardrat, where it took him nearly a year to proficiently use ki and sense it. An additional 6 months were required to master instantaneous movement. However, Lin Yi refrained from utilizing instantaneous movement to return to Earth, viewing it merely as a survival skill. He preferred the gradual journey aboard the spaceship, allowing him to train under 50G gravity while experiencing the diverse wonders of the universe. Frisia, that bald tyrant, has not grown a single hair over these years and has only managed to acquire a fragment of the Frost Demon S cells while remaining undetected. Within the vast expanse of space, Lin Yi summoned the system. At that moment, the system revealed a new feature, combat power detection, surpassing the accuracy of the traditional devices used by Frisia's army. Even more astonishingly, the system's detection could not conceal one's ki. Thus, even if Lin Yi suppressed his aura to its lowest, the system could still ascertain his true combat power. Lin Yi, combat power 1,000,000. Demon Gene, combat power 50, Demon Realm Environment 50. Saiyan Gene, Mimetic Super Saiyan, initial manifestation, combat power 20 times. Frost Demon Gene, cosmic survival. Since merging with Frisia's genetic material, Lin Yi's combat power has not augmented, yet he has gained the ability to survive in the cosmos. It remains uncertain whether he will evolve into golden or black gold forms in the future. After enduring such a lengthy period of cultivation, the S gene within has likely increased significantly, with the previous mimicry of the Super Saiyan, the power of the great ape, now manifesting in its preliminary form. The combination of the demon race gene and the mimicry of the Saiyan could amplify combat power by 30-fold, unleashing a staggering force of 30 million. This figure already matches the prowess of Island Xin from 12 years ago, yet the whereabouts of Island Xin remain a mystery. The Frisia Corps has tirelessly sought his location over the years, but Island Xin has learned to be cautious, cultivating the fruits of the spirit tree to avoid direct confrontation. Throughout these years, the Frisia Corps has gathered a considerable number of spirit tree fruits, though the seeds remain elusive. The increase in Lin Yi's combat power and the preliminary manifestation of the mimicry of the Saiyan can be partially attributed to the spirit tree fruits. In 3 days, they shall reach Earth, coinciding with the arrival of Raditz in this world. Lin Yi returned to the spaceship, observing its flight trajectory, and activated a communication interface. Captain Lin Yi of the Shadow Special Forces, please investigate the recent flight path of Raditz. Understood, Captain. Raditz's recent trajectory is headed towards Planet Mide, presumably to rendezvous with Vegeta. The Shadow Special Forces possess the highest hidden authority within the Frisia Corps, allowing members direct access to the Supreme System. Understood. Lin Yi ended the communication with his teammate, furrowing his brow. Has the impact of my joining the Frisia Corps altered the storyline of the Saiyan saga? If Raditz does not head to Earth, then will Goku escape death? And, consequently, will he not learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb? What will become of Majin Buu? Will Lin Yi be tasked with confronting him? Regardless of these uncertainties, I shall face what comes with resolve. With Frisia's genes, the previous slow pace of cultivation should be rectified. Perhaps I will soon reach 3 million in power. Following that, a consistent cultivation to 100 million, combined with Super Saiyan God and Black Gold enhancements, would ensure that even the likes of Majin Buu, let alone Beerus, would face significant challenges. As Lin Yi leaned against the wall, dreaming of the future, he tossed a piece of chocolate into his mouth. Soudainement, a formidable aura surgit forte. What immense power! It is so overwhelming that it sends shivers down my spine. Could it be that Frisia and Cooler are engaged in battle? The intensity of this presence far surpasses my own. The mere aftermath of their confrontation causes the spaceship to shudder. I must find a nearby planet to land on, lest I become collateral damage. With instant transmission at my disposal, I need not fear danger. If necessary, I could simply flee to King Kai's planet. Over the years, I have shared countless amusing anecdotes from my past life on the internet with King Kai, and now we share an almost inseparable bond. Just as the spaceship came to a halt, the adjacent planet erupted, followed by a colossal sphere of light plummeting towards Lin Yi's current location. Such frequent planetary destruction makes one question how to proceed. No sooner had Lin Yi uttered these words than the dust settled, revealing a familiar figure before him. Cooler? Chapter 35. The Demon Cooler, the Ultimate Transformation. The Cosmic Emperor Cooler, the mightiest of the Frozen Demon Clan. At this moment, Cooler is likely no match for even Frisia or King Cold. Who could have driven Cooler to such desperation? The soldiers of Frisia's army? Upon seeing Lin Yi's attire, Cooler immediately recognized him as one of Frisia's minions. Has his battle power reached 1 million? I never anticipated that Frisia had secretly nurtured such a formidable warrior. I shall enlist your assistance in dealing with this. Before he could finish his thought, a colossal figure descended from the sky. A robust arm grasped Cooler's head and flung him away with tremendous force. Roar! The immense figure radiated an overwhelming aura, the pressure nearly suffocating Lin Yi. The being paid him no heed, instead casting a sinister smile at the crater where Cooler lay, continuing its flight. Lin Yi observed the explosive muscles, exuding immense power and authority. Broly? Shouldn't this fellow be reigning supreme in the South Galaxy? How has he come to pummel Cooler? Lin Yi was unaware of the events following Broly's departure, when Cooler's forces pursued him relentlessly. According to the narrative of the original Broly, he was supposed to be in the South Galaxy, soon to wreak havoc throughout the entire galaxy. Cooler gazed at Broly, enveloped in golden energy, displaying a flicker of trepidation. Who would have imagined that from the moment of your birth, you were hunted, and not only did they fail to extinguish you in your cradle, but you also transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Broly extended his palm, a sphere of light gradually coalescing above it. The tribulations you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid 100-fold, 1,000-fold. A massive sphere of light hurtled towards Cooler. Cooler struggled to fend it off with both hands, his body being forced backward. Damn it, it truly is the legendary Super Saiyan. He had long heard of such a legend. The Saiyans were a warlike race. Every 1,000 years, a cruel and murderous Super Saiyan would emerge, plunging the entire universe into chaos. Frisia and King Cold had dismissed this legend, with Frieza even subjugating the Saiyan race. However, Cooler had always feared that his frozen demon clan might lose its standing as the Cosmic Emperor due to the legendary Super Saiyan. He had been secretly orchestrating events, urging the deity of planet Vegeta to summon meteors to annihilate the Saiyans entirely, especially with Broly, whose battle power surpassed 10,000 at birth. He felt an intensified sense of crisis and had relentlessly pursued him. How could I, the illustrious King Cooler, be defeated by a mere wild monkey? Cooler's veins bulged as he unleashed a wave of energy. The colossal sphere struck a distant planet, igniting a brilliant display of fireworks. Gasping for breath, Cooler glared at Broly, who met his gaze with disdain, igniting a wildfire of fury within him. Do you believe you have triumphed? Gula smiled. Do you think this is my final form? Like Frieza, I too am a product of the Kurd King's asexual reproduction. We were born with a combat power of 100 million, but unlike Frieza, I have been diligently training. Now, allow me to unveil my latest transformation, the fourth transformation. As Gula spoke, an immense aura emanated from his body, sending waves of energy cascading outward. His physique began to undergo a profound transformation, with his muscles swelling once more. Spikes began to sprout from his body, and his head altered as a mask-like metallic covering enveloped his face, rendering him fearsome. Gula, in his demonic form, stood formidable. Lin Yi, observing from a distance, stared in awe at the clash of these titans, ready to utilize instant transmission should the situation turn dire. His combat power surged dramatically from 150 million to 470 million, nearly tripling. At such elevated levels of power, the Kaioken technique became arduous, for without a body to match the colossal energy, its use would lead to certain demise. In contrast, this transformation's augmentation of power bore no physical burden, marking it as the mainstream approach. Gula's transformation, boasting over threefold enhancement, represented a qualitative leap for one whose base power exceeded 100 million. The transition from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2 only yielded a twofold increase. Are you frightened by this form? Gula taunted as he waved at Broly. In his Super Saiyan state, Broly possessed 300 million in combat power, still falling short of Gula's might. You wild monkey, I shall make you savor despair. With a flash, Gula appeared before Broly, delivering a punch that sent him sprawling. What happened to your bravado? Aren't you the once-in-a-millennium Super Saiyan? Gula relentlessly assaulted Broly, the disparity in combat power rendering Broly nearly defenseless. Despite his relentless blows, Gula soon realized that his attacks inflicted no damage upon Broly, who instead seemed to be growing stronger. Your fists remain feeble, Broly remarked, wiping the blood from his lips. Thanks to Lin Yi's intervention and the peculiarities of this timeline, Broly had not lost his rationality despite the fury surging within him. Over the years, he had not trained, yet his combat power continued to rise. He could scarcely fathom the heights he might have reached had he committed to training. Broly had been honing the control of his energy and the cultivation of his mind, and though he was enveloped in the raging aura of his Super Saiyan, a lingering thread of reason remained intact amidst the chaos of destruction and devastation that surged within him. It is merely a foul stone. Upon hearing Broly's mockery, the demon Cooler felt his muscles swell once more, and he hurled a punch directly at Broly's face. Broly remained utterly unmoved. Observing this, Cooler unleashed a shockwave that struck Broly head-on. The force of the close-range attack was formidable, inflicting significant harm even upon Broly. Amidst a field of shattered rocks, the golden aura surrounding him dissipated. You wild monkey, let me enlighten you. It was I who secretly orchestrated the destruction of your Saiyan planet. On every planet you flee to, my subordinates will pursue you relentlessly. After your escape, your former companions will be captured and subjected to brutal torture. Once I have dealt with you, I will slay your father and subsequently eradicate the countless Saiyan remnants of the Frieza army. I shall ensure your extinction. The demon Cooler continued to taunt, gathering a sphere of black energy. Do not rush. Your father shall soon join you, wild monkey. No matter how resilient your body, it cannot withstand this. Soon, this planet will become mere cosmic dust. With that, the black energy sphere was hurled towards Broly, who lay amidst the rubble. A tremendous explosion ensued, and Cooler erupted into maniacal laughter as he beheld the black energy enveloping Broly, knowing the planet was on the brink of annihilation. Just as he prepared to turn away, an aura far more potent than before surged forth. This is impossible. The black energy sphere was effortlessly crushed by Broly's single hand, and his form began to undergo yet another transformation. His muscles expanded further, exuding an overwhelming sense of power and oppression that reached its zenith. His hair became even more explosive, his pupils vanished, and his height surged dramatically. The surrounding golden Super Saiyan aura began to shift, gradually enveloped by green flame. From a distance, Lin Yi observed Broly's transformation, noting the system displaying Broly's ultimate combat power. 1.4 billion. The legendary Super Saiyan had emerged. Chapter 36. The Pummeling of Cooler, the Saiyan saga begins. That gaze. The sight of Broly's pupils fading sent a chill down Cooler's spine. The overwhelming aura instilled in him an urge to submit. You blustering fool. Cooler bellowed, striking Broly's chest with a powerful punch. To his astonishment, Broly remained completely unaffected, as if Cooler's fist had struck an unyielding mountain. Broly extended a hand and grasped Cooler's arm, twisting it with such force that the sound of shattering bones echoed. Cooler doubled over in pain, desperately attempting to free his arm, but it was as if it were ensnared in an iron vise. Broly then seized Cooler's head and slammed it violently against the ground, causing the very earth to fracture. The power of the Cosmic Emperor is, astonishingly, so insignificant. Broly revealed a cruel smile as he relentlessly ground Gula against the earth. For over 10 minutes, Gula felt darkness encroaching upon his vision. Every inch of his skin ached, and each of his bones twisted in agony. His screams echoed across the planet, yet were drowned out by Broly's merciless laughter. Broly continued to rub Gula's head against the ground, blood smudging their faces. The cracks in the ground became increasingly pronounced. The battlefield resembled a hellish landscape, engulfed in flames, surrounded by shattered ruins and debris. Although Gula was on the brink of collapse, he attempted to muster his remaining strength to break free from Broly's iron grip. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy erupted from within him. His muscles swelled, and his face radiated determination. Could it be that he was about to transform into Golden Gula? From a distance, Lin Yi watched in astonishment as Gula, on the verge of defeat, unexpectedly intensified his aura. Gula broke free from Broly's grasp and unleashed an unprecedented counterattack with newfound strength. His fist struck Broly's abdomen, producing a thunderous sound. Broly was sent flying across the battlefield, crashing into a pile of debris in the distance. You wild monkey, how could I, the illustrious Cosmic Emperor, possibly be defeated by you? Gula half-knelt on the ground, his muscles taut as he gathered all his strength into his hands. The entire planet began to tremble as colossal energy coalesced within Gula's palms. The ground cracked open, and a massive volcano erupted, spewing forth torrents of lava. Fiery flames surged forth, incinerating everything in their path. Simultaneously, dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and chaos reigned in the skies. This is bad. This fellow has no sense of honor and is about to destroy the planet. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the protective shield while retracting the spaceship into a capsule. As Gula continued to amass energy, the planet's turmoil reached a crescendo. The ground fissured, mountains crumbled, and the seas roiled as the earth quaked violently. Ultimately, the energy in Gula's hands reached its zenith, forming a colossal sphere of light that emitted a blinding radiance. This sphere radiated intense heat, as if it were as scorching as the sun. With a ferocious roar, Gula hurled this immense energy toward the planet's core. A dazzling beam of light shot forth, causing the planet to convulse violently, its crust shattering and atmosphere tumultuous. Finally, the entire planet erupted with a deafening roar, the shockwaves spreading outward and instantaneously engulfing the entirety of the planet. A massive fireball ascended, transforming the planet into a desolate wasteland, its existence forever vanishing into the depths of the cosmos. When Lin Yi opened his eyes once more, he found himself amidst the vastness of space, safely encased within the protective shield, untouched by harm. At this moment, Broly had activated his protective shield, but due to a delay in doing so, he was already covered in wounds. Nevertheless, being the legendary Super Saiyan, his resilience was astonishing. Even after enduring the devastating impact of the violent star, he remained in his transformed state, the blue aura emanating fiercely within shield. As for Cooler, Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings but found no trace of Cooler. The notion that he had perished in the explosion was utterly implausible. He must have fled. Lin Yi descended onto the nearest planet. Although he could survive in the vast cosmos, the cold and chaotic environment was quite unbearable for him. Just as he touched down on the surface, Broly followed closely behind, landing beside him. Observing Broly's white pupils and massive physique, Lin Yi remained ever ready for instantaneous movement. Lin, it truly is you. Broly exclaimed, reverting to his normal form with a look of joy. Broly, you have managed to control this transformation? Indeed, Lin. Over the years, I have suppressed my power's growth and diligently practiced the breath and mental control techniques you taught me. Although I become bloodthirsty and aggressive in this form, I can still retain a semblance of reason. To think I could suppress my training and maintain a power level of 1 billion in this state. Does that even sound human? Lin, he cast a jealous glance at Broly. Cooler must have escaped. This side of the North Galaxy is Frisia's territory, while most of Cooler's army remains in the South Galaxy. You should return to the South Galaxy and dominate it. This way, you might have a chance to eliminate Cooler. Lin, come with me. Lin, he shook his head. I intend to go to Earth. There exists a miraculous orb that, when 7 are gathered, can grant any wish. Is there truly such a wondrous orb? Broly asked in astonishment. You will surely have the chance to witness it in the future. Farewell for now. We shall meet again. Fearing that Broly might lose control and rampage once more, Lin Yi promptly produced a capsule, opened the spaceship, and took flight towards Earth. In the distance, within a colossal spacecraft, a healing chamber housed the nearly lifeless Cooler, who had reverted to his white form, enveloped in a nutrient solution. Nearby, several crew members operated computers to tend to Cooler while whispering among themselves. Is that yellow monkey truly that formidable? Even Lord Cooler has been defeated. After all these years, we have failed to vanquish him, and instead, we have merely watched him grow stronger. By the way, we intercepted a transmission from those two. What were they saying? It was unclear, but I vaguely heard Earth-End wish orbs, something about granting wishes. At that moment, a faint voice emanated from within the healing chamber. Send someone to Earth to retrieve the wish orbs. Yes, responded one who appeared to be the highest-ranking officer aboard the spacecraft. Immediately standing at attention upon hearing Cooler's fragmented words, he exited the healing room, stepped outside the hatch, and activated the communication device. Notify the Darius Legion of the latest mission, to journey to Earth and retrieve the Wish Pearl. Remember, this is the supreme directive of King Gula. Chapter 37. The Arrival of Darius and the Terror of Bic. Since surreptitiously pilfering the seeds of the Spirit Tree from the Isle of Sin, Darius has evaded the Isle of Sin Legion, hiding throughout the cosmos. Like Sun Wukong, he was designated as a lowly warrior from birth. However, while Sun Wukong possesses extraordinary talent and diligently trains, Darius is lamentably lacking in innate ability. Under normal circumstances, it would be a challenge for Darius to exceed a combat power of 100 in adulthood. Through the guidance of Master Rashi, the celestial deities, and numerous trials, Sun Wukong barely achieved a combat power of 3 to 400, even after narrowly escaping death through the super divine water. Yet, several years later, Darius' clandestine cultivation of a few spirit tree fruits successfully absorbed the energy of the planet, allowing his combat power to soar to 30,000. This surpasses the majority of races in the universe. Even the likes of Shambo and Dodoria are no match for him. Darius formed his own legion, becoming a mercenary within the cosmos. At this moment, Darius reclined upon a throne, savoring sweet wine and watching the dance of several extraterrestrials below. With the spirit tree fruit as his crutch, he had scarcely engaged in any training. Just as he reveled in this indulgence, one of his subordinates rushed in. Lord Darius, our legion has received a new mission. Did I not mention I am on leave? For the past 3 months, the Darius Legion has not accepted any commissions. Allow the others to take a break and return home, with paid leave and benefits that will not diminish. By year's end, the distribution of the spirit tree fruits will be as it should. Upon hearing this, the members below displayed expressions of delight. Although Darius is not an exemplary leader, lacking ambition, he treats his subordinates well. Should the spirit tree fruits be insufficient, he even transforms them into juice, diluting it to share with the core members of his legion. However, upon recalling the originator of this mission, he hesitantly spoke. My lord, this task is the supreme directive of the Cosmic Emperor Gula. What? Darius abruptly rose from his throne, waving his hand to dismiss the alien onlookers. Gula has directly issued a mission? What is it? It is to journey to Earth and seek out an object known as the Wish Pearl for him. Earth, that ordinary planet in the northern galaxy? Rather than dispatching a special operations team, Gula opts to employ the Darius Legion, perhaps due to this region being under Frisia's domain. Is he fearful of Frisia discovering this? It seems this seemingly trivial Wish Pearl holds a fatal allure for both of these cosmic powers. Darius approached a wall and tapped it with his hand. A mechanism activated, revealing a box within. Fearing that Frisia might discover their operation, The Dale's Legion decided against making any grand moves. I shall venture forth with the vegetable warriors, thought Dales. Earth, if memory serves, is a planet that can be laid to waste by a mere combat power of a few hundred. Certainly, the vegetable warriors can handle it. With a wave of his hand, Dales dismissed his subordinates and gazed into the vastness of space. The wish orbs, such exquisite treasures. How could they fall into the hands of others? First, I shall ascertain the extent of their power. If their abilities are limited, I shall offer them to Gula. However, if they possess the potential to elevate me beyond Gula, then I, Dales, shall become the new emperor of the universe. Dales erupted into laughter, a reflection of his confidence in this mission that required only a handful of vegetable warriors. On Earth, Piccolo's ambitions to conquer the world had been shattered by Son Goku's relentless defense, restoring peace to the realm. 5 years slipped by in an instant. During this time, both Goku and Piccolo had engaged in arduous training, yet their combat prowess had not seen significant improvement. With no external threats to press upon them, the Z warriors seemed to have entered a state of retirement. One day, Piccolo found himself atop a hillside, legs crossed in meditation, enveloped in a white aura, suspended in midair, facing a magnificent waterfall. In this meditative state, he envisioned 2 figures locked in combat, a technique he had once practiced aboard a spaceship alongside Krillin and Gohan. Frisia's ascension to Golden Frisia within a mere 4 months was largely attributed to the mental torment he endured during his years in heaven, constantly battered by the weight of his own thoughts. Goku, I will defeat you and reignite my conquest of the world, he vowed. At that moment, a shooting star streaked across the sky, descending upon Earth. As it fell, an immense aura enveloped the planet, jolting Piccolo from his trance. This energy, could it be Goku? It is overwhelmingly powerful. To avoid detection by Frisia's forces, Dales chose to travel in a small white spacecraft, identical to that used by Vegeta and his companions. As he exited the vessel, he marveled at the peculiar nature of this planet. Its gravity was a mere 1/10 of that on his home planet of Vegeta, making him feel as light as a feather. Activating his power detector, he noted, combat power 322? Is this truly the pinnacle of strength on this planet? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated through the air, propelling Dales toward Piccolo like a cannonball, his speed astonishing. He soon found himself beside Piccolo. Is it you, Son Goku? Piccolo exclaimed, mistaking Dales for Goku due to their striking resemblance. Son Goku, are there others on your planet who bear an uncanny resemblance to me? Dales extended a hand towards Piccolo. Upon witnessing this, Piccolo cast aside his weighted clothing, feeling a surge in his combat power. Oh, has his power reached an astonishing 408? Dales chuckled softly, channeling immense energy into his being. Just as Piccolo prepared to strike, he was suddenly engulfed by a formidable aura emanating from Dales, rendering him motionless with fear. It seemed there were several other powerful energies on this planet. He decided to draw them all towards him. Dales raised a hand, and a luminous orb began to coalesce, expanding continuously. Piccolo, unable to move, could only watch helplessly as the orb hurtled towards him. With a thunderous roar, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted, the aftershocks of the explosion reverberating for a full 3 minutes. As the dust settled, Piccolo remained on the ground, one of his arms obliterated, bloodied, and half kneeling. This is merely the tip of my iceberg, Dales remarked excitedly, observing Piccolo's disarray. As a lowly warrior born with only a power level of 5, he had elevated his strength to 30,000 through the fruit of the spirit tree. Witnessing others tremble in fear due to his might was the most exhilarating experience for him. In dealing with you, I need not even lift a finger. I fear that if I were to unleash my full power, I might inadvertently end your life, much like you are now. I still have inquiries regarding the wish orbs. With that, Dales struck the ground, creating 6 large craters, into which he planted the seeds of 6 vegetable beings. Chapter 38. The Assembly of Z Warriors and the Might of the Kamehameha Wave. Not far off, Goku, Krillin, Tienkaiatsu, and Yamcha were soaring towards the confrontation between Piccolo and Dales. The recent explosion seemed to indicate that Piccolo was engaged in battle. What an overwhelming presence. I sense an aura infinitely more powerful than Piccolo's. In an instant, his energy has diminished by half. Krillin, feeling a twinge of fear, recoiled slightly. 5 years ago, the world trembled at the mention of Majin Buu. Could there truly be someone stronger than him? I merely intended to enjoy a feast at Master Roshi's place, not to involve myself in this conflict. I haven't trained in years, Yamcha added, with Master Roshi absent. I hope Gohan is in safe hands with Bulma and the others. As long as Launch doesn't sneeze, Gohan should be fine. He is quite obedient, Gohan smiled at Yamcha. The blonde launch has changed significantly lately. She seems much gentler, especially when Tien is around. Krillin teased Tien, who blushed but remained silent. I never imagined that after 5 years, your child would have grown so much, Goku, while I remain a solitary figure, Krillin continued. The adversary encountered this time possesses a formidable presence, far surpassing that of the Demon King Piccolo. I am uncertain whether Earth can weather this storm unscathed. I have yet to experience the sweetness of love, and to perish now would be most unjust. Amidst the playful banter, we arrived at the location of Darius. At that moment, Darius sat atop a stone, indulging in fruits of unknown origin. The fruits of Earth are indeed delectable. How exceedingly sweet these grapes are. In terms of technology and ferocity, we rank among the universe's elite. How can this be? The Z warriors, upon beholding Darius, were rendered speechless in astonishment. Goku, could it be that your long-lost father has come to seek you? He bears an uncanny resemblance to you. It is conceivable, during a previous occasion, Master Roshi, inebriated, claimed that Son Wukong is, in fact, an extraterrestrial, and that Grandpa Gohan severed his tail, which later regrew. Look, that terrifying being also possesses a tail. Upon hearing this, Goku turned his gaze toward Darius and noticed that he did indeed have a tail wrapped around his waist, his appearance almost mirroring his own. Goku swallowed hard, stepping forward to softly inquire, "Are you truly my father? Get lost, you fool. I am but 28 years old." Darius, incensed, hurled a cluster of grapes aside, exclaiming, "How can we look so alike? Moreover, I sense a Saiyan aura emanating from you. Besides Vegeta and the others, it appears there are other Saiyans." Saiyan? So I'm a Saiyan. In truth, Goku had long been aware that he did not belong to Earth, especially after noticing that others lacked tails. "Saiyan, surrender the Dragon Balls and join my Darius Legion, and I may spare your life. I am not a Saiyan. I am an Earthling, and I shall not relinquish the Dragon Balls to someone like you." "Someone like me? Did you not just call me your father?" Darius mocked. At that moment, Piccolo approached Goku and his companions. "You have miscalculated. Not long ago, the Dragon Balls were already used. I suspect that the Supreme Kai is behind this. For the next year, the Dragon Balls will be inert." "Inert for an entire year?" Darius' expression darkened. If Cooler could not wait, he would be in dire straits. "Then you all are of no value to me. Aside from this fellow named Goku, the rest of you may perish." As he finished speaking, 6 large craters in the ground suddenly heaved, and 6 vegetable beings emerged from the earth. 6 individuals, just as I anticipated. Enjoy yourselves. With that, Darius resumed his position on the stone, watching the scene with keen interest. Piccolo, the Senzu Bean. Goku produced a Senzu Bean from his pocket and offered it to Piccolo. Piccolo accepted the bean and consumed it, his energy instantly revitalized. With a mighty roar, his previously lost arm regrew. "Who would have thought that I, the Demon King Piccolo, would stand shoulder to shoulder with you, Goku? Let us unite our strength." Son Wukong sensed a vast disparity in strength between the two sides, unlike before. He did not engage in a game of chance or one-on-one combat. Instead, he charged directly towards the vegetable people alongside the Z-fighters. With a resounding crash, aside from Son Wukong and Piccolo, the others were swiftly sent flying by a single blow from the vegetable people. Only Gohan and Piccolo were able to exchange a few blows with them. These vegetable people possessed combat prowess akin to that of Raditz from the original story. At that moment, even when united, Piccolo and Son Wukong struggled fiercely against just one of them, let alone facing them individually. With battle powers exceeding 400 and over 1,000, Piccolo and Son Wukong were overwhelmingly outmatched. In a short while, both were sent sprawling, lying in unison with the Z-fighters. "That Saiyan must not be killed," echoed the voice of Dales from a distance. The vegetable people cast a fearful glance at Dales and nodded, subsequently revealing cruel smiles as they advanced towards the Z-fighters. The difference in their levels was stark. Tactical discussions were imperative. Although these vegetable people were powerful, their attack methods were simplistic, far from the sophistication of martial artists. Yet these foes offered no opportunity, which was infuriating. At that moment, Tien Shinhan turned to Son Wukong and inquired, "Wukong, how many Senzu Beans do you have left?" "I only brought 3 over the years. Yachirobe has nearly consumed them all. Give me one, I will buy us some time." Son Wukong nodded and handed one of the Senzu Beans to Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan soared into the air, merging his hands together against the vegetable people. The vegetable people, witnessing Tien Shinhan's sudden elevation, emitted a series of mocking laughs as they ascended towards him. "Super, Kamehameha," Tien Shinhan roared, unleashing a colossal Kamehameha wave that struck the vegetable people, creating a massive crater in the ground. Oh, he can concentrate energy and unleash an explosive force of 800 in an instant, Dales observed, astonished by Tien Shinhan's display from the sky. The Kamehameha was immensely powerful, yet the combat strength of the vegetable people was vastly superior to Tien Shinhan's. They were merely pressured into the immense crater. As the residual energy of the Kamehameha dissipated, the vegetable people flew towards their original position. Super Kamehameha. Just as the vegetable people ascended, Tien Shinhan bellowed once more, launching another enormous wave towards the original crater. He struck it repeatedly, a dozen times or more, and several minutes passed. Tien Shinhan, panting in midair, felt his energy diminishing. Can he not hold on any longer? Dales watched Tien Shinhan's performance with keen interest, as the vegetable people gradually emerged. At that moment, Tien Shinhan popped a senzu bean into his mouth, instantly restoring his energy to peak condition. Super Kamehameha. A colossal wave of light surged down once more, and several vegetable beings were unable to withstand its force, sent soaring into the air. Had Lin Yi been present, he would have undoubtedly expressed heartfelt admiration for this iconic scene from the original narrative. The legendary beings of the celestial realm, a mere pack of cigarettes, and the second-tier cell could be controlled for an entire day. Chapter 39. The Defeat of the Z-Warriors, the Fall of the T-God. Ultimately, Tianjin Fan exhausted his energy and plummeted from the heavens. Tianjin, dumpling caught him below, just as several vegetable beings emerged from the deep pit. Come at me if you dare. Yamcha, standing tall, provocatively beckoned the vegetable beings with a flick of his finger. Infuriated, the vegetable beings screeched and lunged at Yamcha. The oppressive aura was palpable at such a close distance. Yamcha swallowed nervously. Just as the vegetable beings were about to pounce, he suddenly vanished to the side. Dumpling, who had just employed his superpower to catch Tianjin Fan, had stealthily taken refuge behind Yamcha, concealed by his larger frame. The moment Yamcha moved aside, Dumpling placed his palms flat against his temples. Solar Fist. A radiant light burst forth, illuminating the sky as if a second sun had emerged. The vegetable beings were momentarily blinded by the dazzling brilliance. As their vision returned, they beheld two circular halos of light hurtling towards them. Ki Wudiv Slesh. In the distance, Krillin seized the opportunity provided by the Solar Fist to unleash two Ki wave slashes. This extraordinary skill swiftly beheaded the two unsuspecting vegetable beings. With a splatter, green blood gushed forth as the two fell, their severed heads rolling aside, still emanating an expression of disbelief. The ultimate combination, Solar Fist and Ki Wave Slash. At that moment, Son Goku appeared, taking advantage of the remaining four vegetable beings still dazed, delivering a series of powerful kicks. The vegetable beings were sent staggering back several steps. Goku expertly controlled his strength, each kick varying in force, perfectly pushing the vegetable beings into a line. Piccolo. Now's the time. Leave it to me. I've been gathering energy since Tianjin Fan executed the Kamehameha, Goku declared. This move was originally intended for you. Special Beam Cannon. A tremendous chain-like shockwave surged forth, energy concentrated to its zenith, compressed within Piccolo's fingertips, aimed at the vegetable beings. The creatures had no chance to evade. Impaled like skewered meat. Of the four vegetable beings, only the last one, struck slightly off-center, did not succumb immediately, while the other three fell lifelessly to the ground. Hooray! The battle plan was a resounding success. Yamcha observed with exhilaration as the vegetable warriors were utterly vanquished. Even the last one standing had lost its fighting spirit, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from the dead. The remaining fighters gathered to confront the Saiyan, who bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong. The numerical advantage emboldened them. Everyone felt empowered to engage. Upon realizing that only Dales remained, Yamcha's confidence surged. The battle was far from over. Turning one's back to the enemy was hardly a prudent choice, was it? Dale's voice echoed faintly, and before Yamcha could fully comprehend the situation, the last vegetable warrior clung to him. How dare you? Yamcha barely had time to retaliate when the warrior's energy surged dramatically, culminating in a self-detonation. Boom! A thunderous explosion left a substantial crater in the ground. RT Deity lay motionless within the pit, resembling a figure lost in slumber. Who would have imagined that this ragtag group of fighters could annihilate all 6 vegetable warriors? Dales wiped his mouth, rising slowly. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. How troublesome. No sooner had he spoken than a beam of light shot forth from his hand. so swift that neither Sun Wukong nor Piccolo could catch a glimpse. Piccolo cried out, pierced through the chest, his eyes glazing over as he collapsed to the ground. Curse it! Sun Wukong, witnessing Piccolo fall, charged directly at Dales, who responded with a swift kick to Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong's eyes bulged, nearly succumbing to sudden demise as he clutched his abdomen, half kneeling on the ground. What are you remaining weaklings planning to do? Did we not discuss our tactics moments ago? Dales questioned, having sent Sun Wukong sprawling. He turned to the still-standing Kairatsu and Krillin, who, with trembling legs, surveyed the fallen comrades and the peacefully deceased Yamcha, finding no spark of fighting spirit within themselves. The disparity was overwhelming. In the celestial realm, the god of the heavens leaned on his staff, scrutinizing the turmoil below with a furrowed brow. His appearance had transformed significantly since their last encounter, though he had not regained his youth. He had shed the signs of aging. His aura was far more potent than before, resembling a being reborn. Yet, worry etched across his countenance. God, will you not intervene? Yamcha is dead, Tien and Piccolo are on the brink of demise, and Sun Wukong has lost his fighting capability. It is nearly a total rout, inquired Mr. Popo, standing beside the deity. Even if I intervene, I may not best this scion, replied the god. Master Potato, have you yet contacted Lenny? The figure beside the god was none other than the turtle hermit, who had vanished from Kame House. It's futile. That boy Lin, he has likely succumbed to a midday slumber. He always silences the ship's communications while sleeping, making it impossible to reach him. Just as he finished speaking, Matato's watch emitted a series of beeps. The rascal has finally awakened. Master Wutian, is there something urgent? Lin E appeared in the ethereal projection, clad in his pajamas, his eyes still heavy with sleep. A scion has invaded Earth, just as you predicted. Impossible. I distinctly checked the coordinates of Raditz' spaceship. It shouldn't be appearing on Earth at this time. The reason Lin E was peacefully slumbering was that the original storyline had not unfolded as he anticipated. He had assumed that the Scion invasion arc had been circumvented due to his intervention. This Scion bears an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, and Wukong and his companions have completely lost their combat prowess. Dorellis? If Dorellis has arrived, does it not imply that the fruits of the spirit tree are within reach? Upon hearing this fortuitous news, Lin E quickly donned his battle attire and instantaneously transported himself to the temple. Indeed, it is Dorellis. Lin E gazed down from the temple, observing the scene below, where Dorellis was toying with Krillin and Chaozi. Heavenly God, what has become of you? And Master Wutian, how did you arrive at the temple? Lin E, you should first deal with this scion. Also, how did you suddenly appear atop the temple? In response to the heavenly god's bewilderment, Lin E explained, this is the fruit of my 12 years of cultivation. Instant transmission allows me to appear beside anyone as long as I can sense their energy. Dorellis is merely indulging himself. There is no cause for concern. Should an emergency arise, I will instantly transport myself and deliver a swift kick to send Dorellis flying in mere fractions of a second. Upon hearing this, the heavenly god finally breathed a sigh of relief. Regarding my appearance, it is due to a wish I made when I summoned the dragon a few days ago. Chapter 40, The Fall of Dorellis. Greetings, Sun Wukong. Did you wish for the restoration of your youth? The heavenly god shook his head. Do you recall the Demon King Piccolo from an alternate timeline, whom you had previously defeated? Yes, the one whose consciousness you shattered, leaving behind only a physical form? Wasn't he sealed within the temple by you? Indeed, I wish to separate him from the assimilated heavenly god once more. Although they are now merely two bodies without consciousness, I have merged with Demon King Piccolo, restoring my original self and becoming a complete Namekian of the Dragon Clan. When Lin E had previously recounted his origins, the heavenly god had been in a state of hesitation. After all these years, he ultimately decided to merge with the old Piccolo and revert to his most primordial self. Since the old Piccolo was nearly dead, the current heavenly god was unaffected by that malevolent energy. Lin E then realized that the heavenly god's aura had grown immensely, registering an astonishing combat power of 30,000. Age has taken its toll. The previous evil Piccolo's fusion with the heavenly god had propelled him to over 40,000. In the original narrative, Lin E had pondered whether wishing for the heavenly god to regain his youth before merging with Piccolo would not result in an even greater power. However, the celestial being differs from the current generation of demons. It does not belong to the pure combat prowess of the Namekians, but to the dragon race, which may not excel in battle. With this thought in mind, Lin E turned to Master Rashi and inquired, let us set aside matters concerning the celestial for now, as they are not easily discussed. What brings you here, Master? Since your departure, aside from taking on a few disciples of the Turtle School. I have dedicated myself to training and perfecting my techniques. Yet, with the maturation of Sun Wukong and the others, I have come to realize that my age has taken its toll, and training has become increasingly arduous for me. It was only after an unexpected ascent to the temple that I discovered my profound interest in certain magical abilities of the Celestial. The hypnosis technique I previously devised, the earth-shattering palm, the mind-reading art, and even Master Watadu's magical sealing wave are not mere martial arts moves. They represent the pinnacle of energy manipulation, akin to a form of magic, evoking a marvelous reaction, much like supernatural abilities. At this moment, the celestial being interjected, Master Wu Tian indeed possesses a remarkable talent for magic, perhaps even surpassing my own as a Namekian of the dragon race. It is no wonder he has invented such an array of peculiar techniques, earning the title of God of Martial Arts. Master Rashi then gestured with a finger, conjuring a turtle shell from thin air, which he subsequently levitated with a single hand. This is precisely why I have remained within the temple. It is the true path of my cultivation. Lin Yi gazed at the floating shell in awe. In the original narrative, characters like Piccolo, King Kai, and the Supreme Kai could manifest objects from nothingness. Piccolo created clothing and presented Gohan with a sword, while King Kai outfitted Sun Wukong, and the Supreme Kai forged the universe's most indestructible metal. Such feats of creation were within even the abilities of the Jinyu Force, akin to manipulating the Dragon Balls of Namek to soar through the air. However, despite Lin Yi's attempts over the years, he found himself unable to grasp these concepts. The reason you remain in the temple is clear. You can observe the lower realms at will. You often take advantage of the Celestial's absence to secretly observe the maidens of the world below and learn their magical arts and supernatural powers, having mastered them long ago. Mr. Bobo bluntly remarked. Master Rashi's face flushed with embarrassment, and just as he prepared to retort, Lin Yi suddenly added, "We shall discuss this later." Krillin and the others are on the brink of collapse. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yi vanished from the temple. At that moment, Dale stood amidst a pile of rubble. Dumpling lay on the ground, perfectly still, much like Ten Shinin. Meanwhile, Krillin knelt, bloodied and bruised. "What is the matter, little bald head? Do you still dare to use your solar flare against me? You mean the solar fist?" Bah! Krillin felt that death was inevitable and spat defiantly at his opponent. "You seek your own demise." Dale swung a punch aimed at Krillin's bald head. Just then, a figure appeared out of nowhere, delivering a kick that sent Dale's flying. "At last, I've caught you, sneaky fellow." In the midst of the gravel, Darius felt a kick from his opponent that nearly fractured his ribs. "Who are you?" he questioned, bewildered by the existence of such a formidable presence on Earth. At that moment, the combat power detector indicated that Lin Yi's normal combat strength was 1 million. "Who am I? Over a decade ago, you stole my spirit tree seed and fled, and you still dare to ask me that? Are you a member of the Frisia Force?" Darius exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that after all these years, he had been captured. "Even if I stole, it was from the island of Xian. What does that have to do with your Frisia Force? The island of Xian will be my spoils, and so will you," Lin Yi declared, emanating an aura that completely sealed Darius's energy. "Now, tell me, where is your spaceship?" Faced with such a disparity in strength, Darius no longer dared to be defiant and pleaded, "I was hired by Lord Gula to come to Earth. You cannot kill me. I asked you about the spaceship, not about Gula," Lin Yi retorted, delivering a kick that sent Darius sprawling to the side. "I have sealed your energy, and don't even think about escaping. I can teleport to your side in an instant, even if you flee to the edge of the universe. Bring your spaceship here and wait for me. If I do not arrive, you're not permitted to go anywhere." After Lin Yi finished speaking, Darius got up, casting a fearful glance at him before limping away. Once Darius departed, Lin Yi finally took stock of the situation. Aside from Krillin, everyone else lay unconscious on the ground, their life force barely detectable, with Yamcha being the only one completely devoid of energy. Yamcha's pose still remains iconic. Lin Yi mused as he gazed at Yamcha curled up in the crater. Truly, he is the only man in Dragon Ball daring enough to wield the spirit bomb. Even in defeat, he looks so dashing. "Who exactly are you?" Krillin asked. Having never encountered Lin Yi before, unsure whether he was friend or foe, the opponents might surpass his imagination. Just a minute prior, the Saiyan had seemed like a god in the heavens, but now, in Lin Yi's presence, he felt as helpless as a stray dog. "Me? Didn't Team Master Rashi tell you? My name is Lin Yi. I joined the Turtle School years before you." "You are Lin Yi? That's fantastic. I never expected you to be this powerful," Krillin exclaimed, his excitement evident as Lin Yi's strength instilled an unprecedented sense of security in him. Lin Yi then retrieved 5 senzu beans from his pocket, having acquired several jars from Korin Tower over the years, with very little consumption, leaving a substantial stock in his capsule. After you consume these, be sure to give some to Goku and the others, including Piccolo. But Piccolo is the Demon King. Krillin hesitated, yet upon seeing Lin Yi's silence, he complied, reasoning that Piccolo had fought alongside them. After the group consumed the senzu beans, they were fully revitalized. Subsequently, Krillin recounted the events of Lin Yi's sudden appearance and the swift defeat of Dales to his companions. Lin Yi, is he the same Lin Yi that Master Wu Tian spoke of? Wasn't he said to be adventuring in the cosmos? Lin Yi, I seem to recall him vaguely. Sun Wukong mumbled. Lin Yi approached him directly, extending his hand. Greetings, Sun Wukong. It has been a long time. I once met you in your youth. I was the one who pulled out your tail. I remember now, brother Lin Yi. I never expected that after all these years, you would become so formidable. It truly excites me. The mere thought of training alongside such a powerful individual sent shivers of exhilaration coursing through Sun Wukong. Chapter 41. The Deity's Mandate, Destination Namek. Lin Yi suddenly felt a stirring within him and addressed the group. You all go ahead to the temple of the deity and wait for me. I shall join you shortly. He cast a glance at Piccolo. Although Piccolo no longer resembled the world-threatening demon he once was, he still exuded an aura of defiance. Yet he had yet to undergo Gohan's transformation and had not yet received his guardian certification. Piccolo, you must come too, lest you wish to be left behind by Sun Wukong. Oomph. Piccolo scoffed but proceeded to follow Sun Wukong and the others towards the temple of the deity. Dales stumbled back into the spacecraft, sealed the hatch, and activated the communication device. This is Dales. I have transmitted the battle footage to you. This mission has failed. The wish orbs have turned to stone and will require a year to regain their power. On the other end of the communication device, the voice of General Shek of the Gula Legion responded, I'm already aware. Lord Gula cannot afford to wait a year. But, Dales attempted to explain. But the voice continued, from the footage you sent, our analysis indicates that the green-skinned individual is likely a Namekian. Legend has it that Namekians possess numerous superpowers, akin to magical abilities. The wish orbs may have been created by them. We will wait 1 month for Lord Gula to recover before heading to Namek. Upon your return, your reward will be dispensed as previously agreed. Thank you, Lord Gula. Dales ended the communication and was about to activate the spacecraft when he suddenly felt the vessel grow crowded, despite the burning pain on his face. He heard a voice. I told you to obediently pilot the spacecraft and wait for me. Instead, you chose to betray the Gula Legion, did you? Lin Yi had instantaneously appeared within Dale's spaceship, landing several resounding slaps upon him. You, how did you appear here? Dales gazed at Lin Yi with a look of sheer terror. Earlier, he had assumed Lin Yi's sudden appearance was merely a trick of speed, but now, with the spacecraft securely closed, how could he have manifested so abruptly? Such a feat was beyond even Gula and Frisia, something he had never witnessed before. I have stated, even if you flee to the edge of the universe, I shall find you. Do not linger here, for I would not hesitate to reduce you to cosmic dust, Lin Yi declared, and with that, he executed a swift teleportation, vanishing from sight. Darius, watching Lin Yi's abrupt disappearance, was drenched in cold sweat. He wiped his brow, rooted to the spot, paralyzed by fear and refraining from fleeing further. Above the temple, Sun Wukong and his companions soared into the sacred hall, where Lin Yi awaited them. Do not fret for Yamcha. I have preserved his corporeal form. He now possesses a body in the underworld and can continue his cultivation. In a year's time, he may be resurrected by the dragon, Lin Yi announced. He then continued, there is no need to wait a year. You must journey to a place where the Dragon Balls reside, the homeland of the gods, planet Namek. Planet Namek? The god pondered, his thoughts deepening. Lin Yi continued, a formidable enemy shall invade planet Namek in 1 month's time, seeking the Dragon Balls. You must thwart him. I shall not risk my life for your so-called justice. Piccolo interjected, his voice firm. At this moment, the god addressed Piccolo. You must have noticed, I have become my complete self. If you wish to transform into a perfect Namekian, I can facilitate that, but you must accompany them to planet Namek. Piccolo scolded. Why are you so fixated on planet Namek, old man? You are merely the god of Earth. What relevance does a cosmic calamity hold for you? After a brief contemplation, the god replied, upon merging with an alternate version of you, I have discovered a significant memory fragment is missing, and it seems a part of my soul is absent as well. I believe only by visiting planet Namek can I uncover the answers. If I can retrieve what is lost, I could enhance the Dragon Balls of Earth, empowering the dragon's might. Observing Piccolo's internal struggle, Lin Yi approached him, placing a finger upon his forehead. An unparalleled force instantaneously immobilized Piccolo. Choose now, temporarily ally with the Z Warriors or face death. As the sensation of impending doom washed over him, Piccolo swallowed nervously and nodded. Satisfied, Lin Yi withdrew his finger. Objective, Planet Namek. Primary goal, assist the god in recovering his lost memories and the missing fragments of his essence. Secondly, prevent a powerful entity from acquiring the Dragon Balls. Do not presume this does not concern you. The Saiyan you faced moments ago was sent by this very entity. Regardless of whether he fulfills his desires on planet Namek, he may well return to Earth in a year's time. At this juncture, Krillin inquired, "What is the magnitude of this malevolent being you speak of? Is he truly beyond your capability to defeat?" To him, Lin Yi's strength had already surpassed their expectations. Could there indeed be an even mightier presence in the cosmos? He is known as the Emperor of the Universe, Cooler. His power surpasses mine by dozens of times, if not more. Upon hearing this, a somber shadow enveloped the hearts of the crowd. How could one possibly triumph over such a terrifying existence? Even if they were to kill me, victory would remain elusive. Hearing Krillin's despondent words, Lin Yi smiled reassuringly, appreciating the little bald head's awareness. Only through sacrifice can one hope to conquer Gula. Sun Wukong should be aware that within the Heavenly Palace lies a room of spirit and time, where a year inside translates to merely a day outside. Furthermore, the gravity within is tenfold that of the outside world, and the training effects are 100 times more potent. I have previously entered this room for training. Now, I shall grant you 3 days, with 2 individuals training at a time. At that moment, Sun Wukong inquired if he might bring Gohan along, as his strength could very well surpass my own. Piccolo, overhearing this, revealed a hint of a playful smile. With Yamcha's position vacant, Gohan's arrival would perfectly form 3 groups. We shall commence tomorrow. The following day, in the morning, due to Lin Yi's overwhelming combat prowess, Piccolo and the others had gathered at the plaza of the palace well in advance. At this time, Gohan was merely 4 years old, adorning cute attire, with his tail swaying playfully behind him. "Gohan and I shall enter first," Sun Wukong announced to the others, preparing to lead Gohan into the room of spirit and time. Just then, Piccolo suddenly appeared behind Gohan, lifting him up. "Sun Wukong, you are indeed a formidable opponent, but I fear you are not a suitable teacher. If this child possesses greater potential than you claim, it must not be squandered. I shall take him in first. You can wait outside." With that, disregarding Gohan's struggles, the Demon King Piccolo let out a wild laugh and vanished through the door of the room of spirit and time. Lin Yi observed the scene without intervening, resigning himself to the role of caretaker for the Sun family. Chapter 42, Training on King Kai's Planet concluded. Journey to Namek. 3 days later, Piccolo, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Gohan emerged from the room of spirit and time. After a year of training, their demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation, especially Gohan. Once resembling a small mascot, he now bore a resolute countenance, standing confidently behind his mentor, Piccolo. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, producing 6 modified power level detectors to hand to them. This device is a modified power level detector. You can use it to gauge your combat abilities. For reference, previously, the highest combat power among you was shared by Sun Wukong and Piccolo, both exceeding 400. I have achieved a combat power of 8,000, Krillin exclaimed excitedly, astonished at having surpassed the former Demon King Piccolo. I am at 9,000, while Kaiatsu stands at 5,000, Tien added. I have achieved 20,000, surpassing Piccolo at 18,000. Sun Wukong gazed at the detector, then turned to Son Gohan, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment. 30,000. Gohan has actually reached 30,000. Lin Yi was not taken aback by this combat power. Previously, during the Saiyan saga, several of them reached over 1,000, with Sun Wukong attaining a standard combat power of 8,000. The enhancement of combat power is intrinsically linked to the formidable foes one faces. During Sun Wukong and Piccolo's 5 years of training, they only managed to elevate their power from over 300 to over 400. After encountering Vegeta, Sun Wukong's power surged from 8,000 to 90,000, underscoring the significance of one's adversaries. Although Son Gohan's combat power reached 30,000, his lack of practical experience meant that in a genuine battle, both Sun Wukong and Piccolo could easily overcome him. Lin Yi remarked to the group, "With our current combat power, Will we be able to contend against the Emperor Gula you mentioned? Krillin exclaimed with excitement. The previously invading Saiyan, Dallas, possessed a combat power of 30,000, while my standard combat power is 1 million. Upon hearing this figure, Piccolo and son Wukong fell into a profound silence. The disparity was immense. Regarding Gula, I can tell you that his combat power exceeded 100 million at birth. Over 100 million? Lingyi, you are our senior brother. Are you not sending us to our doom? Krillin stammered. You must believe in yourselves. Only in adversity can you continuously transcend your limits. You will encounter even mightier foes in the future, enemies against whom even my instant transmission may prove inadequate, Lin Yi encouraged. You now have a month to train on King Kai's planet. Initially, you would need to traverse Snake Way, but I will transport you there directly with instant transmission. In this month, you must master King Kai's techniques. Yamcha is already waiting for you there. Thanks to Lin Yi's continuous communication with King Kai over the past decade, peppered with various puns, transporting a few individuals was hardly a challenge. Lin Yi primarily aimed for them to learn the Kaioken technique. Although the Kaioken becomes less effective after surpassing 100 million in combat power, as such immense strength would strain the body beyond its limits. It is still far more advantageous than transformations like Golden Frieza, Super Saiyan, or Orange Piccolo for enhancing combat power. However, at this stage, the Kaioken can still wield considerable effectiveness. Lin Yi himself did not learn the Kaioken due to his Saiyan augmentation. After sending the group to King Kai's planet, Lin Yi returned to the temple. Their combat power was on the verge of breaking 10,000, while Yamcha remained at just over 200. It will be challenging for him to keep pace with the main group in the future. Master Roshi expressed his concern as he treated all his disciples equally. During this expedition to Namek, Yamcha was unable to participate and deemed it more beneficial to cultivate in the afterlife. When he is revived in the future, he should swiftly catch up with Krillin and the others. Let's hope for such an outcome. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Yi swiftly transported everyone back. He produced a capsule, stating, I could have directly teleported you to Namek, but at your current strength, you would merely be cannon fodder. This capsule contains my spaceship, equipped with gravity devices, set to arrive at Namek in 1 month. I hope you can acclimate to 100 G of gravity within this time, enabling you to at least endure 10-fold Kaioken. Inside, I have also prepared a pouch of Senza beans for your training. However, I advise you to use them sparingly, as they will be in high demand on Namek. Lastly, I have left behind 6 spirit tree fruits, which I scavenged from the spaceship in Dales. These will significantly enhance your combat abilities. However, I do not recommend consuming them immediately. There's a Grand Elder on Namek who can unlock your potential. After locating him, you should trigger your potential before consuming the spirit tree fruits, maximizing your strength development. Based on my estimations, Son Wukong and Piccolo, after training under 100 G on the spaceship and with the Grand Elder's assistance, coupled with the spirit tree fruit, your power should reach 3 million. With 20-fold Kaioken, you should be able to establish yourselves on Namek. In the future, you will see me again there. I hope you do not disappoint me. Upon finishing, Lin Fan handed the capsule to Son Wukong. As he spoke, Lin Yi felt a pang of bitterness. After 12 arduous years of training, he had only reached 1 million, while they could achieve 3 million after a single visit to Namek. Were the protagonists truly destined for such advantages? Son Wukong opened the capsule, revealing a spaceship above the temple. As the hatch opened, they entered the vessel. Lin, we shall meet again on Namek. Son Wukong waved goodbye as he closed the hatch, and the spaceship emitted a wave of energy, returning to the vastness of space. At that moment, the Supreme Kai approached, noting Piccolo has changed. The malevolent aura surrounding him has diminished significantly, especially towards that child named Gohan, as if he harbors a special bond. Indeed, Supreme Kai, are you considering merging Piccolo with the body of the alternate dimensional Supreme Kai upon his return? Yes, I belong to the Dragon Clan of Namek, and I'm not particularly adept at combat. Piccolo is a pure warrior of the Namekian race, and his potential is boundless. According to your predictions, many formidable foes will emerge in Earth's future, enemies that even you may struggle against. Earth does not lack for Supreme Kai, but it desperately needs a warrior like Piccolo. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully and remarked, upon returning from Namek and assimilating that segment of memory, to what extent could the Dragon Balls be upgraded? As you previously mentioned, they should not be inferior to the Purunga. The resurrected individuals would also be free from limitations on the number of deaths. Moreover, it could significantly amplify latent potential. The precise strength of the divine dragon remains uncertain. It may be contingent upon our innate talents from Namek. Chapter 43. the resurrection of Island Xian, and the intricate struggle of multiple parties. At the headquarters of the Frisia Force, a colossal spacecraft floated in the vastness of space, surrounded by an array of formidable guards. Lin Yi reclined in an opulently adorned chamber, sipping a celestial nectar from the cosmos while toying with a solitary seed. Standing before him was a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku, trembling and bowing his head in trepidation. Darius, after all these years, is this truly the last seed you possess? Lin Yi's inquiry sent beads of sweat cascading down Darius's forehead, overwhelmed by the intense pressure emanating from the man before him. The vast disparity in power, coupled with the enigmatic ability to teleport, left him in a state of disarray. Just a moment ago, he was enduring a beating on Earth, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in the headquarters of the Frisia Force. Having departed from Earth for half a month, Darius had complied with Lin Yi's directive, bringing forth the soul seed of the spirit tree and the fruits he had accumulated over the years from his lair. He had contemplated fleeing, but the realization that Lin Yi could effortlessly pinpoint his energy signature and materialize beside him extinguished any hopes of escape. Master Lin, once the spirit tree is planted, it will quickly bear fruit. However, to wait for the fruit to mature into seeds requires an extensive period. Many planets can cultivate the spirit tree, yet they lack the energy to sustain the transformation of the fruit into seeds. Thus, despite having planted numerous spirit trees and collected a substantial quantity of fruit over the years, I now possess but this solitary seed. If you doubt my words, I can take you to the planets where I previously cultivated spirit trees, now reduced to desolate landscapes, with only a single dead spirit tree remaining. Lin Yi stored the seed away, biting into another spirit tree seed, the sweet and refreshing juice trickling down the corner of his mouth. How should I deal with you? Were it not for your theft of my seed over a decade ago, we wouldn't be left with just this one. The current spirit tree seed offered minimal enhancement to Lin Yi. It could merely serve as a means to restore his strength after training, yielding a more efficient outcome. My lord, I can assist you in locating planets suitable for cultivating spirit tree fruits. I possess considerable experience from these years. Please spare my life, Darius implored. That is indeed a commendable suggestion. Within 6 months, help me find a planet conducive to the continuous growth of spirit tree fruits into seeds, Lin Yi instructed. Moreover, it would be preferable for the planets to be devoid of any other life forms. Should any exist, it is prudent to exercise caution, as I shall provide them with a more suitable world for habitation. After laboring in the real estate sector under Frisia's guidance for so long, Lin Yi now possesses nothing but wealth. In previous years, Frisia had not bestowed upon him a few planets as motivation. These celestial bodies are far more habitable than Earth, and Lin Yi is the proprietor. All who dwell upon these planets must pay rent to him. Very well, you may leave now. Lin Yi finished his fruit, wiped his mouth, and was abruptly interrupted by a call from Frisia, prompting him to hastily send Dales away. Upon hearing this, Dales hurriedly stumbled out, fearing Lin Yi might suddenly change his mind. Mr. Lin Yi, it has been a while. Frisia's exuberant laughter echoed, and Lin Yi felt an urge to slap this diminutive figure. However, at this moment, he was not a match for Frisia and could only muster a strained smile. It has indeed been a while, Lord Frisia. Mr. Lin Yi, our Legion has received intelligence that the Gula Legion is en route to a planet known as Namek. Do you have any insights on this matter? Lord Frisia, I was just about to report to you. The wish orbs you have been asking me to locate have surfaced. Oh, Frisia, exhilarated at the prospect of realizing his desires, leapt from his pram and eagerly inquired, "Where are they?" Several years ago, you mentioned that the whereabouts of the wish orbs were unknown, scattered across the cosmos. However, on Namek, there exists a wish orb of even greater power, and it is likely that King Gula is pursuing this. To sow discord, Lin Yi revealed all he knew about Namek, hoping to incite rivalry between Frisia and Gula, thereby granting time for Goku and the others to flourish. Excellent. I shall dispatch Vegeta to lead Frisia's forces to Namek. Meanwhile, I and the Ginyu Force are currently at a distant location attending a planetary inauguration ceremony. Once concluded, we shall proceed to Namek. You will lead the Shadow Special Forces to continue the investigation discreetly, ensuring that the Gula Legion remains oblivious. Remember, compared to the Ginyu Force, you're my trump card. With that, Frisia ended the video call. Lin Yi stretched lazily, pondering why this little tyrant was so fixated on growing taller, especially since he had not changed in stature over the years. On Frisia's end, having completed the ceremony, he boarded his luxurious spacecraft, preparing to head towards Namek. At that moment, a portly figure with a head resembling a large durian rushed in. Lord Frisia, there's trouble. Frisia frowned at the panicked demeanor of the durian-headed individual. Expressing his displeasure, "What is causing such a commotion, Dodoria?" Dodoria replied, "Lord Frisia, do you recall the individual who openly challenged your authority over a decade ago? Known as Island? I have a vague recollection, though he was merely a larger-than-average insect. Upon receiving the latest news, it appears that the formidable Island Shin has resurfaced and is en route to Namek." Frisia was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this audacious individual dared to appear in his territory. "However, Mr. Dodoria, it is quite disheartening to witness your palpable anxiety over such news. My lord, there is an even more critical piece of information. Your father, King Cold, upon hearing of Island Shin's return, has embarked on a spaceship with the intent to eliminate him." Frisia, observing Dodoria's stammering demeanor, gradually lost his patience. "Speak." "King Cold has been sealed away in a different dimension by Island Shin, employing some unknown arcane technique." Upon hearing this, Frisia fell into a brief silence. Although his father had been in a semi-retired state for many years, he had consumed the fruit of the sacred tree and underwent a period of seclusion, achieving a peak battle power of 150 million. It was inconceivable that he could be defeated by such a lowly creature. The fruit of the sacred tree offered minimal enhancement to beings of their caliber. Yet the initial consumption had a profound impact on the body. After consuming the first fruit, Frisia too reached a battle power of 150 million and adapted to this form as strength, no longer needing to seal himself at 530,000. In subsequent years, neither Frisia nor King Cold consumed additional fruits, opting instead to utilize them as tools for manipulation. Over the years, Dodoria, through flattery, had managed to acquire a fruit, raising his power level to 80,000. And what of Island Shin's battle prowess? Your Majesty, it is said that Island Shin possesses a battle power equivalent to 150 million, and he wields some extraordinary techniques. It was these peculiar abilities that led to King Cold's sealing in another dimension. Chapter 44, The Final Arrival, the first encounter between Vegeta and Son Goku. Frisia was well aware of the existence of alternate dimensions. This universe is rife with portals leading to such realms, and once one enters, should the entrance be destroyed, escape becomes exceedingly difficult. The flow of time and various environmental factors within these dimensions differ vastly from this reality. Exiting requires either locating another portal or attaining an extraordinary level of power to shatter the barriers of time and space. Island Shin. Frisia's expression darkened as he slowly enunciated the name. "Captain Jinyu, proceed to Namek. Since Island Shin is headed there, it is likely he seeks the Dragon Balls. Also, relay my father's situation to Guldo. Perhaps he can assist in eliminating this Island Shin." With that, Frisia settled into his hoverpod and soared into the skies. Dodoria, stepping away from Frisia, instantly regained his imposing demeanor. As Frisia's confidant, though his battle power was not high, he earned Frisia's unwavering trust. He activated the communication device, and shortly thereafter, the screen displayed the members of the Jinyu Force. "Captain Jinyu, I have informed Lord Frisia of King Cold's predicament. Lord Frisia is enraged and has commanded you to hasten your journey to Namek. Vegeta has already taken the lead with Frisia's army. Do not let Lord Frisia down. Jinyu Force." With that, Dodoria ended the video call. On the other side, a man with red skin seethed at Dodoria's arrogance, his teeth grinding in frustration. "Captain Jinyu, is that Dodoria not just a sycophant? He used to show us utmost respect, but since he ingratiated himself with Lord Frisia, he has become increasingly arrogant." Captain Jinyu's expression darkened as he replied, "GIs, do not underestimate Dodoria. He has earned Frisia's trust and has been rewarded with numerous fruits from the Tree of Might, boosting his power level to 80,000. You're no match for him. In fact, apart from myself, no one in the Jinyu Force stand a chance against him." Raikum, standing nearby, also displayed his discontent. "Captain Jinyu, does it not seem that Lord Frisia is favoring others over the Jinyu Force? Dodoria, G's, and that wild monkey Vegeta have all received fruits from the Tree of Might, while we have received none. Moreover, Good has been reassigned from the elite squad. Our strength has significantly diminished within Frisia's army." "Enough," Jinyu interrupted, halting his subordinates from voicing further grievances, though he already harbored his own plans. Frisia had once explained to him that his ability to exchange bodies meant that this current form, with a power level of 120,000, was sufficient, as he could switch to a stronger body when needed. There was no need for the fruits from the Tree of Might. However, Jinyu suspected that Frisia was wary of him, not wanting his strength to escalate. After all, A being with a power level in the tens of millions who could also exchange bodies would certainly keep Frisia awake at night. My loyalty to you, Lord Frisia, is unwavering. I harbor no ulterior motives. Yet, over these years, you have grown increasingly distant from me. Since you have shown indifference, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Jinyu pondered inwardly as he turned to board his spaceship. Half a month later, a colossal spaceship descended upon Namek. After a month of cosmic travel, they finally reached their destination. The hatch opened, and a beautiful girl clad in athletic wear stepped out of the cabin. Bulma, Namek is perilous. Why did you come along? Krillin followed closely behind, and soon Goku, Piccolo, and others emerged as well. You still say that? If I hadn't coincidentally called Goku, I wouldn't have known you all were embarking on a cosmic journey. This spaceship is a modified version from my capsule corporation. Without me, you would have no idea how to fix it in case of malfunction. At that point, you would just be waiting to become cosmic dust. At this moment, Sun Wukong remarked, Krillin, we owe a great debt of gratitude to Bulma. During our training in the gravity chamber set to 100G, had it not been for Bulma discovering us exhausted and promptly shutting down the gravity pod, we might have perished in the vastness of space. Bulma then displayed a triumphant expression. Piccolo surveyed his surroundings, taking a deep breath. Is this truly my homeland? Such a familiar sensation. Lin had mentioned that in order to obtain the Dragon Balls of Namek, one must pass the trials of the villages. Let us head to the nearest village. With that, Piccolo, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Dama, Tianjinhan, Son Gohan, and Bulma set off towards the closest settlement. Is the battle power of Namekians generally in the thousands? Krillin inquired, as he retrieved the battle power detector gifted by Lin E and placed it on his ear. Piccolo remarked, no wonder you were able to dominate on Earth. The battle power of Namekians is exceedingly high. Sun Wukong was only around 400, while any adult Namekian can reach several thousand. In response, Piccolo turned his head away with a hint of pride. If that deity could transform me into my complete self, I could instantly surpass Sun Wukong and become the strongest man on Earth. As the group conversed, a colossal spaceship descended from the heavens, landing not far from them. Could this be what Lin E referred to as the Gula Legion? Sun Wukong and the others watched as the massive spaceship slowly opened, releasing countless soldiers of the Legion. Vegeta was the last to emerge from the vessel, and upon spotting Sun Wukong and his companions, he muttered, what are other extraterrestrial beings doing on Namek? Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a tail protruding from Son Gohan. What is that? Vegeta's expression hardened as he activated his scouter. Is the highest battle power merely 5,000? A pitiful lot. He turned to a bald man and a long-haired figure beside him, commanding, Nappa, Raditz. Take the Legion to search for the wish orbs that Frisia spoke of. I have more pressing matters to attend to. With that, he soared towards Sun Wukong and the others. He comes, Krillin said, observing Vegeta approaching alone. His energy is formidable, even stronger than that of Dale's. Before Krillin could finish, Vegeta had arrived and pointed a finger at Son Gohan. Who are you? What connection does this young scion have with you? He's my son. And who might you be? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta suddenly chuckled. I remember now. Raditz once mentioned he had a worthless brother named Kakarot, whose battle power was merely 2, exiled to Earth. You're Kakarot, aren't you? In a place like Earth, your battle power has reached 5,000. That is quite impressive. Son Gohan then noticed the tail wrapped around Vegeta's waist. You're also a scion? Upon hearing these words, Vegeta immediately displayed a haughty expression. Indeed, I am the proud prince of planet Vegeta. Kakarot, as a lowly warrior, you should kneel before me. Chapter 45, Vegeta's Existential Doubt. I'm not Kakarot. My name is Son Goku. Son Goku, furrowing his brow, stepped forward from the crowd, casting a disdainful glance at Vegeta. How dare you, a lowly warrior, adopt such a posture before this proud prince? Open your eyes and behold the vast chasm that separates us. As Vegeta boasted, he exerted all his might, unleashing his full energy. Beep, beep, beep. Beside him, Krillin, equipped with a power level detector, watched as the numbers fluctuated. 22,000, 23,000, 30,000, 40,000, 70,000, 88,000, 81,000, 83. Ultimately, the battle power settled at 85,000. 85,000! Upon hearing Krillin's astonished exclamation, Vegeta smugly remarked, a swarm of ants. Do you not feel you have encountered the most terrifying existence in this world? For years, Vegeta had diligently trained, especially after gaining Frisia's favor, receiving a spirit tree fruit as a reward each year. His strength had surged, far surpassing the members of the Ginyu Force. He alone could vanquish all but Captain Ginyu. Thus, Frieza entrusted him with leading the army to Namek. Krillin, unimpressed by Vegeta's words, retorted, "I am astonished that your battle power is merely 85,000. After all that posturing, I expected you to possess at least several million. You, the noseless bald brute, are courting death." In a fit of rage, Vegeta charged at Krillin, aiming a knife-hand strike at his neck. However, before he could complete the move, Son Goku's figure appeared instantaneously in front of him, intercepting the attack. "If you dare harm Krillin, I will never forgive you." With that, Son Goku delivered a swift kick, catching Vegeta off guard and sending him flying. "Wow." Vegeta clutched his stomach, his face a mask of disbelief. "Impossible. How could I, the Prince of the Saiyans, be defeated by you, a lowly warrior?" Vegeta activated the power level detector, which had originally shown 5,000 but now read 120,000. "You can manipulate your battle power at will." Son Goku looked at Vegeta and said, "You are overly reliant on such machines. Your control over your energy is utterly non-existent." "Damn it." Vegeta suddenly soared into the air, unleashing a barrage of energy waves towards Son Goku's location. The most authentic royal battle technique. Countless spheres of light rained down from above. After a thick cloud of smoke cleared, Son Goku émergea d'un scated. "Impossible. You, a lowly warrior, cannot possibly possess strength greater than mine." If Vegeta were to be defeated by Ginyu or Frieza, his reaction would not be nearly as intense. However, as the Prince of the Saiyans, he has always regarded himself as the most gifted among his kind. The fact that he now finds himself bested by a lower-class warrior is simply intolerable. Vegeta unleashed his signature move, a colossal wave of energy descending from the sky. In response, Goku countered with the Kamehameha, a powerful blast that collided with Vegeta's attack, forcing it back. As the blast approached, Vegeta swiftly dodged to the side. The sky fell into silence, broken only by Vegeta's heavy breaths. "You cannot possibly defeat me. After a month of training under 100 times normal gravity, I am beyond measure," he declared, his confidence unshaken. "I only possess a few thousand more battle points than you." But as he spoke, the readings on his scouter began to fluctuate once more. Kaioken. Goku activated a double Kaioken, surrounded by a red aura that enveloped him. His muscles swelling with power as shockwaves pushed Vegeta back several steps. 240,000. "This is impossible," Vegeta stammered, but before he could finish, the numbers continued to rise, eventually halting at 480,000. "If I were to exert my utmost, overloading the Kaioken, my battle power would exceed 2 million, Goku thought, recalling the time he had utilized the 20-fold Kaioken aboard the spaceship. Though it nearly cost him his life, that experience had awakened tremendous energy within his Saiyan cells, revealing the upper limits of his current capabilities, over 2 million. Vegeta could hardly comprehend the reality before him. How could this lower-class warrior possess such strength? Meanwhile, Krillin, witnessing Vegeta's disbelief, stoked the fire. "Once we have Elder Guru unlock our potential and consume the fruit of the Tree of Might, even without using the Kaioken, our battle power will multiply several times over." "Krillin," Tien shouted, attempting to quell Krillin's indiscretion. "Though we share the blood of Saiyans, I shall spare your life. Yet, you sought to harm Krillin, and I will not let that go unpunished." With that, Goku maintained his battle power at 480,000, instantly appearing behind Vegeta and delivering a single, devastating punch. The overwhelming force engulfed Vegeta, and he felt as though he were being consumed by flames, nearly evaporating under the intensity. Moments later, he was launched through the air like a meteor, ultimately crashing deep within a forest. Goku returned to the ground, reverting to his normal state. "Old son, you have shown too much mercy. By not eliminating him, you may inadvertently cultivate a formidable opponent for yourself in the future." Piccolo remarked, "Isn't having another formidable opponent a good thing?" Goku replied. With a smile, Sun Wukong approached Bulma and said, "Given the intricate web of power dynamics on Namek, it would be prudent for you to remain aboard the spaceship and refrain from following us. Should any danger arise, simply pilot the spacecraft to safety." Bulma nodded in agreement. Yet her mind was already plotting an adventure with her camera once Sun Wukong and his companions departed. The group soared toward the nearest village, and within an hour, a settlement comprised of several dozen Namekians came into view. To their astonishment, the village's highest combat power measured an impressive 4,000. Krillin gazed at the battle statistics in awe. The Namekians, being androgynous, bore no distinctions of gender, and the majority were seen toiling in the fields. As the group touched down, all the Namekians halted their work and turned their attention to Sun Wukong and his friends. An elderly Namekian elder emerged from the crowd, leaning on a staff and wearing a grave expression. Aliens, have you come to seize the Dragon Balls? At this moment, Piccolo stepped forward, asserting, Is it not your custom that only those who can withstand the village's trials are deemed worthy of the Dragon Balls? The elder then recognized Piccolo, his surprise evident as he noted the other's skin color and the antennae upon his forehead. You are a Namekian? Chapter 46. First Encounter with the Elder. The History of Namek. Humph. I am Piccolo Daimao. However, you may regard me as a Namekian, he replied, still identifying more with his demonic heritage than with the deity, feeling little connection to his birthplace. The elder, noticing Piccolo's kinship, softened his demeanor. It must be due to the calamity of years past that our wandering kin are now scattered. Alas, you have arrived too late. Upon hearing this, Piccolo inquired anxiously, Have the Dragon Balls already been taken? The elder nodded gravely. Those alien beings are exceedingly powerful. They call themselves the Gula Corps, merciless and devoid of humanity. Many of our kin have fallen victim to their brutal slaughter. To minimize our losses, we surrendered the Dragon Balls, which appeased them momentarily. To my knowledge, they have already acquired at least 3. Upon learning of the innocent bloodshed, Sun Wukong felt a surge of righteous indignation and declared, I shall vanquish these invaders for you, provided that you lend us the Dragon Balls when the time comes. The elder remarked, I sense a profound sense of justice within you, foreigner, and a heart that is pure. However, these aliens are formidable. You are not their match. Seek the great elder. He may offer assistance. The village elder produced a map, stating, This is a map of Namek, marking the locations of the 7 Dragon Balls. I hope you can retrieve them before the aliens do. Piccolo accepted the map, nodding earnestly, and alongside the Z fighters, they flew towards the largest symbol indicated on the map. On a colossal peak of Namek, silence reigned supreme. This is the sacred land of the entire Namek, the esteemed residence of the Grand Elder. At this moment, there remains a year until the events of the Namek saga unfold in the original narrative. The Grand Elder still possesses a considerable lifespan and does not appear to be in a state of decline. The foremost warrior of Namek, Nail, stands atop a mountain, gazing across the entirety of the planet. Suddenly, he receives a telepathic message from the Grand Elder. Nail, in 1 minute, esteemed guests will arrive. Do not act recklessly. Bring them to me. Yes. Nail replies. In that fleeting moment, several immense presences emerge on the horizon, vast and restrained, causing Nail to feel a wave of pressure. Could these be the esteemed guests the Grand Elder spoke of? Moments later, Sun Wukong and his companions arrive at the mountain peak where the Grand Elder resides and descend. Upon seeing Nail, Son Gohan cannot help but exclaim, This person resembles Uncle Piccolo. The others also observe the faint similarities between Nail and Piccolo. Nail addresses them. The Grand Elder has already informed me. You may enter. Sun Wukong and the others proceed towards the Grand Elder's abode, with Nail following closely behind to ensure the Grand Elder's safety. Seated upon an enormous stone-carved chair, the Grand Elder gazes kindly at the newcomers, eventually fixing his eyes upon Piccolo. You're the child from back then, aren't you? You bear an uncanny resemblance to your father. You have come seeking the Dragon Balls, I presume? At this moment, Sun Wukong steps forward, saying, No, we are here for. However, before he can finish, the Grand Elder gestures dismissively and points to Krillin beside him. Step forward, release your mind, and do not resist. Heeding the words, Krillin approaches the Grand Elder, who places his hand atop Krillin's head and closes his eyes. After several seconds, the Grand Elder opens his eyes. I see now, you hail from Earth. Poor child of the Dragon Clan, in pursuit of the deity, you have separated into 2 beings. The Grand Elder's method of reading memories requires the other party to relax, or, under circumstances of significant disparity in strength, can be executed. This technique was previously employed by Master Roshi during the World Martial Arts Tournament. I am aware of your intentions, and I have discerned the identity of the invader, the Cosmic Emperor, Cooler. Indeed, he is a formidable figure. The child of Kata's, Cuddy, known to you as the deity, is truly a genius of our race and the most remarkable individual I have ever encountered. Upon hearing this, Piccolo scoffs disdainfully at the Grand Elder's praise for the deity, feeling quite displeased. Before his father sent him away, a portion of his memory was extracted and transformed into a sphere containing half of his innate talent. Piccolo immediately interjects. Why did my father strip away half of my potential? The Grand Elder smiled wryly and explained that it was not his father who had deprived him. At that time, planet Namek faced a calamity that stemmed from two causes: natural disaster and man-made misfortune. Are you familiar with the history of Namek? The Z warriors collectively shook their heads. The inhabitants of the current Namek are predominantly my descendants. I alone survived the disaster of that era. Numerous Namekians now wander the universe, scattered across its farthest reaches. And our present Namek represents but one branch of that lineage. Over 3 centuries ago, rampant exploitation by the Namekians rendered the planet desolate, giving rise to an abundance of lifelessness, leaving the entire world devoid of vitality. This led to the unexpected emergence of an exceedingly malevolent yet immensely powerful super Namekian. Known as Slug, his might was unparalleled, nearly reaching the apex of Namekian power, earning him the title of the legendary Namekian. He wreaked havoc upon the planet, mercilessly slaughtering his kin, and nearly extinguished all life on Namek. However, a remarkable Namekian was later born, referred to as the last hope of Namek, the child of Kaddis, named Cuddy, whom you on Earth would recognize as the deity. Though not a pure warrior, being a dragon-type Namekian, his combat prowess was not inferior to that of the pure warrior Namekians, and he possessed unfathomable magical abilities, his potential even surpassing that of Slug. Upon hearing this news, Slug grew exceedingly anxious and resolved to eliminate Cuddy. In a bid to protect Cuddy, his father decided to send him away in a spaceship. Subsequently, Slug ruthlessly murdered Cuddy's father to thwart him, while the remaining Namekians chose to assimilate in a desperate attempt to resist Slug. Ultimately, only I remained on the entire planet of Namek. From this, I acquired incredible energy and managed to banish Slug. Before his expulsion, Slug exerted tremendous effort to extract half of Cuddy's innate talent, crafting a bead from it before fleeing to the far corners of the universe. Later, I harnessed my power to restore the prosperity of Namek, reviving my people, but in doing so, my strength gradually waned. Nevertheless, Slug continued to fear me, waiting for my demise. Now, my time has come, and Slug's lifespan draws to a close. He may soon return to Namek. By defeating Slug, you shall obtain half of the divine Cuddy's talents, which encompass his lost memories, including the creation and enhancement methods of the Dragon Balls. Chapter 47, Vegeta's Training. Slug's arrival on Namek. Deep within the ruins of a forest, Vegeta lay wounded, his body battered. How infuriating that a lowly warrior has reduced me, the prince of the Saiyans, to such a pitiful state. I shall one day trample you underfoot. After several hours, he regained a semblance of strength and reached into his pocket, retrieving a fruit. Frieza had just devoured the last fruit of the Tree of Might. Though its enhancement to my abilities was negligible, it could only serve as a remedy for my wounds. He consumed the fruit voraciously, and an unparalleled surge of power erupted from within him. His muscles swelled dramatically before returning to their original state. Power! What formidable power! This epitomized the strength of the Saiyans. It was simply magnificent. Vegeta sprang up from the ground, feeling the energy radiating from within him, unable to suppress a joyous laugh. What divine fruit could compare to the might of our illustrious warrior race? This power was undeniably overwhelming. Having fought on the front lines for years, the immense energy generated at the brink of death had propelled him into a qualitative leap. He activated his Power Scouter, which displayed a combat power of 500,000. Oomph. That cockroach fellow only had a combat power of 120,000 at this moment, yet he possessed a peculiar technique that could double his power. According to him, his maximum power could reach to 400,000. With this thought, Vegeta refrained from recklessly confronting him and instead began to suppress his energy. The most significant lesson from the recent battle had been Kakarot's method of controlling his energy. Mastering this technique would not only allow him to conceal his strength from Frieza, but also evade detection by the Power Scouter. With that, Vegeta suppressed his energy to 0 and stealthily made his way toward the location where Goku had descended. Shortly thereafter, he arrived near the spaceship. Kakarot's energy was absent. He must have departed. Cautiously, he opened the hatch of the spaceship, only to be greeted by a stunning woman clad in a bikini. Her figure exquisite, yet her face endearingly charming, lounging on a sofa, watching a show while sipping cola. Upon noticing Vegeta staring at her, Bulma glanced down at her ample form and let out a shriek. Half an hour later, clad in a red jacket, Bulma sat on the sofa, facing a perplexed Vegeta. I've said all I needed to. You mustn't harm me. Let me share a secret. Although Goku is married, he has always harbored a secret crush on me. If you dare to hurt me, he will surely make you regret it. Don't underestimate him. Goku may appear to be a nice guy, but I am his Achilles heel. Vegeta, dismissive, replied, you. Kakarot may be a lower-class warrior, but he is still a member of the warrior race of Saiyans, which reveres strength. How could he possibly be fond of someone as weak as you? Angered by Vegeta's disdain, Bulma retrieved a button from her capsule. Don't provoke me. If I press this button, the entire spaceship will explode with unimaginable force, potentially leveling the entire Namek. Observing the sudden transformation of the other party into a fierce figure, Vegeta pondered within himself. This formidable woman, it is indeed plausible that Kakarot might be attracted to her. No, what Kakarot cannot possess, I, the Prince of the Saiyans, must attain. I shall make this lowly warrior comprehend that the allure of the Prince of Saiyans is beyond his comparison. With this thought, Vegeta's demeanor softened. Bulma, was it? I merely wish to inquire about certain matters concerning Kakarot. As a token of my gratitude, I can bestow upon you a planet. Bulma, initially feeling a twinge of anxiety, had fabricated tales of remote control bombs, and the spaceship was not hers. She had no means to install such devices. Observing that the other party seemed to be swayed by her bravado and had no intention of causing her harm, Bulma gradually relaxed. A planet? Very well. I accept your offer. She agreed, planning to discuss it further once Goku and the others returned. This gravity chamber is where Goku and the others train. Are you certain you want to start with a gravity of 30G? Indeed, I shall not be outdone by Kakarot. Within a month, I will certainly acclimate to 100G. Bulma did not attempt to dissuade him and promptly activated the 30-fold gravity. Thereupon, she reclined on the sofa to continue watching her television series. As the gravity chamber exerted no influence on the living room, the reason Goku and his companions could withstand 100G was due to the miraculous senzu beans that continuously restored their vitality. You, on the other hand, are destined to be crushed by the gravity chamber. Just wait and see how I handle you. A month later, a colossal spaceship descended once more upon Namek. The hatch opened, and a robust, fierce-looking Namekian emerged, flanked by numerous subordinates. King Slug, is this the planet from which you were previously exiled? Back then, all the Namekians on the planet supported my claim to kingship, preferring to sacrifice themselves for assimilation rather than allow my exile. Now that old assimilated wretch is nearing his end, it is time for me to return and reclaim all that is rightfully mine. I shall utilize the Dragon Balls to restore my youth and obtain eternal life. Slug surveyed his own powerful physique with satisfaction. My lifespan is nearing its conclusion. Although I have briefly regained my youth and restored my strength to its peak through advanced extraterrestrial technology, this can only be sustained for a year. If I do not acquire the Dragon Balls within that time to restore my youth and secure everlasting life, I may perish before that old fool. As Slug's legion disembarked from the spaceship, he noticed a vessel in the distance. What is this? Why is there a spaceship on Namek? Could it be that another universe has discovered the Dragon Balls? Meanwhile, from within the distant spaceship, Vegeta had just completed his training, wiping the sweat from his brow as he emerged from the gravity chamber. Bulma, dos-moi combat suis. Without a hint of concern for Vegeta's reaction, Bulma simply threw a set of clothes his way. Over the past month, he gradually came to realize that Vegeta was not as malevolent as he had initially perceived. Rather, he exhibited traits of machismo, pride, and arrogance, along with a few irritating idiosyncrasies. Overall, he was a remarkably charismatic man, albeit somewhat shorter in stature and with a somewhat immature mindset, as if all Saiyans were singularly focused. Moreover, Vegeta had lowered his guard around Bulma, especially during several instances in the gravity chamber, where his reckless attempts at 100G gravity nearly led to his demise, only for Bulma to save him in the nick of time. This act of heroism, coupled with the Saiyan race's inherent admiration for strength and their attraction to formidable women, aligned perfectly with Bulma's tenacious character. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground as a spaceship descended nearby. What was happening? Was Frieza making his presence known? Or had the Gula army come to reinforce? Vegeta quickly donned his battlesuit and activated his power level detector. It was neither Frieza nor Gula. Another faction had intervened. A power level of 60 million? Could it be Aizen? Chapter 48. The tragic second defeat of Tower. The Shadow Special Forces make their entrance. 60 million was still exceedingly distant for Vegeta in his current state. Previously, with the bug of near death, his power level had reached 500,000. After a month of rigorous training, his power had soared to 2 million. This figure represented Vegeta's utmost limit at present. In the original narrative during the Namek saga, Goku's normal power level was 3 million, while Vegeta's was around 2 million when he battled with Frieza. As Vegeta observed the approaching figures from the spaceship, He understood that evasion was futile. He turned to Bulma and said, "Stay back for now. I will divert their attention. Tell Kakarot that when we meet again, I shall surely defeat him." With that, Vegeta soared from the spaceship. In the course of this month, Vegeta had begun to entertain thoughts of betraying Frieza, especially upon hearing news of the Dragon Balls. It turned out that the orbs Frieza had sent him to seek on Namek were known as Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish. If only he could wish for immortality, he could free himself from Frieza's control and, in due time, resurrect planet Vegeta, restoring the glory of the Saiyan race to his hands. However, all of this hinged upon surviving the impending crisis. Vegeta approached a clearing and surveyed the approaching crowd, only to discover they were Namekians. He had initially anticipated an assault from Aizen, but instead found himself confronted by Namekians. A Namekian with a power level of 60 million? Was this a jest? Sugar flew before Vegeta and said, "You are quite formidable. Would you consider becoming my subordinate? Share all that you know with me. You must be a newly returned Namekian. Your homeland is currently under siege by the Gula army. You still have time to seek out Gula." Vegeta prepared to shift the conflict, aiming to pit these newcomers against the Gula army. Gula? It appears that you are all aware that the Old One's time is swiftly approaching, prompting a pursuit for the power of the Dragon Balls. Shigra exchanged a knowing glance with his subordinates, who immediately understood and flew straight toward Vegeta. A motley crew indeed. Vegeta unleashed his energy, a staggering battle power of 2 million emanating in waves, causing several of Shigra's men to be unable to approach due to the immense pressure. "Get up the tower, quickly." Vegeta confidently gave a thumbs up, instantly appearing beside a blue-skinned alien and delivering a powerful punch that left a significant indentation in the alien's abdomen, nearly causing him to regurgitate his bile. Minions are of no use, regardless of their numbers. Vegeta's figure flickered as he dispatched Shigra's underlings with ease, leaving them clutching their stomachs on the ground. Not wishing to escalate matters with Shigra, he refrained from lethal force, merely demonstrating his might to instill a sense of caution in his adversary. "Indeed, formidable power," Shigra remarked with a smile, but his expression suddenly shifted as he extended his arm, which elongated like rubber, reaching out towards Vegeta. "What in the world?" Before Vegeta could react, Shigra's hand grasped his leg, lifting him effortlessly. What followed was a violent flailing. Bang, bang, bang. Moments later, the ground was pockmarked with deep craters, and Vegeta felt as if all his bones were dislocating. Shigra's arm reverted to its normal length, one hand gripping Vegeta's neck. The vast disparity in strength rendering Vegeta unable to break free. "Boy, divulge all that you know. Do not revel in your superiority. The current Namek is beset by multiple factions, whether it be the imminent arrival of Frieza, the already present Gula, or the recently emerged Aizen. None of them you can withstand. Describing our battle power, yours at 60 million is indeed impressive. However, the 3 other factions boast powers exceeding 100 million. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Shigra's heart sank, and he retaliated with a fist to Vegeta's abdomen. "Once I obtain the Dragon Balls, none of what you mention will stand against me." Vegeta scoffed. "Gula has been here for nearly 2 months. He may have already gathered all 7 Dragon Balls." Shigra suddenly burst into laughter. "Even if he were to collect all 7, it would merely serve as a wedding gown for me. The Dragon of Namek can only be summoned using the Namekian language, and I am well acquainted with the Namekians of this planet. Even if their race is annihilated, they will not yield." As he spoke, Shigra coalesced a sphere of energy in his hand. "And you, your words are too foul. I have no fondness for your bones. You shall turn to dust." With that, the massive energy sphere hurtled towards Vegeta, and after a cloud of smoke settled, the area lay barren. "Turn to ash, perhaps?" Shigra pondered, feeling an unsettling sense that something was amiss. This attack seemed to lack any tangible impact. Suddenly, before him lay the body of Vegeta, gravely wounded yet still clinging to life. How could it be possible? How could this insignificant ant withstand my attack? As Shigra beheld Vegeta's form, his emotions spiraled out of control, energy coalescing in his hands as he prepared to strike again. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, Vegeta's silhouette vanished once more. Shigra, in disbelief, rubbed his eyes. How could this be? Abruptly, a force struck him as if he had been dealt a resounding slap. Feeling the burning sensation on his cheek, Shigra trembled with rage. "Who dares to challenge me?" Just as he uttered these words, a second searing pain erupted on his face. Shigra succumbed to a fit of impotent rage, howling in fury. "I see now. Young one, you can mask your presence and evade my gaze. It must be some form of supernatural ability." Gradually, Shigra calmed himself, closing his eyes as his ears twitched subtly. I know not who you are, but as a Namekian, my hearing is acute. If I catch you, I shall reduce you to ashes. The memory of having received 2 unwarranted slaps reignited his agitation. I have found you, little ant. Shigra unleashed his fury in a specific direction, clouds of dust swirling as a figure began to materialize before him. Shigra, do you recognize who I am? As the smoke dissipated, a Namekian figure emerged, and Shigra staggered back in disbelief. This cannot be you. Before him stood a figure identical to Shigra, both in appearance and aura, their battle powers indistinguishable. Chapter 49. The story unfolds. Advancement is swift. I shall see just who you are, playing tricks on me. Shigra's emotions neared the brink of explosion, his muscles bulging as he launched a powerful punch at the other Shigra. Bang! The second Shigra vanished, replaced by a young man clad in combat attire, who braced against Shigra's strike with crossed arms, then retaliated with a forceful blow that sent Shigra reeling. Lin rubbed his tingling arms, marveling at the fact that a battle power of 60 million was no trifling matter. He turned to the air beside him and admonished. Bell, cease your antics. Be cautious not to be overwhelmed. Your meager powers might lead to your swift demise. Lonnie, take Vegeta and ensure his wounds are treated. At that moment, a clear female voice echoed in the air. Captain, what about you? Lin stretched and flexed his limbs. Naturally, I shall hone my skills. After so many years of training, I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent, and my body is nearly rusting from disuse. Upon his utterance, silence enveloped the space. And Lin once again gazed at Shrag, the formidable Namekian. Let me witness the extent of your power, he mused. At that moment, Lin Yi's combat prowess stood at a mere 1 million, significantly inferior to that of Vegeta. After years of arduous training, his strength had increased at a commendable pace. Yet, in the wake of the Namekian saga, the escalation of combat power had surged so rapidly that he found himself struggling to keep up. Nonetheless, Lin Yi bore no concern, for the absence of worthy adversaries over the years meant that his capabilities could have soared to several times their current state. Much like Goku, whose power had stagnated for years following his marriage. Yet upon encountering Vegeta and Frieza, he experienced a meteoric rise from hundreds and thousands to an astonishing 100 million within mere months. Consider yourselves mere appetizers before the likes of me, Lin Yi declared, unleashing his full potential as a Super Saiyan, 20 times the norm, fused with demonic genes, causing his power to escalate from 1 million to an astounding 30 million in an instant. Overreaching, Shrag charged at Lin Yi, their forces colliding in midair, jarring Lin Yi's very insides. Meanwhile, in a distant cavern, Vegeta lay upon the ground, and a voice broke the silence. Goku, it seems you harbor an aversion toward Vegeta, perpetually casting him in a negative light. Shala, your tenure in the team is brief. You are unaware that prior to my allegiance with Captain Lin, I was a member of the Ginyu Force. In our youth, the Ginyu Force would often bully Vegeta, who, unable to contend with others, would vent his frustrations upon me. Over time, animosity brewed between us. Yet, in recent years, Vegeta has thrived, leaving the Ginyu Force far behind. Ah, I see, Ronnie responded. Since the captain has tasked you with healing Vegeta, to ensure his injuries are mended. However, refrain from restoring his stamina. The Saiyan race is peculiarly resilient, growing stronger in the face of death. Who knows how he may react upon regaining consciousness? Ronnie acquiesced, and soon a peculiar energy wave enveloped Vegeta, gradually healing his wounds. His dislocated bones, misplaced organs, and skin lacerations began to mend, and his breathing steadied. I have restored his injuries, but his stamina remains depleted. He will awaken in about an hour, Ronnie noted. Let us await the captain's return, for he should be arriving shortly. An hour later, Vegeta gradually regained consciousness, acutely aware that his strength had not yet fully returned, though all injuries had healed. He sensed that once he regained his power, his might could surpass the previous 200,000. As he surveyed the sky, fragments of his memories before his fainting spell lingered. Mysterious figures had come to his aid. Have they departed? Suddenly, Lin Yi's figure materialized at the cave's entrance, panting heavily. The exhilarating and intense battle was truly a delight. Had it not cost me 10 magical beans, it would have been even more satisfying. He turned and fortuitously spotted the recently awakened Vegeta. His spirits lifted as he strode toward him. Captain Lin, Vegeta said, rising to his feet. He had always found the enigmatic Lin Yi perplexing and dared not to be reckless around him. Having encountered Lin Yi in his youth, he recognized that Lin Yi's power had long surpassed that of Ginyu, earning him Frieza's unwavering trust. However, the power detector merely registered an output of 5,000, leaving the true extent of Lin Yi's strength a mystery to the entire Frisia force. Are you alright? Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, Lord Frisia would have lost a valuable commander, Lin Yi remarked. Previously, such words might have pleased Vegeta, but since learning of the Dragon Balls from Bulma, he had nurtured a rebellious heart. Consequently, the notion of being a commander under Frisia no longer held any appeal for him. Lin Yi, well aware of Vegeta's budding defiance, recognized that as the prince of the Saiyans, his proud nature would inevitably lead to betrayal of Frisia. Thank you for saving me, Captain Lin. If there are no further instructions, I shall rejoin the squadron, Vegeta stated. Having realized from a moment he first laid eyes on Lin Yi, who had come to his rescue. The Shadow Special Forces, the most enigmatic unit within Frisia's army, had remained shrouded in secrecy for over a decade, though whispers had begun to reach the higher echelons of the organization. Very well. Should there be any obstruction from the Gula force in obtaining the Wish Orbs, they may be sent directly to me, Vegeta replied before soaring away. As he watched Vegeta depart, Lin Yi turned to the surrounding air and said, "Come forth." No sooner had he spoken than the air rippled, and 4 figures emerged at the cave's entrance. The shortest among them was Goku, whose 4 eyes blinked ominously. Another, slightly taller, resembled an earthling named Lasha. The third, a towering figure akin to a beast, was named Bell. The last, petite and reminiscent of the previous angel, was called Lanny. Lin Yi surveyed his team, the entirety of the Shadow Special Forces. Although their combat prowess was modest, each member had been handpicked by Lin Yi himself. Goku, master of time cessation, a veteran of the Jinyu Force. Lasha, possessing the ability to become invisible, he could cloak himself and his teammates, and with the breath control techniques Lin Yi had imparted, they became nearly undetectable. Bell, capable of transformation, his metamorphosis was far more advanced than that of the previous Oolong, able to mimic even the combat power of his transformations. Lanny, the younger sister of Dilly, she bore a resemblance to the angel Bados, though her figure was not as voluptuous. Her abilities were akin to that of a healer, capable of mending injuries. Over the years, Lin Yi had also entrusted her with the art of instantaneous movement. Thus, the instantaneous teleportation and healing abilities acquired by Lanny, combined with Bell's transformation, Rasha's area stealth, and Good's time stasis, have propelled the survival capabilities of the Shadow Special Forces to unprecedented heights. Chapter 50. The Tumultuous Situation and Vegeta's Rebellion. You acted with undue recklessness. Even with Lanny's teleportation, such audacity is ill-advised. Should you provoke Shrag, you might find yourselves reduced to ashes before you could even teleport. Captain, we were wrong. Never mind. Continue to gather intelligence on the movements of the Gula Legion, and report promptly if you encounter anyone from Aizen. Lin Yi waved his hand, and their forms vanished once more. The members of the Shadow Special Forces were those he personally trained. Over the span of a decade, they had developed an unwavering adherence to his commands. Even if Lin Yi were to instruct them to scout Frisia's intelligence, they would execute his orders with steadfast resolve. Entering the cave, Lin Yi consumed another senzu bean, causing his muscles to swell momentarily before returning to their original state. Indeed, only through relentless combat with formidable foes can one's battle prowess ascend swiftly. Lin Yi assessed his combat power, which had now reached a staggering 2 million, effectively doubling his previous capability. Although he still lagged behind the exponential increases seen in Goku and Vegeta, his current strength was remarkable in its own right. Crucially, this enhancement in power also elevated his Saiyan genetic level. Saiyan gene, mimetic Super Saiyan, fully manifested, with a combat power multiplier of 30 times. Previously, the mimetic Super Saiyan, Great Ape Strength, offered a 10-fold increase, while the subsequent mimetic Super Saiyan, initial manifestation, provided a 20-fold boost. Now, he had truly attained the status of a mimetic Super Saiyan, achieving a peak enhancement in combat power. Next, once his base combat power reaches 3 million, he should be able to directly unlock Super Saiyan status with a 50-fold increase in strength. Lin Yi discovered that the fusion of the Saiyan genes was intrinsically linked to his training, unlike Goku, who required emotional triggers. Just as Goku attained the mimetic Super Saiyan through immense fury, Lin Yi achieved it naturally. However, he was uncertain about the subsequent breakthroughs from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2. With a base combat power of 2 million, augmented by the 30-fold mimetic Super Saiyan enhancement and the added boost from his demonic lineage, his maximum combat power now likely reached an astonishing 20 million. Should he encounter Shrag again, Lin Yi could easily incapacitate him within a minute. This is not even my limit. Once I find the Grand Elder and unleash my potential, I might directly achieve a base combat power of 3 million. After over 2 decades of painstaking cultivation, I am finally reaping the rewards. At this moment, Lin Yi felt an urge to shout to the heavens. My strength, Lin Yi, has been attained solely through my unwavering effort. System, fuse the genes, and empower me. Lin Yi sealed the entrance of the cave, preparing to meditate for 2 months, intending to harness his surging combat prowess. He felt no urgency regarding the Dragon Balls, allowing others to scramble for them, as the intricate web of factions made any compromise unlikely. According to Lin Yi's conjecture, it was highly probable that after 2 months, the Frisia Force, the Gula Corps, and the Island Sin faction would each acquire several Dragon Balls. However, the fate of the Protagonist group, including Son Goku, Shrag, and the rebellious Vegeta, regarding whether they would secure even a single Dragon Ball, remained uncertain. 2 months later, the cave's entrance exploded, and Lin Yi emerged, enveloped in a white aura, faint traces of yellow flames flickering around him. Having completed his training, he pondered the current developments of the storyline. Had Krillin already ascended to the heavens? Upon activating his communication device, he was suddenly inundated with numerous calls, all from Frisia. Had Frisia arrived on Namek a month ago? Lin Yi had gradually lost his fear of Frisia, yet he had no intention of provoking a direct confrontation. If Frisia were to be agitated at this moment, transforming into Golden Frisia, Lin Yi suspected he would be instantaneously obliterated before he could even teleport. Upon activating the communication device, a projection materialized ahead, revealing Frisia's diminutive form. At that moment, Frisia was not seated in a stroller, but rather on a mountain peak. Upon seeing Lin Yi, he displayed a polite smile, albeit one tinged with displeasure. Mr. Lin Yi, it seems our collaboration over the past decade has not been entirely harmonious, prompting you to seek alternative avenues during your 2-month disappearance. Interpreting Frisia's insinuation, Lin Yi clarified, Lord Frisia, it appears you have reached Namek. I wonder if you have encountered a Namekian named Shrag. I believe Captain Jinyu mentioned that this Namekian possesses remarkable capabilities, boasting a combat power of an astonishing 60 million. Indeed, Lord Frisia, I have just arrived on Namek, and the Shadow Special Forces encountered Shrag. We engaged in a fierce battle, and I sustained some injuries, which I have been recuperating from. As Lin Yi's explanation unfolded, Frisia's expression gradually softened. Mr. Lin Yi, I trust your injuries are not severe. The fact that you could contend with Shrag indicates that your combat prowess has reached an impressive level. Over the years, Lin Yi had rarely showcased his abilities in front of the Frisia Force, leaving both Frisia and King Cold oblivious to the true extent of his strength. He deliberately concealed his powers to avoid instilling fear in Frisia, yet he needed to maintain an air of mystery to ensure Frisia perceived his capabilities as exceptional. He replied directly, if I were to encounter Shrag again, I would reduce him to mere excrement. Mr. Lin Yi, your words are truly delightful. Frisia inquired, what is the current situation on Namek? How many Dragon Balls has the faction led by Vegeta secured? Upon hearing Lin Yi's inquiry, Frisia's smile gradually faded, and he abruptly crushed the glass goblet in his hand. The crimson liquid trickled down his fingers. That rebellious Vegeta, who had gone missing with 2 Dragon Balls, had been unreachable for over a month. Lin Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated Vegeta's decisive act of defiance. It is worth noting that in this timeline, Planet Vegeta had not been obliterated by Frisia. Presently, Cooler had acquired 3 Dragon Balls and Daishin had obtained 2, leaving me with none, as the 2 Dragon Balls I possessed had been taken by Vegeta. At this point, Frisia's expression softened, revealing a hint of a smile. However, I recently learned that Vegeta has allied with another Saiyan and is now clashing directly with Cooler's forces. Let them annihilate each other. I have even spread the rumor about Cooler's covert role in the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Those wild monkeys will likely engage in a bitter feud with Cooler's army. Mr. Lin Yi, since you have returned, I would like you to discreetly assist me in locating Daishin, that timid little mouse who has been too afraid to show himself. I intend to reduce him to ashes on behalf of my esteemed father. Naturally, Lin Yi agreed and exchanged a few casual remarks with Frisia, complimenting him on his height since their last encounter, which kept Frisia's mouth agape in delight. Chapter 51. Lin Yi's audience with the Elder, the arrival of Shrag. After terminating the connection with Frisia, Lin Yi began to search for the Elder's energy signature. He brought his middle and index fingers together and placed them on his forehead, closing his eyes to concentrate. Within mere seconds, he vanished from his location. on the mountain peak where the elder resided. The elder sat before a stone chair with his eyes closed when a strikingly handsome young man suddenly appeared before him. The elder opened his eyes and regarded Lin Yi. You must be Lin Yi, as mentioned by Goku and the others. Indeed, elder, you are aware of the purpose of my visit. I shall strive to unlock your potential. Yet my power is rather feeble. The previous one, Gohan, I could only awaken less than 1/10,000th of his potential. Lin Yi nodded. However, he concentrated his spiritual energy, not wanting to have his memories read while being patted on the head. As long as he maintained his mental defenses, the elder would be unable to access his memories. Furthermore, Lin Yi had mastered the ability to read memories himself several years prior. The elder placed his palm on Lin Yi's head, squinting slightly as he fell into a brief silence. Lin Yi felt an invisible force permeating every cell of his body, gradually releasing a subtle energy he had not previously perceived during his training. Incredible, truly incredible, the elder murmured, intensifying the power in his hand. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi pondered to himself, could it be that my potential surpasses even that of Gohan? It is not surprising. He has cultivated for over 20 years, and the potential accumulated within his body is unfathomable, likely rivaling that of son Wukong's son Gohan. I suppose I won't directly ascend to the enigmatic state of Lin Yi. Just as Lin Yi contemplated this, the Grand Elder withdrew his hand from Lin Yi's head. It is truly astonishing. While Sun Wukong and others hold you in high esteem, your potential appears to be inferior to that of the little bald-headed boy. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt as though struck by a thunderclap. How could such frigid words emerge from your lips, which are ordinarily so warm? Nonetheless, your strength is formidable. Your foundational power is exceedingly robust. Even without the exponential enhancements seen in the bald-headed ones, your increase in strength is nothing short of remarkable. Presently, with a battle power of 2 million, even a mere 0.5-fold increase would result in 1 million in battle power. Such a substantial enhancement from a solid foundation is inherently challenging to achieve in multiples. He released his energy, letting his battle power surge forth. Yet it remained contained within a modest range, preventing detection by other forces on this planet. 280,000. Lin Yi gazed at the displayed battle power, which was nearing the minimum threshold for a Super Saiyan. Grand Elder, where are Sun Wukong and the others now? Furthermore, what battle power did they attain following their potential awakening? I recall that the bald-headed ones seemed to possess a detector, scanning each of them individually. If memory serves, after their potential was unleashed, they consumed a fruit called the Spirit Tree Fruit, resulting in another surge in battle power. The one named Krillin likely reached a battle power of 500,000. Then there are Tien Shinhan and Yamcha, who attained battle powers of 700,000 and 500,000, respectively. Piccolo's battle power reached 2 million, while Sun Wukong's surged to 3 million. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, found his assumptions confirmed. Sun Wukong had indeed reached a state suitable for transformation into a Super Saiyan. Next, if an opportunity arose for Krillin to perish, Sun Wukong's maximum battle power could soar to 1.5 billion. So where are they now? Shrag has been searching for me. Thus Piccolo remained behind, preparing to ambush Shrag upon his appearance. It seems that Sun Wukong and his companions have allied with a Saiyan named Vegeta, working together against Gula, with Sun Wukong imparting the King Kai fist to this Saiyan. Lin Yi was taken aback, so that rascal Vegeta has his sights set on the King Kai fist. Previously, his battle power had reached 2 million. After being treated by Lanny, his strength likely experienced a slight increase, and he is now probably not far from 3 million. Mr. Lin Yi, aside from the overt forces on this planet, I sense that there's a hidden power lurking in the shadows, the Grand Elder remarked, his face etched with concern. Frieza, Gula, Dabura, and Shrag have all made their presence known. There shouldn't be any other forces on Namek at this point. Let's hope so, yet I possess a profound intuition, a sentiment that is remarkably strong. I fervently wish that, when the time comes, you, Mr. Lin Yi, will lend your assistance to the planet Namek in weathering this calamity. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement, and at that moment, Neru entered from outside. Upon noticing Lin Yi in the center, a hint of surprise flickered across his countenance. He had been stationed at the peak of the Elder, but had not discerned when Lin Yi had arrived. Elder, the third Elder Mu Lin has arrived. Very well. You may withdraw, the Elder responded. Neru complied and stepped back, just as an elderly Namekian entered the chamber. I pay my respects to the Elder. Mu Lin, you have come. I have an exceedingly important matter to entrust to you. Please, Elder, speak your mind. Namek is on the precipice of its gravest disaster, one that surpasses even the calamity of Shrag. Should we fail to endure this, our planet will face extinction. My lifespan dwindles to less than a year, and this impending doom may hasten my demise. However, Namek cannot afford to lose Purunga. Should I meet an untimely end, Purunga would also vanish. Thus, I wish to pass on the position of elder to you today and entrust you with the lifeline of Purunga. Upon hearing this, Mulin immediately knelt upon the ground. Elder, you must not. Namek cannot lose you, and I lack the capability to inherit your position. The elder sighed deeply, directly bequeathing authority to Mulin, an invisible force descending upon him from the ethereal realm. From this day forth, you shall be the elder of Namek, and Purunga will not lose its power due to my passing. In an instant, the elder appeared to age countless years, a palpable aura of impending death enveloping him. Elder, just as Mulin was about to utter more, Neru rushed in, frantic. Elder, Shrag has launched an assault. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sounds of fierce combat. Waves of energy colliding violently. Lin remarked from the side, "Is that Bick resisting Shrag?" At this moment, Bick boasted a combat power of 2 million, and combined with the 20-fold Kaioken, reached an astounding 40 million. Although he still fell short of Shrag's 60 million, he would not be easily defeated in the short term. Should Bick seize an opportunity to unleash a special beam cannon, shattering Shrag's head, a victory against the odds could indeed be within reach. Chapter 52, The Elder's Decision. The fates of Bick and the Supreme Kai entwined. Mr. Lin, let us Namekians resolve our own issues. But I must trouble you to hold Shrag at bay for a few minutes. Understood. Lin nodded. With his current prowess, dealing with Shrag was a trivial matter. Outside the peak, Bick removed his weighted clothing, his expression solemn as he confronted Shrag, the strongest Namekian he had ever encountered. Shrag cracked his neck and laughed. I never imagined that, aside from myself, there exists such a formidable individual on Namek. This truly surprises me. Would you care to be my subordinate? Ha! You wish for me, the great Demon King Piccolo, to serve under you? I suspect you have indulged excessively, and your mind is not quite clear. How amusing it is that a Namekian could give rise to someone as delightfully sinister as you. I find you increasingly to my liking. Slug observed Piccolo, perceiving the Namekians as a benevolent yet naive people, with the exception of this singular individual who exuded an aura of malevolence. Yet today, within Piccolo, he glimpsed a raw essence of evil, akin to the other side of a true Namekian, which thrilled him immensely. Compared to those divine beings, I must admit I prefer someone like you, but I have no desire to conquer the world anymore. My sole ambition is to surpass Sun Wukong. After spending over a year with Gohan, Piccolo had softened considerably, nearly resembling the Piccolo from the Namek saga. Hearing that Namekian referred to him as Piccolo, he surmised, "Your power is formidable. If my suspicions are correct, you must have been created by that old fool specifically to contend with me. How many of your kin have you assimilated to possess such extraordinary combat prowess?" Assimilation? Spare me the pretense. Namekians can merge several individuals into one to enhance strength. And are you not a product of this very process? In response, Piccolo scoffed, declaring that the might of the great Demon King Piccolo was earned solely through his own training. He had no interest in such underhanded methods. With that, he charged at Slug, unleashing a shockwave that was effortlessly deflected. In an instant, Slug appeared before Piccolo with astonishing speed. Your power is indeed impressive, far surpassing that of the so-called strongest Namekian below. Yet, compared to me, you are still leagues away. With that, a slender beam pierced through Piccolo's shoulder. He staggered back, clutching his arm, and glared at Slug. You stole half of my memories and talents in the past. Had you not done so, you would merely be a dog under my command today. Slug's expression shifted. You are that little brat from back then? He recalled the tales of the prodigious Namekian, the second Super Namekian, rumored to surpass his own existence. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Piccolo swiftly healed his wounds, his muscles swelling dramatically as a crimson aura enveloped him. 20 times Kaioken. Under the enhancement of the 20-fold Kaioken, Piccolo's combat power surged to 40 million. He teleported directly in front of Slug and landed a punch in his gut before he could react. Even without that half of my talent, the disparity between us is not as great as you might imagine. With that, Piccolo delivered another kick, sending Slug flying. Slug wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shedding his initial bravado, and clenched his fists, engaging in a fierce aerial battle with Piccolo. After all, a disparity of 20 million in combat power is significant. Moments later, Piccolo was sent flying, landing directly within the palace of the Grand Elder. Schloch! Gazing at the Grand Elder within the palace, was panting heavily. Old man, you were inadequate back then, and your so-called new Super Namekian is equally lacking now. The Grand Elder looked at Slag and sighed. Mr. Lin Yi, I must trouble you to hold him off for 10 minutes. Lin Yi nodded and soared into the air. Is it you? Slag was quite familiar with Lin Yi. Despite his inferior combat strength, Lin Yi could continuously consume beans to restore his power. Each recovery elevated his strength, akin to an indomitable cockroach. Today, you two shall perish, Slag declared angrily. Lin Yi casually brushed off the dust from his attire and replied nonchalantly, times have changed. You should conserve your energy. With that, he unleashed the power of a 30-fold mimetic Super Saiyan, sending forth a pale yellow aura that ensnared Slag within. Damn it! Slag furiously unleashed a barrage of shockwaves from his hands, yet the aura created by Lin Yi remained unmoved. Stop wasting your effort. Unless you evolve into an orange big slag like Piccolo, do not expect to escape. Inside the palace, the Grand Elder stood up from his stone chair for the first time, approaching Piccolo. He extended his hand, placing it upon Piccolo, and an invisible force emanated from the Grand Elder's broad palm. Soon, Piccolo fully recovered from his injuries. He rose, gazing at the Grand Elder with a complex expression. The Grand Elder, equally complex in his expression, looked back at him. Through Krillin's memories, he had learned that Piccolo was not the child he had been waiting for. Yet, Piccolo was indeed the child he had long anticipated. This intricate emotion had troubled him for many days, but now he had finally made up his mind. Child, though it may seem cruel to say this, I must still ask you to take the ore from Slag to the god of Earth Cuddy. There lies half of his talent and missing memories. He is the hope of our Namekian race, and we owe him so much. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed Piccolo's face. Am I to be his shadow for all eternity? Initially, Piccolo had no intention of handing the orb over to the god, but rather planned to merge with it himself. No, you will eventually become your complete self. From the bald man's memories, I learned that the temple on Earth houses an alternate version of Cuddy's body, which is sufficient for you to become a complete Namekian. Though that child has already attained completeness, this memory is far too significant for him. Piccolo remained silent, but the flash of anger in his eyes conveyed his current thoughts. Child, earlier Slag spoke to you about the assimilation of Namek. What do you mean? Hearing this, Piccolo glanced at Neru beside him. Could it be that the Grand Elder meant to assimilate the foremost warrior of Namek with himself? The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively, stating, I am not referring to Neru, but rather I am willing to assimilate with you, to offer all that I possess as a sacrifice. I was assimilated from countless Namekians 3 centuries ago. If you assimilate me, the power and future potential you gain will not be inferior to that of Cuddy. And I will also bestow upon you my knowledge and experiences. Neru, growing anxious, interjected, Grand Elder, that is unthinkable. The Grand Elder gestured again to Piccolo and declared, I hope that in the future, you and Cuddy will both become sources of pride for the Namekian people. With that, he waved his hand, and a unique force enveloped Neru and Piccolo, binding them. The distinctive rule power of the Namekians rendered even Piccolo, with a battle power of 2 million, unable to break free. Child, are you prepared? Chapter 53. The Incomplete Super Namekian and the Limitations of the King's Fist. A blinding white light filled the entire palace. The Grand Elder's figure became increasingly blurred, and the surrounding space twisted under the pressure of this power, making his body appear elongated. Piccolo felt himself enveloped by a powerful force, as if flesh and soul from a shared origin were being pressed into his own body. The Grand Elder let out a final cry before vanishing from the hall. Grand Elder. Once freed from the Grand Elder's binding power, Neru knelt at the spot where the Grand Elder had disappeared, resting his head on the ground and weeping bitterly. Piccolo found himself entwined in a radiant aura, his demeanor surprisingly calm. The extreme malice that once characterized him as the Demon King had been replaced by a unique essence. Although the Grand Elder had claimed that my personality would remain unaffected, his benevolence, transmitted through memory, still influenced me. Piccolo murmured to himself, and suddenly, his body vanished, reappearing in midair. Upon seeing Piccolo's arrival, Lin Yi released his hold on Slag and turned to face Piccolo. Such a formidable aura. His base battle power has reached this level. Lin Yi observed Piccolo, who had yet to utilize the King's Fist, and his detector displayed a terrifying figure. 1.5 billion. In the original narrative, after Piccolo assimilated with Neru, his battle power was approximately 2 million, comparable to the power of Piccolo after consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might. Subsequently, after more than a year of training, Even with the fusion of the Supreme Kai, he achieved a battle power far exceeding that of Super Saiyans. Yet, the current Piccolo, without the fusion with the Supreme Kai and merely relying on the Grand Elder's assimilation, had already attained the battle power of Frieza, as depicted in the original tale. Just imagine, if he were to fuse with the Supreme Kai, what heights could Piccolo reach? He might rival the complete form of Cell. Lin E discreetly compared, as Piccolo soared directly beside Shrag. A Super Namekian? Do you even deserve that title? With that, he delivered a fierce slap, indenting Shrag's left cheek. How could this be? How can your strength be so formidable? Even with assimilation, it is impossible to possess such immense power. Shrag continually retreated, unable to fathom the existence of a Namekian stronger than himself. In the past, you feared my power and sought to extinguish me, ruthlessly annihilating my father. As Piccolo spoke, he unleashed another ferocious blow upon Shrag. You have displaced countless Namekians, leaving the entire planet shrouded in despair. You are a sinner. You are utterly unworthy of the title Namekian. While delivering his words, Piccolo relentlessly struck Shrag. You can never avert the wheel of fate. Over 3 centuries ago, the child you sought to thwart has merely become an incarnation of evil, capable of ensnaring you effortlessly. The vast disparity in strength rendered Shrag utterly defenseless. His body bore wounds, and even with the regenerative cells of an Namekian, he lacked the strength to recover. So, you are merely a fragment of that person's malevolence. Shrag weakly uttered, but before he could finish, Piccolo sent him soaring into the air. Carry your sins and vanish from this world. Kaioken, Akimson Oha Overpowered Piccolo, culminating in a shockwave coalescing in his hand. Special beam cannon. Boom! A colossal burst of light illuminated the sky as Shrag was reduced to ashes, forever disappearing from this realm. Exhaling, Piccolo returned to his ordinary state and nodded at Lin E. Lin, thank you. In the sky, a massive transparent orb floated, and with a gesture, Piccolo summoned it to his hand. Is this the memory that the Kai lacked? Piccolo pondered with a battle power of 1.5 billion. Using a 20x Kaioken would yield a staggering 30 billion. Wouldn't he? The two slowly descended upon the mountaintop, and Lin E voiced his lingering curiosity. During my battle with Shrag, I intended to test the limits of Kaioken. Logically, having assimilated the Elder, my body should be even stronger, allowing for a Kaioken beyond 20 times. Yet, I only managed to utilize a 2x Kaioken, and it felt as though my body was being torn apart. Had I not ceased in time, that overwhelming energy could have shattered me. Piccolo recounted, still haunted by the memory of using a 2x Kaioken for merely 2 seconds in his 1.5 billion state. A fleeting moment that nearly brought him face to face with death. Lin E fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Is that so? It appears that the limits of the Kaioken technique extend beyond merely 20 times. When one's energy surpasses the 100 million threshold, it becomes exceedingly challenging to wield the Kaioken effectively. This is quite comprehensible. For instance, with a battle power of 100,000, even utilizing a 20-fold Kaioken results in an immense energy concentration of several million within one's body. However, at 200 million, a double Kaioken would yield an additional 200 million in energy. Such colossal energy, unless cultivated through rigorous training, is beyond the capacity of the human body to withstand. To address this dilemma, one must enhance their body's resilience to accommodate such overwhelming energy. This leads to transformation. This principle underlies the Super Saiyan transformation, which elevates one's physical and existential levels, thus facilitating a 50-fold energy surge. Upon sharing his thoughts with Piccolo, the latter pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. It seems that the Kaioken technique has become ineffective for beings of our caliber. If we wish to augment our strength further, we must enhance our baseline battle power and evolve through transformation. Hearing Piccolo's words, Lin E envisioned the orange-hued Piccolo beckoning him. Piccolo donned his training garb anew, his white cape billowing gracefully in the breeze, and he remarked wryly, I once believed the Kaioken to be a divine skill. Old Son and I had planned to focus our future training on fortifying our bodies and mastering the Kaioken, aspiring to elevate it to 100 times, even 1,000 times. Now, it appears this path is no longer viable. Lin E suddenly interjected, not necessarily. The Kaioken is indeed a formidable technique, yet the KO himself possesses rather low combat power and has not fully realized its potential. I know of someone who may be capable of perfecting the Kaioken. The two swiftly returned to the grand hall atop the mountain. Piccolo, having assimilated the elder Namekian's essence, inherited his memories, and felt a deep connection to this place. He slowly approached the chair where the elder once sat and settled into it. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall ensure that my kin do not endure the tragic fate that befell them 3 centuries ago. Chapter 54. The Mysterious Mechanical Invader. Observing Piccolo's aura at this moment, Lin noted the absence of the former malevolent presence. It seems that with the integration of the Supreme Kai, he could essentially serve as the Sun family's guardian. Piccolo, I have a notion. If we wish to shield the Namekian people from the impending catastrophe, the most effective approach would be to utilize the Dragon Balls to relocate all Namekians. One must understand that a battle involving combatants of over 100 million could easily obliterate Namek. Piccolo wholeheartedly agreed with Lin Yi's proposal. Glancing at him with curiosity, Lin, what is your true power? Lin Yi cleared his throat and casually replied, in time, you will come to know. Shall I disclose that my baseline is merely 2,800,000? It seems I must hasten my transformation into a Super Saiyan. Otherwise, I might not even prevail against Piccolo. Where are Goku and the others? What is the current situation? Piccolo replied, 2 months ago, the Saiyan known as Vegeta sought me out and engaged in battle with Goku once more. Once again, he was defeated swiftly by Goku's formidable prowess. However, Vegeta bore no resentment. He rebelled against Frieza and brought with him 2 Dragon Balls. He proposed an alliance with Goku, contingent upon learning the Kaioken technique. Currently, the two are engaged in combat against the Gula army. Saiyans are inherently combative, and despite the vast disparity in power, they chose to confront their foes head-on. Meanwhile, I opted to remain and safeguard the Elder, awaiting the arrival of Shrek. The other Z fighters are in peril. Kaiatsu's strength is no match for the Cosmic Warriors, and Vegeta instructed him to return to the spaceship to protect Bulma. Krillin and Tien have infiltrated the island of Sinna. Their fate remains uncertain. As Piccolo concluded, his expression shifted abruptly. An enemy approaches. Lin Yi also sensed a peculiar energy and instantaneously appeared several hundred meters away, unleashing a shockwave toward a range of mountains. Boom! The colossal peak collapsed with a thunderous crash. Piccolo hurriedly arrived, staring ahead, sensing that it was not a living entity. 2 pure white metallic beings emerged from the rubble. Lin Yi activated his watch, which astonishingly displayed a combat power of 0. Unable to detect their strength, Piccolo launched an attack against one of the metallic figures, sending a massive energy wave that propelled the automaton backward. Zzz. The sound of electricity crackled as the struck robot twisted its body and returned unscathed. Data collection in progress. A mechanical voice echoed as the other robot fixed its gaze upon Lin Yi. Lin Yi, captain of Frieza's Special Forces, data collection in progress. Lin Yi observed the 2 metallic entities before him. Piccolo's earlier energy wave, emitted a staggering 1.5 billion, was something even Frieza could not easily withstand. Clearly, the 2 metallic beings possessed strength surpassing that of Frieza. Without hesitation, Lin Yi unleashed his full power, combining his demonic genes with the enhancements of a pseudo-Saiyan, resulting in an instantaneous combat power nearing 1.3 billion. Coupled with his masterful fighting techniques, his overall combat capabilities surpassed that of Piccolo, who stood at 1.5 billion. Impressive, Piccolo thought, having previously been unaware of Lin Yi's true potential during their time on Earth. Now he truly grasped the terrifying strength Lin Yi possessed. Lin Yi delivered a powerful kick to the metallic being, producing a resounding clang as the automaton was forced down to one knee. The metallic figure emitted more electrical sounds, collecting combat power and techniques. I'll collect your nonsense. Lin Yi's ire ignited. He was unwilling to allow his cells to be cloned and used against him. Channeling all his energy into a luminous sword, he pierced through the metallic being's chest. The automaton, evidently taken aback by Lin Yi's advanced combat skills, swung its right arm toward the glowing blade embedded in its torso. Bang! A tremendous force abruptly propelled Lin Yi away. Beside him, Piccolo was engaged in a fierce battle with a metallic being, whose energy and speed were on par with his own, boasting a comprehensive strength of approximately 1.5 billion. This was the same level of power that marked Goku's first transformation into a Super Saiyan. What manner of creature is this? Lin Yi gazed at the metallic robot before him. The injury that had pierced his chest would have been considerable for any human. Yet this white metallic entity appeared utterly unfazed. Could it be one of Dr. Gero's androids? If this creature were indeed an android, it would spell disaster for them, with seemingly infinite stamina leading them to a disadvantage. Lin Yi shouted urgently to Piccolo, These two beings may possess limitless endurance. We must strike swiftly. The metallic being engaged with Piccolo, having sent him hurtling through the air with a single punch, prepared to retreat. Data collection complete, preparing to withdraw. The two metallic beings ascended, each heading in opposite directions. This one emitted no discernible energy. Should it escape, tracking it down would become impossible. They must seize this opportunity to eliminate them. With that, Lin Yi soared toward one of the metallic beings, while Piccolo, heeding his words, unleashed his full power and pursued the other. By a serene lakeside, a remarkably handsome man leisurely fished from the shore. With a fishing rod in hand, he exuded an aura of calm elegance, while a multitude of various extraterrestrial beings tended to a fire nearby, roasting fish. The man's gaze flickered disdainfully toward the group. An alien resembling a human, with flowing white hair, cautiously presented a grilled fish, saying, "Your Highness, I have received word from Gula. They are willing to cooperate." The man accepted the fish and took a delicate bite. These frozen demons truly lack compassion. I exiled his father to a different dimension, and yet he still seeks my collaboration. Indeed, Your Highness, it is said that the Dragon Balls of Namek can grant 3 wishes. As long as we contribute our 2 Dragon Balls, Gula is prepared to allocate 1 wish to us. However, against Frieza, we must intervene. He is unwilling to share another wish with Frieza. Humph. Gula is restless, disturbed by those 2 Saiyan monkeys, fearing that I might ally with Frieza once more, thus seeking to win me over. Yet I have no intention of sparing Frieza. A group of ignorant humans dares to claim the title of Cosmic Emperor. Finishing the grilled fish, a sudden disturbance rippled across the tranquil lake surface. The rod he had set down trembled as the bobber quivered, as if drawn by some immense creature below. "Up!" he exclaimed, hastily yanking the rod upward, pulling a sizable fish weighing 2 or 3 pounds from the water. "A big catch!" He laughed joyfully. Simultaneously, the ripples intensified, and a spacecraft adorned with the insignia of the Frieza Force slowly hovered above the lake surface. Chapter 55. A confrontation once more, the ultimate battle between Frieza and Aizen. A voice imbued with a sinister charm echoed from a spaceship. Shortly thereafter, a diminutive figure clad entirely in white, exuding an air of cuteness, descended slowly in a baby carriage. "Frieza, your 2 remaining Dragon Balls have been taken by my rebellious subordinates. You have forfeited your eligibility for this contest." Aizen, putting away his fishing rod, tossed the large fish aside and clapped his hands. Frieza leaped from his craft, covering his mouth with a chuckle. "Ho ho ho. Vegeta is merely assisting me in harassing Gula. None of my subordinates would dare betray me." Aizen scoffed. "Your Ginyu Force, save for the Captain Ginyu, who fled, has been annihilated by that Saiyan. Are you still clinging to dreams?" Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression darkened with fury as he viciously kicked a stone into dust. That Vegeta, I had high hopes for him, a treacherous wretch raised by wild monkeys. Over the years, Frieza had shown Vegeta considerable favor, providing him with abundant fruits from the Tree of Might, even grooming him as a successor to his legion. "You, a lowly creature, dare to critique my Frieza Force?" With a frigid demeanor, Frieza unleashed a lethal beam of energy towards Aizen. Bang! Aizen effortlessly waved his hand, deflecting Frieza's death beam. Pitiful mortals, only daring to reign in the mortal realm. How laughable. This universe is teeming with species far mightier than you. Do you truly believe yourself worthy of being a cosmic emperor? Their disdain for one another manifested in mutual taunts. I shall show you the terror of Frieza the Great. Frieza summoned his full combat prowess. Over a decade prior, he had mastered a formidable power of 1.2 billion, later enhanced to 1.5 billion through the fruits of the Tree of Might. Years had passed, and Frieza's power now soared to 2 billion, eclipsing the erstwhile proclamations of King Kurd regarding Lin Yi's resource balance theory. Frieza's fists, imbued with destructive might, surged forward. Aizen adeptly evaded the strike and counterattacked swiftly. A series of blows entwined into a magnificent dance as the very fabric of Namek's space was torn asunder, leaving behind faint fissures and arcs of electricity. Aizen soared into the air, with Frieza in hot pursuit, their figures intertwining in the void. Suddenly, Aizen unleashed a burst of energy, forcing Frieza to retreat several steps. The shockwave stirred a tempest of energy fluctuations, enveloping the battlefield. "And I never anticipated you would grow to such heights after all these years." Frieza aura intensified, radiating a brilliant azure light. An energy sphere rapidly coalesced in his palm, With a swift motion, he hurled it towards Aizen with ferocity. In a swift response, Aoshin's figure flickered and transformed into a brilliant golden light, deftly evading the assault of the energy projectile. He then suddenly materialized beside Frieza, delivering a powerful punch directly to his abdomen. A thunderous roar echoed as Frieza was propelled backwards by Aoshin's strike, soaring across several miles before crashing into an abandoned planet. Ignitinha Getakismic Explosion. Detestable insect, vile and contemptible creature, Frieza spat as he traversed the cosmos, reappearing above Namek. The two adversaries confronted each other once more, Aoshin's eyes gleaming with resolute determination, while Frieza's demeanor grew increasingly ferocious. They engaged in an even more intense battle above Namek, each collision accompanied by explosive shockwaves. The brilliance of nebulas dancing amid the chaos of the battlefield. Each punch struck with extraordinary force, resonating with the weight of their conflict. With a resounding thud, Aoshin struck again, sending Frieza hurtling away. Your battle power exceeds merely 1.5 billion, Frieza remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, gradually regaining his composure after such prolonged physical confrontation. Mortal beings rely solely on brute force and the cold calculations of machines. Aoshin scoffed. If we were to adhere to your metrics, my battle power could reach 400 million. Yet, such figures do not encapsulate everything. My strength transcends your so-called battle power, a comprehension forever beyond your mortal grasp. For instance, consider this. With a wave of his hand, the temperature around Frieza plummeted sharply, the air descending to sub-zero within mere moments. Or this. Aoshin waved again, conjuring a sharp blade of light that sliced toward Frieza. Frieza unleashed a wave of energy, shattering the light sword, and then fixed his gaze upon Aoshin. Mr. Lin, you mentioned you are a harbinger from the divine realm, who pilfered the seeds of the spirit tree and brought them to the mortal world. It seems he spoke the truth. You certainly acquired quite a few skills while sweeping the divine realm. Lowly mortal, to insult a deity, you shall perish. Aoshin waved his hand once more, encasing Frieza in a block of ice. The temperature plunged dramatically, and within the frozen prison, Frieza maintained a mocking expression, utterly motionless. Aoshin summoned all his might, further decreasing the temperature of the ice. Now only Gula remains. I wonder how those two wild monkeys are faring with him. Just as Aoshin prepared to turn away, an overwhelming surge of energy surged forth. How is this possible? Even deities can be sealed away. How could he escape so swiftly? Frieza's aura not only persisted but intensified within the ice, causing the surrounding cold to deepen. Meanwhile, within the confines of Frieza's spaceship, his legion gathered around a colossal computer, a massive screen displaying the fierce confrontation between Frieza and Aoshin. Who is this Aizen, capable of engaging in a back-and-forth battle with the formidable King Frieza? No, it appears that King Frieza is clearly being overpowered. Throughout the confrontation, Aizen has scarcely sustained any injuries. The combat metrics indicate that Aizen's power level astonishingly reaches 400 million, while King Frieza's stands at 200 million. Remarkably, Frieza has been augmenting his strength during the fight, and his power has now soared to 5 billion. With the might of Frieza's army, upon their arrival at planet Namek, they had already deployed countless satellite sensors in the vicinity. King Frieza has been encased in ice. Chio-E, witnessing Frieza's frozen state, uttered in despair, "Everyone flee! King Frieza cannot escape this calamity. Victory is impossible." With a power level of 400 million, it is unlikely that anyone in the universe possesses such outrageous strength. Just as Chio-E finished speaking, a gaping hole appeared in his chest, blood gushing forth. He, daring to betray King Frieza at this moment, you are courting death. The lone remaining commander, Jinyu, pierced through Chio-Yi's chest, ending his life. His gaze, however, remained fixed on the screen. Whether it be Frieza or Aizen, the ultimate victor must be me, Jinyu. Now, Jinyu, having lost all his subordinates to Vegeta, was disheartened and had long abandoned his loyalty to Frieza. Chapter 56. The Emergence of the Azure Frieza. Aizen's despairing scream. Look, King Frieza has not been frozen. Frieza emerged from the ice, his aura steadily rising. Jinyu, upon hearing this, focused intently on the large screen, where Frieza slowly opened his eyes, emanating a faint azure aura. The surrounding ice shattered continuously, eventually breaking apart completely. Aizen, I never imagined you would attempt to use ice against our Ice Demon clan. How laughable. Frieza's voice rang out, as Jinyu observed the power level readings beside him. 1 billion. Frisia calmly regarded Ison, stating, "Since my birth, I have possessed a power level of 100 million, having scarcely trained at all. The hours spent battling you could be considered my first true training. Practical combat training yields results far more swiftly than mere physical exercises. Originally, my ascent in strength would not have been so rapid. These newfound powers were concealed within me, awaiting digestion following this battle. However, I did not expect you to create an environment of such low temperature, which greatly stimulated my potential, unleashing all the power I had accrued in this confrontation." Frisia smiled with satisfaction, the faint azure aura continuing to emanate from him. "I have heard that Gula possesses a fourth transformation, but I, King Frisia, disdain such demonic transformations. My new form shall henceforth be known as Azure Frisia." Ison felt the immense energy radiating from Frisia, a presence that now far surpassed his own. It is inconceivable that a mere mortal could possess such formidable power. The astonished Island Exen remarked as Frisia vanished from his sight, his speed so extraordinary that Island Exen was utterly unaware of his presence. "Upon hearing that you had exiled my father to an alternate dimension, Frisia reappeared instantly behind Island Exen, his tail slowly coiling around Island Exen's neck. For many years, my esteemed father has tirelessly lectured, determined to propagate his vision of universal balance throughout the cosmos. Yet you had the audacity to banish him. Do you harbor grievances against our Frisia real estate, akin to purchasing a dilapidated property?" Frisia tightened his grip, constricting Island Exion's neck, who struggled with all his might. Yet the vast disparity in power rendered him virtually defenseless. "Gods, my father once spoke of a terrifying entity from antiquity known as Majin Buu, ultimately sealed away by the deities. Thus, I had always believed the divine to be untouchable. However, witnessing your strength has revealed to me that the gods are not so formidable after all. Perhaps my power, that of King Frisia, has ascended to a level where even the divine must capitulate." With a single hand, Frisia clenched his fist and struck Island Exion's back. "Ack!" Island Exon let out a cry of anguish, his body curling in agony as Frisia's tail ensnared him, rendering any escape impossible. Frisia relentlessly pounded his fists into Island Exion's form, each blow imbued with Frisia's unique energy. This energy ensured that Island Exion would not perish immediately. It would gradually erode his spirit, plunging him into excruciating torment until his demise. As minutes dragged on, Island Exion's voice weakened significantly. Just then, from a distance, Jinyu suddenly appeared before Frisia. "Congratulations, King Frisia, on your enhanced strength." Guffawing, Frisia retorted, "Captain Jinyu, why did you not approach me when I was being assaulted? Now, your flattery seems rather superfluous." Jinyu glanced at Island Exine and calmly remarked, "King Frisia, I have urgent news to report. Two formidable presences are approaching our location. One possesses an energy level of 1.3 billion, while the other reaches 1.5 billion, though the latter appeared only momentarily before vanishing." "Oh!" Frisia released Island Exine, intrigued as he gazed into the distance. "This is becoming increasingly fascinating. I had not anticipated such potent beings existing on this humble Namek. However, even if the entire planet united against me, they would not stand a chance." Jinyu observed Frisia, a flicker of shadow passing through his eyes. While he outwardly displayed deference and sycophancy, internally, he wrestled with hesitation and turmoil. In a moment of resolve, Jinyu decided to take a gamble. Meanwhile, as Island Exine plummeted, he unleashed a wave of energy toward Jinyu and Frisia. Boom! A tremendous shockwave obliterated the surrounding mountains and trees in an instant. A cloud of dust dispersed through the air, with Frisia positioned at the epicenter of the explosion, while Jinyu found himself at its periphery. As the smoke cleared, Frisia surveyed the area, only to find that Daisen had vanished without a trace. The rodents scurrying about had merely managed to survive for a few fleeting minutes. Frisia dusted off his attire. Even if Daisen were to strike him with a blade, it would take days and nights for him to succumb. The absence of Daisen did not concern Frisia. He regarded the act of extinguishing Daisen's life as trivial as the snap of his fingers. Furthermore, after the recent assault, Frisia had already deemed Daisen a doomed soul. Each of his attacks had not only inflicted physical harm upon Daisen, but had also shattered his spirit, rendering every cell in his body incapable of recovery. "Rodents, await your demise in silence," he mused. Turning his gaze towards Jinyu, Frisia noticed that Jinyu was gasping for breath, struggling to recover from the previous onslaught. Although Dyson was on the brink of collapse, his battle power still far exceeded 1 billion. Even the residual shockwaves were beyond Jinyu's capacity to withstand. Frisia, indifferent, transported Jinyu back to the spaceship, consigning his recovery to fate. After voicing his intentions, Frisia dismissed the matter, having already dismissed Jinyu's worth with his subordinate's current prowess. Had it been the former Vegeta suffering such grave injuries, Frisia might have felt a deeper sense of sorrow. He switched the large screen to display the 2 energy signatures that Jinyu had mentioned. Indeed, his subordinates promptly activated the map, revealing a colossal energy source advancing towards them. The scene then shifted to real-time imagery, showcasing a silver metallic figure soaring through the cosmos at an astonishing speed. Behind it, Lin Yi pursued the metallic being with all his might. The immense energy fluctuations emanated from him. It had been over a decade since Lin Yi had unleashed his power, and Frisia was taken aback by how deeply he had concealed his strength, an astounding battle power of 1.3 billion, rivaling that of his father's former might. The metallic figure Lin Yi chased was likely the same entity that had previously unleashed 1.5 billion in energy. It appeared to be non-carbon based, as the scanner failed to gauge its battle power. Just as Frisia was engaged in conversation, the metallic being had already reached the outskirts of the spaceship. The cosmic overlord, Frisia, contemplated genes, energy, and the zenith of planetary power. The metallic figure emitted sporadic mechanical sounds before Lin Yi delivered a decisive kick, sending it crashing to the ground as if it had fallen into a pit. "Run if you can," Lin Yi exclaimed, landing a resounding slap on the metallic being's face, followed by several powerful kicks. Such a foe, if not dealt with swiftly, would be difficult to track due to its hidden energy. Most crucially, Lin Yi feared that this metallic creature might collect genetic data, potentially crafting an abomination even more terrifying than Cell. During the pursuit, Lin Yi had also attempted to utilize instant transmission. However, this individual, apart from emanating immense energy during the release of shockwaves, possesses no discernible presence at other times, rendering it nearly impossible to sense. I never anticipated Mr. Lin Yi's combat prowess to be so formidable, nor his extensive battle experience. Despite a disparity of 20 million in combat power, he is still able to toy with this metallic being. A familiar voice reached Lin Yi's ears, prompting him to glance over and behold the pale, azure figure of Frisia, gracefully emerging from the spacecraft. Chapter 57. The Monsters Unleashed on Earth. Surpassing those of High Star and Baby. Frisia? Lin Yi was astonished that this metallic entity had brought him to Frisia's presence. Yet, at this moment, Lin Yi felt no trepidation towards Frisia. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, the 30-fold amplification of his Saiyan form had elevated his combat power to over 100 million. While he may not match Frisia in strength, his instantaneous movement and exceptional skills would allow him to hold his own. "Frisia, what brings you here?" Lin Yi inquired with curiosity, pondering why Frisia was not in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. I just encountered Island Sin, and I've already dealt with that fellow," Frisia replied with a sense of pride, unfazed by Lin Yi's lack of formal address. It was rare to meet someone of over 1 billion in strength within his ranks. "That individual was dispatched so easily by you?" Lin Yi expressed disbelief, scrutinizing Frisia closely and noting the pale azure aura enveloping him. Frisia's energy appeared significantly augmented. Lin Yi discreetly activated his power detector, revealing a staggering number that nearly caused his jaw to drop. 1 billion. "Congratulations, King Frisia. Your strength has ascended to new heights, truly a blessing for the universe. With you here, chaos shall not ensue." Mr. Lin Yi, not only are you powerful, but you also possess a way with words. I have decided that during my father's absence, I shall entrust some of his affairs to you. Is that permissible?" Lin Yi was about to seek out suitable planets for planting the spirit tree fruits when Frisia's sudden offer felt like a pillow for his impending slumber. "Of course, Mr. Lin Yi. But first, do enlighten me regarding the metallic being beneath your feet." It then dawned on Lin Yi that he was, in fact, standing upon a metallic entity with a staggering combat power of 1.5 billion. This creature belonged to the category of artificial beings, presumably created to gather intelligence and genetic material from various cosmic powers. Genetic material? Frisia gazed incredulously at the all-white figure. Such a despicable creature must not be allowed to escape. However, this metallic being, possessing a sturdy and resilient constitution, seemed impervious to harm. As Lin Yi spoke, he unleashed another shockwave against the metallic being. The creature's form twisted grotesquely, only to revert to its original state moments later. Intriguing. Frisia directly ensnared the metallic being with his tail, lifting it effortlessly into the air. I had previously believed that our frozen demon was among the most formidable entities in this universe. Little did I anticipate the existence of such a powerful construct. With a swift slice of his hand, Frisia's overwhelming strength pierced through the metallic creature's chest. Frisia, calculating his prowess, observed that the metal being seemed impervious to pain, relentlessly emitting mechanical sounds. How audacious! To dare collect information on me, King Frisia. Upon hearing the voice of his adversary, Frisia, filled with indignation, delivered a decisive strike to the creature's head. Bang! The metallic cranium was severed and rolled aside. A combat power of 1 billion, truly terrifying. Lin Yi watched as Frisia effortlessly dismantled the metallic figure, contrasting sharply with his own earlier efforts that had barely left the opponent intact. It appeared that Frisia had begun his training, gradually evolving towards Golden Frisia. In his white form, Frisia boasted a battle power nearing 200 million, while the enhancement of Golden Frisia approached that of Super Saiyan Blue. The current azure state of his adversary seemed merely transitional. Could Silver Frisia, Golden Frisia, Black Gold Frisia, or even Diamond Frisia emerge in the future? Squeak! Just as the metallic head rolled away, a peculiar sound echoed. Subsequently, a familiar aura reached Lin Yi's senses. This presence. Lin Yi gazed at the metallic being in disbelief, recognizing an extraordinary essence. It was him. Suddenly, Lin Yi recalled the identity of this aura. Initially, when sealing the demon realm on Earth, a uniquely shaped creature had fled from that realm. Later, it had disintegrated into flesh and soared into the cosmos. In a moment of urgency, Lin Yi had released an aura towards it. Thanks to that essence, he could swiftly identify this being upon their reunion. How was this metallic creature connected to that entity from the demon realm? Over the course of many years, Lin Yi had nearly forgotten about it. In the brief span of his contemplation, the metallic head unexpectedly extended an unknown object towards Frisia. What was that? Frisia unleashed a shockwave, dispersing the object, yet a trace of powder clung to him. Cursed be it! Frisia suddenly felt his vision blur, followed by a growing fogginess of consciousness. Observing this scene, Lin Yi glanced at the lifeless metallic being on the ground, his mind racing. This was trouble. It was indeed that entity. Lin Yi replayed the Dragon Ball narrative in his mind and finally discerned the identity of this being. It was Baby, a creation of its effurience, capable of parasitizing powerful beings, as even the formidable Vegeta had fallen victim in the GT timeline. No wonder this individual, upon emerging from the demon realm, clamored for vengeance against the Saiyans. The metallic being on this planet must be Piccolo, the metallic planet from which the film's metal cooler was forged. Piccolo is a planet inhabited by metal life forms, and it is astonishing that Baby has managed to parasitize the entire planet. Lin Yi's contemplation lasted merely a few breaths before Frisia completely lost his sanity. A blue aura emanated forth, unleashing a combat power of 1 billion, causing the entire planet to tremble. This is dire. Should this individual fall under Baby's control, his battle power could double. With the combined might of Blue Frisia and Baby's parasitic influence, even Vegeta and Son Goku, alongside myself and Cooler, would only be left to endure a beating. Lin Yi unleashed his full power, closing the distance to the frenzied Frisia. Little runt, cease your cries. Lin Yi placed a hand on him, and, utilizing instant transmission, vanished from the spot. In the South Galaxy, Broly was on a desolate planet, enjoying a wild fruit when Lin Yi suddenly appeared before him. Lin? Broly smiled, ready to greet him, but Lin Yi hurriedly departed. Broly, please look after someone. I shall return shortly. Upon uttering this, Lin Yi activated instant transmission and left. Broly, perplexed, was momentarily bewildered, but at that instant, Frisia completely spiraled out of control. Baby had not yet fully seized Frisia's body. The current Frisia was devoid of Baby's dominance and his own consciousness, caught in a brief state of unconsciousness. Under normal circumstances, it would not be long before Baby could take command of this body. Blue Frisia unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Broly. After a cloud of smoke, Broly vanished from sight. Then, a formidable figure, muscles rippling, hair spiked, and enveloped in a purple aura, descended from the sky. Upon transformation, Broly could barely maintain his sanity, his mind overtaken entirely by fury and the thirst for battle. His brain was flooded with emotions of rage, destruction, An annihilation as he reached out with his massive hand towards Frisia's head. Boom! Frisia's face met the ground with force, being ground into the earth by Broly. Chapter 58. Frozen Frisia, the king is still flesh. He was unaware of how Frisia was being pressed into the ground. He instantaneously returned to his original position, observing the metallic being sprawled on the ground, utterly still. I knew it. He enveloped a mysterious mass of flesh with his energy. Is this baby's egg? With adequate preparation, even a mere combat power of tens of thousands would suffice to withstand it effortlessly. Previously, Frisia had been overly careless, utterly unaware that such a creature could parasitize him, which led to his downfall. Had he known it was baby and prepared in advance, Frisia would not have succumbed to parasitism. Controlling the egg of the creature, returned to the spacecraft of Frisia's Legion. My Lord Lin. Though Lin Yi's special forces had not formally made their appearance over the years, Lin Yi's presence within the Legion had afforded him a status akin to that of a second-in-command. He made his way directly to the research chamber aboard the ship, regulating his aura as he placed the egg within a glass enclosure. You have 1 hour to ascertain the weaknesses of this egg. Be mindful of the specially treated glass. Should you be infected, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Yes. A Legion member with an oversized head stammered in response. Lin Yi then exited the spacecraft, heading towards the Island Sin Legion. In the wake of Island Sin's defeat by Frisia, the Legion had disintegrated into chaos. However, Lin Yi did not pursue total annihilation. Instead, he swiftly reintegrated the remnants of the Island Sin Legion into Frisia's forces. Considering the strength of Island Sin, it seemed he was not merely a lesser figure in the divine realm. He might indeed have been a candidate for divinity. Ordinary individuals could not possibly attain the power level of 400 million through the fruits of the spirit tree. The only plausible explanation was that he inherently belonged to the divine, with the fruits intended as sustenance for deities. Furthermore, Island Sin's original power level might have been 400 million, having merely recovered over the years from previous injuries. Regardless, this tyrant had met his demise. Lin Yi perused some documents pertaining to Island Sin aboard the spacecraft, letting out a sigh. Island Sin had once been qualified to contend for supremacy in the cosmos. Yet he vanished before he could even face his adversaries. This arc on Namek was far more intricate than depicted in the original narrative. In the original tale, aside from Frisia, boasting a power of 1.2 billion, the second adversary was merely the 180,000 powered Jinyu. Speaking of Jinyu, I had intended to eliminate him this time. Yet he met his end before I could act. Presently, the Dragon Balls remain uncollected, and both Shrag and Island Sin have forfeited their chances. King Cole, too, was exiled to another dimension before even setting foot on Namek. The remaining threats are only Cooler and Baby, who lurks in the shadows, manipulating the Biometal Men. Lin Yi was unconcerned about Cooler. Even with his devil transformation, his combat power was merely 400 million. With the combined might of himself, Goku, Vegeta, and the 1.5 billion powered Piccolo, they could easily handle him. Yet, his greatest concern was Baby, finding the creature's repulsiveness particularly vexing. Lin Yi muttered a complaint as he wandered through the islands in spacecraft. An hour swiftly elapsed. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Yi activated the communication device, and a jubilant voice resonated from within. My Lord Lin, I have discovered a method to restrain these insect eggs. Lin Yi swiftly returned to the Frisia spaceship. The landing point of Frisia's army was merely a few hundred meters from this island's vessel. How'd it go? My Lord Lin, we have experimented with various extreme measures, employing potent acids and bases, as well as anaerobic high temperatures, yet these insect eggs remain remarkably resilient. Ultimately, we found that at extremely low temperatures, these eggs lose their vitality. Maintaining a specific temperature for a designated duration can eliminate them. Oh, Lin Yi was astonished to learn that Baby's insect eggs were so averse to low temperatures. Do you know of any locations with such frigid conditions capable of exterminating the eggs? The lead scientist hesitated, but a fellow named Dodo Laya chimed in. My Lord Lin, I am aware. In the homeland of Lord Frisia, there exists a planet with exceedingly low temperatures known as Zero Star. Aside from Lord Frisia and King Cooled, no one else can enter that planet. Lin Yi scrutinized this sycophant of Frisia and inquired, is this planet currently guarded? Yes, the army has specifically enlisted a race capable of surviving in low temperatures, and they're now stationed at Zero Star. After saying this, Dodo Laya shared the location of Zero Star and a photograph of its guardian with Lin Yi. Lin Yi pinpointed the direction, sensing a faint aura nearby Frisia's army. This must be the solitary guardian of Zero Star. Utilizing instant transmission, he returned to the southern galaxy. The anguished cries echoed as the Azure Frisia was mercilessly toyed within Broly's grip, his form being casually ravaged. His head was deformed from the brutal assault, punctuated by Broly slapping him across the face intermittently. Frisia had already lost consciousness, reduced to instinctive screams. Lin Yi stood transfixed, observing Frisia enduring an hour of relentless beating. Had he not asked Broly to keep an eye on things, Frisia would likely have been unrecognizable even to his own father by now. Broly appeared beside Lin Yi, his explosive musculature causing even Lin Yi to feel short of breath. At that moment, Broly's large hand gripped Frisia's head, the diminutive yodel-like figure in his grasp resembling a mere toy. "I appreciate your assistance." Lin Yi reluctantly uttered this phrase as he took the nearly incapacitated Frisia from Broly's hold. It must be said, the king's flesh is indeed substantial. Despite an hour of savage beating, he still exhibited remarkable vitality. As soon as Lin Yi received Frisia, the latter began to regain his strength and grow increasingly irate. Lin Yi had no time to greet Broly and instantly vanished from spot. When he reappeared, he found himself at Zero Star. Indeed, it is quite cold. The northern winds howled and snowflakes danced in the air, as Lin Yi faced a peculiar creature with a fish-like head. Lord Frisia? The aquatic creature gazed in astonishment at the battered form of Frisia. The mighty Frisia had sustained injuries and required healing on this planet. "You handle your affairs," Lin Yi remarked, as he guided Frisia deeper into the unknown. Infused with the genes of the ice demon, Lin Yi felt no discomfort. Rather, a sense of pleasure coursed through his body. This sensation was indeed extraordinary. Lin Yi sensed that Frisia's restlessness was gradually subsiding, likely due to the super low temperatures causing babies' eggs to lose their vitality. Continuing onward, Lin Yi advanced towards the center, where the temperature plummeted further. Gradually, he noticed the presence of babies' eggs diminishing, as if they had succumbed to a deep slumber. In less than a few minutes, Frisia awakened. He surveyed Lin Yi and the surrounding environment, the memories prior to being possessed by baby resurfacing. "Mr. Lin Yi, you have performed admirably this time," Frisia commended. Suddenly, he felt a searing pain in his face, as if someone had ground him into the earth for an hour. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a terrifying nightmare. Chapter 59. Unlocking the Ice Demon Gene, Azure. "Frisia, babies' eggs are not so easily destroyed. You would do well to remain here for several years to eradicate this parasite thoroughly," Lin Yi advised Frisia. He intended to keep Frisia compliant through this method. In truth, with Lin Yi's current capabilities, he had numerous opportunities to eliminate Frisia. However, given that Frisia had treated him relatively well over the years, almost nurturing him as a second-in-command, and that the king often exhibited an endearing demeanor, Lin Yi deemed it unnecessary to consign him to hell as per the original narrative. Whether Frisia could transform into Golden Frisia without the trials of hell was of little concern to him. The king's ascension would not translate into increased wages for his subordinates. It was preferable for Frisia to remain Azure for life, to avoid any unforeseen complications. "Mr. Lin Yi, I leave the matter of the Legion in your capable hands. You must remember our ideals, the core values of our Legion, cosmic equilibrium and balance among all beings. The weak have their rightful place, and the strong have their stars. Let more striving individuals enjoy the lives they deserve." All right, I understand," Lin Yi replied, as if the strong possess their stars. "The entire universe is yours." He was taken aback that his casual musings had been embraced by Frisia and his progeny as the core values of their Legion. Of course, this did not imply that Frisia and his offspring had truly transformed into philanthropists. In an industry as lucrative as cosmic real estate, could one truly expect benevolence? Such ventures typically produce capitalists who devoured others without remorse. Yet, even capitalists occasionally required a facade. During King Cold's reign, the Legion's reputation in the universe was far from stellar. By the time of Frisia's leadership, the Frisia force was universally reviled. Since the Kurdish king began to extol the core values imparted to him by Lin Yi, not only has the Legion's reputation soared, but the real estate sector has also experienced remarkable growth. Correspondingly, some members of Frisia's Legion, influenced by this newfound prestige, have noticeably improved their overall quality. Frisia, haunted by past parasitic experiences, delved deeper underground, quickly vanishing from sight. It seemed unlikely that Frisia would emerge anytime soon, and in that sense, Vegeta had been spared a fate worse than death. Had he betrayed Frisia, he would undoubtedly have been obliterated, with Frieza's combat prowess reaching an astounding 1 billion. Even Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan form, would stand no chance. Lin Yi turned to make his way towards the periphery, preparing to leave the desolate area. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Having merged with the genes of the Frost Demon, he wondered what his limit for enduring low temperatures could be. He redirected his flight towards the center of the desolation. The deeper he ventured, the more severe the cold became. Naturally, like Frieza, as one descended underground, the temperature continued to plummet. Half an hour later, Lin Yi reached the very center, where signs of life were almost non-existent. Surprisingly, despite the depths he had traversed, he felt no chill. However, Frieza's genes had merely granted him a universal survival capability, which seemed somewhat trivial. Such an ability could arguably be granted by the dragon if one made a wish. As if responding to Lin Yi's lament, the long-awaited mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Frost Demon Gene activated. Azure, Combat Power 5. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi, elated, unleashed 2 shockwaves to express his exhilaration. Azure? Does this imply that in the future, I might transform into a golden Frieza, or a black gold Frieza? Lin Yi attempted to harness the Frost Demon Gene, and immediately his aura surged, enveloped by a faint azure glow. His combat power escalated from a normal state of 2.8 million to an astonishing 14 million. He then endeavored to activate his Demon Realm Gene. Failure. As both are demon genes, simultaneous activation is impossible. Just as he attempted to utilize the enhancement of the Demon Realm Gene, the faint azure aura dissipated. Was the Frost Demon Gene incompatible with the Demon Realm Gene? Lin Yi steeled himself for this revelation. If such powers could stack infinitely, he would be invincible. Moreover, the Demon Realm Gene was the first he had fused with, wasted in a moment of urgency when he had no choice but to sacrifice that gene slot. Such incompatibility was of little concern, as his primary focus remained on his Super Saiyan transformation. Lin Yi activated the Azure form once more, restoring his combat power to 14 million. With a mighty shout, Lin Yi's aura surged again, rapidly enhancing his combat power. A subtle yellow aura began to dance around the faint azure glow, ultimately enveloping his entire being. The mimetic Super Saiyan form, with a combat power of 30, astonishingly allowed him to utilize the Frost Demon transformation simultaneously. At this moment, Lin Yi's combat prowess has astonishingly reached 4.2 billion. If, in the future, he were to achieve transformations such as Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan Blue, combined with the power of Golden Frieza, could his strength transcend the divine realm? Lin Yi, sensing the overwhelming energy within him, pondered this. However, it remains uncertain whether he can break through to the divine realm in the foreseeable future. He deactivated his transformation and utilized instant transmission to return to Namek. Upon re-entering Frieza's spaceship, Lin Yi summoned all the high-ranking officials. Currently, King Cold has been exiled to another dimension, and Frieza is in a state of partial self-sealing. From this point forward, all my commands shall serve as the supreme orders of the Frieza Force. Yes, having previously witnessed Lin Yi's combat power soar to 1.3 billion on the screen, this group of lowly Garlamites dared not harbor any rebellious thoughts. Naturally, I shall refrain from issuing commands until Frieza returns. The situation on Namek has reached a critical juncture. All members of the Frieza Force must fully commit to Namek today. Furthermore, bring forth the Dragon Balls that Frieza had previously collected. Lord Lin Yi, the Dragon Balls have been taken by Vegeta. What? Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by Vegeta's audacity in leaving not a single Dragon Ball behind. He had initially thought it daring enough for Vegeta to secretly take just one. Never mind. I shall search for them myself. You all retreat. After speaking, Lin Yi sensed the energy signatures of Piccolo and Goku. Had Piccolo joined forces with Goku and the others? He exited the spaceship and leisurely flew toward their direction. Presently, Shrag, Island Sin, and Frieza have all withdrawn from this contest. With his current combat power capable of reaching 4.2 billion through transformation, Lin Yi ranks among the top tiers on Namek. At this moment, the sense of oppression he once felt has dissipated, allowing him to leisurely observe the landscape of Namek. If the opportunity arises, he might pay a visit to Bulma. It has been many years since their last encounter, and he fondly remembers the adorable girl she once was. Little did he expect that the once weakling he had crossed paths with has now grown to such remarkable heights. Soaring freely through the skies of Namek, Lin Yi reveled in the immense energy coursing through him, letting out a jubilant shout. My strength, Lin Yi, is solely the result of my own efforts and diligence. I, Lin E have not relied on any shortcuts. Chapter 60. The Past and Present of Island Sin, the Ambitions of Jinyu. On a distant planet from Namek, Island Sin lay amidst a pile of rubble, his body marred with injuries. He coughed violently, blood spilling from his lips. To think that a mere mortal could attain such a terrifying level of power. The divine realm. Oh, divine realm. Not only have I failed to attain it, but I also face the imminent end of my life. Uncertain of what awaits my soul after death, I ponder whether Yama will hand me over to the Kaioshin. Surely that wretched being will mock me. As I, Daoshin, gaze into the vast cosmos, I feel the vitality within me gradually ebbing away. That ghastly visage of Jebit ignites my ire. How dare a mere servant of the gods strip me of my divine power? Yet I must admit, Jebit's instantaneous movement is quite effective, though I have only mastered it partially, allowing me to traverse between a few planets. Do deities also meet their demise? After millennia of slumber, I find myself reduced to this pitiful state. All I ever desired was to ascend to divinity, merely to become a god. My voice grows fainter. That insufferable scene has lived for 50 million years and still claims I harbor evil within my heart, stripping me of my candidacy as the Kaioshin. I can only hope that in my next life, I may truly embody a god. God? The power of the divine is hardly as grand as it seems. Before I could finish my lament, an unexpected voice pierced my ears. Turning my head, I beheld a figure with twin horns, skin of a pale violet hue, and a body marred by wounds, standing beside me. It's you. I never expected you to still be alive, I said, my voice laden with exhaustion. But, judging by your injuries, you are not far from death either. Have you come to seek favor from Frisia before your demise? Frisia? That scoundrel is no longer worthy of my allegiance. Jinyu approached me, casually settling upon a flat stone. I managed to leave a trace of energy on you, while Frisia was distracted. Fortunately, you didn't flee too far. Had you done so, you might have become a lifeless corpse. I never anticipated your desperate counterattack would nearly bring me to my end. Jinyu grimaced, clearly pained by his own injuries. I managed a bleak smile. The damage inflicted upon me by Frisia runs far too deep, extending beyond mere physical wounds to the very fabric of my spirit. This body may heal through the fruits of the tree of might and gradual recovery, yet the mental torment has nearly extinguished my essence. If I am to survive, my only hope lies in seeking the aid of Kaioshin Sin and Jebit. I cast my gaze towards the distant confines of the universe, the realm where the Kaioshin resides. Only they possess the power to dispel the remnants of Frisia's taint. Their divine might and dimensional prowess far surpass that of Frisia. Alas, they are unlikely to intervene. To them, I am merely a failure, a pathetic jester in my death throes. Jinyu casually picked up a twig, scratching aimlessly at the ground as he mused. My body bears wounds far more grievous than yours. I may succumb in mere minutes. Given your meager fighting prowess. The fact that you have not perished at my hands in a single blow is something to be proud of. Jinyu fell silent, inhaling deeply before rising to his feet. Subsequently, he approached Jiasin, murmuring to himself, God, I never anticipated that you truly are a deity, a candidate for the god of the universe. I believe I have heard the king of Cool mention this before. A mere ant, yet it has heard the revered name of the god of the universe. Jiasin gazed at this insignificant creature, his pride unwavering even as he approached the twilight of his existence. This blind confidence was a testament to his divine heritage, a scornful dismissal of the lower beings. In a sense, Jiasin and Zama's shared a kinship. The difference lay in Zama's success, while Jiasin had been stripped of his divine power by the god of the universe. Do you wish to resurrect this body and reclaim your divine status? Jinyu inquired of Jiasin. And how audacious! Jiasin could hardly believe Jinyu's words. This insignificant creature was nearing the end of its own life. Jinyu stepped before Jiasin, drawing a few lines in the dirt with a stick. Jiasin turned to observe the two large, awkward characters inscribed in the earth, furrowing his brow in confusion. Exchange? He read the clumsy characters aloud, and as he did, he lifted his gaze to see Jinyu's contorted face, brimming with uncontainable ecstasy. It was as if the mere utterance of those two words had bestowed upon him a frenzied joy. Jinyu's grotesque visage twisted in delight as he echoed the same two words, exchange. Jiasin felt his very soul being torn asunder by a force of cosmic rules. And in an instant, he found himself dislodged from his corporeal form. How can this be? In his eyes, this ant was someone he could easily crush. How could it possess such an astonishing power, one that even he found incredible? When Jiasin regained his senses, he beheld another being that mirrored his own appearance. lying half prostrate on the ground, covered in wounds. He extended his hands to touch his own body, feeling the two horns atop his head. This ant, this beast. This wretched creature, what have you done? Jason gazed incredulously at Jinyu, astonished that a mere ant from the lower realms could orchestrate such a body exchange. Jinyu examined his new form. Despite the severe injuries, his soul commanded this vessel with a combat power of 400 million, barely allowing him to survive. God? Merely a jester, Jinyu proclaimed, unleashing a beam of light that pierced through the chest of his former body. Jason's eyes widened in disbelief as he succumbed to unconsciousness, forever vanishing from this universe. A once great tyrant, having lived for millennia, met his end in an unknown corner of existence. Jinyu approached the remains of his previous body, retrieving a fruit from the tree of spirit from its grasp. All these years, Frisia has been wary of me, ensuring my power never soared too high, not even granting me a single fruit from the tree of spirit. This fruit was a reward bestowed upon us by the mighty Jinyu for his remarkable contributions. Alas, before I could savor its sweetness, it was snatched away by Vegeta's hand. As Jinyu spoke of Vegeta, his teeth clenched with palpable resentment. Frisia, Vegeta, I, Jinyu, shall return. With those words, he thrust the fruit of the tree of might into his mouth, continuing to recline on the ground. His injuries were grievous. Even with Jinyu's pristine soul and the nourishment of the fruit, recovery would not be instantaneous. When we meet again, I shall deliver a surprise to you all. Chapter 61. The Emergence of the Super Saiyan, the mightiest against the mightiest. On planet Namek, in a dilapidated village, countless Namekians busied themselves with their daily tasks. Inside a modest white room, 2 beds were arranged. You two would have perished at the hands of Guldo had it not been for Lin's Shadow Special Forces rescuing you. Outside the door, Piccolo, draped in a white cloak, entered with measured steps. Lying in the beds were none other than Son Goku and Vegeta. Guldo likely wished to obliterate us upon sight. Had you not arrived in time, Piccolo, we would have surely fallen to Guldo's wrath. It was only thanks to your intervention that the Shadow Special Forces were able to extract us from peril. Goku lamented weakly from his bed. Piccolo, I came to this battlefield in pursuit of that metallic being. In my efforts to save you, that metallic creature has vanished without a trace. You relied on the sins of beans and Runni's healing, repeatedly provoking Guldo. Now, the sins of beans are exhausted, and Runni has depleted her energy. Vegeta interjected. Saiyans are a warrior race by nature. Each battle has greatly enhanced both my and Goku's strength. Our power levels have surged past 4 million. By the way, Piccolo, how did your power level reach an astonishing 15 billion? Faced with Vegeta's inquiry, Piccolo did not respond directly, but instead stated, I have fulfilled the task entrusted to me by the Supreme Kai. It is time for us to depart. Guldo is beyond our capabilities. Vegeta retorted, Once our power level reaches 20 million with the Kaioken, we shall crush Guldo into the ground. Do not be deluded, Piccolo cautioned. The Kaioken has its limitations. Before you can defeat Guldo, it will ravage your bodies. At that moment, a Namekian, appearing no older than a few years, entered the room. Piccolo turned to him, displaying a warm smile. Dondi, come here. Dondi approached Piccolo tentatively, feeling an innate connection due to his fusion with the Elder. Dondi, you possess healing abilities, do you not? Please, restore these two to health. Dondi nodded and turned to Son Goku and Vegeta, extending his hands. An invisible ripple emanated from his palms. In less than a minute, Goku and Vegeta stood upright, fully restored. This little imp possesses such extraordinary power. Vegeta clenched his fist, feeling the immense strength within him surging forth. From 1,200,000, his recent increase in battle power was becoming increasingly sluggish. Vegeta gazed at his own battle power, realizing that his frequent encounters with Gula had nearly exhausted his potential for passive enhancement. He then turned his attention to Goku. 430,000. That detestable cockroach. Why is it that I suffer the most while your power remains superior? Vegeta's prideful ego could hardly tolerate the fact that Goku consistently outclassed him. Dandy, could you prepare some food for your village? Though my injuries have healed, I find myself quite famished, Goku said, patting his stomach as he addressed Dandy. Moments latte. A bounteous spread of food was laid out in a clearing at the center of the village. Piccolo remarked to the two gluttons, as Namekians, we typically do not require food. Mere water suffices for our survival. This feast has been specially prepared for you by the villagers, so make do. Goku's eyes widened at the sight of the simple vegetables, noodles, and freshly hunted meat, saliva nearly escaping his lips. Then I shall begin, he declared. joining his hands in gratitude before indulging heartily. Curse the Kakarot. I will not be bested by you, Vegeta thought as he snatched a large piece of meat, stuffing it into his mouth. The battle of consumption continued for 40 minutes, and ultimately, Goku emerged victorious by devouring 2 additional apples. How delightful, he exclaimed, reclining upon the ground while rubbing his belly. Vegeta lay beside him. At that moment, a Namekian rushed into the village, panic evident in their demeanor. It's bad news. The spaceship of that extraterrestrial is approaching our village. Upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta sprang to their feet. Piccolo furrowed his brow and muttered, Gula has come for us. To prevent any harm to the villagers, the 3 immediately soared toward Gula's spaceship. Gula, come out, Vegeta shouted, unleashing his 20-fold Kaioken, his battle power exceeding 80 million, creating a shockwave that hindered the ship's flight. You insufferable wild monkeys, Gula descended from his craft, glaring furiously at Vegeta and Goku. Ever since he was ruthlessly beaten by Broly in the Southern Galaxy, Gula could hardly contain his desire to obliterate the Saiyans. This time, you 3 shall meet your end. You say that every time, and yet we always emerge unscathed, Vegeta retorted. I know there's a certain individual who can teleport, assisting you in your escapes. This time, you'll not evade your fate. With a wave of his hand, a subordinate approached. Did you think I had not uncovered your secrets during this time? As he spoke, Gula's henchman activated a device, projecting a video into the air. In the video, Master Roshi and Yachirobe find themselves aboard a spaceship, pursued relentlessly by the Frieza Force. I had long dispatched agents to Earth to uncover your secrets. This old fellow is your mentor, is he not? He certainly possesses the demeanor of a true master, sacrificing himself aboard the spaceship to draw the enemy's fire away from Earth. You may flee like 2 ants, perpetually escaping, but this old man cannot escape. Unbeknownst to Frieza, as he spoke, Goku's expression grew increasingly grave. Vegeta, observing the surging energy emanating from Goku, couldn't help but interject Kakarot. Maintain your composure. Piccolo also chimed in. Calm down, old friend. Master Roshi may not be in peril, and even if he is, we still have the Dragon Balls. However, Gohan seemed oblivious to the external commotion, his expression darkening. Master Roshi has cared for me since childhood, teaching me to read, to learn, to train. Aside from Grandpa Gohan, Master Roshi has been the kindest person to me. How dare you? How dare you lay a hand on him? As Gohan spoke, his aura surged uncontrollably, casting a shadow over the skies of planet Namek. You dare to harm Master Roshi? This is unforgivable. A faint yellow aura enveloped Goku, and suddenly, he let out a thunderous roar. Frieza, I will not let you escape. In an instant, the entire planet Namek fell silent, save for the crackling energy surrounding Goku. His pupils vanished momentarily as a torrent of golden energy surged around him. In the next moment, his hair stood on end, transforming into a golden hue. The Super Saiyan has arrived. Frieza, witnessing Goku's escalating power, felt a growing sense of dread. Particularly, the aura enveloping Goku and the intensity of his gaze evoked memories of the fear he experienced at the hands of Broly. Goku's figure gradually began to overlap with Broly's, causing Frieza to retreat, trembling as he pointed at Goku. It's that gaze. Yes, it's that gaze. Chapter 62. 2 Super Saiyans, the strongest duo in history. Frieza stared in shock at Goku, who not only underwent a transformation in appearance, but was also surrounded by a radiant golden aura, his power significantly amplified. 2.1 billion. Frieza marveled at Goku's newfound strength, astonished that the warrior's power had reached such heights. Goku maintained a stern gaze on Frieza while contemplating. Piccolo was indeed correct. With power at this level, I can no longer utilize the Kaioken. I cannot even achieve double Kaioken now. Goku no longer needed to rely on the Kaioken. The 50-fold boost to the Super Saiyan form propelled him from a battle power of 3 million into the upper echelons of strength. Frieza, I will not spare you. Sun Wukong materialized directly before Gula, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Gula clutched his chest, retreating repeatedly. At present, he had yet to complete his transformation into a demon, maintaining a mere battle power of 1.5 billion. Sun Wukong followed up with another punch, sending Gula soaring into the air. Seizing Gula by the tail, he swung him about like a mere twig, crashing him down onto the ground with unrelenting force. After a strenuous effort, Gula finally broke free, only to be met by a colossal hand that sent him flying away in an instant. Can you fathom the psychological impact of such a blow on a cosmic emperor? That insufferable wild monkey has transformed into a Super Saiyan, Aside from Broly, there exists another Super Saiyan. This is unforgivable. Gula, seething with rage, completed his final transformation. Demonic spikes protruding from his body. Demonic Gula, with a battle power of 7 billion. Old son, let us join forces. This marked Piccolo's first encounter with Gula's demonic form, as he appeared directly beside Son Wukong, with Piccolo at 5 billion and Super Son Wukong at 1 billion. A brilliant flash enveloped the trio as they stood together. The synergy between Son Wukong and Piccolo was palpable. They needed no words, merely a glance to coordinate their efforts seamlessly. They were rivals, yet allies, their combined strength far exceeding the sum of their parts. Swiftly they moved, their figures darting around Gula, as if constructing an invisible cage. Gula's cold gaze locked onto the two, and he inhaled deeply before launching his assault. An energy blast hurtled towards Son Wukong, while Gula's body lunged at Piccolo with lightning speed. Son Wukong deftly evaded the energy blast, vanishing from Gula's attack range in an instant. Simultaneously, Piccolo met Gula's charge head-on, transforming into a streak of lightning as he swung his fists. "Ha!" Piccolo shouted, conjuring a magic gun sphere in his hand, which he promptly sent hurtling towards Gula. Son Wukong's fist sliced through the void, creating a formidable pincer attack alongside Piccolo's magic gun sphere. Gula was compelled to evade, but the duo's coordination was impeccable, no matter how he maneuvered. He could not entirely escape the onslaught of their combined might. In the visceral melee, every strike reverberated with energy fluctuations and shockwaves. Such trifles dare to challenge me. Gula roared, transforming into a shadow and vanishing into the air. Despite his overwhelming strength, he found himself at a loss against the two warriors. Vegeta, watching from a distance, observed the fierce battle unfold, unable to intervene, his teeth grinding in frustration. Impossible. How could this lowly warrior become the legendary Super Saiyan? Only I, as a superior warrior, am worthy of such a transformation. I am the prince of the Saiyans. Only I possess the potential to become a Super Saiyan. That wretched cockroach. Who is this Broly? And what does cooler signify? In this universe, there exist other Super Saiyans. Vegeta clenched his fists, radiating an aura of rage. Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. Kneeling on the ground, Vegeta pounded the earth with his fists. Damn it! Ah! With a roar, Vegeta unleashed a shockwave that rippled through the air, emanating circles of golden light around him. What is happening to me? He gazed at the surging energy within him, the golden aura, and the trembling ferocity. Super Vegeta, at your service. Damn it, I knew I could do it. Truly, I am remarkable. Vegeta unleashed his full power, joining the fray. Two mighty Super Saiyans and one Super Namekian united, forcing Cooler to retreat under relentless pressure. Three wild monkeys, scoundrels. Cooler, increasingly infuriated, found himself beleaguered by three opponents of lesser strength. Kamehameha, special beam cannon. Just as Cooler evaded Piccolo's strike, he was met with two incoming energy blasts. Cooler braced himself, managing to withstand both attacks. Immediately after, Piccolo launched a fist towards Cooler's abdomen. Oof! Cooler, unable to evade, took the blow squarely. Damn it! You shall perish! Enduring the excruciating pain, Cooler seized Piccolo's arm and brutally pierced through it. The price he paid was enduring another direct hit from Goku and Vegeta. Releasing Piccolo's arm, he sent Goku and Vegeta flying with powerful kicks. Huff huff! Cooler gasped for breath. The relentless blows were taking their toll on his stamina. The trio in the distance also breathed heavily, nearly exhausted. I can't believe I have truly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Despite being battered, Vegeta could not suppress his exhilaration. Oh man, it's all your fault for wasting the Senzu beans with Vegeta earlier. If we had them now, our odds would double. Goku, cradling one arm, addressed Piccolo. I dislocated this arm while saving you just now. Piccolo glanced at the gaping hole in his arm and yanked it off forcefully. From a distance, Cooler was taken aback at the sight. Then, with a mighty shout, Piccolo unleashed a thick stream of fluid, and a new arm sprouted forth. However, this came at the cost of a significant depletion of his energy. I fear we may not stand chance. Piccolo flexed his new arm and spoke to the others. The Frost Demon's defenses are simply too formidable. Although our combined strength can match Cooler, our defensive capabilities fall woefully short. We are battered and bruised. While Cooler merely suffers from fatigue, his injuries hardly comparable to ours. As Piccolo spoke, he concentrated on recovering his stamina. If it comes to that, bring that young fellow dandy here. Vegeta, in his excitement, was the one among the three whose energy was most depleted. No, bringing Dandy here would be a futile sacrifice. Vegeta, you would do well to cast aside those tactics you've honed under Frieza's army, Piccolo said coldly, harboring animosity towards Vegeta since merging with the Elder. You two will team up to distract him and leave the rest to me. Old son, do you have any secret techniques left? Sun Wukong looked at Piccolo and replied with a smile. It's not a secret technique. You have witnessed this move before. Chapter 63. The Form of the Dragon Fist. The Heavenly Penetrating Wave. Piccolo, unsure of what Sun Wukong was alluding to, could only place his trust in him now. He exchanged glances with Vegeta and suddenly charged at Gula. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong concealed his energy and began to steadily recuperate. I've seen through all your moves. There's no point in exerting yourselves further. Gula sneered at the fatigued Vegeta and Piccolo. Vegeta noted Gula's consistently high battle power. The frozen demon truly possesses remarkable recuperative abilities. If he were to witness Frieza, who endured an hour-long beating from Broly and remained vigorous, he would understand what a true meat shield is. Aside from that Namekian-esque magic light killing cannon, your techniques have ceased to inflict any damage upon me. They merely drain my stamina. It seems you're the ones expending more energy than I am. I will grant you one final opportunity. Join my Gula army and surrender the Dragon Balls, and I may show you mercy. However, you must wear my specially designed control device, relinquishing all to my command. Vegeta and Piccolo were wholly unyielding. They would never entrust their lives to another. Sky Cannon, Demon Flash. Two waves of energy surged toward Gula. Using the same old tricks, utterly ineffective. Gula effortlessly deflected the two waves. In an instant, he appeared beside Piccolo, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. Observing this, Vegeta prepared to strike again. But Gula's speed exceeded his expectations. In a flash, Gula materialized next to Vegeta. Have you not realized? Your attack power and speed have diminished significantly, while I still retain 90% of my strength. Compared to the so-called Super Saiyan, this is likely your first transformation, is it not? Not accustomed to this form? As he spoke, Gula elbowed Vegeta, causing him to see stars. He then seized Vegeta by the hair. Golden-haired warrior, how repulsive you appear. Is this the legendary, once-in-a-millennium Super Saiyan? Gula continued to taunt, striking Vegeta's chest. The Saiyan who has lost an arm has undoubtedly succumbed to defeat. The two Super Saiyans remain utterly helpless, and it has become evident that my Ice Demon clan reigns as the true sovereign of the universe. At that moment, a colossal shockwave surged towards him. Demon Energy Wave. Cooler delivered a powerful kick that sent Vegeta flying, then swiftly darted aside. The energy wave merely grazed his shoulder, piercing through a distant mountain peak. Such formidable power, yet regrettably lacking in precision. Cooler nonchalantly brushed off his shoulder, disregarding the incapacitated Vegeta, and leisurely approached Piccolo. Piccolo, having expended nearly all of his energy through repeated use of the demon energy wave, knelt on the ground, muttering to himself, "Old son's plan has failed." The demon form of Cooler grows stronger the longer this battle drags on, and we are increasingly outmatched. Initially, the combined might of two Super Saiyans and the Super Namekian Piccolo could have held their ground against Cooler. However, as time passed, the gap in power widened significantly. If Vegeta and Goku were afforded 3 months to train and adapt to their Super Saiyan forms, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Just as Cooler approached Piccolo, a youthful voice rang out. "You shall not harm Uncle Piccolo." Cooler turned to see Gohan in the distance, shouting defiantly. "Gohan, run. This is not a battle for you to engage in." Piccolo had already resigned himself to the situation, for after the Earth-esque Guardian absorbed the otherworldly Piccolo, he had severed their lifelink. This meant that even if they perished on Namek, the Earth-esque Guardian would remain unharmed, and the Dragon Balls would not vanish. In that eventuality, Gohan would surely gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. However, if Gohan were to fall here, the other Z fighters on Earth would certainly not be revived, and even if they were, it would be countless years hence. As Earth-esque Dragon Balls could only revive one individual at a time, he trusted only Gohan. Upon hearing Piccolo's anxious voice, Cooler regarded Gohan with interest. "So eager? Is this your son?" he inquired, then soared towards Gohan. As Cooler approached, Gohan did not flee in terror. Instead, he placed his hands on his temples. Solar flare. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted in the cosmos, akin to the appearance of twin suns. "What is this?" Cooler squinted as a blinding flash enveloped his vision, rendering him sightless. Faintly, he heard another voice. Keyblade. Cooler distinctly perceived a slicing sound through the air. He attempted to twist his body, but it was too late. A sharp pain surged through his tail. Moments later, as Cooler regained his sight, he found himself face to face with a small, bald figure, and he realized that his tail was now severed, reduced to mere remnants. Cursed be this insipid throng, this wretched rabble. Guldo, consumed by rage and humiliation, had anticipated a smooth journey on Namek, believing that as long as he dealt with his brother Frisia, all would be well. Little did he know, a multitude of complications awaited him. Just as Guldo was preparing to dismantle the bald figure before him, a familiar voice resonated once more. Guldo, your end is nigh. There stood Son Goku, having regained much of his strength, directly beneath him. Guldo scoffed at Goku, who hung his arm limply, declaring, You dare challenge me? In response, Goku unleashed his energy, transforming once again into a Super Saiyan. He then concentrated all his power into his right hand. Piccolo, observing the gathering energy around Goku, felt a wave of nostalgia. Could be that technique? Having inherited the memories of the old Piccolo, he was all too familiar with it. It was this very punch that had pierced the old Piccolo's abdomen, leading to his ultimate demise. Universal penetración wave. Goku bellowed, channeling all his might into his right fist, launching it towards the airborne Guldo. Guldo's eyes widened in disbelief, sensing that this strike surpassed all previous assaults. Impossible. I cannot be defeated by a mere wild monkey. He braced himself, hands at the ready to block the impending blow. In that moment, a spectral silhouette seemed to emerge behind Goku in his Super Saiyan form, a colossal ape. Guldo recalled that this was another transformation of the Saiyans. Goku's fist collided with Guldo's hands, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of energy that trembled the very ground of Namek. Impossible. Guldo gasped as he beheld Goku, close enough to perceive a glimmer of gold emanating from the shadow behind him. He then seemed to hear the roar of the ape, a sound reminiscent of both a primal howl and a dragon-esque lament. Ultimately, Guldo could not withstand the force of the universal penetration wave, which pierced through his chest with overwhelming might. This cannot be. With great effort, Guldo turned to face Goku, only to lower his gaze and discover a vast, gaping void in his chest. Chapter 64. The battle ends, summoning the dragon. Lin Yi, having collected the 2 Dragon Balls from the island, placed the immense orbs into a universal capsule. He then boarded the spaceship and reunited with Bulma. After years apart, Bulma had transformed from a young girl into a striking young woman. Upon seeing Lin Yi, whose appearance had remained unchanged over the years, Bulma joyfully embraced him for an extended moment. Following their reunion, Bulma recounted her experiences over the past decade, each word laden with nostalgia, as if she sought to relive those years alongside Lin Yi once more. Eventually, she divulged the nature of her current ambiguous relationship with Vegeta. Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words, grappling with a complex swirl of emotions. The wheels of fate, let them turn as they will. He had no desire to impede Trunks' arrival and did not intervene in the unfolding events. Yet, during his time with Bulma, he sensed that she had once harbored feelings for him as her first love in her childhood. The hazy emotions of youth, however, had gradually faded with the passage of time. Affections rise with the wind, yet when the breeze ceases, the heart remains unsettled. As the sun sets, it retreats into the mountains and seas, concealing profound meanings within. Lin Yi retrieved a universal capsule containing dozens of spirit tree fruits, salvaged from Dallas, and entrusted it to Bulma. He then exited the spaceship, soaring towards the direction of Gula. Upon arriving near the battlefield, Lin Yi beheld the spectacle of Son Goku unleashing the universal penetration wave. Good heavens, is this the technique Goku used in his childhood? Old Piccolo fell victim to this very move. During the Z-Warriors era, each individual had ascended to the status of a martial arts master. Yamcha with his spirit ball, Tien Shinhan with his 4-way fist, Krillin with his energy wave, and Piccolo with his special beam cannon. Only Son Goku consistently relied on techniques learned from Master Roshi, later augmented by the Kaioken and Kamehameha he acquired from King Kai. The universal penetration wave appears to be the sole technique he invented himself. Lin Yi watched as Goku's fist pierced through Gula's body, causing the entire Namekian planet to tremble. The power unleashed, originating from Goku's Super Saiyan form, was far more staggering than when he had battled Piccolo in his youth. In the final moments, Lin Yi seemed to hear a dragon-esque roar. Within the spectral form of the Saiyan, a giant dragon appeared. Could this be the Dragon Fist? The Dragon Fist erupted, claiming its rightful place. It stands as the most magnificent technique of the entire Dragon Ball Z era, without exception. In the parallel universe, while battling the Demon King, Goku first employed this technique. It now appears that the Dragon Fist is an evolved form of the Universal Penetration Wave. Unlike Majin Buu, Gula lacked extraordinary regenerative abilities, and under the weight of that fatal wound, his life force rapidly diminished. Impossible, Wild Monkey, how could this be? Goku offered no further words, directly unleashing his remaining strength. Kamehameha. The colossal energy wave engulfed Gula. In that moment, Goku had expended all his power and began to plummet from the sky. Father. Gohan swiftly maneuvered beneath. Catching the descending Goku, Lin Yi materialized before the group. Lin. Goku gazed at Lin Yi's sudden appearance, offering a wry smile. Vegeta, upon seeing Lin Yi, sighed in relief. If another foe were to emerge, they would be left to await their demise. Lin Yi produced 3 Senzu beans, tossing them into the hands of the trio. Super Saiyan, truly astonishing. Vegeta scoffed. In his view, he had now surpassed a combat power of 200 million, transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. Even Frieza was no match for him, let alone Lin Yi, a subordinate of Frieza. The dignity of the Saiyan Prince had finally been reclaimed. Lin Yi continued, stating that he had dispatched the Shadow Special Forces to covertly safeguard them, not to let them squander their potential. It would be wiser for them to have the Special Forces procure the Dragon Balls from Gula. Lin Yi had initially intended for the Special Forces to ensure the safety of Son Goku and Vegeta, allowing them to cultivate in peace. Given Vegeta's intellect, he had assumed that Vegeta would instruct the Special Forces to steal the Dragon Balls. With Goku's time-stopping ability, Shala's invisibility, and Lani's instantaneous movement, they could successfully transport all the Dragon Balls without a hitch. However, it remained uncertain whether Vegeta's romantic entanglement had dulled his wits, as he opted to rely on Lani's teleportation for survival, subsequently using the Senzu beans to recover. Nevertheless, through this continuous replenishment, Son Goku and Vegeta's combat power had already soared beyond 4 million. Lin, did Frieza send you to collect the Dragon Balls? Vegeta inquired, chewing on a Senzu bean. With Frieza and Dai-san having withdrawn, and Gula now defeated, they stood as the ultimate victors. Upon seeing Vegeta's puzzled expression, Son Goku clarified. Lin Yi hails from our Earth. He is one of us. Is it possible for an Earthling to possess such formidable combat power? Vegeta pondered, only to have his muscles swell, his injuries healing completely. Yet, his combat power had not increased significantly. This is disheartening, Vegeta lamented. Despite the ferocity of the battle, one would expect a substantial increase in power. However, their excessive passive training had nearly exhausted the potential within their cells. While combat indeed serves as the fastest means to enhance strength, it must be followed by cultivation and consolidation. Otherwise, one risks straying from the path of martial arts. I understand now, Lin, Son Goku said as the trio regained their strength and rose to their feet. Suddenly, Lin Yi addressed the sky. Have you gathered them all? Captain, we have collected them all, came the response as 5 colossal Dragon Balls appeared out of thin air. Lin Yi gestured for the Shadow Special Forces to depart. See, we have procured these Dragon Balls, including the few you left in the village. Lin Yi opened a universal capsule, retrieving the last 2 Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls were finally assembled, glistening under the sunlight. At that moment, Vegeta inquired, how shall we divide these 3 wishes? Lin Yi was not particularly eager regarding the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls, for these were not the Super Dragon Balls and had limited capabilities. Moreover, the Dragon Balls of Earth could be used once a year, providing ample opportunity in the future. One could only wonder what powers the Dragon Balls, crafted by the Kaioshin upon restoring his full strength, might hold, likely surpassing those of Porunga. Let us proceed thus. 1 wish for Son Wukong, another for Vegeta, and I shall reserve the final wish for myself. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Piccolo harbored no objections. He was no longer the menacing Demon King he once was and did not dwell upon such matters. Lin Yi continued, Piccolo, having merged with the Elder, you should possess the ability to speak the Namekian language. Please summon the Eternal Dragon. At his words, Piccolo approached the 7 colossal Dragon Balls and raised his hands. Chapter 65. The Emergence of Porunga, Lin Yi's Wish. As Piccolo uttered the incantation to summon the Eternal Dragon in the Namekian tongue, the sky abruptly darkened. The planet Namek was enveloped in shadows, and the area where Lin Yi stood was filled with thunder and lightning. A colossal bolt of lightning struck toward the Dragon Balls, which shone brilliantly in the sky, resonating with the flashes above. Subsequently, a dragon-shaped bolt of lightning emerged from the Dragon Balls, spiraling through the heavens. This lightning was immensely thick and grew longer by the moment. Ultimately, a gigantic and extraordinary entity appeared in the sky. Unlike the dragon of Earth, the eternal dragon of Namek resembled the genie from Aladdin's lamp. Purunga, in the Namekian language, signifies hope. Speak your wish, no matter what it is. I shall grant it. The sheer magnitude of the being and its thunderous voice left Lin, E, and Vegeta profoundly awestruck. For it was their first encounter with the eternal dragon. Piccolo, the wish also requires the Namekian language, so please assist with the translation, Lin E requested. Piccolo nodded and turned to Sun Wukong, asking, Speak, old son, what is your wish? Sun Wukong replied, Let Yamcha be resurrected. Piccolo raised his hands and addressed Purunga. This wish is quite simple. Purunga made an okay gesture, and a red light flashed in its eyes. Your wish has been fulfilled. In the distant KO realm, Yamcha, diligently training, suddenly felt the halo above his head vanish. Could it be that Sun Wukong and the others have resurrected me? The KO, with its antennas erect, continuously monitored the situation on Namek. Indeed, and Sun Wukong has grown tremendously powerful to the extent that few in this universe could possibly defeat them. Yamcha confidently clenched his fist, stating, Ko-sama, I shall not fall short of them. Thank you for your guidance during this time. I shall return now. With that, he leaped from Ko's planet onto the Snakeway. Please, Ko-sama, contact the inhabitants of Earth and ask Baba the Fortune Teller to fetch me from King Yenluo. On Namek, after the first wish was granted, Piccolo turned to Vegeta and inquired, It is now your turn. Vegeta, with a haughty demeanor, approached Piccolo, preparing to whisper his wish. At that moment, Sun Wukong interjected, Vegeta, why must you whisper your wish so secretly? Vegeta, upon hearing Goku's words, felt a flush of embarrassment and retorted angrily, Am I, the illustrious prince of the Saiyans, in need of subterfuge? He then instructed Piccolo to convey to Purunga his desire to increase his height by 10 centimeters. Both Piccolo and Goku, along with Lin, who stood nearby, were taken aback by Vegeta's wish, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. Vegeta, noticing Goku's reaction, felt a surge of irritation. Kakarot, do not revel in your triumph. The very woman you have long adored, Bulma, is about to become my own. Oof. The allure of a prince such as myself is beyond the reach of a lowly warrior like you. As he spoke, a flicker of pride crossed Vegeta's face, quickly followed by a wave of indignation. The fact that your height, as a mere lower-class warrior, surpasses mine by such a margin is utterly unacceptable. Moreover, I have heard that women on Earth place great importance on stature. I must ensure that Bulma understands I am superior to you, Kakarot, in every aspect. Goku, oblivious to the underlying context, merely sensed that Vegeta seemed to be measuring himself against him due to Bulma. However, he thought to himself, even with an increase of 10 centimeters, it doesn't seem to surpass my height. You are mistaken. Vegeta nearly roared, then turned to Piccolo and commanded, Translate. Piccolo and Lin exchanged glances filled with incredulity. It seemed that not only Frieza, but also Vegeta harbored insecurities about his height, albeit Vegeta's ambitions far exceeded those of Frieza. While Frieza sought a mere 5 centimeters, Vegeta demanded 10 in one fell swoop. Piccolo, unaware of Lin Yi's internal musings, approached the Dragon Shenron. 10. This was a simple request. Purunga unleashed his miraculous power once more, and Vegeta felt as though his entire being had been transformed. Though his combat prowess remained unchanged, his muscles and bones were unmistakably elongated. Ha! This is the true essence of Saiyan Prince. Previously, before Nappa and Raditz, Vegeta had always felt diminutive. Yet, amidst the vast array of creatures in the universe, including many giants and entire kingdoms of little people, he had never been overly concerned with his stature, as he trusted in his combat strength. However, after spending so many days aboard the spaceship with Bulma, he realized that the man she sought was a tall, wealthy, and handsome prince. Vegeta, why did you not wish for immortality? Lin inquired, expressing his curiosity. For in the original tale, both Vegeta and Frieza had wished for immortality during the Namek saga. What use is immortality? We Saiyans grow stronger through the trials of life and death. Should I attain immortality, it would render my martial arts futile, and I would never surpass Kakarot. Only by maintaining a fervent pursuit of martial excellence can I continue to grow. If I were to wish for immortality, my combat prowess would soon be surpassed by Kakarot. And within the cosmos, there exist numerous peculiar forces capable of sealing immortality. Lenny nodded, surprised by Vegeta's newfound awareness. Indeed, Immortality is subject to myriad constraints, whether it be the magic seal wave, banishment to another realm, the seals of the great Kaioshin, or even Babidi, who could also imprison the immortal. Majin Buu serves as a prime example of this. Have you all finalized your last wish? Balunga, observing the group below, couldn't help but urge them to hurry. Inquiring of Balunga, Lin Yi expressed his desire for the power of creation. In a world devoid of destroyers, he could only seek the creative power of the Kais. After all, no matter how he trained, he was merely augmenting his raw strength. As for divine authority, Lin Yi was at a loss on how to acquire it. After translating Lin Yi's words, Piccolo fell into a brief silence. I'm sorry, but that wish exceeds my capabilities by far. Then can I wish for the power to obliterate everything? Both the power of creation and the power of destruction belong to divine authority. In the original manga, Goku had once simulated the destruction of a destroyer while battling Zamasu. Vegeta, through his training, gradually learned to unleash destruction on an infinite scale. This wish should be far simpler than the power of creation. You truly dare to dream, young man. After translating, Piccolo relayed Balunga's resigned response. It turned out that the previous wishes, to resurrect someone and to gain height, were rather simple. Balunga had assumed this would be easy as well, but it seemed this young man was holding back a grand ambition. With a sigh, Lin Yi could only voice his original wish. Could you create a spatial ring akin to the universal capsule? I desire a ring capable of containing an entire planet. Chapter 66. The Marvelous Utility of the Dimensional Ring. Youth, I cannot fulfill that. Upon hearing this response, Lin Yi was once again at a loss for words. The Universal Capsule Company can produce universal capsules, yet you cannot create a spatial ring? Piccolo, please ask him if he is only capable of helping people grow taller. After considering for a moment, Balunga, feeling somewhat embarrassed, addressed Lin Yi. I cannot open a dimensional space. That is far too challenging. However, I can create an entrance to a dimensional space and embed the coordinates within a ring. This way, it can simulate the effect of the spatial ring you described. And the coordinates within the dimensional space can be altered at will. But be warned, the dimensional space is fraught with danger. The energy, air, and even the flow of time may differ drastically from our current universe. Very well, I shall settle for this, Lin Yi conceded. Balunga made an okay gesture, this time refraining from repeating that the wish was simple. A flicker of red light flashed in his eyes before he vanished before the crowd. The Dragon Ball on the ground reverted to stone once more. In the sky, a shimmering ring gently descended, ultimately resting in Lin Yi's hand. Could this be the dimensional ring? The moment Lin Yi donned it, he felt a sensation akin to the blood oath of recognition described in novels. The ring seemed to respond to his will, as if their minds were intertwined. Was this ring merely an anchor point for space, devoid of any internal dimension? Lin Yi gazed at the radiant ring against the sun and, with a mere thought, vanished from sight. In less than a few seconds, he reappeared. Instantaneous movement. Vegeta, watching enviously from the side, remarked that this indeed was a divine skill. This is not mere instant transmission. Lin Yi chuckled, addressing the trio. Do not resist. Allow me to demonstrate the capabilities of this dimensional ring. With that, he waved his hand, and the four of them simultaneously vanished from their original location. What is this place? Piccolo stared blankly at the chaotic space around them. They stood on a small planet. This celestial body was diminutive, merely 10 times the size of King Kai's planet. You cannot survive in the vastness of space. We must first deploy a protective shield. What is a protective shield? Son Goku uncoiled? Bezud. Lin Yi spent several hours teaching them Broly's protective shield technique. With their combined battle power exceeding 100 million, maintaining a protective shield for several hours in the cosmos was no challenge. With the aid of Senza beans, that duration could be extended even further. However, this was only a temporary means of survival in space. For traversing star systems, a spacecraft would be far more convenient. Amidst the cosmic expanse, as Vegeta upheld the protective shield, he gazed at Lin Yi with curiosity. Aren't you from Earth? How is it that you can survive in space without a protective shield? Lin Yi chose not to respond. Revealing his secrets was not an option. The trio wandered through the void for quite some time before finally arriving at a colossal planet. As they descended, they noted that while the planet was uninhabited, its overall environment resembled that of Namek. In the distance, they observed spatial rifts. Should they be drawn in, they would be transported to another dimension. This is not the true universe. It is merely a small, alternate space within our vast cosmos, akin to the room of spirit and time in the sacred realm. Lin Yi explained to the trio. So, is the time flow here 10 times faster than that of the outside world? They queried. Indeed, depending on the spatial context, the passage of time can vary significantly. A year here may equate to a day outside. It is also possible that while a day passes here, an entire year has elapsed outside. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately displayed an anxious demeanor. His Bulma was still outside. They had yet to establish their relationship formally, and if he lost contact with her for a year, it would surely be over. However, there is no need for concern. I have just tested the time flow in this space, which is twice that of the outside world. This means that if we remain here for 2 days, only 1 day will pass outside. With that, Lin Yi produced a scepter adorned with a purple stone. This is a spatial anchor created by Baraga. As long as the scepter is placed here, we can directly arrive at this planet next time we enter through the ring. The 4 of them continued to explore this space for an hour before Lin Yi teleported them out. Upon returning to Namek, the 4 breathed a sigh of relief. The hyperbolic time chamber, it seems, is indeed another realm, and the grand door of the temple merely serves as a spatial anchor like the ring and scepter. Lin Yi nodded and addressed the others. This journey to Namek is nearing its conclusion. Your skills have significantly improved, and the portion of memory lost by the Supreme Kai has been retrieved from Shrag. Prepare yourselves. It is time to embark on our return. New adversaries await us in the future. With that, Lin Yi vanished before their eyes. In the cosmos, Darius led his legion, exuding dominance. Life continued much as it had before. Previously, he had served as a mercenary under Gula, and now he was under the command of Lin Yi. Yet, this change had little impact on him. He remained at ease while the others continued to play music and dance. Below, a dozen beautiful women from various planets brimmed with exotic charm. Each possessed a stunning physique, clad in scant fabric that barely concealed their remarkable attributes. They writhed sensuously, anxious not to displease the man seated on the throne. Darius's legion was more than capable of annihilating their planets. Suddenly, the music ceased, and the alluring dancers halted their graceful movements. What is happening? Resume the music and dance, Darius exclaimed, tossing a piece of fruit into his mouth with dissatisfaction. Darius, I tasked you with locating a suitable planet for cultivating the spirit tree's fruit, not to play the sovereign here. A voice interjected. Instantly, Darius sprang to his feet, like a mouse encountering a cat. Lord Lin, I am indeed searching for one, but there are not many options. Grant me a bit more time. Darius had grown accustomed to Lin Yi's sudden appearances. Lin Yi materialized in the hall, waved his hand, and dispersed the others present. Witnessing the usually domineering Darius, now so visibly alarmed, they understood that he was not someone they could provoke and retreated accordingly. Lin Yi gazed at Dales, who had risen from his throne, the table before them laden with an array of exquisite cosmic fruits and fine wines. With merely a combat power of several tens of thousands, he indulged in such opulence. Perhaps it is time I afforded myself a respite, Lin Yi mused, glancing in the direction where the alluring dancers had just vanished. Chapter 67, Dales in the Dimensional Space, the Emergence of the Metal Galadan. Disband your so-called Dales Legion. This motley crew of minions serves no purpose but to flaunt their might across the cosmos. Seek out planets suitable for the spirit tree's fruits. You alone are sufficient for the task. Before Dales could utter another word, Lin Yi swiftly struck him down from above to the hall below. He then ascended to Dale's throne and poured himself a goblet of fine wine. For all these years, do not presume I am unaware of your machinations. Disband the Dales Legion. Consider the remaining time an opportunity for redemption. Should you perform commendably, I may grant you your freedom once more. The dancers need not be dismissed. I cannot shatter their livelihoods, for I, Lin, am rather supportive of the arts. Internally, Dales cursed Lin Yi 1,000 times. Yet a smiling facade of flattery graced his lips. Yes, I shall comply at once. Once Dales completed his communication, Lin Yi continued. Now that King Cooled, Frisia, and Guladan are no longer present, do not entertain any ulterior motives. Should I discover any disloyalty on your part, I would advise against your descent into hell. By the way, I am quite familiar with King Yama. Rising from the throne, Lin Yi strode purposefully towards Dales, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong, evoking a desire to strike him. Do not resist. Upon uttering these words, Lin Yi unleashed the power of the dimensional ring, and both vanished from Dale's spacecraft. The vastness of the cosmos enveloped them, and as they materialized in the dimensional space, the temperature plummeted sharply. Is it akin to the environment within the hyperbolic time chamber? The conditions there are exceedingly harsh, with drastic temperature fluctuations. Even young Wukong could only endure 3 months within its confines. Lord Lin, where are we? Dales inquired, trembling slightly. Lin Yi casually tossed a capsule revealing a compact spacecraft. They entered the vessel, and Lin elucidated. I presume you have heard the news. King Cooled has been exiled to another world by Aizen. Upon entering the spacecraft, the temperature noticeably rose, prompting Dales to pour himself a cup of warm water and nod in comprehension. You do not cultivate your powers? Is such a harsh environment beyond your endurance? Though Lin possessed the ice demon gene and was unperturbed by the cold, those with formidable combat prowess or who had rigorously trained could adapt to adverse conditions. Throwing Vegeta into an ice mountain or plunging him into lava would pose no threat to him, provided he harnessed his energy to shield himself. I have always relied on the spirit tree's fruits to augment my strength. Indeed, I have never engaged in cultivation. Lin gazed at the ineffectual Dales with mounting frustration. This realm resembled the exiled world of the Kurdish king, existing within a dimensional space. Here, one might encounter no souls for an extended period. Even if one did, they would likely be unwitting travelers of this dimensional abyss. The environment is so harsh that it surpasses your imagination. It is imperative that you diligently cultivate your skills to withstand such adversity. With that, Lin produced a staff and handed it to Dales. From this moment forth, this staff is of greater importance than your very life. It is essential that you keep it close at hand. I can instantly reach the vicinity of this staff. Should it be lost, and you remain nearby, I may employ teleportation to rescue you. However, if you traverse a spatial rift and find yourself in a different dimensional space, congratulations, you shall be ensnared for eternity. Upon finishing his admonition, Lin watched as Dales clutched the staff tightly to his person. This is a watch crafted by Universal Capsule Company. You may stow the staff within it. In the next 3 days, you must elevate your combat power to 100,000 and learn to manifest a protective shield. With that, Lin activated the gravity chamber aboard the spacecraft and tossed a pouch of magic beans before departing. Over the years, Dales had consumed countless fruits of the spirit tree, accumulating an immense reservoir of energy within his cells. According to the usual narrative, when he journeyed to Earth, his ultimate combat power could reach 400,000. This time, with the aid of magic beans and the pressure of the gravity chamber, he should be able to attain the coveted 100,000. 3 days later, amidst the vastness of space, Dales was conjuring a protective shield, while both the spacecraft and the staff were secured within the universal capsule. Lin stood beside him, stating, "In this space, the flow of time differs from that of the outside world. 2 days have elapsed here, while only 1 has passed beyond. I require your assistance in locating a realm with an optimal flow of time, preferably one that is exponentially accelerated. Through these spatial rifts, you can access various dimensional spaces, each with its own temporal cadence. Furthermore, you must find a planet suitable for cultivating spirit tree fruits. This area is devoid of inhabited planets, allowing you to choose freely." When Lin had made his wish to Boron, he had intended to bring Dales to the alternate world to seek out a planet conducive to the growth of spirit tree fruits. If he could discover a dimensional space where the temporal flow is exponentially greater than that of the outside, it would be akin to planting a spirit tree in a time chamber, where a single day would equate to a year, yielding bountiful harvests. Lin also planned to consult Master Karen on the cultivation of magic beans. It would be even better if Dales could find a dimensional space suitable for planting them as well. At that moment, Dales wore a grim expression, lamenting in this expanse. "Should I perish, there would be none to recover my remains. My Lord Lin, could you perhaps bring my original spacecraft? It contains exquisite wines and delicacies, along with my performance troupe." Before Dales could finish his plea, Lin delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling. Subsequently, Lin vanished into the dimensional space, leaving behind his final words. "If you wish to contact me, you may do so through that scepter de Louis. Should you perform admirably, I shall consider releasing you ahead of schedule. In the future, others may come to take your place." Upon Lin Yi's arrival on Namek, he was inundated with a plethora of messages. The alternate dimension is severed from the main universe, rendering such communication devices utterly ineffective. It has only been 3 days here, which equates to roughly 15 days in this timeline. Why is Bix so eager to reach out to me? He activated the voicemail and was met with Bix's anxious voice. "Lin, trouble looms. Gula is not dead. He re-emerged the day after your departure. Do you recall the metallic being from before? He is under the control of a fellow named Baby. After dealing with Gula, I had completely forgotten about him. Now, this Baby not only parasitizes Gula, but has also merged him with a metallic being, resulting in a new adversary, Baby's metallic Gula. Combat power, 1 billion. Metallic Gula, 1 billion. Lin understood that this was merely Baby's preliminary parasitism, and as time progressed, metallic Gula would only grow stronger. What is the situation with the three of you now? We stand no chance. The disparity is overwhelming. We are currently relying on concealed auras to evade the relentless pursuit of metallic Gula. Once Baby completes the fusion, we shall surely be discovered. This metallic Gula is terrifying. The Shadow Special Forces can no longer rescue anyone from his grasp. Lin instructed Bick and the others to maintain their composure before terminating the call. Baby's true form should be on Begao Star, a planet entirely composed of metal. Let us first eliminate this metallic Gula. Lin utilized instantaneous movement and appeared before the new Elder with remarkable swiftness. You are Lin. The newly appointed Elder had encountered Lin during Bick's fusion with the former Elder and was aware of the immense trust the latter had in Lin. Having become the new Elder, you must have inherited some of his powers. Can you awaken the potential in others? Mulin nodded and replied yes, though is not as potent as the original Elder's magic. Let's give it a try. Mulin placed his palm against Lin Yi's chest and exerted himself suddenly, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy from within Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, your strength is formidable. I can only unlock a fraction of it. Chapter 68, Vegeta's Shock. The mighty Lin Yi. Mulin retracted his hand, looking somewhat fatigued, clearly still unaccustomed to wielding such power. Lin Yi had previously experienced a potential awakening by the Elder. Thus Mulin's attempt now would undoubtedly yield less pronounced results. Unless the old Supreme Kai were to resurrect and perform a special ritual, it would be improbable for Lin Yi's combat power to see a significant increase. An increase of 3 million, just enough to reach the threshold for transforming into a Super Saiyan. The transformation of the Cerulean Ice-Cold Demon combined with the ascension of a Super Saiyan can reach an astounding power of 5 billion, still somewhat shy of the 1 billion mark set by the metallic Gula. One wonders if my combat prowess can bridge this gap in strength. Just then, the mark on Lin Yi's shoulder emanated a divine radiance, continually purifying his corporeal form. Lin Yi felt as though he were ensconced in a dimension apart, his spirit being drawn into a void. The energy of the mark gradually coalesced, ultimately revealing an almost translucent, ethereal figure before him. Sacred, vast, holy, and untouchable. Was this the divine being he had encountered in the House of Clocks? One imbued with the essence of a Saiyan? The figure appeared merely as a phantom, uncertain whether it belonged to this era or to epochs long past. However, this apparition seemed somewhat gentler, lacking the overwhelming pressure that had once rendered Lin Yi breathless. Feeling his energy and physique steadily rising, Lin Yi exclaimed, "Ancestor, I thank you for your assistance." With that, he knelt upon the ground, bowing before the specter. Although he was uncertain why this ancient deity bore the essence of a Saiyan, forging a connection could only be advantageous. After a few moments, it appeared that the apparition had not acknowledged him, remaining fixated on the void. Was this a silhouette from antiquity? Lin Yi gave himself a brisk shake and rose, lamenting the squandered display of his acting skills. Observing that the figure was merely a phantom emboldened him, prompting him to draw nearer for a closer look. The divine aura surrounding it had receded significantly, revealing skin of an exquisite pallor that emitted a soft, white glow. The breathtaking beauty and grandeur of this celestial being struck Lin Yi with a profound visual impact. Momentarily entranced, he found himself inching closer, murmuring, "Ancestor, you are truly beautiful." Suddenly, a sharp sound snapped him back to reality. His face burned with embarrassment as he realized the Grand Elder was still observing him, having just retracted his hand as if only a moment had passed. "Lin, how do you fare?" Lin Yi touched his cheek, determined to act as if nothing had transpired. He cleared his throat, clenched his fists, and unleashed his energy, releasing all the power within him. A wave of energy surged through the village, leaving Mulin dumbfounded at the sight of Lin Yi, astonished by the young man's formidable abilities. "Mr. Lin, with all due respect, I feel that even with your current strength, you may not yet be a match for Gula." Lin Yi chuckled softly. "What you have witnessed is merely a fraction of my true potential." Lin Yi's standard combat power stood at 5 million. More significantly, after the transformation bestowed by the mark, his Saiyan lineage seemed to have ascended to a higher echelon. His previous training had been sluggish, but now Lin Yi felt that his innate talent would no longer lag behind that of Goku and Vegeta, the protagonists of this saga. Saiyan Gene, Super Saiyan Level 1 Combat Power 50. Lin Yi gazed at the system, realizing that his mimicry of the Super Saiyan had fully evolved into a true Super Saiyan. Was it possible to wield the power of a Super Saiyan without the need for fury? Lin, he was quite content with this development. If he were to rely on rage for transformation, he might struggle to summon any anger at all. With the combination of the Super Saiyan and the Azure transformation of Frieza, my ultimate combat power should reach an astounding 12.5 billion. Lin E began to search for the energy signature of Metal Cooler, preparing to execute instant transmission. Within a cave on planet Namek, Piccolo, Son Goku, and Vegeta lay on the ground, their bodies battered and bruised. Who could have imagined that merely a day had passed, and we have been reduced to this state? This is truly humiliating for Super Saiyan, Vegeta remarked, glaring out of the cave entrance in frustration. Son Goku turned to Piccolo, saying, "You Namekians have it easy. When injured, you can recover without harm to your brain." Piccolo retorted with annoyance, "That may be true, but it still takes a tremendous toll on one's stamina. With my current combat power, I could barely muster a single energy blast." Son Goku forced a grim smile. "Not only are we severely injured, but we've also dragged the Shadow Special Forces into this mess. I wonder how they are faring after Metal Cooler's area attack." Just then, the cave began to tremble violently, stones cascading from the entrance. Cooler knows we are in this vicinity, but cannot sense our energy. He is preparing for an indiscriminate assault, demolishing the nearby peaks one after another. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Son Goku sat up. Lin should be on his way soon. Vegeta scoffed. Lin E is merely a subordinate of Frieza. Now that we have transformed into Super Saiyans, our strength surpasses his. If we cannot withstand Metal Cooler, Lin E would fall just as easily. However, Lin, much like the Shadow Special Forces, possesses the ability to use instant transmission. If he arrives, he should be able to rescue us. No sooner had Vegeta spoken than a massive shockwave obliterated the mountain surrounding their cave. The three immediately soared out from the cave. Three little mice hiding away. Metal Cooler sneered, his body encased in metal, even his previously severed tail restored to its original form. Yet, Metal Cooler remained in the same form as Frieza, not undergoing his demonic transformation. "Die, but I shall leave your corpses intact, for I have need of your bodies." With that, Cooler unleashed 3 death beams towards Piccolo and his companions. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 beams were deflected with thunderous sounds. Lin, Piccolo, and Son Goku's faces lit up with surprise at the sudden appearance of Lin E before them. Vegeta stepped forward immediately, urging Lin to lead them away, declaring that this Metal Cooler was no longer the same as before. Although Vegeta believed that Lin's strength had fallen behind that of the main force, he was mindful of the numerous times he had been saved by Lin. The Saiyan Prince was always one to distinguish between gratitude and enmity. Lin focused intently on the metallic figure before him, inquiring whether he should address him as Cooler or Baby. "It has been over a decade. I suppose this marks our second encounter," he mused. Metal Cooler, or rather Baby, glared at Lin with a fierce countenance. "I remember you, you wretched earthling. When I returned from the demon realm, it was you who nearly obliterated me." Lin clenched his fist, declaring, "This time will be no different." Vegeta, watching Lin's bravado unfold, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Their only hope of escape lay in Lin's instant transmission. The circumstances had drastically changed, especially now that he had acquired such formidable power, augmented by the metallic modifications of Big Geat Star. No one in this universe could rival him. Before Baby could finish, Lin utilized instant transmission, appearing right before him. "Is that so?" Lin exclaimed, channeling his energy and unleashing his full strength. In an instant, the Super Saiyan gene activated, enveloping Lin in a faint golden aura. Though his hair did not rise into the iconic golden spikes, his presence and radiance were indistinguishable from that of a Super Saiyan. It resembled Cell transforming into his Super Saiyan form. The appearance remained unchanged, yet a soft golden halo encircled him. Vegeta and the others stared in astonishment at Lin's transformation. Their understanding of him shattered. "This energy, how is it possible? A Super Saiyan? Impossible. He hasn't even transformed." Lin's metamorphosis was far from over as he unleashed the transformation reminiscent of Frieza's. A subtle azure aura enveloped him, complementing the golden halo. "Baby, it has been years. Allow me to witness your power," Lin challenged. Vegeta, taken aback by Lin's arrogance, gaped in disbelief as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. 125 billion? How is that possible? He surpasses even Frieza. Chapter 69. The conclusion of Namek, Return to Earth. It's impossible. How could you possess such strength? The data clearly did not indicate this. Baby stared incredulously at Lin. Over the years, He had been utilizing metal men on Big Geet Star to collect information on various powerful beings throughout the universe. Lin had not been within his scope until Namek, where his battle power was comparable to Piccolo's. At that moment, Baby was taken aback, relieved that he had not rushed into vengeance. It was only after lingering in the shadows of Metal Cooler that Baby decided to make his grand appearance. In his perspective, the entirety of Namek, even with combined efforts, could not contend with him. Blindly trusting in information could lead to significant misfortunes. With a swift kick, Lin shattered the metallic chest of Baby's parasitic gula, causing Baby's eyes to widen in shock, his mouth agape, saliva nearly spilling forth. It was uncertain whether it was saliva, blood, or perhaps oil. Quite an unsightly sight. Lin pressed a finger against Baby's forehead and delivered a kick that sent Baby flying. Clearly, he was still unaccustomed to inhabiting another's body. Lin reappeared amidst a chaos of debris, extending a hand. A laser erupted from his fingertip, piercing through the rubble. This beam resembled a tangible lightsaber, penetrating the chest of metallic gula and lifting him aloft. Truly fragile. Despite being encased in metal, his regenerative abilities were inferior to those of the original frozen demon. With a combat power of 1 billion, he could barely wield 6 or 700 million. How could he still not have adapted to his new form after all this time? Don't celebrate too soon. Baby squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. His hatred for Lin surpassing even that for the Saiyans. Since his arrival in this universe, Lin had thwarted his plans on 2 occasions. His original form remained on planet Big O, recklessly believing he could not be killed. Lin unleashed another shockwave, creating a gaping hole in Baby's chest once more. Below, Vegeta could only watch in stunned silence. This was the first time he and Goku had witnessed Lin in action, and they were astounded by the terrifying level of his power. I recall Master Roshi mentioning that over a decade ago, Lin had saved Earth. This was my first encounter with his prowess, and it was truly formidable. Vegeta murmured to himself, sensing a trace of Super Saiyan energy within that power. What could this mean? Lin continued to unleash shockwaves, mercilessly ravaging Baby's form. Baby, weak and breathless, queried, "How do you know about Planet Big O?" He had always concealed his true self, focusing solely on stealthy development since birth. Even now, despite Lin Yi's power exceeding his expectations, he felt no fear, for he was merely controlling a puppet. As long as his original body remained unharmed, he could always manifest countless others. However, Lin Yi's revelation of his greatest secret instilled an unprecedented sense of peril in Baby. Yet, knowing about Planet Big O would avail you little. By the time you arrive, I will have fully adapted to this body. Baby grinned. Do you think this metallic gula is my true form? I have long since transported this body to Planet Big O. When the time comes, I can create countless metallic gulas. And then, you shall all perish. Moreover, a grand surprise awaits, so prepare to embrace fear. Saiyans, and you, scoundrel, all must perish. Upon concluding his statement, Baby concentrated all his energy into his chest, followed by a tremendous explosion. The boy self-destructed. Lin hastily summoned a protective shield to envelop the explosion's vicinity. Although this detonation lacked the destructive capacity of Frisia's black energy that obliterates planets, it would undoubtedly level a considerable area of Namek, evaporating countless Namekians. Lin utilized his energy barrier to confine the explosion within a specific range, preventing its repercussions from extending far. Of course, such a maneuver necessitated overwhelming strength to execute. Had Lin possessed the power at the Super Saiyan 3 level during the Buu saga, he could have easily contained the self-detonating cell within his shield, thwarting any attempt at planetary destruction. Several minutes later, as the explosion subsided, Lin deactivated his transformation, returning to his usual form, and descended before Piccolo and the others. Upon seeing Lin, Vegeta's demeanor noticeably softened compared to their previous encounter, his gaze now imbued with a hint of respect. "Lin, I never anticipated your immense power. It is truly formidable," he remarked. Goku, retaining his childlike enthusiasm for combat, felt a thrilling tremor at Lin Yi's might. "You should return, let Dandy tend to your wounds, and continue using the senza beans. They are becoming scarce," Lin advised. He had yet to locate a suitable planet for cultivating senza beans, so he had to conserve them. The few barrels of senza beans he had procured from Karen Tower had been largely depleted over the years. Now, with their journey on Namek concluding, he promised, upon returning to Earth, "I will seek you out. Remember, do not grow complacent. The self-destructing foe was merely a puppet. The true enemy awaits us on another planet." At this juncture, Vegeta interjected, Is it possible that Cooler still lives? Since their arrival on Namek, they had been entangled with Cooler for far too long. If he survived this self-destruction, his vitality would be astonishingly resilient. Cooler is, for all intents and purposes, dead. However, in the future, on planet Bigelow, you shall encounter countless metallic Coolers, those parasitized by Baby, whose combat prowess will far exceed today's, Lin explained. Observing the trio fall into silence, he continued, according to my estimations, the mass production of metallic Coolers and their successful parasitism will require approximately 1 to 2 years. Furthermore, we remain uncertain of planet Bigelow's location, and I still have considerable training ahead. I hope that by then, the Z fighters can keep pace with the main force. Goku, brimming with determination, proclaimed, I will undoubtedly continue training and grow stronger. Vegeta scoffed, Kakarot, you shall not surpass me. Lin bid farewell to the three and soared towards Frisia's spaceship. Following this episode on Namek, the Virus Demon Trio temporarily exited the annals of history. In the realm of cosmic sovereignty, Lin could temporarily assume control. What of it? After a lifetime of warfare, is it not permissible to indulge in some leisure? Chapter 70. Announcement. Dissolution of the Cosmic Legion and Accountability Measures. A month later, planet Namek had regained its former tranquility, with nearly all invading extraterrestrial forces having retreated. All factions had returned under the dominion of the Frisia Force. Regardless of whether it was the Gula Legion or the Eisen Legion, they were all reorganized into a new collective. However, within this month, numerous dissenting voices emerged from within the ranks of the Legion. We belong to the Ice Demon Legion. Whether it be the Kurd King Legion or the Frisia Force, the Gula Legion is of one kin. Yet now we are commanded to obey a foreign entity named Lin, to which I vehemently object. Indeed, Lord Gula shall return. Our Gula Legion must maintain its independence. Awaiting his arrival, the Ice Demon Legion can only be commanded by the Ice Demon himself. At this juncture, Lin sat at the headquarters of the Frisia Force, listening to reports from his subordinates, and he could not help but smile wryly. He had not anticipated that years of indoctrination would lead the Legion to unwavering loyalty to the Ice Demon clan. It seemed that the potency of the cosmic balance theory within this Legion exceeded his expectations. Action was imperative. Lin produced a display device and released an announcement he had meticulously prepared. This announcement would swiftly reach every member of the Legion. On October 24th, 760 AE, with the endorsement of the Kurd King Legion, the reorganizing committee of the Cosmic Legion, including but not limited to the Kurd King Troop, the Frisia Force, and the Gula Legion, held accountability measures against the former Supreme Commander of the Gula Legion, Gula, for severe violations. Following a covert investigation by the elite Commander Lin, it was discovered that Supreme Commander Gula had forsaken the inherent principles, deviating from the mission of the Gula Legion, demonstrating disloyalty to the Legion and disrespect towards the Kurd King, while forming cliques within the Southern Galaxy and engaging in factionalism. He favored nepotism, contravened the Legion's principles, accepted illicit gifts, and acted as a shield for the cosmic underworld, particularly the Eisen Legion. He colluded with the leader of the Eisen Legion, undermining the spirit of cosmic balance promotion and breaching the foundational ethics of the Legion. He exploited his position to indulge in the fruits of the spirit tree, engaged in extortion, pilfered seeds of the spirit tree, and turned a blind eye to the issues arising in the Southern Galaxy. While ostensibly promoting cosmic balance, he manipulated the rectification efforts for personal gain, engaging in corrupt transactions that severely compromised the cosmic environment and tarnished the Legion's reputation. Gula's violations of the Cosmic Legion's regulations and the laws of the Ice Demon were grave. Furthermore, during Frisia's visit to planet Namek for the Shana Friendly Trade Conference, he instigated violent actions, damaging infrastructure and creating an exceedingly detrimental impact, warranting stringent measures against him. In accordance with the codes and relevant regulations promulgated by the Kurd King, the elite task force has resolved to dismiss him from all positions and expel him from the Legion. On the same day, the Kurd King and King Frisia formally appointed Captain Lin as the interim representative of the Cosmic Legion, overseeing all operations of the Legion and the real estate group. The captain of the Special Forces, serving as the deputy commander of the Legion and the chief executive officer of the real estate group. Lin previously asserted that the Cosmic Legion focuses its developmental efforts on planetary trade. Regarding the severe violations committed by Gula, it should serve as a cautionary example within the Legion, intensifying the crackdown on misconduct and accelerating the optimization and adjustment of the cosmic equilibrium concept. In the realms of real estate development and planetary trade in the Southern Galaxy, The Legion must exemplify its role effectively to prevent a recurrence of the Gula incident. On October 25, 760 AE, the Supreme Office of the Legion issued this decree. After finishing the last word, Lin Yi stretched lazily. It was settled. Regardless of the outcome, he would first put himself forward, later seeking an opportunity to showcase his strength, ensuring that the Gula Legion would behave. Although the effects of this announcement would not manifest immediately, Lin Yi remained unperturbed, allowing time to pass. A month had elapsed, and Sun Wukong and the others should have returned to Earth. Lin Yi utilized his teleportation ability, appearing in a laboratory on a technologically advanced planet. At that moment, members of the Shadow Special Forces had gathered there. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the four stood at attention and simultaneously called out, "Captain!" Lin Yi reclined leisurely in a chaise lounge, accepting a bottle of orange juice from a stunningly attractive woman beside him and taking a sip. "Now you understand the gravity of the situation, don't you? You nearly faced annihilation at the hands of the metallic Gula. Captain, it turns out your strength is formidable, exceeding 1 billion. We have been lagging behind," remarked Lanny, the sole female member of the Special Forces, gazing at Lin Yi with admiration. "Do not look at me with such eyes, or your sister might think I have whisked you away," Lin Yi quipped, shifting his position. "Your current combat prowess indeed cannot keep pace with the main force, but fret not. In due time, you will catch up with the first echelon. Remember, your strength lies not merely in combat, but in your extraordinary abilities. Thus, your foremost priority is survival. Once the high star phase concludes, I should be able to enhance each of you. But until then, focus on honing your magical prowess." The members of the Special Forces relied heavily on a type of magical energy akin to that of Morrow for the potency of their supernatural abilities. However, the distinction between Morrow's magical energy and that of a mage eluded Lin Yi. "You may leave now," Lin Yi gestured, ushering them out. Subsequently, Lin Yi turned to a woman beside him, clad in a form-fitting purple dress and sporting a high white ponytail. "Dilly, are you truly at ease allowing your sister to accompany me? Be mindful that this journey to Namek could be fraught with peril. What is there to fear? You are well acquainted with the King of Hell. Surely you can retrieve her from the underworld if need be," Dilly responded. Dilly was the first girl Lin encountered upon his arrival in the universe, resembling the angelic Bardos. Alex itself is a planet of technology, inhabited by the long-lived species, whose lifespan can extend for millennia. Presently, Dilly remains in her youthful phase, yet she has already become a cornerstone of the Research Institute. Lin Yi addressed Dilly, stating, "The matter we discussed regarding the artificial human modification appears to be gaining traction. Lin, our planet lacks research in this domain, hence the scarcity of materials and data." Dilly replied. Lin Yi responded with ease, "You need not worry about the data. In 4 years, I shall provide you with an entire research institute's worth of information. As for the materials, the planet Bigao is a realm of metallic life, possessing resources and technology that far surpass the majority of other planets. Once I resolve the matter with the baby on Bigao, I intend to relocate your entire research institute there, for I aspire to establish a kingdom of technology." Chapter 71. Cultivation in Cosmic Space, the Norm of Science. Let us temporarily set aside this ambition. How is the research on the Universal Capsule Company's products progressing? Lin Yi handed over the data and samples of the Universal Capsule to Dilly, hoping she could fully decipher the technology and achieve further enhancements. The inventor of the Universal Capsule was indeed a genius. Without samples and data, our planet could toil for another millennium without fathoming such advanced technology. The Universal Capsule, in essence, utilizes internal wormhole technology, intertwining quantum and alternate dimensional spaces. After extensive research, we have now succeeded in replicating the Universal Capsule. However, to achieve the effect you mentioned, akin to housing a miniature planet within a spatial ring, we may require a few more years. Lin Yi inquired, "Can you now encapsulate this research institute within the Universal Capsule?" "Absolutely," Dilly replied confidently, then followed Lin Yi out of the Research Institute, pressing the switch at the entrance. With a resounding pop, a research facility spanning thousands of square meters was instantly transformed into a capsule the size of a thumb. After deciphering the Universal Capsule, I managed to encapsulate the entire laboratory within it, enabling future research at our convenience. As she spoke, Dilly bent down to retrieve the capsule from the ground, her fitted attire accentuating her perfect silhouette, the exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio prompting Lin Yi to avert his gaze. Lest the nimbus misunderstanding ensue. "Dilly, I wish to show you something. Surrender to the experience." With that, the two vanished from the spot. Within the alternate dimensional space, Dales had searched for a considerable time, and finally discovered a barely habitable planet. In the distance, a great star radiated dazzling light, and due to this luminosity and energy, the alternate dimensional planet was cloaked in a myriad of verdant flora. Dales beside a small lake kindled a fire and began to cook a can of meat, surrounded by an array of exotic fruits. After enduring the difficulty of finding a sunlit space, he was disheartened to find it devoid of any life forms. Had evolution here favored only plants? With nothing but wild fruits to sustain him, he was grateful for the canned meat he had previously stored within the capsule. Darius had just taken a few bites of the cooked meat paste when Lin, E, and Dilly suddenly appeared before him. "My dear Darius, it has only been a little over 2 months. I certainly haven't found a suitable planet for cultivation so quickly." Darius had assumed Lin E had come to assess whether he had been slacking, and hurriedly began to explain. Due to the differing flow of time, while only a month had passed for Lin, Darius had already experienced 2 months. "This is none of your concern. Bring forth that staff," Lin E instructed, gesturing for Dilly to open a capsule and place it in an appropriate spot for the research facility. As Lin E took Darius's staff, he surveyed the surrounding environment. "Darius, you truly possess an innate talent for treasure hunting. In such a harsh environment, you have discovered this veritable paradise. This location could fetch a handsome price even for the Frisia army." Darius was unsure whether Lin E was mocking or praising him and could only stand by with an awkward smile. Lin E seized a fruit and took a bite, its sweet juice spilling down the corner of his mouth. "This fruit is utterly delectable. You're living a life of luxury here." Internally, Darius cursed. "Then perhaps you should forego meat and subsist solely on these fruits." After finishing the fruit, Lin E instructed Darius, "I shall grant you a few days' respite. Your sole responsibility is to gather some wild fruits nearby." With that, Lin E followed Dilly into the laboratory and closed the door. In the center of the laboratory, Lin E produced a staff. "Do you see the gem atop this? It is a spatial anchor point crafted at my request by Barangia, akin to a positioning device." He then pointed to the ring in his hand. "Through this ring, I can instantaneously reach the location of this staff, and I can return at any moment to the point in the original universe from whence I vanished." "How extraordinary!" Dilly exclaimed, taking the staff and caressing the red gem. "Dilly, you have studied the spatial compression quantum of the universal capsule, which I barely comprehend. Is there a challenge in replicating this spatial anchor point?" Dilly replied confidently. "If it were over a decade ago when you first encountered me, I might have said it was quite difficult. However, I have since grasped the principles of the universal capsule. Replicating your spatial anchor point should be achievable within a month. Indeed, the flow of time here is double that of the outside world, so a month here equates to merely half a month outside. Please replicate 10 of these for me. If materials and time permit, we shall create more in the future." Dilly nodded affirmatively, clutching the staff and immersing herself in her research. As Lin E stepped out of the research facility, he gazed into the vastness of space. "As long as the staff remains with Dilly, I can practice freely in the cosmos. Even if I become entangled in spatial turbulence, I can instantly return to the staff's side via the ring." With this thought, Lin E soared into the depths of space. With a mighty shout, he transformed into his Super Saiyan form and unleashed a punch upon a roaring meteorite hurtling towards him. In the span of a month, one must adapt to the Super Saiyan form, reaching at least the level where Sun Wukong can withstand the might of a future colossal attack with just a finger. This transformation is immensely taxing on physical stamina. For instance, Golden Frisia, unable to cope with the energy drain of his transformation, sought vengeance against Sun Wukong and ultimately met defeat at the hands of Super Saiyan Blue. Lin E continuously unleashed powerful punches in the cosmic expanse, shattering massive meteors one after another. With a mere wave, he obliterated a smaller celestial body. The genetic advantages of Frisia are indeed remarkable. Within the vastness of space, he required no protective shield, moving effortlessly as if in his natural habitat. With a clenched fist, Lin E gestured towards the heavens, and a tremendous force created a crater on the previously intact planet, akin to the impact of a divine palm descending from the sky. The sensation of devastation was exhilarating. With a battle power exceeding 100 million, he was fully capable of annihilating planets at will. Thus, Lin E spent a month traversing the cosmos, occasionally raiding the fruit collection amassed by Dales. After this period, he materialized above a desolate planet. Kamehameha! Lin E poured all his energy into a colossal wave of light, crashing down upon the dead planet, which was merely half the size of Earth. Upon impact, the planet quaked violently. Within mere seconds, it began to fracture, and magma erupted from the fissures in the ground. Moments later, the entire planet detonated like a bomb. creating a breathtaking display reminiscent of fireworks. No wonder the original Frisia delighted in such spectacles. At this juncture, Lin Yi clenched his fist, having fully mastered the power of the Super Saiyan transformation. Where once a radiant aura surrounded him during his transformation, he had now internalized that energy, akin to Sun Wukong at full power. Unless he unleashed his full might, he appeared as if he were in his normal state, devoid of the exaggerated golden radiance. It was likely that Vegeta, upon witnessing his Super Saiyan form, would not even associate it with the legendary Super Saiyan. Previously, Lin Yi's transformation did not manifest with the exaggerated spiky hair characteristic of Super Saiyans. Instead, it merely featured an additional golden aura. Now, with the energy of that aura contained, the appearance of Super Saiyan was nearly indistinguishable from his regular state. Chapter 72. The Marvelous Utility of Dimensional Rings and Wormhole Travel. Lin Yi had completed the replication of the staff. Suddenly, his communication system buzzed with the voice of Dilly. Employing instant transmission, Lin Yi appeared within the research facility. There stood Dilly, clad in a white lab coat that did little to conceal her enviable figure, her high ponytail elegantly styled at the back of her head, and her exquisite face adorned with scientific goggles. Startled by Lin Yi's sudden appearance, she nearly collided with him. "Could you please enter through the front door next time? You always use instant transmission to materialize out of nowhere. Don't girls deserve a little privacy?" Lin Yi paid little heed to the surrounding details. His gaze fixed upon a singular staff, beside which lay 10 identical red gemstones. Could this be the spatial anchor point? Perhaps it would be prudent to craft these into the form of a staff as well. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Dilly pressed a button nearby. 10 mechanical arms emerged from an adjacent machine, efficiently embedding the red gemstones into the staffs within mere seconds. To the naked eye, the staffs appeared nearly indistinguishable. Lin Yi casually selected one. "This will suffice." Dilly responded with a charming smile. "It is not merely that. I have also combined the technology of the spatial anchor point with the universal capsule, bestowing upon you an additional function. You shall discover its specifics by channeling energy into the red gemstone of the staff." Still playing the surprise game, are we? How mischievous. Lin Yi remarked it, clutching 4 staffs as he exited the laboratory. At that moment, Dales was roasting a chicken. Earlier, Lin Yi had gifted him a universal capsule containing a large cold storage unit, stocked with enough provisions to sustain Dales for years. Upon seeing Lin Yi emerge, Dales rose, scratching his head and greeting him with a simple, endearing gesture. After extensive training, the malevolent edge that once characterized Dales had dulled, rendering him akin to a bumbling Sun Wukong at first glance. Lin Yi embedded the staff he held into the wall of the adjoining research facility and inquired of Dales. "How has your training progressed this month? Are you capable of traversing multiple planets now?" Dales replied, demonstrating his protective shield. "Forget it. You should just stick with me." Lin Yi placed a hand on Dale's shoulder, and a protective barrier emanated from his palm, enveloping Dales entirely. "Let's go." With that, Lin Yi transformed into his Super Saiyan form, and the two launched forward like a projectile. As Dales observed the rapidly retreating scenery, it became increasingly indistinct. Incredible, truly formidable. Dales thought back to his arrival on Earth, when Lin Yi's battle power was a staggering 1 million. Now, witnessing Lin Yi's astonishing speed and immense aura, he felt an overwhelming pressure that seemed to compel him toward submission. How can he be so powerful? I feel as though he surpasses even Frisia and Cooler. Any lingering thoughts of escape that Dales had previously entertained were now utterly obliterated. Lin Yi's velocity in the cosmos now eclipsed that of any spacecraft, traversing countless planets in the span of a mere hour. Suddenly, they encountered a sensation of spatial distortion and tearing ahead. Lin Yi halted, bringing Dales to a stop. A spatial rift. Could this also be considered a spatial anchor point? Before them loomed a massive black hole, exuding a relentless sense of tearing, as if it sought to consume everything in its vicinity. Were Dales alone in this moment, he would undoubtedly have fled. Despite Lin Yi's repeated explanations that this black hole was, in fact, a spatial rift capable of traversing into otherworldly realms and dimensions. It was not his first encounter with such a phenomenon. In his previous life, within the realm of anime, he had witnessed the formidable Majin Buu, who, alongside Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, had forcibly opened a dimensional passage within the hyperbolic time chamber using an overwhelming aura. However, that dimensional gateway was rather diminutive. The black hole before Lin Yi on the other hand, was akin to a magnified version of the one created by Majin Buu, yet obscured by an impenetrable darkness that concealed what lay beyond. In contrast, the black hole within the hyperbolic time chamber allowed a clear view of the temple beyond. "Let us go," Lin Yi urged, grasping Dales's protective shield and disregarding his expression of trepidation as he boldly stepped through the black hole. Moments later, enveloped in darkness, Lin Yi emerged into an alternate space. It appeared strikingly similar to the previous one. Grasping Dales, Lin Yi traversed this new realm for half an hour. These otherworldly spaces could be deemed mere fragments tethered to the main universe, not constituting a universe in their own right. However, the flow of time here differed from that of the primary universe, and the environment was considerably harsher. This place could very well be a natural sanctuary for cultivation. No wonder Frisia had inadvertently entered such a space and transformed into a formidable being in merely 10 years. Upon arriving at a planet where light was visible, Lin Yi halted with Dales. "Master Lin Yi, having traveled so far, how will we return?" Dales began. But Lin Yi interrupted by producing a staff and embedding it into the planet's surface. What was the additional function that Dilly mentioned? Lin Yi pondered as he gradually infused his aura into the crimson gem atop the staff. Slowly, a map manifested upon it, though it did not depict the layout of the universe. Instead, it was shrouded in darkness, revealing only a few luminous points. "What is this? A teleportation?" Lin Yi said, observing that 2 points were divided into 2 sections. One comprised 3 light points clustered together, presumably indicating Lin Yi's current location. The other showcased 8 light points congregated closely, likely representing the remaining 8 staffs, all situated near the research facility. Lin Yi tapped one of the light points, and in an instant, he vanished before Dales's eyes. "Holy smokes! Lin Yi, what am I supposed to do now?" "Holy smokes!" Dales exclaimed in alarm, helplessly watching as Lin Yi disappeared. What should he do? Wait here for Lin Yi's return or attempt to follow suit? After Lin Yi's abrupt departure, the map dissipated, leaving Dales hesitant to act recklessly. "I shall wait a moment. If he doesn't return in a while, I will figure out this contraption." Dales resolved to refrain from making any impulsive moves, for venturing into another dimensional space without caution could render him trapped indefinitely. Meanwhile, after vanishing from Dales's sight, Lin Yi instantaneously reappeared outside the research facility, akin to utilizing instant transmission. Indeed, it is a teleportation array. My goodness, in the world of Dragon Ball, utilizing the technology of the Universal Capsule and the Belanja, has crafted a fantasy world of its own. It is not surprising, as Goku's instant transmission also relies on the opponent's energy as a spatial anchor for traversing wormholes. The current function of this scepter merely confines Goku's instant transmission to predetermined locations, allowing only for fixed-point teleportation. The advantage lies in the elimination of the need to locate energy, enabling instant travel across different dimensional spaces. However, Goku's instant transmission cannot perceive the energy of the hyperbolic time chamber, thus rendering entry impossible. Similarly, Jebbit's instant transmission cannot facilitate interdimensional travel, allowing for random teleportation solely within the main universe. The downside is the reliance on a finite number of spatial gems. It is akin to Jebbit possessing countless spatial gems, permitting him to appear at any location in the universe. Meanwhile, Lin Yi can currently only manifest at these 11 points. What a remarkable surprise. Chapter 73. The Marvelous Use of Spirit Tree Fruits. Lin Yi continued his research for 5 more minutes, as the ring attuned itself to the dimensional ring. Now, the dimensional ring has also manifested 11 spatial points. Lin Yi pinpointed the exact location of Dales and vanished instantaneously from the perimeter of the Research Institute. "Dales, what are you doing here?" Lin Yi materialized beside Dales, just in time to observe him fiddling with the scepter. "Sir Lin, you finally appeared. I was about to risk my life exploring the dimensional space. Did I not just depart 5 minutes ago? Why the urgency?" Lin Yi replied with exasperation. Compared to Goku, Dales was significantly lacking, always appearing so timid and fearful. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Dales exclaimed in surprise, 5 minutes? You have been gone for nearly an hour." "An hour?" Lin Yi finally remembered that the flow of time in each space may not be uniform. This implies that the time flow here is approximately 10 times that of the outside world. Thus, 10 years of cultivation here would equate to merely 1 year outside. Compared to the time flow within the hyperbolic time chamber, this one's rate is slightly slower, yet still acceptable. Inside the chamber, the time flow is 365 times that of the outside world, 1 year outside has already elapsed over 300 years within. Dales. Search this space for a suitable planet to cultivate the spirit tree. With a tenfold time flow, the harvest time for the spirit tree fruits can be reduced by 10 times, and you can take the opportunity to train within this space. Considering the months spent on Namek and the recent training, there should still be 4 years until the onset of the Android saga. Thus, Dales can train for 40 years in this space. 40 years. Even a mere dog could be trained into an extraordinary beast. Suddenly, Lin recalled the lifespan issue of the Saiyans. Although Saiyans experience prolonged adolescence and prime, they are not immortal. Dales has not consumed the elixir of immortality. One must be wary of the possibility of him aging and perishing within this space. Upon hearing Lin Yi's thoughts, Dales exclaimed in astonishment, "My Lord Lin, are you unaware of the significance of the spirit tree's fruit?" Significance? How can you even say that? After indulging in substances for over a decade, your power barely exceeds tens of thousands of combat strength. The spirit tree's fruit is divine. Naturally, its enhancement is limited. Over the years, I have discovered its greatest benefit, prolonging lifespan. While I cannot quantify the exact increase, each fruit consumed extends one's longevity. If I continuously cultivate the spirit tree's fruit, I could theoretically achieve immortality. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of enlightenment. Is this not akin to the peaches of immortality from the Queen Mother of the West? Previously, the old Kai had lifespans spanning hundreds of millions of years. It seems that their divine status not only grants them dimensional elevation, but even the fruits they consume enhance their life dimension. Although such dimensional enhancement may not yield immense combat power, it bestows endless longevity. The increase in combat strength and recovery from injuries are merely supplementary effects. In the original narrative, the old Kai was sealed for 75 million years, ultimately sharing his remaining 1,000 years of life with Sun Wukong. It appears that being sealed by Beerus for too long deprived him of life dimension replenishment, leaving him with only 1,000 years. Had the old Kai not been sealed and continuously consumed divine substances from the divine realm, such as the spirit tree's fruit, he would theoretically achieve immortality. Lin Yi then opened the map and explained the function and usage of the staff to Dales. You must keep the staff with you at all times, allowing me to teleport to your side through the ring, regardless of the dimensional space you occupy. In fact, you can also use the light points on the staff to return to the vicinity of Dilly's Research Institute. Remember not to take the staff away, otherwise, you will be unable to return to this space. As he spoke, Lin Yi produced 4 additional staffs, placed them into a universal capsule, and handed them to Dales. Carry one with you for traversing wormholes to other spatial anchors. The others can be placed on suitable planets. Along with the one underground, you will have 4, sufficient for locating 4 planets. For planting the spirit trees, 2 planets should suffice. Later, I will bring you seeds known as Xiando. At that time, you will need to help me find suitable planets for cultivating these seeds. I have yet to inquire with the cat sage about the planting conditions for the Xiando seeds. I only know they require a special soil environment. Beyond that, whether divine water irrigation is necessary remains uncertain. Having finished his instructions to Dales, Lin Yi soared alone into this expanse of space. With the 5 staffs left by Lin Yi, Dales should have no issues surviving in this realm. Utilizing Frisia's cells, Lin Yi flew rapidly through the cosmos, his speed surpassing that of ordinary spaceships. This space is vast and open, with relatively few planets scattered throughout. Lin Yi had been flying for nearly a day, yet he still had not discovered a suitable planet for habitation. The environment here was considerably inferior to that of the previous realm. Such arduous tasks were better suited for Dales. Lin Yi returned once more to the dimensional space where Dilly's Research Institute was located. Initially, he intended to take Dilly with him, but she felt that being alone here, free from any interruptions, was ideal for her to delve into her new research topic. Consequently, Lin Yi left behind a plethora of universal capsules and 5 staves, retaining only one for himself, before returning to the original universe. The advantage of keeping one staff was that Dilly could utilize its map to appear at will in the original universe. However, Lin Yi severed the connection with the last staff he left for Dales. He certainly did not wish for Dales to suddenly appear while he was bathing. That fellow was best kept in the alternate dimension. In the original universe, Lin Yi's final disappearance occurred at the spatial anchor point left by his ring, allowing him to reappear in the open space adjacent to Dilly's Research Institute on her planet. As he contemplated his future plans, Lin Yi realized that although he had reached a combat power of 1 billion, this would be insufficient in 4 years when the artificial human storyline commenced. He needed to expedite the enhancement of his combat abilities. The most effective method was to enlist son Wukong and Vegeta as sparring partners, with Baby serving as a sharpening stone. Baby's strength was somewhat ambiguous, strong by certain measures, yet weak by others, entirely dependent on the host's capabilities. Currently, with Metal Cooler, Baby's combat power could potentially reach several billion, but even in mass production, it would only yield a few more units of similar caliber. The disparity with Baby from the GT timeline was substantial. In that timeline, Vegeta and Son Wukong's base combat powers already surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3 during the Majin Buu saga. Even at that time, Vegeta's base form could easily sweep through the present-day Piccolo, treating Metal Cooler as mere fodder. Furthermore, Baby could leverage Vegeta's body to engage in a fierce exchange with Super Saiyan 4. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yi promptly teleported back to Earth. He had 4 years to attain the strength necessary to dominate Piccolo. Chapter 74. The Divine Gift of the God, the Genius Namekian. Lin Yi appeared atop the temple. Several months had passed since leaving Namek, and the god should have completed the merging of the half of the talent and memories brought back by Piccolo. During this time, Lin Yi also inquired about Master Roshi's situation. Initially, Master Roshi and Yachirobe had been pursued relentlessly by the Cooler army aboard their spaceship. Fortunately, after Cooler's reign ended, the pursuit ceased, yet the old turtle had no intention of returning to Earth. He believed that Earth no longer required the martial arts deity, and instead, along with Yachirobe, was seeking other sources of power throughout the universe, such as divine magic. Lin Yi allowed Master Roshi to pursue his endeavors, as it was possible he might even concoct a simplified version of the ultimate instinct. Upon the altar, the deity leaned upon his staff. Yet his demeanor resembled that of a robust Namekian in the prime of life. As Lin Yi appeared, the deity bestowed upon him a warm smile. "Thank you, Lin Yi. There is no need for gratitude. The fact that Piccolo could impart that portion of his innate talent signifies that his inner turmoil has been resolved." The deity replied with a hint of melancholy. However, it is true that Piccolo, upon his return from Namek, is no longer the formidable demon he once was. Regrettably, the Grand Elder has sacrificed himself. Subsequently, Piccolo transmitted the memories acquired from the Grand Elder to me. He is now a pure warrior-type Namekian, rendering the Grand Elder's memories of little utility. As for me, I belong to the Dragon Clan of Namekians, and many of the Grand Elder's insights into the abilities of our kind are immensely beneficial to me on Earth. Lin Yi inwaited. Have you fully integrated the previous talents and memories? The deity nodded affirmatively. Indeed, not only that, but I have also upgraded the Dragon of Earth. Its capabilities are now significantly enhanced compared to before. In other words, should Dallas launch another assault on Earth, a wish to the dragon could expel him from our realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi discreetly assessed the deity's combat prowess. 100,000. In the original tale, the fusion of Piccolo and Nail reached 2 million. The deity's power was gradually falling behind the main forces. By the way, can the current dragon unlock potential? Lin Yi recalled that it was the dragon that had unleashed the potential of the orange-hued Piccolo. Certainly, but such feats do not require invoking the dragon. I am capable of achieving that myself, the deity replied. Lin Yi then remembered that the deity had been regarded by the Grand Elder as the most gifted of the Dragon Clan Namekians, suggesting his abilities surpassed those of the Grand Elder. With the additional memories he had absorbed, it was evident that unlocking potential would be well within his reach, and likely even more effective than the Grand Elder. Suddenly struck by an idea, the deity continued, as the divine guardian of Earth. I have also utilized my magical energy to enhance the planet. Now, Earth will no longer be so easily obliterated by a mere shockwave from a powerful adversary. Magical energy, distinct from divine power, was something Lin Yi had yet to witness firsthand. The unique abilities previously exhibited by the likes of Dyson likely belonged to the realm of divine power. In contrast, the likes of Majin Buu and the subsequent Moro utilized magical energy, while Babidi sorcery bore a somewhat similar effect. Eager to experience this magical energy for himself, Lin Yi expressed, "Deity, please demonstrate your magical prowess. I wish to conduct a test." The deity, leaning upon his staff, turned to Lin Yi and nodded in affirmation. With a combat power of 5 million, Lin Yi charged directly towards the deity without transforming. The deity gently tapped his staff against the ground, sending ripples of energy emanating from his feet in all directions. Instantly, the entire temple was enveloped by this force. Lin Yi felt as though he were ensnared in a quagmire, unable to break free. Is this truly the same celestial being, possessing merely a few hundred battle points? Having combined the talents of an alternate world S Piccolo with half of its innate abilities, it has astonishingly reached such heights. Lin immediately activated his Azure transformation, achieving a battle power of 25 million, which allowed him to effortlessly break free from his restraints. He swiftly ascended into the sky to avoid being ensnared by the celestial being once more. With a powerful shout, Lin unleashed a shockwave directed at the celestial entity. When close combat proved ineffective, he resorted to ranged attacks, leveraging the immense disparity in battle power to suppress his opponent's magical abilities. As the shockwave approached the celestial being, it seemed to dissipate as if melting away like snow. In the moment of Lin Yi's astonishment, a voice resonated from behind him. Lin. He turned to see a colossal figure, reminiscent of a celestial being magnified over countless ages, a translucent energy entity gazing silently at him. Was this the manifestation of celestial power? Suddenly, a hand grasped him, its battle power exceeding 20 million, rendering him unable to escape. How could this be? The celestial being had only a battle power of 100,000. Lenny looked back to see the celestial being still leaning on its staff, observing him intently. With no hesitation, Lin unleashed his Super Saiyan transformation. Combining both forms, he amassed a staggering battle power of 1,250,000,000. Dispersing the transparent apparition before him, he then teleported to the celestial being's side. Incredible! This force. Lin Yi, you have grown to such an extent. The celestial being stared in disbelief at Lin Yi, feeling the faint pressure of his power. It was hard to fathom that this was the same young man who, over a decade ago in the Celestial Palace, needed Mr. Popo's guidance just to fly. With a deep breath, Lin Yi released his transformation. He had not anticipated that he would need to exert his full strength to overcome the celestial being before him. This was not the visceral combat of fists meeting flesh. It felt as though all his might was merely striking against cotton. Truly, as the elder stated, Piccolo is the most gifted Namekian in history. Piccolo, as a manifestation of the celestial being's darker side, surpassed even the so-called greatest warrior, Nappa, in innate talent. During the Android saga, Piccolo alone was capable of dispatching the modified Android 20, created by Dr. Gero, with a battle power exceeding 2.5 billion. At this point, Piccolo was merely a fragment of the celestial being, not yet fused into a complete Namekian. This serves to illustrate the celestial being's extraordinary potential. Now, having integrated all talents, the celestial being's capabilities surpass even those of Piccolo as depicted in the original narrative. However, while Piccolo excels in sheer battle power, the celestial being's strength lies in the peculiar abilities of the Namekians. Is he truly the most gifted? In fact, the current Piccolo, having merged with the Elder, possesses talent comparable to my own. When the time is ripe to merge with the celestial being from another dimension, Piccolo's gifts may well surpass my own. Lin Yi understood that this was a humble assertion from the deity, even though he had merged with the Grand Elder and the deity from another realm. Vic's talent was likely comparable to that of the divine being. This was because the deity from the alternate world had not fully assimilated the talent and memories of the other half. By the way, deity, do try this, Lin Yi remarked, producing 2 fruits from the tree of spirit from his spatial watch. The fruits were capable of extending life, precisely what the Earth's deity currently required. As the Earth's deity, Cuddy possessed a faint aura of divinity, rendering him more sensitive to the power emanating from the tree of spirit than Lin Yi and the others. In the original narrative, during the battle against Moro, Dondi had mentioned that his divine power was too feeble to be of assistance. This illustrated that the Earth's deity indeed belonged to the lower echelons of the divine realm. These fruits, belonging to the divine realm, were presumably meant for the consumption of the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai? The deity situated at the pinnacle of the universe? The current demeanor of the deity mirrored that of Bic when he observed the expression of Supreme Kai Shin during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Having once been the Earth's deity, he naturally harbored a profound reverence for such a hierarchical structure of divine authority. Cautiously consuming the fruits, a pure energy invigorated the deity's body, following the prior fusion with the alternate Bic, who had wished to restore his youth. The deity had regained much vitality in his cells. Now, being nourished once more, the issue of the deity's longevity was entirely resolved. I sense that my divine power seems to have intensified, the deity remarked in astonishment. How did you acquire such divine fruits? Lin Yi explained it. There was a fellow named Shin on an island who obtained the seeds in the divine realm. Subsequently, Dallas, through a twist of fate, came into possession of them. A year ago, when Dallas arrived on Earth, those seeds fell into my hands, and he also emptied his years of reserves. The deity sighed. Such divine fruits must be exceedingly challenging to cultivate in the lower realms. Lin Yi replied, indeed, each tree of spirit planted renders an entire planet a lifeless star, as the mortal realm requires the energy of an entire planet to sustain a single tree of spirit. Moreover, it necessitates specific planets. Not all planets possess the soil conducive to the growth of the tree of spirit. The deity mused, I see. It is akin to the conditions for growing the sacred beans. Deity, where are the cultivation conditions for the sacred beans? Approaching the edge of the divine hall, the deity waved his staff, parting the clouds to reveal a patch of black soil. This is soil specifically for cultivating sacred beans. Master Karen regularly waters them with divine water. Should the divine water be lost, the sacred beans will absorb the core energy of the entire Earth. In a few years, Earth could deplete and become a lifeless star. This also explained why the sacred beans have been consumed in large quantities recently, and why Master Karen had not expanded their cultivation. The divine water was limited, and expanding cultivation could jeopardize the Earth's core. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi remarked, I see. However, there is no need for concern. I shall seek out planets suitable for cultivating celestial beings. These stars are inevitably subject to the chaos of spatial turbulence and will eventually be struck by other meteors. It is far better for them to emit their final glimmers, contributing their last vestiges of power to my celestial beings. The deity regarded Lin Yi as he spoke with such fervor, his expression a mixture of peculiarity and bemusement. Lin, I fear you may never set foot upon the Nimbus cloud in this lifetime. After bidding farewell to the deity, Lin Yi soared towards the direction of Sun Wukong. Within less than half an hour, a breathtaking panorama of mountain peaks unfolded before his eyes, revealing a vast clearing in the center, divided into two training grounds. On one side, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Chaozu, Krillin, and Gohan engaged in rigorous training through mutual sparring. On the opposite side, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa were subjected to relentless admonishment. Consider your dignity, contemplate the pride of the Saiyans. Reflect on the fate of our warrior race reduced to mere pawns for unscrupulous real estate tycoons. Do you not feel humiliated? Do you not feel sorrow? Where is your fighting spirit? Where is your dignity? Where is your wrath? Do not suppress it. Unleash the fury that resides within you. You are the mightiest warriors. You are masters of your own fate, not mere laborers for the capitalists. As Vegeta delivered his impassioned speech, Lin Yi floated beside Sun Wukong, gazing at him with curiosity. Sun Wukong, upon noticing Lin, instantly displayed an expression of excitement. Lin Yi understood that this battle enthusiast was eager to challenge him. He pointed towards Vegeta and inquired with puzzlement, what is the matter with that fellow? Sun Wukong grinned and replied, Vegeta claims that as the prince of the Saiyans, he must have capable subordinates, hence he brought Nappa and Raditz along. Although their combat power is rather low, Vegeta previously tested them and found that when they transform into Super Saiyans, their power increases 50-fold. He plans to incite their transformations through rage. Lin Yi stared at Vegeta in astonishment. Are you not aware that transforming into a Super Saiyan requires a minimum combat power of 3 million in its base form? Vegeta, who had been fervently delivering his speech, suddenly appeared embarrassed upon hearing Lin Yi's words. I did not know. The transformation into a Super Saiyan has always been a legend of our Vegeta planet, and no one has ever known how to achieve it. After returning from planet Namek with Kakarot, I deduced that the key to transformation lies in anger. I was unaware of any requirement concerning combat power. Lin Yi retorted with exasperation. The anger of those two is merely a manifestation of impotent fury. Suddenly, Lin Yi recalled a piece of trivia he had encountered in the cosmos, stating that human potential is limitless, and in extreme anger, one may tap into an extraordinary strength. He produced a universal capsule and tossed it to the ground, which instantaneously transformed into a vast, enclosed training facility. Step inside. It has been prepared specifically for you. As the crowd heard Lin Yi's words, they began to make their way into the training arena. Everyone, as you are no doubt aware, although Gula has been defeated, we now face a far more formidable adversary, the metallic Gula, now parasitized by Baby. His combat power alone can reach over 1 billion. Furthermore, the possibility exists that Baby could replicate hundreds or even thousands of metallic Gulas. With that, Lin Yi approached several training spaces, each equipped with distinct environments for cultivating different powers. I will divide you into groups. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and I will train in this chamber, which has a gravity of 300 G. In the adjacent chamber, Krillin and Tien will endure a gravity of 100 times. In the next one, Nappa, Raditz Chaozu, and Yamcha will face 50 times the gravity. Of course, should you progress swiftly in your training, you may opt to join chambers with greater gravity. However, Yamcha and Raditz, lacking experience in high-gravity training, shall begin with 20 times. The gravity on Vegeta and King Kai's planet is 10 times that of Earth. Upon hearing Lin Yi's arrangements, Yamcha's expression turned a shade darker than that of Liver. Am I, the esteemed god of tea, now relegated to the same tier as Chaozu? Chapter 76, Training for 2.5 years, Normal State 50 million. Uncle Piccolo, what about us? Son Gohan voiced his inquiry, standing behind his father. Lin Yi affectionately ruffled son Gohan's hair and replied, "You have a different training method than Piccolo." He then turned to Piccolo and instructed, "Piccolo, please take Gohan to the Sacred Realm. The Supreme Kai will guide your training." This was a favor Lin Yi had previously requested from the Supreme Kai, whose divine powers now far exceeded those of the Grand Elder of Namek. However, it remained uncertain how his potential compared to that of the old Kai. Son Gohan ought not to follow the Super Saiyan path, despite being the first to transform into a Super Saiyan 2, as the mysterious route he could take would likely prove far more advantageous in the future. Whether Beast Gohan was an evolution of Mysterious Gohan or two distinct paths remained unknown to Lin Yi. Once Piccolo departed with his son, Sun Wukong and Vegeta activated the 500 G gravity. Instantly, an immense force bore down upon them, overwhelming even Lin Yi momentarily. Do not transform into a Super Saiyan. Resist with your normal strength. Presently, the combat power of the three had surpassed 5 million, yet this would be insignificant in the later stages. By the conclusion of Dragon Ball Z, Sun Wukong's normal state had exceeded a combat power of over 100 million during his battle with Bu. 2.5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Bang! Within the training chamber, Lin Yi delivered a kick that sent Vegeta flying, gently descending from the air. "Vegeta, you are falling behind." I endured over half an hour under Lin's command. Hearing Sun Wukong's taunt, Vegeta clenched his fists in fury. Damn it, that infuriating cockroach. The position of eternal second place is mine, and no one can take it from me. With that, Vegeta unleashed his full power and charged at Lin Yi. Lin Yi clenched his fists and delivered a powerful strike, successfully fending off Vegeta's assault. While his strength was commendable, his speed remained inadequate. With that thought, Lin Yi reappeared behind Vegeta and executed a precise chop, sending him plummeting from the sky. At that moment, Sun Wukong interjected. Under 300 times the gravitational force, Lin is still capable of maintaining such high-speed movement. It is truly remarkable. As Lin Yi descended, he regarded Sun Wukong and the others. After 2.5 years of training, your baseline combat power has reached 30 million, and in the transformation into a Super Saiyan, it can soar to 1.5 billion. Moving forward, your focus must be on mastering the Super Saiyan form, harnessing this power to its fullest potential. Lin Yi understood that the combat power detector could only measure energy levels, which starkly differed from actual combat prowess. During the Power of the Gods tournament, the official readings indicated that the energy levels of Super Blue and Jiren were nearly identical. This meant that had a combat power detector been utilized at that time, it would have shown that Jiren and Super Blue Wukong possessed equal combat power. However, in genuine combat, their powers diverged by millions due to their mastery over Ki. The full-power Super Saiyan form did not inherently surpass Vegeta's Super Saiyan form in combat power. It merely demonstrated a more refined usage of energy. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Vegeta immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. For 2 years, Lin Yi had refrained from allowing them to transform, focusing instead on enhancing their baseline combat abilities, which had left him feeling somewhat constrained. Now, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta unleashed his full energy. "Kakarot, come forth and engage me in a thrilling battle. Let me see who is the perennial second." With that, he executed a series of princely combat techniques against Sun Wukong. After half an hour, both warriors stood before each other, battered and breathless, yet evenly matched. Observing their condition, Lin Yi shook his head. "Your power is substantial, yet it remains superficial." With that, he produced 2 senza beans, which deftly found their way into the mouths of both fighters. "As you charge at me, I will calibrate my combat power to match yours." Lin Yi then transformed into a mimetic Super Saiyan 30 times. His baseline combat power had now reached 50 million, and with the enhancement of the mimetic Super Saiyan form, he controlled his power at 1.5 billion. However, he had entirely contained his energy within, appearing no different from his usual state. Lin, in your normal state, you are not my match, but that may not hold true in your Super Saiyan form. Vegeta smirked slyly, joining forces with Sun Wukong to launch an attack on Lin Yi. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi's ability to transform was a mystery in Vegeta's mind. Lin Yi's combat power should have remained at the 12 billion he had displayed 3 years prior against Metal Cooler. After 3 years of training, the utmost he could achieve would be 15 billion, on par with his Super Saiyan combat power. As Vegeta approached Lin Yi, he effortlessly evaded the attack. Even with identical combat prowess, your application of power remains excessively rough, Lin Yi proclaimed, delivering a forceful punch to Vegeta's chest, which knocked his mask of agony away. The same energy can yield vastly disparate levels of devastation. As Lin Yi spoke, he deftly evaded Goku's assault, striking him down with a swift chop. The two descended rapidly to the ground. How could this be? I can sense his energy. It should be comparable to ours, Vegeta pondered, astonished that the same energy had led to a defeat even swifter than before. Approaching the two, Lin Yi remarked, after 2 years of battling and training, your combat abilities have surged remarkably. However, your mastery over Super Saiyan strength still leaves much to be desired. Future training will involve practicing in Super Saiyan form, alongside rest and combat. Goku exhaled, reverting from his Super Saiyan transformation. Lin, let's call it a day. I'm famished and ready for a feast. Lin Yi followed Goku towards the exit, stating, dining is permissible, but you must not relinquish your Super Saiyan state. Goku's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. Am I to eat in Super Saiyan form? Is that part of the training? Indeed, it's not solely about eating. Even sleeping, resting, and leisure must all be conducted while in Super Saiyan form. You must integrate this transformation into the fabric of your daily existence to wield this power most exquisitely. Lin Yi's words echoed the essence of Goku's training upon emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, emphasizing the full power of Super Saiyan. For 1 year, you must maintain your Super Saiyan state. This is the objective for your upcoming training. Lin Yi himself transformed into a Super Saiyan, simultaneously channeling the icy demon's azure form. The synergy of these two powers surged forth uncontrollably, inadvertently releasing an aura so powerful that it nearly sent Vegeta flying. This terrifying strength, Vegeta gasped, feeling the overwhelming energy exceeding 100 billion, which rivaled that of the transformed Super Saiyan to Vegeta. The mere aura emanating from Lin instilled a profound sense of dread within him. I apologize, I'm still adjusting to this intensity.